Duskbound to the Orc by Luna Draven. Content note: this is an orc fantasy romance. This is the closed-door edition. The love scenes fade discreetly to black, and the strong language has been softened. It still features a careful giant of a man, tusks, and the kind of swoony size difference both leads have feelings about. It also contains espionage, betrayal, and the long cost of a war fought in the dark. On-page violence, ambush, and killing, some of it up close. A wounded man carried across dead country. The destruction of a clan and the grief and survivor's guilt that outlive it. A captured teenage girl held as leverage, and the brother coerced into treason to keep her breathing. And a burn scar a woman put into her own hand rather than let secrets fall into the wrong ones. She lies for a living. He hears the truth in a heartbeat. Neither of them plan to be seen all the way down. You've been warned. For everyone who learned to keep themselves hidden to stay safe, and for the patient ones who waited until you were ready to be seen. You were never as unreadable as you thought. That was always the good news. The last page catches on the third try. I hold it to the candle and wait for the flame to find the corner, watching ink curl into ash. Supply routes. Dead drop coordinates. 3 months of work going up in smoke because somebody talked, and now there are boots in the alley that shouldn't be there. I know the sound of a street settling for the night. This isn't it. I feed the next page into the flame. Faster now. 3 exits. The window's fastest, but the drop's 15 feet with wet stones in the courtyard below. The back door has a bolt I can't see the other side of, and a door I can't read is a door I don't use. The floor hatch goes to a cellar that may or may not connect to the tanner's shop next door. The window, always the window. Another page. My palm itches where the old burn sits, scar tissue pulling tight near the heat. It always wakes up around fire like it remembers. 5 more pages, maybe 6. Boots on gravel. Outside, left side, maybe 30 feet. Wrong rhythm for a drunk. A drunk wanders and stalls and leans. This is even, patient, weight kept low. Too deliberate for someone who belongs. Second set, right side. They're bracketing me, which means they know I'm home. Well, I say to nobody, because there's been nobody for 5 months, and talking to myself is the only honest conversation I get. That's that then. I shove the remaining pages into the candle. All of them. When the flame balloons, the whole stack catches at once. The burning ink hits the back of my throat, bitter and hot, the ghost of intelligence that nobody wanted to hear going up in a single breath. The window goes up hard, paint stuck, warped. As I get it open with my shoulder, the cold hits my face and I taste rain that hasn't fallen yet. The courtyard below, 15 feet. Wet stone. I knew all 3 before I lifted the sash because I clocked this drop the hour I took the room. You rent the exit, the bed comes free. I go. My ankles take it, but my left knee lights up, a bright, ugly flare that remembers the last time too. I stumble 2 steps before the training folds the pain down somewhere I'll deal with later. East wall. The gap between the tanner's and the cooper's shop is 18 inches wide. I measured it yesterday with my hips. That's how you learn a city, in body widths and heartbeats, and where the light doesn't reach. I fit barely. The alley opens onto a wider street, but they're behind me. 3 sets of boots, maybe 4. They're not shouting, which is the part that tightens my stomach. Amateurs shout. Purists shout because fear is half their job. These ones save their breath for running, which means professional, which means not a purist patrol. The Shadow King's people. I take the left fork because the right goes to the bridge, and bridges are traps, one way on, one way off. A fence. Over it, splinters biting my palms. Courtyard. Chickens scattering, all noise and no help. A dog that doesn't bark because I fed it dried fish 2 nights ago for exactly this moment. You don't befriend the dog on the night you need it. You do it early and bank the quiet against later. The next alley narrows and there's breathing ahead. One of them circled. That's the smart one, and the smart one is always the problem. He comes out of the shadow on my left. He's fast, but I'm faster, because I've been running for 5 months and he's been standing in a cold alley waiting, and cold makes you slow. He folds as my elbow takes his throat, and I'm past him before his knees hit the ground. No triumph in it, just tempo. The second one is smarter still. She's standing in the open with her arms at her sides, hands empty, showing me she's not reaching. That's a message, not a mistake. When she says, "Whisper, stop," it isn't a shout. I stop, not because she told me to, but because of the insignia on her collar. The griffin and crown, task force. 2 more step out behind me. Boxed. Clean. They did this well, and I want to be angry about it, but the part of me that never switches off is already filing the shape of it away out of habit. "You ran well," the woman says. "We've been on you 6 weeks. The agents behind you were a bonus." "How fortunate for everyone," I say, and my voice comes out flat and dry and nothing like a person who just dropped 15 feet onto wet stone and ran 6 blocks without boots. Flat as armor. Let them wonder what I have left. Who's paying for the chickens I scared? You can discuss poultry reparations from inside a warm building. Come with us. And if I'd rather discuss them from out here in the lovely pre-dawn cold. Then we hand you to the people behind the people you just outran. Your choice. That's not really a choice, is it? No, she says, it's not. After you then, since you know where we're going and I apparently don't. Keep your hands where we can see them. My hands are tied. Where exactly would I put them? Just walk, whisper. They walk me through streets I mapped 3 days ago to a building I identified as Crown Intelligence Auxiliary on my first morning here. Guard rotation, laundry that's never hung out, too many men leaving at once for a counting house. The irony is not lost on me. Nothing is ever lost on me. That's the problem. You notice everything and you can't put a single thing down. The room they put me in has stone walls, a wooden chair, and a table with rope burns older than I am. My wrists are bound with rope, not metal. Rope I could work in 20 minutes. They know that. They're not worried about it, which means whatever they're about to say will make me want to stay. That's worse than the rope. Rope you can beat. A reason to sit still is harder. The handler comes in 10 minutes later. Male, 40-something, the kind of face that's been trained out of telling you anything. The folder's held so I can't see the tab. He sits across the table, puts it down, and doesn't open it. That's a move too. Everything is a move with these people. I should know. I taught it to some of them. Codename Whisper, he says. Formerly of the 7th Directorate. Went rogue 5 months ago with classified intelligence. You forgot charming personality, I say. It was in my file, I saw it. I'm sure it was. You also took a list of operational assets that could compromise 3 active networks. Haven't. I could have sold that list 9 different ways in 5 months. To the purists, to the border lords, to the Shadow King himself if I felt like being ironic about it. I didn't sell a single name. We noticed, he says. That's why you're sitting in a chair instead of a hole. I appreciate the furniture. Very considerate. Is the hospitality always this warm, or am I special? You're expensive. 5 months of surveillance teams, intercepted messages, 3 blown covers in Blackville alone. Only 3? I counted 4. Your people in the wool merchant's shop were obvious. The man restacked the same bolt of gray twice, and nobody who works wool for a living touches it that gently. That wasn't us. Then you should worry about who it was. He lets that sit. I let it sit back. I've had a lifetime of saying nothing on purpose. You filed a report, he says. 17 months ago, the Harrogate report. My jaw tightens before I can stop it. He sees it. Of course he sees it, that's why he said it slow, like a card he'd been holding. So I let the flinch stand. A small honest tell hides a bigger one. I filed it, I say. Yes. Your handler at the time was Vane's soot. My handler at the time buried it. And 200 people died in the 4 months after because the network I identified kept operating while Vane's office used my report as kindling. I lean forward. The rope cuts, but I don't care. Is this the part where you tell me there's an investigation? Because I've heard that speech. It's a very nice speech. Very reassuring. Very useless. The investigation into soot is ongoing. The investigation into soot is a performance and everyone in this building knows it. He's connected to the Shadow King's network, and the people investigating him are the people he answers to. I sit back. But sure, ongoing, I feel very safe. You don't feel safe anywhere, Whisper. That's why you've been sleeping in a different building every night for 5 months. I prefer variety, keeps the mind sharp. Does it? Because from where I'm sitting, 5 months of variety has got you captured in a rented room with no shoes and burning documents. I was burning documents because someone in your organization sold my position. Again, so you'll forgive me if I'm not feeling warm about the brand. Fair point. He folds his hands on the table. Let me make you a different one. I'm listening, not agreeing, listening. We have a mission, he says. The Shadow King's network is growing, expanding south through the disputed territories. We have reports of new cells in Thornhaven, connections reaching into the Ashlands. The scope is bigger than what you found at Harrogate. I know, I say. I've been tracking it for 5 months. Why do you think I was burning documents? That wasn't old grocery lists. That was names and routes, a shape I've been drawing in the dark with no one to hand it to. It sits behind my ribs now, the whole of it, because I made myself the only copy. Safer, lonelier, both. Which is exactly why you're sitting in a chair instead of a cell. We need someone who understands the intelligence, who can move through the territories without drawing attention, who speaks the border dialects. You need me. I need what you can do. Those aren't the same. Is there? Because this feels a lot like you need me alive and cooperative, and that's the only reason I still have teeth. You still have teeth because you didn't sell those names. That bought you something. Don't waste it. What's the mission? Follow the network south, find the Shadow King's base of operations, map it, get the intelligence back to us so we can act before the next Harrogate. Before the next Harrogate, I repeat. You say that like the first one mattered to anyone in this building. It matters now. Because you need me, not because 200 people died. He doesn't answer that. He doesn't have to. We both know it already. Institutions don't grow a conscience. They grow a need and then they come find you. There's a catch, I say. There's always a catch. We need you to work with a partner. I laugh. It comes out all edges, rusty from disuse, the sound of someone who forgot how the machinery works. I can't remember the last time I laughed where someone could hear it. A partner, I say. You want me to trust someone. I want you to complete a mission. Trust is your problem, not mine. Who? An orc tracker, Torvin of Clan Asheville. He's been on the Shadow King's trail for 14 months, longer than anyone. He has the route through the southern passages mapped in his head. You have the intelligence to know what he's looking at when he gets there. An orc tracker, I say, who's been alone in the wild for over a year, and a spy who went rogue. You really know how to build a team. You complement each other. We'll kill each other. Possibly, but you'll get further together than either of you will alone, and we both know it. What's his angle? Why would an orc tracker work for Crown Intelligence? There's always an angle. Find the reason a person moves and you can predict every step. I don't have his yet, and not having it itches. He's not working for us, he's working for himself. His clan was destroyed by the Shadow King's forces, every last member. He's been hunting the network ever since. So he's running on grief and rage. Wonderful, that's stable. More stable than running on spite and a martyr complex, which is what you've been doing. I don't have a martyr complex. Martyrs die for a cause. I'm trying very hard not to die at all. And yet you stayed in the territories instead of crossing the border into Veldmark, where we couldn't touch you. Why is that? The food's better here. Try again. Because the Shadow King's network doesn't stop at borders, and neither does the damage it does. I stayed because somebody had to keep watching, even if nobody was listening. The truest thing I've said in this room, so I say it flat, so it won't be worth much to him. Give a real thing away in a plain wrapper and people undervalue it. We're listening now. Now that you need something, you call it listening, it's shopping. Does the distinction matter if the result is the same? It matters to me. Then let it matter, and come south anyway. Tell me more about the orc. He found you, Whisper, independently. 3 weeks ago, we intercepted his report. That lands somewhere between my ribs. 3 weeks. Someone was tracking me for 3 weeks, close enough to write me up, and I never felt eyes. I feel eyes. It's the one thing I've never lost, that prickle at the back of the neck. 3 weeks blind means I'm either slipping or he's better than anyone I've worked with. Neither option makes me feel good about sharing a trail with him. He found me, I say. A tracker with no intelligence training found a trained operative who's been invisible for 5 months. Best Pathfinder the Southern Territories have produced in a generation. He can find anything. Can he follow orders? Can you? Fair point does he know about me, that I'm the partner. He knows he'll be working with a Crown intelligence operative. He doesn't know which one. And when he finds out it's the rogue spy who's been running from her own government for 5 months, how's that conversation going to go? That's between the two of you. I just need you both pointed in the same direction. Pointed in the same direction, like weapons. Like professionals with a common enemy. You'd be surprised how well it works when both parties want the same man dead. I don't want him dead. I want him dragged into the light with his name on the orders. Dead just makes him a rumor. Dead men can't be blamed, and a network that loses its head just grows another. I learned that at Harrogate. Then you and the orc already have something to argue about. Good, keeps the road interesting. I look at the folder on the table. I look at the rope on my wrists. 2 doors, 1 window, 3 guards breathing on the other side of the left wall. I take the inventory without deciding to. It runs on its own, always has. And if I decline this generous offer? Desertion, he says, ticking fingers. Theft of classified materials. Unauthorized operation in sovereign territory. Impersonation of a diplomatic courier, which you did in Blackville in month 2. We have the paperwork. I was very convincing as a diplomatic courier. You were. The cell we have prepared is less convincing. It's not comfortable, the food is terrible, and you'll sit there while the Shadow King's network keeps growing and everything you found at Harrogate stays buried with the people it killed. The Harrogate dead sit in my chest like stones. 200 names, 200 faces I never met but memorized anyway because somebody should remember them even if the system won't. I say them some nights, in order, like other people say prayers. It keeps me honest. Tell me one thing, I say. If I do this, if I go south with your orc, find the Shadow King's base and bring back everything you need, what happens to Soot? That depends on what you bring back. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. Bring me proof that Soot is connected, and I'll have enough to take to people who outrank the people protecting him. People who outrank the people protecting him. That's a lot of people between me and justice. It's better than a cell and no chance at all. You're good at this, I say. The reasonable voice, the practical logic, making the cage feel like a door. I've done it to other people from his side of the table, and hearing it done back is almost a relief. Is it working? Unfortunately. The mission or the cell, whisper. Your intelligence, your skills, your knowledge of the network, paired with his tracking and his roots, or a stone room and bad food while the world burns. Fine, I say, but I want the rope off my wrists and I want boots. Good ones. And I want it on record that I said yes under duress because I did. The only reason I'm agreeing is because the Shadow King killed 200 people on my watch, and the system that was supposed to stop him is the same system that put me in this chair. Noted, he says, and something that might be respect passes behind his eyes, or indigestion. Hard to tell with handlers. And I want a weapon, something better than a candle and a prayer. That can be arranged. And one more thing. Go on. If this orc tracker tries to give me orders, I'm going to make his life very difficult. I suspect he'd say the same about you. Good, then we understand each other already. He slides the folder across the table. I don't open it yet. I will. We both know I will. The choice was made 5 months ago when I memorized 200 names and decided they deserved more than a buried report and a bureaucrat's shrug. But I let the folder sit for one breath. 2. Because it's the last second where my only problem is me, and there won't be many of those on the road south. They don't want to kill me, they want to use me. Worse.
2 sets of boot prints in the frozen mud, one heavier, left foot dragging, 3 days old, maybe 4. The frost has been gentle this week, soft enough to preserve the tread pattern but not enough to fill the impressions. I've learned the difference between hard cold and soft cold the slow way, on my knees in 100 clearings, watching how a print ages hour by hour. Soft cold holds a shape like a promise, hard cold breaks it. Birch ash in the fire pit, cold. I hold my palm flat above it, not touching. Nothing rises. Whoever sat here has been gone long enough that the ground took the last of the warmth back. I crouch at the edge of the ruined way station and press 2 fingers into the nearest print. The mud gives, still soft underneath the crust, southeast bearing. The heavier one carried something on his left side, a pack or a weapon. The drag says injury, but old injury, favoring it out of habit, not pain. A body in pain moves careful and short. A body used to an old wound just lines, the same as a man leans on a door he's opened 1,000 times. The wind shifts north to northeast. No birds in the tree line, which means something passed through recently enough to scatter them. Something today. The woods go quiet before they tell you a truth. I've learned that much. My hand finds the inner pocket of my coat. The pine bark is there where it always is. Rough edges, the char still black after all this time. I don't take it out. I've stopped needing to look at it. My fingers know it, and that's enough, and some nights it's too much. The hollowed stone is in the eastern wall, third course from the ground, behind a chunk of loose mortar. Standard dead drop placement for network runners. I found 11 of these in 14 months. The first 6 were empty. The last 5 had messages. I remember each one by the shape of the stone, like another man might remember doorways in the house he grew up in. This one has a message too. Thin hide, rolled tight, sealed with unmarked wax. I crack the seal and unroll it. The hide smells of tallow and old smoke, handled by someone with cold hands and no time. Cipher dense compact, the characters scratched with a sharp point. No code I've learned matches it. No pattern I can connect to the 11 months of trail signs I've cataloged. I turn it toward what light there is, as if a better angle might shake the sense loose. It doesn't. The marks stay marks. 14 months of tracking. The trail gives me words and I can't read them. That's the worst kind of quiet, being handed a thing you've bled for and finding your hands are the wrong hands for it. I roll the hide and pocket it on the left pocket for what I'm carrying, right pocket for what I can't put down. The wind drops. In the gap between gusts, I pick them up. Heartbeats, 4 of them 60 meters south, moving in formation, one slightly elevated, the other 3 steady, controlled, leather creaking on 2, metal on a 3rd. Boot cadence says military training, but the spacing is too wide for a standard patrol. They're giving each other room to move. This isn't hearing, not the kind a man means when he says it. No drum in the chest, no gift. It's the same as everything else I do. 14 months of listening to what the ground and the air will tell you if you go still enough to let them. Most people never go still. I don't run. 4 trained operatives in open ground with a ruined way station as the only cover. Running means an arrow in the back. I turn south and wait. Patience is the only weapon I've kept. I gave up the others by choice, and I don't miss them like I thought I would. They come around the tree line in pairs, 2 left, 2 right, professional. They leave the north open. A message: you can run, but we'd rather you didn't. The lead is a woman, short, compact, weathered face, crown intelligence insignia on her collar. Her heartbeat is the steadiest of the 4. She's the kind of steady you don't get from talent. You get it from years of standing in front of people who might kill you and deciding not to let it show. Torvin of Clan Asheville, she says. You know who I am. We've known for 3 weeks. We've been watching for 2. 2 weeks. I should have picked them up. I didn't. I turn that over and don't like where it settles. A man who misses 2 weeks of watchers is a man who's been looking too hard at the ground and not enough at the sky. What do you want? A conversation, your fire pit, our firewood, 10 minutes. I don't have 10 minutes. The trail moves south. The trail leads to the ashlands. You can't cross the drownfields alone, you know that. I've been alone for 14 months. The drownfields are one more stretch of ground. The drownfields are 300 miles of tidal marshland where the causeways shift every 12 hours. It's a grave with fog on it. She's right. I've been turning the drownfields approach over for 2 months. The marshes can be crossed, but the causeways shift with the tides. Alone it can be done, slowly, maybe not at all. I've stood at the edge of them once, tasted the salt coming up off the mud, watched a path that was solid at noon go dark underwater by dusk. The land there doesn't want you. It doesn't hate you either. It just forgets you're standing on it. Sit down, she says. We have something you need. The fire takes a few minutes. Small, efficient birch bark for kindling. One of her people produces rations. I don't touch them. A man who eats another man's food owes him something, and I've been careful about what I owe. I hold up the cipher. You're telling me your code breaker can read this. On site at the drop, it changes location to location, keyed to a system nobody's cracked but her. You can't just copy out the key. She shifts closer to the fire. Her heartbeat stays level. She spent 5 months studying the Shadow King's cipher. Stole it when she went rogue from Crown Intelligence. Codename Whisper, real name Selin. Rogue, my jaw tightens. Crown operatives who go rogue do it for money or ideology. Neither. She filed a report and her handler buried it. 200 people died in a place called Harrogate. 200, a village, a clan. The number goes in like a splinter and stays. The report I can't argue with. I've stood in the field where a network no one would name walked through my people. I know what 200 looks like when it stopped moving, but a spy is a spy. So she ran, I say, and you caught her. Last week, burned out safe house near the northern border, destroying documents. She dropped one Shadow King agent on the way out before the task force took her. Fast, trained, 5 months invisible. A beat. 9 chances to sell what she stole, never took one. That lands somewhere I don't want it to. A person who won't sell is a person carrying something heavier than coin. I know the weight of that. It doesn't leave your shoulders. You just learn to walk under it. So she's the cipher, I say, and she memorized the rest. Everything south of the drownfields, names, routes, the network's shape, in documents once, in her head now. The lead nods at the trail behind me. You've got the ground, she's got the map that fits it. Neither of you reaches the ashlands alone. I stare at the fire. The birch burns clean white smoke, no smell of resin. Good wood, cut and dried by someone who knew what they were doing. Small mercy that. I've smelled enough green wood spit and choke to know a fire says something about the hands that laid it. What's she like? The lead almost smiles, difficult. That's not what I asked. Smart, fast, she lies about everything that matters and tells the truth about everything that doesn't. And you want me to trust her. I want you to work with her. Trust is your problem. Is she willing? Her mouth twitches. She's choosing between this and a cell. So she's a prisoner. She's an operative who made a choice, like you're making one now. What makes you think I'm making a choice? I haven't agreed to anything. You haven't walked away either. She's right about that too, and I don't say so. I could be a mile south by now alone, with a message I can't read burning a hole in my left pocket. Instead, I'm sitting at a stranger's fire, listening. I turn the cipher over in my fingers. 12 drops in 14 months, and the last 5 have been words I couldn't read. The trail's been talking to me in a language I don't have. She's the language. You keep tracking, she decodes, and the 2 of you cross the drownfields on our documents. The lead lists it off like it's already settled. When it's done, the intelligence goes to the War Council. The War Council, I let that sit. Councils talk, the Shadow King acts. I've watched too many words go up a chain and come back down as nothing. What about the Asheville? Her face changes. We know what happened to your clan. That's why we came to you. Don't do that. Do what? Soften your voice when you say the word clan. I don't need sympathy. I need the trail to go somewhere. The pine bark is a small, hard weight against my ribs. I don't touch it. If I touch it now in front of her, she'll see what it costs me, and that's mine. It goes south, she goes south. We're offering you a way to get there that doesn't end with you drowning alone in a marsh. One condition. You're not in a position to negotiate. One condition or I walk. You can follow me for another 2 weeks and watch me read dead drops I can't decode, or you can listen. Her heartbeat stays steady. Go ahead. If she lies to me about something that puts the trail at risk, I send her back. I don't care about the mission terms. I don't care about the War Council. The trail is the only thing that matters. That's fair. I didn't ask if it was fair. I asked if it was agreed. Agreed. When do I meet her? Tomorrow, Customs House, 12 miles east. She's already there. What does she know about me? Your name, your clan, that you've been tracking the network for 14 months, that you found her independently 3 weeks ago. I found her trail, not her. She doesn't know the difference. As far as she's concerned, you tracked her without her knowledge. It unsettled her. Good, good. An unsettled spy is an honest spy for about 30 seconds. You sound like you've worked with intelligence operatives before. I haven't, but I've tracked people who didn't want to be found. The ones who control everything are the hardest to read. Unsettle them and the mask slips. My grandmother used to say a fox runs the same clean circle right up until the dogs are close, and then it forgets its own tricks. People are the same. Pressure makes them plain. You might find her mask harder to slip than most. Or I might find she's already tired of wearing it. The fire pops, birch sap. The wind picks up from the north, which bends the smoke south, the same direction as everything else. Even the smoke goes where I'm going. One more question, I say. Ask. The 200 at Harrogate, was it the Shadow King? His network, the operation that her report would have exposed. And her handler buried it. Vane Soot, still active in Crown intelligence, still in a position of authority. She wants him. She wants justice for the dead. Soot is part of that. Justice, the word sits wrong in my mouth. I've held that word up to the light too many times and watched it come out empty on the other side. Is that what she calls it? That's what I call it. She calls it the only reason she didn't disappear completely. What stopped her? The names, 200 of them. She says they deserve more than a buried report. 200 names she carries. I carry one clan, both of us dragging the dead south because we can't put them down. It's an ugly thing to have in common with a stranger. It might be the only true thing between us before we've said a word to each other. Does she know about the Asheville? She knows the Shadow King's network destroyed an orc clan. She doesn't know which one. She doesn't know it's yours. Keep it that way. That's not my call. Once you're on the trail together, what you share is between you. I'm not sharing anything. I'm tracking. She's decoding. That's the arrangement. Fine. The lead pulls a folded map from her coat and sets it on the stone between us. 3 waypoints, the customs house where you'll meet her. Then Gara's waypoint, a trading post run by an orc woman with ranger contacts who resupplies you and marks the Drownfield's causeways. The third's a monastery on the far side if it's still standing. Our information's 2 years old. 2 years is a long time for a building to stay standing in the Ashlands. Which is why the third one's a guess. You'll assess when you get there. Who else knows this route? My team, the handler who briefed your partner, and whoever authorized this mission at Crown Intelligence. That's a lot of people. It's the minimum. We've kept it tight. If someone in Crown Intelligence is working for the Shadow King, tight might not be tight enough. Her heartbeat changes for the first time. A single skip. She recovers fast, but I caught it. You can build a face that gives away nothing. The heart underneath it hasn't learned to lie yet, and it never will. You think the network reaches into Crown Intelligence, I say. I think your partner does. She's been saying it for 5 months. Nobody wanted to listen. But you believe her. I believe the archivist in Thornhaven has records that will prove it one way or the other. Getting those records is the secondary objective. You didn't mention a secondary objective. Primary, find the base. Secondary, access the archivist's records in Thornhaven. Tertiary, survive. You put survival third. I put it in the order the War Council wrote it. The War Council isn't crossing the Drownfields. No, she folds the map and pushes it toward me. You are. I take the map. The paper is rough, military issue, the ink still sharp. My thumb finds the customs house, 12 miles of dark and cold between me and it, and past it a line of country I've only ever imagined. How long has she been in custody? 6 days. Is she injured? Minor bruised ribs from the capture, a cut on her forearm from the window she went through. She heals fast. She went through a window. 15-foot drop, didn't hesitate. The agents found her running. Something in my chest shifts. A woman who jumps through windows and memorizes 200 names and burns her only proof because survival matters more than vindication. That's not a bureaucrat, that's a survivor. And a survivor is the one kind of person I can't help but respect, even when I don't want to. Has she asked about me? She asked if you were orc. What did they tell her? That you're orc, you're a tracker, and you've been on the trail longer than anyone else alive. What did she say? She left. I look south, the tree line thins toward the border. Beyond it, the land drops toward the Drownfields, then the Ashlands, then whatever the Shadow King has built in the volcanic wastes. 14 months alone, following footprints, dead drops, and the ghost of a network that stretches further than a single tracker can map. There's a point past which one set of eyes isn't enough, no matter how good the eyes. I hit it 2 months ago, and I've been pretending I didn't. The trail needs more than me. I've known this for 2 months. The cipher proved it. Tomorrow, I say, 12 miles east, I'll be there. Before dawn. I know what before dawn means. One more thing, she pauses. Don't underestimate her. She's been running from 2 separate organizations for 5 months, and she was winning until last week. I don't underestimate people, I read them. She's trained to be unreadable. Everyone thinks that, nobody is. She stands, her people begin breaking camp. Efficient, the fire will be cold in 10 minutes. I sit with my back to the stone wall, facing south, and I listen to the night fill with sounds that have nothing to do with people. An owl somewhere east, the tick of the fire giving up its heat, 4 heartbeats moving away. Mine stays. Tomorrow there will be one more, and the trail won't be mine anymore. Her file says she's 29, dark hair cut short, gray-green eyes, a drawing on paper. Even from paper I can read the tension in the jaw. She holds herself like someone who knows where the exits are. I've stood like that. You don't unlearn it. You just get better at hiding that you're doing it. Tomorrow I meet a spy who lies about everything. A woman who memorized 200 names and couldn't let them go. A human whose heartbeat I'll be able to read from across the room. She won't be ready for that, they never are, but then I'm not ready for a partner either. 14 months I've had one thing that was mine, and it was the trail, and now I'm handing half of it to a stranger who jumps through windows. A load carried by two is still the same load. It just gets carried further. Both true. That's the trouble with the true ones.
The boots are half a size too big. Military issue, stiff leather, the kind that takes 3 weeks to break in. I won't have 3 weeks. I'll have blisters by nightfall and calluses by the drownfields. My heel slides a fraction with every shift of weight, and I've already learned to plant differently to hide it. That's the trick they never teach you about running a cover. It isn't the lie you tell. It's the 100 small adjustments your body makes to keep the lie from showing. The knife on my belt is wrong too. Standard infantry blade, balanced for throwing, not for close work. I'd have chosen something shorter, something I could hide. This one rides against my hip like an accusation, too long, too obvious, the pommel catching every time I turn. Whoever kitted me out did it from a supply list, not from any thought about how I fight. I've stopped expecting Crown Intelligence to think about how I do anything. One window, one door. I marked both before I sat down, before I let my shoulders settle into the chair, because that habit doesn't switch off and I've stopped trying to make it. The customs house smells like ink and old rope and the sour tallow of a lamp that's been burning since before dawn. The table between me and the briefing officer has 3 maps on it, all of them wrong in ways I could fix but won't volunteer to. Let them think I see what they see. A person who corrects the map shows you how good her eyes are. The officer isn't the handler from 6 days ago. This one is older, graying at the temples, and he speaks like he's reading from a document he didn't write. He walks the route across the maps with a fingertip, the corridor, the marsh, the dead volcanic ground beyond, all of it already sitting in my head from the last briefing. His nails are clean. His cuffs are pressed. Field men have ink on their hands and mud in the seams of their boots. This one signs papers. He's here because someone senior wanted a body in the room who'd never have to answer for what happens after I walk out the door. Extraction, I say before he can finish. Skip to that part. He looks at the maps. There isn't one. The War Council considers this a forward operation. Extraction gets arranged based on outcome. Based on outcome, meaning if we succeed, they'll come get us. If we don't, they won't bother. Meaning the Council expects results before committing resources to retrieval. That's a polite way to say expendable. That's an accurate way to say the Council has a war to prepare for. So what happens if we find the base, and there's an army between us and the way home? You improvise, it's what you do. That's why we're sending the 2 best people we have. I let that land. The word expendable doesn't sting. It confirms what I already knew. Crown Intelligence has never valued its operatives. They value what operatives produce. I learned that the day my report went into a drawer instead of up a chain, and 200 people at Harrogate paid the difference. That report is still sitting somewhere under this whole conversation, unspoken, heavy as a body under floorboards. Everything this man says to me, he says on top of it. Gura's waypoint, I say, tapping the trading post on the second map. The Orc Ranger, how reliable. 6 years running intelligence for Crown contacts. She reports to Rangers, not to us. Independent, that's the most reassuring thing you've said. He doesn't rise to it. I lean back. He's sharper than the last handler, more honest, which either means he's genuine or he's very good at performing honesty. I watch his hands for the answer. Honest men fidget when they lie. Liars go still. His hands stay exactly where they are, resting light on the table edge, and that tells me less than I'd like. You understand the cipher rotates, I say. The markers change every few weeks. Fast enough and the drops match what's in my head. Too slow and I'm decoding a language the Shadow King already retired. So the whole thing rides on the tracker's pace. His pace isn't the problem. 14 months across the territories, and he's mapped more of the network than any operation we've run. His problem is he can't read what he finds. That's you. So I'm the translation and the map. He's the legs. I let a beat go by, let the quiet do its work, because rooms give up more in silence than in speech. What's the secondary objective? Nobody sends two people into a marsh with no way out for one job. The officer pauses, choosing words, then pulls the second map closer. The pause is the tell. He knew this was coming and he still had to decide how much of it to hand me. The archivist in Thornhaven, a scholar who's been collecting records on the network for years, trade manifests, personnel documents. Personnel documents. If anyone has proof of how deep the infiltration reaches into Crown intelligence, it's the archivist. Proof, that word lights something in my chest, a small hard flare I keep off my face. Proof means Vane Soot's name next to the Shadow King's orders. Proof means the report I filed wasn't buried for nothing. Proof means the drawer opens. I've wanted that for 5 months, wanted it out of me like a splinter, and wanting is exactly the thing a room like this will use against you if it sees it. I keep my breathing even and my eyes flat. Who authorized it? The War Council, through channels. Through channels? The same channels that let Soot bury a report that would have saved 200 lives. He sat in the office that authorized this mission. How do I know the authorization isn't already compromised? You don't. I can guarantee he wasn't briefed. Beyond that, information moves in ways we can't always track. You're describing the problem with your entire organization. You're not wrong, which is why we need someone outside it to do what we can't. He doesn't argue past that. I like him marginally better for it. A liar would have promised me clean channels. This one admits the water is dirty and asks me to swim anyway. That's either the most honest thing anyone at Crown has said to me in a year, or it's the smartest way to handle a woman who stopped believing promises the day her own went in a drawer. The door opens behind me and I don't flinch. I've been tracking the corridor since I sat, the scuff of boots, the pause, the hand on the latch. A younger man walks in. 22, maybe 23. Clean uniform, pressed and buttoned like he's reporting for inspection. His hands are steady, but his jaw is tight, and there's a shine of nerves along his hairline that a year in the field would have taught him to hide. He hasn't had the year. Operative Selin, this is Davin Merritt. He'll serve as your field escort and logistics coordinator. Davin salutes, actually salutes. At ease, I say, because nobody else is going to. He drops the salute and stands at something between attention and normal. It's an honor to work with you, Selin. Don't call me operative. My rank was revoked 5 months ago. I didn't, I said Selin. He's right, I correct myself internally. First mistake. Small, but I don't get to make small ones, not now, not walking into what I'm walking into. The ribs hurt where they never quite finished healing. I slept badly on a cot that smelled of someone else's sweat, and my attention is splitting 3 ways when it needs to run in one straight line. I file the error and set it down. Not to forget it. To keep it from becoming the second. How long have you been in the field, Davin? 3 months. Before that, 2 years of training at the Northern Academy. 3 months of field work, and you volunteered for a mission with no extraction plan. Yes. Why? He looks at the briefing officer, then back at me. The glance is instinct, checking whether the truth is allowed in the room. I watch him decide it is. The Shadow King killed 400 people at the Greymark crossing last autumn. My cousin was one of them. Personal, that's different from patriotic. Patriotic gets you a recruit who quits when it's cold. Personal gets you someone who won't turn around. That, I understand better than I understand almost anything now. I'm sorry about your cousin. Thank you. The gratitude is unguarded and immediate, and it makes something in my chest tighten. I used to be that open. I used to say thank you and mean the whole of it before Harrogate taught me what openness costs and how cheaply the people above you will spend it. I don't envy him the loss. I envy him the part of himself that hasn't learned yet to keep the door shut. Can you fight? I trained at Northern, blade and bow. I'm better with logistics than combat, but I can hold my own. What's your best skill? Navigation. I can read a map faster than anyone in my graduating class. I placed first in the field orientation exercise 3 years running. Navigation. That might actually be useful in the drownfields. And it might. A man who knows where north is under a canopy is worth more to me than a man who can swing a blade, when the thing chasing us reads the ground better than either of us ever will. That's what I thought when I volunteered. So you read the mission briefing before signing up. Every word, including the part about no extraction. And the part about the Ashlands being volcanic dead ground. And the part about the Shadow King's network having killed over 1,000 people in the last 2 years. Yes. Can you keep a secret? I'm a Crown operative. That's not what I asked. Crown operatives are trained to keep institutional secrets. I'm asking if you can keep mine. He meets my eyes and holds them, young but not stupid. If your secrets serve the mission, yes. And if they don't, then I'll tell you they don't, and we'll figure it out. Honest answer. Possibly a dangerous one. A more polished man would have said yes and meant no, and I'd have known where I stood with him. This one hands me the truth like it's a gift and doesn't understand it's also a lever. Useful, this one. Breakable, too, but honest about it. 3 things I can work with, and I file them off in a corner of my head because I've learned to know exactly what I'm holding before I need it in my hand. The briefing officer excuses himself. His chair drags. The door shuts behind him, and the room contracts to me, Davin, 2 maps, and the morning traffic outside the customs house, the creak of cart axles, a man calling numbers off a manifest, the slap of rope against a post. The ordinary noise of a place that moves grain and taxes it, oblivious to the 2 people it's dispatching into a marsh. Have you met the tracker? I ask. No, he was contacted yesterday. He's expected within the hour. What do you know about him? Orc, Asheville clan. He's been tracking the Shadow King's network for over a year. The task force says he's the best tracker they've ever worked with. The best tracker they've ever worked with, paired with a deserter and a 3-month operative. His jaw tightens. I'm not a recruit, Selin. I completed the full training program. I know, I was testing you. Did I pass? You pushed back, that's a start. What else did they tell you about him? That he found your trail without any intelligence support. That he'd been tracking the network alone for over a year before anyone in Crown even knew his name. And that when the task force found him, he'd already located more dead drops than our entire Southern Intelligence Division. Did they tell you about his clan? The Asheville, destroyed, I know. 62 of them, a ranging clan small enough that everyone knew everyone. The Shadow King's forces hit them while he was 3 weeks out on a range. He came home to nothing. The file gave me the number and I've carried it since. 62. Smaller than Harrogate, more personal. A clan is family, and family isn't a figure on a page, it's faces you'd know in the dark. I have my own faces. I know what it does to a person to arrive too late and find the shape of the thing you meant to protect burned into the ground. Do you know what that means, for an orc? It means he lost everything. It means he lost everything and he's been running from it for 14 months, which means he's either the most disciplined tracker alive or the most dangerous, possibly both. Grief doesn't soften a man like that. It files him down to one edge. Dangerous to us. Dangerous to anyone who gets between him and the trail. We're tools to him. The mission is a means. The track south is the only destination that exists. You sound like you've already made up your mind about him. I've read his file, I've studied what he's capable of, and he found me. Nobody finds me. That's the part that sits under my sternum and won't move. I've spent a career being the one who watches. I have walked out of cities that were hunting me and left them still watching the wrong door. And an orc I never saw put his hand in my track 3 weeks ago and followed it to a customs house I'd told no one I'd be sitting in. Sounds like respect. Sounds like caution. They're easy to confuse. I walk to the window. The customs yard is gravel and mud, churned to a paste where the carts turn. A cart loaded with grain sacks, the burlap dark at the bottoms from the wet. 2 guards at the gate, bored, one of them picking at a thumbnail. Beyond the yard, the road stretches south and disappears into trees, and the trees stand very still in the flat gray light, giving nothing back. Somewhere on that road, an orc tracker is walking toward this building. An orc who found my trail 3 weeks ago and followed it without me knowing. An orc whose senses can hear lies in a pulse. I construct the cover I'll wear when he walks in. Professional, cooperative, controlled. I build it from the outside in, the set of the shoulders, the level voice, the small measured pauses that read as thought instead of calculation. The cover is good. I've worn it 100 times in front of men whose whole job was to see through it, and they didn't. But covers are built for humans. Every one I own is designed to fool an eye and an ear, and a mind behind them that can only guess at the body underneath. I've never had to fool someone who can hear the blood in my veins. There's no set of the shoulders that hides a heartbeat. And that, more than the marsh, more than the missing extraction, is the thing that's been sitting cold in me since I read his file. Davin. Yes. When the tracker gets here, let me do the talking. Understood. And don't salute him. I won't. And don't stare, he's orc. He'll read it as a challenge. How do you know what orcs read as a challenge? I spent 3 months embedded with an orc trading caravan in the northern reaches. It was a 7th directorate operation. What did you learn? That orcs are better at reading people than any human I've ever met, and that most humans don't know that. I learned it the hard way, over a fire, when a matriarch told me my name wasn't my name before I'd said 3 words to her. She didn't threaten me. She just watched me understand that she knew and let me sit in it. I got out of that caravan clean. I never forgot the feeling of being read like a page held up to a window. Is that going to be a problem, working with one? Working with an orc? No. Working with one who can hear my heartbeat from across a room? That's the problem. I'm a spy, Davin. My job is controlling what people know about me. His job is knowing things people don't want him to. So you're natural enemies. We're a terrible match, which is probably exactly what Crown Intelligence intended. Put the liar and the truth hearer in the same marsh and let them keep each other honest. Someone in a pressed uniform thought that was clever. Someone who will never have to feel amber eyes decide whether her pulse just skipped. Footsteps outside, heavy, deliberate, a rhythm that doesn't match the building's usual traffic. One set, coming from the east. The cart noise and the manifest collar fade under it, or seem to. A yard goes quiet like that when weather turns. Davin hears them too. He straightens. The footsteps stop outside the door. A pause, 1 breath. 2. I make myself breathe on the same slow count, evening the rhythm out before he can hear the truth of it, and I hate that I'm already managing my own heart like a witness I don't trust. The door opens. He fills the frame. 6'8", maybe 6'9". Olive green skin weathered to brown across the cheekbones and the bridge of a broad nose. Amber eyes that sweep the room before they find me. The doorframe, Davin, the window, the maps, then me. He doesn't look like a tracker. He looks like the forest decided to walk inside. The amber eyes hold mine, unhurried, patient, reading. There's nothing hostile in it and nothing kind either. It's the look of a man taking the measure of ground he intends to cross, and I am, for the first time in a long time, the ground. I've spent my life controlling first impressions. I've walked into rooms full of hostile intelligence officers and given them exactly the version of me I chose. I have never once handed a room my true face. It's the one thing I've always kept. He's been in the room for 3 seconds, and I can already tell. This one is going to be a problem.
Her heartbeat reaches me before her face does. Controlled, deliberately controlled, wound tight and held there like a watch spring cranked past where it wants to sit. The rhythm of someone who taught herself to stay calm when calm is a lie. Under the steady pulse, a second layer, a faint quickening that says she's working to hold the first one down. My grandmother had a name for people like that, still water. She never trusted it. You can't tell deep from shallow till you step in, she'd say, and by then your boot's wet. The room is small, stone walls, 1 window, 1 door, a table with maps, ink and old rope and grain dust from the customs yard. The young one first, his heartbeat is easy, quick but open, no deception in it, no layers. He smells like boot polish and breakfast and the kind of soap they issue at military academies. Then her. Short dark hair, gray-green eyes that found me the same instant mine found her. Lean build, the burn scar on her left palm, pink against lighter skin. She's sitting but her weight is forward. She's already mapped this room. Juniper ink worked deep into the skin of her hands, iron from a wound still healing. And underneath all of it, threaded through like a current in a river, the sharp mineral tang of fear, old fear. The kind that's been living in someone's blood so long it's become part of the scent. I know that smell from the inside. You're Torvin, she says. Yes, you're taller than your file. Files measure in numbers, door frames are more accurate. The young one almost smiles, she doesn't. I'm Selin, this is Davin Merritt, he's our logistics coordinator. I know who you are. From the file. What did the file say? 7th Directorate, 5 months rogue, cipher expertise, 200 memorized names, captured 6 days ago at a burned safe house. That's the short version. I don't need the long version. I need to know if you can decode the dead drops. I can you find them? I've found 12 in 14 months. I say it flat and feel the weight of it settle behind my ribs anyway. 14 months of cold trail and colder camps. A patient hunter and a patient wound are the same animal. I know that now. And you couldn't read the last 5. No, that's why I'm here. That's why you're here. She holds my gaze steady, professional. The heartbeat holds its trained rhythm, unhurried, giving nothing, but the scent shifts underneath. She's performing. What else did the file say? She asks. That you went through a window, 15 feet, that you laughed when they told you about me. Her mouth moves, something sharper than a smile. I laugh at a lot of things, professional habit. The funnier you are, the more scared you are. That's not in any file. It's in your heartbeat. Silence 1 beat, 2. Davin shifts his weight. She doesn't. You can hear heartbeats, she says. Across a room, across a corridor, depending on the wind, across a clearing. And mine is telling you what, exactly? That you're working very hard to keep it steady. That something I said spiked your pulse, and that you've been afraid since before I walked in. Everyone's afraid. We're walking into the Ashlands with no extraction plan. The fear is older than that. You don't know me well enough to date my fear. I don't need to know you, I can smell it. She leans back, her jaw tightens. The heartbeat climbs and she pulls it back down in 3 breaths. Trained, very trained. It takes discipline to reach into your own chest and slow the thing by will. I know that reach. You're lying about something, I say. I don't know what yet, but your heartbeat shifts every time I mention the mission parameters. Everyone lies about something. Not everyone is walking 800 miles south with me. So what do you want? A confession? You've been in this room for 2 minutes. I want you to know that I'll hear it every time. Whatever you're holding back, I'll know it's there. I won't always know what it is, but I'll know it exists. Is that a threat? It's a fact. What you do with it is your problem. She stands, quick, controlled, the kind of movement that puts distance without looking like retreat. She walks to the maps on the table. Mind your own breathing, she says. I almost respect that. Should I brief you on the route? Davin asks. I look at him up close. His face is younger than his posture, 22, maybe 23. He holds himself like a soldier, but his eyes move like a student. Selin ran him through it before I came in. I listened at the door long enough to hear the shape of it. 3 months in the field, a cousin dead at the Greymark crossing, 17 years old. When he said her age, his pulse didn't spike, it flattened. Grief doesn't quicken a heart. It sits in the chest like a stone and slows everything down. I know that sound from the inside. Whatever else the young one is, he isn't lying about why he's here. I've heard the route, I say. Show me the ground I'll be crossing. Selin takes charge of the maps before Davin can reach them. She spreads the largest one flat, weighing the corners with a knife and an inkwell. She lays it out for me, the ridgeline east of the corridor, the outposts she knows the age of, the causeway windows keyed to the moon, the freshwater basins along the eastern crossings. I let most of the words wash past. What I'm watching is the hands. They move like a person who respects tools. No wasted motion, corners squared before she speaks. But her heartbeat ticks whenever the question turns to how she knows a thing, where the supply manifests came from, who the fisherman was. Then she smooths it flat again, fast, like pressing a seam flat with her thumb. 18 months embedded south of the border, she says, and leaves the rest in the dark. That's the part that snags, not the route. The route she'll get us across. It's the woman who built a life down there and peeled it off that I can't put my hand on yet. You know the southern routes better than Crown Intelligence does, I say. Crown Intelligence sends people to desks. I went to the field. Is that why you went rogue? I went rogue because my handler buried a report and 200 people died. The heartbeat holds level on that, no performance. She means every word of it, and she's tired of saying it to rooms that don't move. This is personal for you. It's personal for all of us. You lost a clan. Davin lost a cousin. I lost 200 people who would be alive if one man hadn't decided my report was inconvenient. You lost a clan, 2 words, and she sets Asheville on the stone table like a map corner. She's not wrong. I don't flinch, and my heartbeat doesn't move. but the fire's always there under the floor of me, banked low, waiting for a draft. Smoke and green wood in the quiet a place has after everyone in it has stopped. I carry a piece of it against my chest. Charred pine bark, worn smooth where my thumb goes. I don't reach for it now. I know where it is. You want the archivist's records, I say, the proof. I want proof that Vane Soot signed his name to my handler's orders. Yes, the name of everyone in Crown Intelligence who looked the other way while people died. Her heartbeat runs slow and unhurried. She's not performing anymore. This is real. So you don't trust the people who send us? I trust the mission. I trust the dead drops. I trust that the trail goes south and the Shadow King is at the end of it. I don't trust anyone who sits behind a desk and tells me to walk into the ashlands. What about the people walking with you? She looks at me, the gray-green eyes hold. Her heartbeat is slow and steady. She's not lying and she's not performing, and for one breath she's just a woman in a stone room deciding what she thinks about the orc standing in front of her. Ask me again in a week, she says. Fair. When do we leave? Davin asks. Now, Selen says, I've been ready since dawn. So have I say, for 14 months. Then let's stop talking about it. She folds the map, quick hands, precise creases, the kind of care that says maps are tools she respects. She tucks it into her pack and shoulders the weight without adjusting. The ribs bother her, she doesn't let it show. But the breath goes shallow as the strap settles, and that shallow breath tells me more than the flat face does. A body can't lie like a mouth can. That's the whole of my trade. Davin gathers his own gear, methodical. He checks his compass, his water, his rations, good habits. The customs yard is gravel and mud, morning cold, overcast, the clouds low and gray. The cold sits in the north and pushes steady, which tells me the wind won't turn on us before nightfall. The road south cuts through birch trees and disappears into rolling country. Selen walks on my left, her pace is efficient and trained. She scans the road same as I do, except she's reading it for threats and I'm reading it for trail. Her boots are new, military issue, and she favors her right side, the ribs. Davin takes the rear, good instinct for a navigator. We walk in silence for a while, the birch trees thin as the road drops south. The wind carries cold from the north and something else from the south. Damp, the first distant breath of the marshlands, still weeks away but already in the air. How do you want to handle the dead drops? She asks. I find them, you decode them. We compare what the cipher says with what the ground tells me. And if they don't match? Then one of them is lying, the ground doesn't lie, so it'll be the cipher. The cipher doesn't lie either, it reports. The question is whether the person writing the message had accurate information. Fair point. I have those sometimes. How fast can you decode? Depends on the complexity. Simple location markers a few minutes, full operational orders half an hour. The cipher rotates so each drop is a new puzzle. Half an hour is a long time to sit still in hostile country. Then find us good cover. I will. I know that's the only reason I agreed to this. You agreed because the alternative was a cell. I agreed because you found 12 dead drops in 14 months. The cell was just incentive. You could have negotiated better terms. I negotiated the only term that matters. I'm out of the cell and walking south. Everything else is details. Details keep people alive. So does moving. Are we going to talk about it, or are we going to do it? Davin coughs behind us. She's been like this since the briefing. Like what? Selen says without turning around. Impatient. I've been sitting in a customs house for 12 hours. Before that, a cell for 6 days. Before that, 5 months running from 2 organizations at once. Impatient is generous. Running and winning, I say, until last week. Until last week, she agrees. Don't let it go to your head. How far to the first dead drop? She asks. 2 days south, maybe less if we push. I'll decode it when we arrive. That's why you're here. Among other reasons. What other reasons? You'll have to ask me again in a week. Something in her scent shifts. Underneath the juniper and the ink and the healing wound, underneath the old fear, something warm, brief, there and gone, like sunlight through a gap in the canopy. I don't name it, I said it with the things I'm not looking at, the shape of her hands when she folded the map, her voice dropping low the moment she says something true, the 3 breaths it took her to pull her heartbeat down after I told her I could smell her fear. A tracker learns early not to spook the thing he's watching by staring straight at it, so I keep my eyes on the road. 3 heartbeats heading south, 14 months of silence broken by 2 more pulses in the air. The young one's heartbeat is easy, open, uncomplicated. Hers is a locked room with the key hidden somewhere I haven't found yet. Not every locked door is one you're meant to open. I know that. I've never been good at leaving them shut. The trail isn't mine alone anymore. It might be better for it.
His stride is longer than mine by about 4 inches. I've been adjusting for the last 2 hours without commenting on it. He hasn't commented either, which means he's noticed and is letting me handle it. That's its own kind of information. The road south cuts through scrubland where the birch trees have thinned to bare trunks and low brush. Cold, overcast, the kind of sky that promises rain but hasn't delivered. The flat gray light gives nothing away, which suits me. Draven walks 10 paces behind us, pack steady, compass out every quarter mile. He checks it more than he needs to. A boy managing his nerves by giving his hands a job. I know the trick. The turn is ahead, I say, east of the main road. There's a ridgeline trail that joins the trading corridor south of the first outpost. I know the ridgeline, rocky ground, good for avoiding prints. That's why I picked it. How current is your information on the outpost positions? 5 months for the southeastern one. The other 2 are supplied from a fixed garrison. They don't move. 5 months is a long time in contested country. 5 months is the best intelligence anyone has south of the border. Crown hasn't had an operative down here in 2 years. I have. I let that sit. It's true, and true things are the sharpest tools I own. He doesn't argue. He takes the turn I indicated without breaking stride. His boots find the rocky ground like he's been walking it for years. How do you read a trail? I ask. Boot depth tells me weight. Stride length tells me height, where pattern tells me which leg they favor. Scuff marks tell me speed. Freshness of the impression tells me time. All from the ground. The ground, the vegetation, the air. Broken branches, displaced stones, moisture patterns where someone brushed against wet grass. And heartbeats. Within range, depends on wind, ground cover, ambient sound. What's the range? A room, easily. A corridor. Open ground, maybe 60 yards on a quiet night. I keep my face open and curious. 60 yards. I've spent 6 years making myself unreadable, and I've walked south with the one man who can hear the thing I can't school. And you can hear mine right now. Yes. What's it telling you? That you're working. You've been controlling your breathing since we started walking. You breathe differently when I'm close. I almost miss a step. Almost. My foot lands clean because I've been trained to keep walking when someone hits a nerve. The whole craft is a long argument with your own skin, and I've won it for years. He just told me the skin's been reporting to him the whole time. Everyone's breathing changes with company. It's basic physiology. I know the difference between physiology and performance. Then mind your own breathing and let me mind mine. You said that yesterday. It bears repeating. You're angry, he says. I'm not angry, I'm walking. Your pace increased, your jaw is tight. My pace increased because we've been on flat ground for 10 minutes and I'm not going to dawdle. And my jaw is tight because I'm chewing dried meat, which is terrible, by the way. What did Crown provision us with? Deflection is a clean move when it's built on something true. The meat really is terrible. I lean on that and let it carry the rest. Standard Ranger rations, they last. They last because nothing alive would eat them voluntarily. I've eaten worse. On the trail. In the clan, winter rations, smoked fish packed in ash, you learn not to taste it. That sounds appalling. It kept the whole clan alive through 3-month winters. Every child, every elder, you learn not to waste anything. Something in that lands harder than it should. Not the food, not the cold, the whole clan, all of it entire before. He says it in the present tense, like a thing that still stands, because the memory is all of the present he has left. Hearing what a person isn't saying is most of my job, and this one lets a small pride slip about the elders and the children. I don't comment on it, I keep walking. Commenting would tell him I heard the gap, and I don't hand a man that kind of leverage, but I heard it. Draven catches up. The ridgeline curves east ahead. Should we follow it or cut to the trading road? Follow it, I say. The trading road puts us inside of the garrison's supply route. How far to the checkpoint? Draven asks. 4 hours, maybe less if the ground stays dry. What's our cover at the checkpoint? Merchants heading south for the spring trading season. I have passage documents for 3. The papers list you as my apprentice and Torvin as a hired guard. Will they hold up? I made them, they'll hold up. Who forged the stamps? Torvin asks. I did. 7th Directorate training includes document fabrication. The ink is matched to the regional standard. The stamps are carved from an original I lifted 18 months ago. Lifted from where? A border office in the northern reaches. The customs official was drunk. I was patient. You carry forged stamps on a mission into hostile territory. I carry everything I might need. Stamps, 3 cover identities, enough of the local dialect to pass at a checkpoint. If I'm going to walk 800 miles south, I'm not doing it without papers. What dialect? Marchland Trade Pidgin. It's a mix of common and the southern merchant tongue. The border guards speak it. Most crown operatives don't. You do. I spent 18 months south of here. You pick things up. You pick things up. That's the clean version. The long version is that I built a woman down here from nothing, wore her for 18 months, then peeled her off when the report came due. The report I carry now sits at the bottom of my pack like a stone I swallowed. Harrogate, I don't let myself think the word, which is its own way of thinking it. The ridgeline narrows. Loose stone underfoot, scrub brush on either side. The sky is lower now, the clouds pressing down. Somewhere south, the marshlands are breathing damp air northward. I taste it before I see it, that faint rottened water tang on the wind, and my whole body remembers it was down there once and doesn't want to go back. I catch myself matching my pace to his again. His legs cover ground in steady, unhurried strides while mine work harder for the same distance. It shouldn't bother me, it's geometry. But I'm aware of his shoulder moving beside mine, the air shifting when he walks close, and I lose my place in the supply cache distances I've been running through my head. I keep the list moving because a moving mind doesn't wander to the pack, to the report, to the warmth coming off the arm beside me. It slips anyway. I let the distances go, angry at myself for letting them. Anger is a leak, and a thing that can make me leak is a thing I need to manage. The checkpoint, I say, because operational details are solid ground. Let me handle the guards. You stand behind me and look like a hired guard. Don't talk unless they address you directly. I don't talk much. I know, that's an asset at a border crossing. What do I do? Draven asks. Look young and nervous. You won't have to try hard. Thanks. It's a compliment. Young and nervous apprentices don't get searched. Experienced operatives do. The checkpoint is a stone guardhouse with 2 guards and a wooden gate across the road. Trading traffic moves through in a slow line. A cart loaded with wool, 2 men on foot carrying packs, a woman with 3 goats. I read them in the time it takes to walk the last stretch. Impatient. Bored, 2 brothers by how one defers, none of them watchers. Watchers pretend to have somewhere to be and their eyes don't match the pretense. These eyes match. Clean. My arena this, I straighten my posture, soften my face. The merchant's wife surfaces like putting on a coat. She's been doing this route for 6 years. She knows the guards by reputation. She's mildly annoyed by the wait. I don't become her so much as let her come up through me, a warmer, duller woman who has never forged a thing in her life. The trick isn't lying. The trick is believing it enough that it shows in the shoulders. Guards read shoulders. So do I. Papers, the first guard says. He's young, bored, checking documents without reading them. I hand him the passage documents. 3, merchant party heading south, spring trading. He looks at the documents, looks at Torvin, back at the documents. Big guard, he says. Good ones are hard to find. You know the road south of here. Better than most. He stamps the first document. What's your cargo? Ink supplies and writing materials. There's a scribe's market in Redfin that opens in 3 weeks. Redfin, he looks up. Long way to go for ink. Redfin scribes pay 4 times what the northern markets offer. And they're desperate since the border disruptions cut their usual supply lines. Detail is armor. A liar gives you the shape of a story. A merchant gives you the price and the grievance because those are what a real merchant thinks about. I hand him the grievance and watch it land. The second guard walks over. Older, sharper eyes, the kind who actually reads what he stamps. My pulse wants to change. I hold it flat, because Torvin is 4 feet behind me and Torvin listens to pulses. That's the thing nobody warns you about a tracker. You perform for 2 audiences at once, and only one can be fooled. He takes the documents from the first guard and studies them. These are Northmark passage papers, he says. Issued last month, you can check the seal. He holds the paper up to the light. My stamp, my ink, my seal, carved from the original I took from a border office in the northern reaches while a customs official snored at his desk. I feel nothing looking at it. That's the point of good work. You look at your own lie in another man's hand and feel nothing at all. The seal's good, he says, but Northmark papers don't usually come through this crossing. They do if you're taking the Ridgeline route. The main road adds 3 days. We can't afford 3 days if we want to reach the Redfin market before it opens. Who told you about the Ridgeline route? A merchant named Garen who runs this route every spring. He told me the Ridgeline saves time and the border crossing is friendlier than the main gate. Garen, short man, red beard, talks too much. That's the one. He almost smiles. He's not wrong about the friendlier part. Go on through. He stamps the remaining documents. I take them back, tuck them into my pack, and walk through the gate. My hands are steady. They're always steady. It's everything under the hands I've had to learn to still. On the other side, the road opens south into rolling grassland. The scrubland thins. The air is different here. Damper. The marshlands are closer. Torvin falls into step beside me. Davin brings up the rear. Good, Torvin says. One word, I keep it. I turn it over once, looking for the hook, and find none, which unsettles me more than a hook would. A man who just means it is harder to place than one who's angling. I've been doing this for 6 years, I say. I know, the guards didn't. That's the point. The merchant's name, Garen, is he real? Real enough. I met him at a border tavern 2 years ago. He runs this route. The guards know him. And if they'd checked? They won't check. Nobody checks a name they recognize. That's the first rule of cover work. Use real names for fake people and fake names for real ones. What name am I traveling under? Corin, hired guard from the northern reaches. You don't talk much and you're worth the coin. Corin. It's a common orc name in the northern merchant trades. Nobody will question it. And you. Tess, ink merchant, 6 years on this route. Bored, practical, good with numbers. You built all 3 covers. I built them the night before we left. They'll hold for the southern road. After the drownfields, we'll need new ones. You plan ahead. I plan because the alternative is improvising at sword point, with border guards who don't like surprises. We walk in silence for a while, but I'm aware, underneath the satisfaction, that Torvin watched every shift in my posture, every performed smile I gave the guards. He watched the merchant's wife appear and disappear. That's the trouble with the win. I fooled the men at the gate, and it changed nothing about the man beside me, who saw the mechanism work and now knows exactly how the woman he's traveling with lies. I performed for the guards. He saw the performance. The guards are behind us. He's still walking beside me. The trading post is a compound of wooden buildings around a courtyard. Smoke from a cook fire. Voices. The smell of roasted grain and cured meat and something sharp like resin. I map the exits before anything else. 2 gaps in the wooden wall, 1 gate, a low roof a person could reach from the water barrel. Old habit, you never walk into a place you can't walk out of. This is Gara's waypoint, I say. The supply cache is here, and the Drownfields maps. A woman comes out of the main building. Tall. 6'4", maybe 6'5". Green-gray skin, broader features than Torvin's, her dark hair pulled back and tied with a leather cord. She moves like someone who's been running this compound for years, everything in its place. Her hands stay open and loose at her sides, either the ease of someone who fears nothing or the readiness of someone who fears the right things. I can't tell which, and not being able to tell puts me on my guard. Torvin of Clan Asheville, she says. Her voice is low, steady, the words accented with something I can only half place. I know your name. Gara, I know yours. They exchange 3 sentences in Orcish. I catch fragments. Trail, south, season. But the dialect is different from what I learned with the trading caravan, and the rhythm is faster. I don't like not understanding a conversation happening in front of me. I hold my face pleasant and give away nothing, and I hate that I have to trust the fragments to fill the gaps. Gara turns to me. Her eyes are dark amber, a shade lighter than Torvin's, and they move over me in about 3 seconds. Not heartbeats, not scent, something else. How I'm standing, the pack on my shoulders. My hands, I feel the read happen. I've done it to 1,000 strangers, and being on the other side of it is like standing naked in a cold room. You're the spy, she says. I'm the cipher specialist. Cipher specialist, spy, you people always have a nicer word for it. She looks at Davin. And you're the young one. Davin Merritt, logistics coordinator. Logistics, good. I have supplies that need organizing. Come inside. The compound is tighter than it looks from outside. A main room with maps on the wall, a table, a fire, storage rooms branching off. Everything is clean, ordered, functional. A place kept by someone who expects to find things in the dark. I approve of it and distrust it in the same breath, because a person this careful didn't get careful for no reason. Gara pulls a map from the wall and spreads it on the table. The Drownfields, current as of 12 days ago. I had a runner come through who'd crossed the eastern edge. What did the runner say about the causeways? I ask. The eastern crossing is stable 3 days before and after the new moon. 6-hour windows instead of 4. The western crossing is faster, but the tides are less predictable. A fisherman I recruited told me the same thing about the lunar cycle. I offer it as a test. 2 sources that agree mean the thing is true, or the sources talk to each other. I want to see what she hears. The fisherman was right, the cycle holds. It's been holding for 20 years at least. What about freshwater? Stone basins along the eastern causeways, rainwater collection. I'll mark them for you. She picks up a charcoal stick and makes small marks on the map. Quick, precise, from memory. She doesn't check anything. A person who keeps the map in her head keeps other things there too, and I wonder what she's got filed on us already. How far to the Drownfields from here? Davin asks. 6 days if you push, 8 if you're careful. I'd recommend careful. There's a network patrol that sweeps the southern approach every 10 days. Every 10 days, I say. How do you know the schedule? I've been watching them for 3 years. They're consistent. The patrol passes through on day 3 and day 13 of each cycle. What's today? Day 7. You have 6 days before they come through again. That's tight. That's the job, she looks at me, your 7th directorate. Was. There's no was with the 7th. They train you and you're theirs forever, even when you're not. You know the 7th. I know what they produce. I've worked with 3 7th operatives in 6 years. 2 of them are dead. The 3rd went rogue. That would be me. That would be you. The dead ones were good too. Better than most Crown sends south. But the network got them anyway. How? I ask it flat, because it is a manual. Every dead operative is a lesson someone else gets to keep. The first one trusted the wrong contact. The second one trusted the right contact at the wrong time. Trust is the problem down here. You can't work without it, and you can't survive with too much of it. I don't have that problem. Everyone has that problem, you just think you don't. That's more dangerous. She's wrong and she's right, and I don't like that she got both at once with the ease of someone reading a weather sign. I let the silence stand. Answering would be a form of trust, and she'd note that too. Torvin leans over the map. What's the ground like between here and the Drownfields? Grassland for 2 days, then marshland creep starts. The ground gets soft. Watch for sinkholes in the last day's approach. They're not marked because they move. I'll read the ground. I know you will, that's why they sent you. Gara rolls the map and hands it to me. Then she stands back and looks at the 3 of us. Torvin, me, Davin. Her eyes do the slow circuit again, and I know before she opens her mouth that she's about to tell me something I paid good years to keep hidden. How long have you been traveling together? She asks. Since yesterday morning, I say. She looks at Torvin, looks at me. Something shifts behind those amber eyes. You walk like you've been arguing for a week, she says. The distance between you is too even. People who trust each other walk uneven. People who don't trust each other keep exactly 4 feet apart and pretend it's comfortable. I don't answer. I don't have an answer that would help. She's put her finger on the one thing I've been managing all day and named the mechanism I was using to manage it. The mechanism is useless now. I need a new one before dawn. The spy controls the distance, Gara says. The tracker lets her. That's going to be a problem in the drownfields. The causeways are 3 feet wide. You can't keep 4 feet apart on a 3-foot path. We'll manage, I say. You'll have to. The marsh doesn't care about your personal space. She turns to the storage room. I'll show you the supplies, you leave at dawn. I watch her go. Dangerous, that one. Useful, sees too much. Half-orc perception isn't heartbeats or scent, it's worse than either. She reads the space between people, how we stand and what the standing means. A man can hear that I'm nervous. This woman can see why and what I'm doing about it, and that the doing isn't working. Torvin heard that I breathe differently when he's close. Gara saw the exact distance I keep and knew what it meant. 2 readers, 2 different methods. Both of them peeling back the cover I built for this partnership. And the cover is the only thing between me and the report in my pack, between the woman walking south to do a job and the woman who will have to face Torvin when he learns what the job is. I check the cover for holes. There are more than there were this morning.
15 heartbeats in the compound, 12 human, 3 orc. The human hearts run quick and busy, the rhythm of people who are working, eating, arguing about prices. The orc hearts are slower, steadier. One of them is Gara's. Cooking grain and cured meat, resin from fresh-cut timber, pine sap on someone's hands. The compound smells like a place that functions because someone built it to function. Every building has a purpose. Every path between buildings is worn smooth by repetition. I've been in one crowded place in the last 14 months. The task force way station, 4 people. This is 15. The sound of them fills the air like a current I'd forgotten existed. Davin is organizing supplies with a compound worker near the storage building. His heartbeat is elevated, quick and shallow. He's out of his depth but managing it by staying useful. Good instinct. Selin is inside with the maps. I can hear her heartbeat from here. Slow and even, she's reading, not performing. Steady, focused, the rhythm of genuine concentration. Gara crosses the courtyard carrying a crate. She moves like someone who has carried 1,000 crates across the same ground. Her scent is pine and iron, and something I recognize from the southern ranging. The southern orc clans use a pine resin compound to waterproof their leather. I haven't smelled it since the last trade meet at the Asheville border 4 years ago. You're reading my compound, she says. Habit. Read anything interesting. You run a clean operation. The supply lines come in from 3 directions. The messages move through the trading traffic so nobody looks twice. That's the idea, intelligence that looks like commerce, commerce that funds intelligence. How long have you been running this? 6 years, started after the first Southern clan displacement, the Gravel Horn. 40 people pushed out of their territory by the Shadow King's network. They needed somewhere to go. I built them a route. The Gravel Horn, I knew their pathfinder. Vasca, she's alive, running a settlement 200 miles west of here. Vasca, I remember her voice at the last interclan meeting. Deep, practical, the kind of voice that settled arguments. The Asheville and the Gravel Horn traded rangers for decades. How many clans displaced, I ask. 3 confirmed in 2 years, the Gravel Horn first, then the Stonewell, then the Asheville. The Stonewell, how many? 38 scattered, some went west with the Gravel Horn survivors, some went north, some I couldn't find. 3 clans, over 130 people displaced or dead. The Shadow King's network carving through the southern orc territories like a blade through rope. You kept count, I say. Someone had to. Crown intelligence doesn't count orc losses. They count trade disruptions and supply line interruptions. The people are statistics. They're not statistics. No, they're not. But try telling that to someone who writes reports in a stone building 300 miles from the nearest displaced family. Her heart beat when she says it, low, unhurried, the rhythm of anger that's been sitting for years without becoming rage. Controlled anger, the kind that builds things instead of breaking them. The Asheville, I say, you had them on the list. I know. I received word 3 days after, a runner from the northern border. What did you do? I put your clan's name on the list. I added it to the others. I sent word to the Gravel Horn and the Stonewell survivors, and I kept running the compound because that's the only useful thing I can do. That's more than most. It's not enough, but it's what there is. I look across the courtyard, the wooden buildings, the smoke from the cookfire, the worn paths. This compound exists because one half-orc ranger decided that displaced clans deserved a root out. Thank you, I say, for the list, for keeping count. Don't thank me, find the base. That's the only thing that stops the list from growing. That's why I'm here. I know why you're here, I want to know why she's here. The cipher, the memorized intelligence. She knows the Southern network better than Crown does. Better than Crown, that's a low bar. She corrected their maps on the first day, identified 3 outposts they didn't know about, proposed a route that avoids all of them. And you believed her. The route was sound, the ground confirmed it. The ground confirmed the route. Did the ground confirm her? She passed a checkpoint with forged papers and a local dialect that fooled a guard who's been working the border for years. Skill and honesty aren't the same thing. No, they're not. She's also hiding something. I don't read heartbeats, Torvin, I read spaces. The distance she keeps from you is deliberate, 4 feet, every time. That's not comfort, that's construction. I know she's hiding something. Do you know what? Not yet. Does it matter for the trail? Everything matters for the trail. That's not what I asked. I asked if what she's hiding will get you killed. I don't know. Then find out before the drownfields. The causeways don't forgive secrets. You speak like you've lost people on the causeways. 2 runners in 6 years. One stepped off a stable path onto ground that looked solid. It wasn't. The other trusted a tidal window that closed early. The marsh took them both. How wide are the causeways? 3 feet, sometimes 4, sometimes 2.5. You walk single file and you don't stop. Single file for how long? 6 hours during the stable windows. Then you find high ground and wait for the next window. What's high ground in a marshland? Stone outcrops, old ruins, anything above the tide line. I'll mark the shelter points on your map. The shelter points move too. The shelter points stay, the paths between them shift, that's the difference. You can trust where you're going, you can't trust how you get there. Sounds like most things worth doing. Sounds like your partnership with the spy. She's not just a spy. I know, but the spy part is the part that worries me. A shout from the courtyard, a trader's voice, rising angry. I turn toward it. A man in a heavy coat is pointing at one of Gara's workers. The trader's heartbeat is racing, agitated. His hand is near a knife on his belt. Passage fee was 12 silver, the worker says. Not 10, the rate changed last month. The rate changed because you changed it. I've been running this route for 3 years, and it's always been 10. The southern approach has a network patrol now. Extra security costs extra silver. Extra security? You mean the patrol that shakes down every trader coming through? That's not security, that's theft. Gara moves toward the argument, but Selin is already there. She steps between the trader and the worker. Her heartbeat is slow and even, calm, working but calm. She speaks to the trader in a language I don't fully recognize. Marchland maybe, but a different dialect, southern. The words are softer, the rhythm closer to the trader's own speech patterns. The trader blinks, answers in the same tongue. Selin switches to the worker's dialect, quick, clean, translating the trader's complaint into terms the worker can address. Then back to the trader, this time in common, threading the 2 conversations together. Your cargo was searched at the last crossing, she says to the trader. You lost goods. The fee increase feels like another loss on top of the first one. The trader stares at her. How did you know about the cargo search? Dust pattern on your coat. Your pack is lighter than it should be for a 3-day haul, and you're angry at the wrong person. The patrol took half my trade goods. I know, and that's the network's fault, not this compound's. The fee increase is covering the cost of the intelligence that tells traders when the patrols are coming. You pay 12 silver here and you avoid losing half your goods next time. The trader's heartbeat drops, then drops again. He looks at the worker, at Selin, at Gara. 12 silver, he says. He counts out the coins and hands them over. Thank you, Selin says to the trader. Safe road south. Safe road to you. He shoulders his pack and walks toward the gate. His heartbeat is slow and settled now, calm. She talked the fight out of him without touching him. Selin turns to the worker. The fee increase. You might want to explain the reason before you state the price next time. People pay for protection, they don't pay for surprises. I'll keep that in mind. Selin steps back, the argument is over. No weapons drawn, no raised fists, 3 languages and a read of the real problem. Gara crosses to me. That's the 3rd time she's done something like that since you arrived. 3rd. She corrected a supply list for one of my workers an hour ago. Wrong dialect on the shipping manifest. And she identified a counterfeit passage stamp in the trading stack without being asked. She collects problems like I collect scent, finds them before anyone else knows they're there. Useful habit, dangerous one. People who solve problems get asked to solve more problems. Eventually, somebody gives them a problem that kills them. I've had Selin sorted since the customs house. Spy, liar, cipher tool, a woman who hides as a reflex and hides something deeper under the performance. She just settled that with words and a quick read of the man that I'd have handled by putting my body between him and the worker. Different tool, same result. So I move her, I don't decide to, the evidence pushes her there. She's an operative whose skills reach well past the cipher, past the covers, the languages, the read of people, the knack for turning a drawn knife into a paid fee. She did that in 3 languages, Davin says beside me. He's been watching too. I noticed. The Marchland dialect she used with the trader, that's not common. You'd have to spend years in the southern territories to learn it. She spent 18 months. 18 months and she's fluent in a regional dialect. That's not just language training, that's immersion. She told me she was embedded, that's what immersion means. It means she's better than her file says. Most people are. Files measure what institutions value. The things that keep you alive in the field don't fit on a page. Can I ask you something? Yes. Do you trust her? I trust what she can do. That's different from trusting what she says. Is the difference important? On a trail like this, what someone can do matters more than what they say. Words change, skills don't. And what she's hiding? She'll tell me or she won't. Either way, I'll know when it matters. How? Because I'll hear it in her heartbeat before she decides to speak. Davin nods, his heartbeat has settled, slow and steady. He's calmer now. Something about watching Selin work has steadied him. Inside the main room, Selin and Gara spread the Drownfield's maps. I join them. Dawn departure, Selin says. 6 days to reach the Drownfields before the next patrol sweep. What's the approach, I ask. 2 days of grassland, then the marsh creep starts. Gara marked the freshwater points. The eastern causeways are our target. They're stable around the new moon. When's the new moon? 9 days, Gara says. You'll arrive 3 days before, that's your window. 6 hours of stable causeway per day, Selin says. We move during the windows and shelter during the tides. What about the sinkholes, Davin asks. He's unrolled his own maps beside Gara's. The Kopid Ranger reports. My instructor's notes mention unstable ground in the approach zone. The sinkholes shift, Gara says. I can't mark them because they'll have moved by the time you arrive. Your tracker will have to read the ground. I'll read the ground, I say. Moisture, compression, surface tension. The same way I read a forest trail, except the trail changes every 12 hours. You've crossed marshland before. Twice, nothing like the Drownfields, but the principles hold. Read the ground before you trust it. Good, because the marsh doesn't give second chances. You step wrong and the ground takes you. Selin traces the eastern causeway with her finger, the same precise movement she used on the map in the customs house. Her hands are steady. We'll need to travel light, she says, only what we can carry at speed. Gara's supplies and water for 6 days. 4 days of water, Gara corrects. The collection basins I marked will supplement the rest. You'll refill twice on the causeways. If the basins are where you marked them. They've been there for 20 years. Stone doesn't drift with the tides. They'll be there in 9 days. And if a basin is dry, then you ration. The eastern crossing is 3 days at most. You can carry 3 days of water if you pack light. Selin looks at me. Can you read the causeway ground? Tell stable from unstable. Moisture content, compression patterns, how the surface gives under weight. Yes. Then you lead on the causeways. I'll handle navigation between them. Who takes the rear? Davin asks. You do, Selin says. Same as the road. Watch behind us. Understood. What about watches tonight? Davin asks. 3 shifts, I say, 4 hours each. I'll take the first. I'll take the second, Selin says. Davin, you take dawn. Why dawn? Davin asks. Because dawn is the watch where nothing happens, and you need the sleep more than we do. That's not why. Fine, it's also because if something does happen at dawn, I want someone fresh. You recover faster than either of us. Is that a compliment or an assignment? Both. Gara leans against the doorframe. There's bedrolls in the second storage room. The compound is warded. I have watchers on the perimeter. Your watchers reliable? I ask. 2 of them are Gravelhorn survivors. They don't sleep well. That makes them excellent at watching. Gravelhorn survivors working your perimeter. Gravelhorn, Stonewell, and 3 humans who lost family to the network. The compound runs on people who have reasons to stay awake. You'll sleep safe here, I guarantee that. I believe you. Good, because tomorrow starts the hard part. Gara's heartbeat is bedrock, slow and level, the rhythm of someone who built a home out of other people's losses. I know that rhythm. The trail is my version of it. Across the room, Selin's pulse is slow and steady. She's not performing, she's planning, and the planning is good. The division of labor plays to each person's strength. I read the ground, she reads the route and the people. Davin watches behind and manages the logistics. I watch her hands fold the map, quick, precise, the corners sharp. The same hands that held forged papers at the checkpoint. The same hands that gestured in 3 languages to talk a man away from his knife. Before the customs house, she was a page in a dossier. After the customs house, she was a heartbeat, a scent, in a locked room. After the checkpoint, she was competent. Now she won't hold still under any of it. The names I gave her aren't wrong. She is a spy. She is lying about something. She does conceal, but they're too small. They leave out the 3 languages, the read of the traitor, the low, even voice that talked a man off his knife without lifting once. She's more than the dossier, more than the performance, and the more is the part I can't set down anywhere clean. So I leave her open, unfinished. It's the first time I've done that with a person instead of a trail.
The ruins appear through the birch like a mouth with broken teeth. Stone foundations, collapsed beams, scorch marks climbing what's left of the walls. Torvin doesn't explain. He turns off the southern trail without a word and walks in through what used to be a gate. The hinges are still attached to the stone posts. The gate itself is gone. Firewood, probably, or scattered in the blast. My eyes go over the structures. 14 buildings. 7 collapsed completely. 4 with partial walls standing. 3 with roofs that held. The settlement was built in a rough circle around a central clearing, which means the approach roads are predictable. I can see 3, 1 from the north where we came in, 1 from the east through a gap in the tree line, 1 from the south, wider, probably the main road. 3 approach roads, 3 attack vectors. Davin, I say quietly, stay near the gate. What is this place? His home. Davin stops walking. He looks at the ruined buildings, at Torvin's back as he moves through the central clearing. The Asheville settlement, Davin says. My instructor's reports mentioned it. He said the destruction was total. His instructor was right. Should we be here? He brought us here, that's the answer. Do you think he planned this, the route through here? I think he's been carrying this place in his head for 14 months, and he needed to walk through it with witnesses. People who would see it and understand what was taken. Davin sets down his pack and sits on the gate foundation. What do you need me to do? Watch the northern approach, count anything that moves, and Davin. Yes. Don't say you're sorry to him. Don't say anything about the settlement unless he speaks to you first. Understood, I'll keep count. Good instinct, better after direction. I follow Torvin, behind and to the left. Enough distance that he can have the space, close enough that I can read the ground. The fire pattern is wrong for raiders. Torvin stands in front of the longhouse. What's left of it? The stone foundation is intact, but the timber walls are gone. The roof collapsed inward. Ash has settled into the cracks between the hearthstones. He doesn't look at me, he's looking at the hearthstones. I step inside the foundation. The ground is compacted ash, 14 months of rain pressing it flat. Accelerant pooled at the base of the western wall. Oil applied before ignition. This wasn't raiders, I say. He turns his head, slight, listening. I've read 63 Crown Intelligence reports on settlement attacks in the Southern Territories. Raider attacks burn from the outside in. They hit the perimeter, the livestock enclosures, the storage buildings. Take what they can carry and put the rest to the torch. It's theft with fire on top. And this. The fires started at the center. The Longhouse, the Elder Hall. The center was hit first, and the fire spread outward. That means the attackers were inside the perimeter when they lit the first torch. Inside the perimeter means scouting. Advance intelligence. Someone mapped this settlement before the attack. The buildings that collapsed fully are load-bearing stone with timber roofs. Simultaneous ignition. The 4 with partial walls caught fire from radiant heat, not direct application. The 3 with intact roofs are on the north edge, farthest from the ignition center. You can read all of that from the ruins. I read a fire like you read a trail. Different signs, same reasoning. And the signs say this was a military operation, 3-directional approach, perimeter fires to cut off retreat, center hit first, homes before defenders. Crown Intelligence filed it as a raider attack. Crown Intelligence files things in whatever category creates the least amount of work. A raider attack on an orc settlement doesn't require investigation. A coordinated military operation does. You've seen this pattern before. Harrogate. The attack came from 3 directions, I say. Quiet, just what I see. Perimeter fires first. The Longhouse was primary target. They brought accelerant. I know. You track the approach. 14 months ago, the trails were fresh then. 3 units, 8 to 12 per unit. They staged south and east, used the main road and the eastern gap. The northern approach was their exit route. How long did the attack take? The fires burned for 2 days. The attack itself was faster. An hour, maybe less. An hour, 62 people. The timing, I say, you were on a ranging. 3 weeks south, the spring ranging, every year. They knew the ranging schedule. He turns, his eyes are the color of old amber in the low light. Say what you mean. They waited until the first Pathfinder was 3 weeks away. The best tracker in the clan, gone. The one person who could have read the approach and sounded the alarm. That's targeting. I know. You knew before I said it. I knew before I reached the ruins 14 months ago. I knew when the runner found me on the southern trail and told me the fires were burning. I knew because the ranging schedule wasn't written down. It was spoken at a trade meet, which means someone at the trade meet passed the information. Who was at the trade meet? 40 people, Asheville, Gravelhorn, Stonewell representatives, and 3 human traders from the Southern Corridor. Did you track the traders? I tracked everything. The traders led to a supply chain that led to a dead drop that led to a cipher I can't read. That's why you're here. The 3 traders, do you have names? 2 names? The third used a different alias at every meeting. He was the one who asked about the ranging schedule. Asked how? Casually, over a trading fire. My father mentioned the spring ranging and the trader asked how long it lasted. My father told him, 3 weeks. It was ordinary conversation. Ordinary conversation is the best intelligence gathering there is. People give away their schedules, their habits, their vulnerabilities. They don't even know they're being collected. My father wasn't a fool. He wasn't being foolish, he was being hospitable. The trader exploited that. That's the network's method. They use trust as a weapon. You sound like you've studied them. I spent 18 months mapping their supply routes. The same pipeline you tracked from the traders to the dead drop. I was inside it. I saw how they operate. And you didn't stop them. I gathered intelligence. I filed reports. Crown Intelligence read the reports and decided the Southern Orc territories weren't a priority. The Harrogate massacre happened 4 months after my last report, 212 people. That's a number you carry. I memorized every name, the same way you carry yours. He's quiet for a moment, the ash settles around us. The Asheville weren't random, I say. Your clan was targeted because of what you are, pathfinders, trackers. The network needed the best trackers eliminated before they expanded south. If the Asheville were operational, your pathfinders would have read the network's supply lines within a season. Within a month, My father could track a supply train across volcanic rock. His father, present tense slipping to past. The grief is in the grammar. I'm sorry, I say. Don't be sorry, be right. Is the pattern the same as Harrogate? Three-directional approach, advanced scouting, accelerant at primary targets, civilian structures first. Yes, the same architect. Then we're looking for one person. One person who designs the attacks, probably more who execute them, but the planning is singular. I'd stake my career on it. Your career is over. Then I'll stake something else. What? My name, my word, whatever currency I have left. The architect who planned Harrogate planned the Asheville attack. Find the base, and we find the person who signed both death warrants. Both yours and mine. Both, and when we find the architect, I want to be the one who reads his records. I want to see every order he signed, every supply requisition, every report that counted people as acceptable losses. And then I'll make sure the names don't stay buried. 212 at Harrogate, 62 Asheville, every name on every list. That's a long list. I've been carrying it for 5 months. It's not heavy. It's the only thing that keeps me walking. He almost looks at me. Doesn't quite. Something shifts in his expression that I can't read because I'm not him. I don't hear heartbeats. I read faces. And his face is granite right now, grief compressed so tight it could be mistaken for calm. The sacred grove is behind the longhouse, a clearing where stumps stand in a rough circle, ancient trees from the size of them, oaks maybe from the bark remnants, all burned. But green shoots, coming up through the charred wood. Thin, pale, reaching for what's left of the afternoon light, a dozen of them scattered among the black stumps. Torvin walks to the center of the circle. He puts his hand on one of the stumps, holds it there. I don't speak, I don't move closer. I stand at the edge of the circle and I wait. I don't have a cover for this. I don't have a persona that handles watching someone grieve in a destroyed sacred grove. The merchant's wife doesn't apply. The cipher specialist doesn't apply. So I stand still, I let the silence hold. After a while he speaks, his hand still on the stump. The oath grove, he says. Every pathfinder swore their oath here. My father, his mother. I stood in this circle and promised to find the trails and bring my people home safe. How old were you? 16, young for the oath. My father said I was ready. My mother said I was stubborn enough that waiting wouldn't change anything. She sounds like a practical woman. She was. She kept the winter stores, settled arguments, and told me I worried too much about the things I couldn't control. She was usually right about that. What did you tell her? That worrying was the only part of pathfinding they didn't teach. That if I worried enough, I'd find the dangers before they found us. Did she believe you? She said worry was a trail that led nowhere, and I should spend my energy on the trails that brought me home. She was right about most things. She was wrong about that. The worry kept me alive more than once on the southern trails. The green shoots are reaching through the charred wood. New growth from destruction. I don't know what the Asheville believed about sacred groves or whether new growth carried meaning in their traditions. I don't ask. Some questions are observation, not interrogation. We search until the light starts failing. In the third structure, a storehouse with one wall standing, the roof beam has rotted through its supports. Torvin is examining a stone marker when the beam drops. He catches it, both hands overhead. The wood is soft with rot and the edge splinters. He pushes it aside, but the raw edge has opened a gash on his left forearm. 4 inches, clean, bleeding. Sit down, I say. It's nothing. It's bleeding, sit down. I've had worse. I don't care what you've had. You're bleeding on your tracking arm and we have 6 days of marshland ahead. Sit down. He sits on the foundation stone. Where did you learn field medicine? He asks as I pull the supplies from my pack. 7th Directorate. Basic trauma care, wound closure, infection prevention. They teach us because operatives in the field don't have access to healers. Crown doesn't send healers south. Crown doesn't send anyone south if they can avoid it. That's why they use people like me, cheaper than an army, more deniable. You're angry about that. I'm practical about it. Anger doesn't close wounds, hold still. I take his arm. His skin is warm, warmer than I expected. The forearm is corded muscle under rough skin, scarred in 3 places I can see. The clan tattoo on the inner forearm is partially obscured by a burn scar, the lines of ink disrupted where the skin puckered. I clean the wound, water first, washing the splinters free. He doesn't flinch. His arm is steady under my hands. His pulse under my fingers. I can't hear heartbeats across a room like he does. But with 2 fingers pressed to the inside of his wrist while my other hand cleans the wound, I can feel it, steady and slow. Quick from the falling beam, then easing, slower. I apply the salve, his arm doesn't move, his breathing doesn't change. Slower still. I wrap the bandage, 3 turns, tight enough to hold, loose enough for circulation. My instructor at the 7th would have approved. Clean work, practical. Low and level. His pulse isn't dropping from pain management. Pain raises the pulse. This is the opposite. His pulse is slowing because my hands are on his skin and something in him is responding to the contact that has nothing to do with fear or adrenaline. I tie the bandage off. I should let go. My fingers are on the last knot, his wrist under my palm, and I should step back. I hold on for half a second longer than the knot requires. Then I let go, step back, 4 feet, automatic. That should hold until tomorrow, I say. Keep it dry, change the bandage in the morning. You're good at that. Practice. You'd be surprised how many intelligence operations end with someone needing stitches. This didn't need stitches. No, clean-cut, good depth should close on its own. But if it opens on the trail, tell me. Infection in marshland is a death sentence. You worry about infection, I worry about sinkholes. Between us, we might survive. That's the most optimistic thing you've said since I met you. It wasn't optimism, it was odds, and for once they lean our way. 2 words away from a joke. His voice is the same. Quiet, measured, the same voice that said, I know, to the proof of his clan's murder. But his pulse was slow and level when I let go of his wrist. The distance between us is 4 feet. The distance has always been 4 feet, but my hands are warm from his skin, and 4 feet isn't the same measurement it was this morning. Draven has built a fire near the gate. Small, contained, the kind of fire someone builds when they know they shouldn't draw attention, but also know that 3 people need to eat. He's laid out the bedrolls. How is he? Draven asks when I sit down. Cut on his forearm, I bandaged it. I meant how is he about being here? He's walking through his destroyed home. How would you be? I'd be worse, he's still functional. He's functional because functioning is what he does instead of grieving. The trail keeps him moving. If he stopped moving, everything he's outrunning would catch up. You sound like you understand that. I spent 5 months running from Crown Intelligence. I understand forward momentum as a coping mechanism. What stopped you? They caught me. Is that better, being caught? Ask me when the mission's over. Draven nods, he hands me a ration pack. The ruins, he says. My instructor's report said the Asheville were destroyed by raiders. But that's not what happened, is it? No, that's what Crown Intelligence filed because raider attacks don't require investigation. Military operations do. They covered it up. They categorized it in a way that made it someone else's problem. That's how institutions work. You file the report that creates the least amount of work for the people above you. That's why you went rogue. That's one of the reasons. Watches, he asks. Same rotation, I say. Torvin first, me second, you at dawn. I eat without tasting the food. You're quiet, Draven says. I'm eating. You've been staring at that same piece of dried meat for 3 minutes now. It's terrible dried meat. It takes 3 minutes to build the courage. Torvin says it lasts. Torvin also spent 14 months eating alone in the wilderness. His standards are different. Draven almost smiles. You changed the bandage on his arm. I cleaned and dressed a wound. Standard field medicine. He let you touch him. There was a bleeding gash. He didn't have a choice. He always has a choice. Sitting still and letting you work. That means something. It means he's practical. Bleeding on your tracking arm before a marshland crossing is a bad idea. That's not why, and you know it. I don't answer that. I eat the terrible dried meat. My hands remember the warmth of his skin, the pulse dropping under my fingers, slow and level. His pulse slowed when I touched him, a man whose body responds to contact with calm instead of alarm. 4 feet between us. The distance means something different now. The same measurement, but the space inside it has changed. Something I have no drawer for. I shut the thought away regardless, and it stays shut about as well as a door with a broken latch.
The gate hinges are still bolted to the stone. Iron rusted through, the pinholes empty where the crossbar sat. My father oiled those hinges every spring, said a gate that squeaks tells the world your people are careless. The gate is gone, the hinges remain. The stone posts stand like they're waiting for something to swing between them. I walk through. Behind me, Selen's voice, quiet, Draven, stay near the gate. What is this place? His home. She's right, she's been right about most things I didn't want her to be right about. Draven stops, I hear his heartbeat climb quick and high. He understands. He sits on the gate foundation without being told twice. Selen follows me behind and to the left, far enough that I have the space, close enough that she can read the ground. She's thinking like a tracker. She isn't one, but she understands the principle. Give the person who knows a place room to know it without interference. The central clearing, compacted ash under thin grass. My boots leave prints in it. Old smoke soaked into the stone, pine timbers, grain stores, leather, and under all of it, accelerant, oil, the chemical edge of something that doesn't belong in a cookfire. Behind me, Selen begins to read the ground, not the ground, the fire. She lays out what the ruins tell her the same way I'd lay out a trail for a runner, and every word of it fits what I already know. Center hit first, attackers inside the perimeter before the first torch. A military operation dressed up as a raid so Crown Intelligence could file it and forget it. She reads ruins like I read ground, different training, same precision. I knew everything she says. I've known it for 14 months, walked it every night in the dark behind my eyes. But hearing another voice lay it out, hearing the proof spoken aloud like a report written with her mouth, is not the same as carrying it alone. Something in my chest that has been clenched for 14 months eases a fraction, not comfort, confirmation. I did not imagine the shape of what took my clan. Someone else can see it too. I let her talk. I don't need the answers. I have carried the answers so long they've worn grooves in me. What I need is the sound of them in a mouth that isn't mine. The trail marker is east of the longhouse, a stone post knee-high carved with directional marks. I carved it 3 days before the last ranging. South, 3 weeks, my handwriting in stone. The grooves are worn from 14 months of weather, but they're readable. The last thing my clan saw from me was a direction and a number. South, 3 weeks. I put my hand on the marker. The stone is cold. The grooves fit under my fingers the same way they did when I cut them. What is that? Selen asks. She's close enough to see the carving but far enough not to crowd it. Trail marker, I carved it before the last ranging. South, 3 weeks, so the clan would know when to start worrying. They didn't get the chance to worry. No, they didn't. How many trail markers did you carve over the years? Dozens at every ranging point, every crossroads the clan used. This is the only one still standing. The others were stone too. Wood and stone both. The wood burned. The stone survived where the fire didn't crack it. This one faces east. The fire came from the south and west. It was sheltered. Lucky. The stone was lucky, the people weren't. She lets that sit. She doesn't try to soften it or redirect it. The longhouse, my home, the stone foundation is intact because stone doesn't burn like timber. The hearthstones show under 14 months of compressed ash. I step inside. The mounting holes where my mother's cooking rack hung are still in the stone. The rack is gone. The wall where the oath tokens hung is gone. 17 carved bone tokens, 1 for each pathfinder. Ash now. This was the longhouse, Selen asks. She stepped inside the foundation. My home, my father built the timber frame with 6 men from the clan. The stone foundation took a full summer. The hearthstones are intact, 3 cooking stations. 1 my mother's, the other 2 are warming stones. She kept the longhouse heated through the winters. 15 people slept here during the cold months. 15 in one longhouse. Families shared space. It was how the Asheville wintered. My father said walls between families were walls between trust. She crouches by the western wall where the oil pooled and reads what I read 14 months ago from the far side of grief. She says trust was the weapon, that the traitor took my father's hospitality and turned it into a schedule into an hour into everything I've buried. She says it plainly. A thing already known, spoken because it needs saying, not to wound. I gave that answer once to myself alone with the fire still smoking. Hearing her arrive at it makes it no less mine, it makes it witnessed. That's the difference between 14 months alone and this. She's careful with me in it, she doesn't reach for pity. When she says she's sorry, I tell her the same thing I've told the inside of my own skull every night. Don't be sorry, be right. And she is right, all the way down to the architect who signed both the Asheville and Harrogate into ash, and to the list of names she carries the same as I carry mine. Hers is longer, 212 on her side, 62 on mine. I can hear the weight of it in her voice, controlled and measured and holding all of it. She carries a list, I carry a trail. The weight is different. The purpose is the same. Neither of us will set it down until the man who signed the orders reads his own records back with our hands at his throat. The sacred grove behind the longhouse. I walk to it because my feet know the way even when the path is gone. The stumps stand in a rough circle, ancient oaks. The bark remnants confirm it. I knew every trunk. The leaning one where the elder hung lanterns during the midsummer oath. The split one where the young pathfinders carved their first trail marks as practice. The broad one in the center where every oath was sworn. I put my hand on the broad stump. The charred wood is rough under my palm. Underneath, a ring of new bark forming at the base. Green shoots, thin, pale, reaching for the afternoon light through a canopy that isn't there anymore. This grove was the center of everything the Asheville built. Oaths sworn here, witnessed by trees that had been standing since before anyone's grandparents were born. Every pathfinder stood in this circle and spoke their promise to the clan. Every year the midsummer lanterns filled the branches until the grove held more light than the sky. The fire took all of that. What it left is charred stumps and a silence of a particular kind. The silence of a place that held sound, held voices, held the weight of the living, and now holds nothing. I know that silence. I've been walking through it for 14 months. In my inner pocket, a piece of bark from this grove, charred, rough on one side, smooth where the heat didn't reach the core. I picked it up from the ashes when I first came back. I carry it because a tracker always carries a piece of the ground he's working to read, and this is the ground I cannot stop reading. Selin stands at the edge of the circle. She reads it without speaking. Her hands stay at her sides. I put my hand on the stump and I don't say much. I've already told her the bones of it, the oath at 16, my father, my mother kneeling in this circle the morning of mine. Standing in the ash of the place I swore it, the only part that surfaces now is the part I kept back, that my mother was right about most things and wrong about the one that mattered, that the worry she told me to lay down is the thing that kept me alive on the southern trails and never once kept her alive at all. I worried for 14 months and never at the right thing, in the right season, from the right direction. The green shoots growing through charred wood, I don't know what to do with that. Something lives where everything burned. The grove decided to keep going without permission from the dead. Selin stands at the edge. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't touch me. She doesn't fill the silence with words that would make the silence less true. She just stands near the stumps and lets the silence be what it is. I don't know why that matters, it does. In the storehouse the beam falls, my hands catch it. The rotted wood splinters and the raw edge opens a gash on my left forearm, 4 inches, clean enough, bleeding. She has me sit on the foundation stone before I've finished telling her it's nothing. She doesn't argue about the wound so much as make the argument pointless, and she's right that a man can't cross 6 days of marshland bleeding on his tracking arm, so I sit. She pulls the supplies from her pack while she talks, some low practical thing about the 7th Directorate and why Crown sends operatives instead of healers, and I let it go by. It isn't the words I'm listening to. It's the fact that she keeps talking at all, an even quiet current of sound, the kind you use to gentle a spooked animal without letting it know that's what you're doing. My grandmother did that, talked a frightened thing calm without ever once saying be calm. She takes my arm and cleans it and binds it, quick and certain, 2 fingers kept at my wrist the whole time like she's reading something there. Under her hands my pulse does the opposite of what a wound should make it do. It slows, settles, the quiet drop a heartbeat makes when the body decides it trusts a thing before the man attached to it has agreed to anything at all. She ties it off, holds the last knot a breath longer than a knot needs, and steps back to the 4 feet she keeps between us like a standing order. She warns me off the marshland rot plain, a fact and not a fear, the same as she warns off everything. Whatever I say back to that moves the corner of her mouth, not a smile, the idea of one. Her heartbeat shifts under it, quick and light, a warmth that has nothing to do with the fire. The campfire burns low near the gate. Davin has set up the watches. Anything move on the northern approach? I ask. 2 deer at the tree line an hour ago, nothing else, the road is clear. Good count. I watched like she told me to, counted everything that moved. You trained her or she trained herself? She trained herself, the 7th Directorate trained her first. Everything after that she built on her own. The fire pattern analysis. My instructor would have taken a week to piece that together. She did it in minutes. She reads ruins like I read ground, same reasoning, different sense. Can I ask you something about the attack, about what happened here? Ask. The 3 traders at the trade meet, the one who used aliases, do you think he's still operating? The alias trader disappeared from the supply chain 6 months after the attack. Either he moved to a different operation, or the network eliminated him after use. Eliminated after use. The network burns its assets when they're finished. Human traders, orc contacts, supply runners. Nobody who touches the operation survives long enough to talk about it. That's why Crown Intelligence can't build a case. No witnesses. No witnesses, no bodies, no trail, unless you know what you're looking for. And you know what you're looking for. I know the scent of their supply caches. I know the weight of their boot patterns. I know how they move through land that isn't theirs. 14 months of tracking teaches you the shape of a thing even when you can't see it. Davin nods, his heartbeat is steady and level. He's taking it in like a good student takes in a lesson he didn't expect. The gravel horn in the stone well, he says. Gara told you about the other displaced clans. Did you know about them before? I knew the gravel horn were hit. Word travels between clans. I didn't know the stone well until Gara told me. 3 clans in 2 years. That's a pattern, not bad luck. The pattern is the point. Eliminate the trackers first, then the traders, then the settlements that anchor the southern routes. Clear the ground before you build on it. Build what? That's what the cipher will tell us. That's why Selin is here. Selin eats across the fire from me. Her heartbeat is slow and steady, thoughtful. She's quiet, the real kind of quiet. I eat without tasting. My left forearm throbs under the bandage, a clean pain. The green shoots in the grove, Davin says. I saw them when I walked the perimeter, new growth from the old stumps. I saw them. Does that happen often, trees growing back after a fire that total? The roots go deep, deeper than the fire reached. If the root system survived, the tree starts over. How long until they're full grown? Decades longer. The oaks in the Oath Grove were older than anyone in the clan could remember. But they're growing. They're growing. Selin's silence in the grove, her hands on my arm, the half-second hold before she let go. I keep these, somewhere I don't have a name for yet, past spy, past liar, past cipher. Something that matters. She sits across the fire and doesn't say anything. She doesn't touch me. She just sits and lets the silence be what it is. I don't know why that matters. It does.
The bandage needs changing. I kneel next to Torvin at first light and unwrap the cloth from his forearm. The wound is clean. No redness, no heat around the edges. The salve did its work. How does it feel? Like a cut. That's not an answer. It feels like a 4-inch gash on my tracking arm that I got from a rotting beam in my destroyed home. You want a more specific answer than that. I want to know if the edges are pulling when you flex. He flexes, the wound opens a fraction, then closes. Pulling, manageable. Don't flex it more than you need to today. The marshland crossing will test it enough. I've tracked with worse. I know, you've said hold still. I rewrap the bandage. Clean cloth, 3 turns, same knot. My hands are steady. His skin is warm under my fingers, the same warmth I noticed yesterday, and I don't hold on longer than the knot requires. I tie it off and step back. That should hold until tonight. Thank you. 2 words, quiet. Most people hand thanks over out of reflex or obligation. He says them like they cost something. We break camp in 15 minutes. Davin scatters the fire ashes and covers our sleeping site with brush. He's learning. 3 weeks ago, he probably would have left the fire ring visible from the road. The southern road narrows past the Asheville ruins. Single track through birch and scrub pine. Torvin takes point. I walk behind him, 3 paces back, Davin behind me. How far to the Drownfields crossing? Davin asks. 5 days at this pace, I say. 4 if we push. We push, Torvin says without turning. Then 4. We'll hit the marshland edge by tomorrow afternoon if we keep moving through the midday heat. The heat doesn't bother me. It bothers me, and it bothers him. I nod toward Davin. We take water breaks, or we arrive dehydrated and useless. Water breaks, fine. No stopping longer than 5 minutes. Deal. What's the road like between here and the marsh? Davin asks. Mixed, forest, open meadow, and a river crossing. The road narrows past the second ridge, and the cover gets thin. How thin? Waist-high grass for a quarter-mile. Anyone on the ridge can see us. Can we go around? The detour adds a full day, Torvin says. We don't have it. So we cross fast and hope nobody's watching. We cross fast, hope isn't a strategy. Torvin moves differently today. Something at the ruins shifted in him. His stride is the same, but the tension in his shoulders sits lower. A weight moved to a place he can bear it better. The road bends south and west through a stretch of open ground. Meadow grass, waist-high. The birch thins, and I don't like it. Open ground means visible ground. Torvin. I see it. He's already scanning the tree line. We cross fast, stay low in the grass, Davin behind Selin, don't bunch up. We cross. The grass is thick enough to break our outline, but not thick enough to hide us from anyone watching the road. My hand is on the knife at my belt. Old habit. If I can reach the knife, I can reach the exit. On the far side, the birch closes in again. Better, trees mean cover. How much open ground between here and the marshland? Davin asks. 2 more stretches, Torvin says. One at the river crossing, one at the southern meadow before the marsh edge. Both wider than this. Can we go around? The detours add a day each. We don't have the days. Then we cross fast. You're learning, Torvin says. The hand signal comes at midday. Torvin's fist rises, closed, stop. He drops to a crouch without a sound. His head turns east, then south, listening. I stop. Davin stops behind me. What is it? I whisper. Riders, 5, maybe 6, half a mile south, coming north on the road. I can't hear anything. The wind through the birch, a bird somewhere. Nothing that sounds like riders. How do you know it's riders? The ground carries hoofbeats differently than foot traffic. Heavier impact, longer intervals, and the birds went quiet on the southern ridge 30 seconds ago. Something spooked them. Purists. Can't tell yet, but 5 riders on the southern road aren't traders. Traders use wagons. What do we do? Off the road, now, east 50 yards, there's a ravine. How do you know there's a ravine? I read the drainage pattern in the soil 200 yards back. Water runs east here. Where water runs, the ground drops. I don't argue, I follow. He leads us through the birch at a pace that's almost running, but makes no more sound than walking. His feet find the solid ground without looking. Davin and I crash through the underbrush behind him like cattle compared to his silence. The ravine, 10 feet deep, narrow, thick with fern and old deadfall. Torvin drops in first, turns, catches my arm as I slide down the bank. His grip is steady and gone in the same motion. Davin comes down after me. Against the east wall, Torvin says. Under the overhang, don't move, don't speak above a breath. We press against the stone. The overhang shields us from anyone looking down from the road. Fern covers the opening. It's good cover. It's his cover. He read the ground and knew this was here. Torvin positions himself between me and the ravine opening. His body is a wall. His back to the stone, his shoulder angled toward the road. If anyone looks down, they see him first. Can you hear them? I breeze. Closer 400 yards, 6 riders, armed, heavy tack, military saddles. Purist patrol. Purist or crown garrison. Either way, we don't want to be seen. An orc, a rogue intelligence operative, and a junior officer with no authorization this far south. Good summary of our problems. Quiet. I'm quiet. The riders pass on the road above us. I hear them now. Hoofbeats, 6 sets, jingle of tack, a voice too far to make out words. Torvin's hand is flat against the stone beside my shoulder. His forearm is inches from my face. The bandage I wrapped this morning, his pulse in the veins of his wrist. I don't measure it, I only think about it. The riders move north, the sound fades, Torvin doesn't move. They're past, Davin whispers. They'll loop, Torvin says. Patrols on this stretch double back. I've watched them before. You've watched Purist patrols. For 14 months, they run the southern road every 3 to 4 days. 6 riders, standard sweep pattern. They ride north, check the crossroads, ride south again. The full loop takes about 2 hours. So we wait 2 hours. We wait until I'm sure they've completed the southern return. Could be less, could be more. What are they looking for? Davin asks. Half-bloods, orc sympathizers. Anyone who doesn't look like they belong on a crown-maintained road in the southern territories. We don't look like we belong. That's why we're in a ravine. What happens if they find us? Depends on the patrol commander, Torvin says. Some ask questions first, some don't. And if they don't, then I put myself between the 6 of them and the 2 of you, and you run. You can't fight 6 riders alone. I don't plan to fight them, I plan to not be found. Those aren't the same thing. What if the difference doesn't hold? Then we find out how fast you can run, Davin. The stone is cold against my back. The fern smells like rain and rot. Torvin's shoulder is 6 inches from mine. I can feel the heat coming off his skin even through his jacket. 2 hours, maybe more. Tell me about the purist patrols, I say, whispered. How organized are they? More organized than Crown intelligence thinks. They have a command structure, supply lines, fixed patrol routes. The local commanders report to a regional authority. The regional authority reports to someone I've never been able to identify. How do they fund it? Seizures. They confiscate property from orc settlements and half-blood homesteads. Livestock, stored grain, and trade goods. They sell what they take through a network of sympathetic merchants. The same merchants who supply the Shadow King's network. Overlap, some of the same supply lines. The purists and the network aren't the same organization, but they share infrastructure. That's why Crown Intelligence can't separate them. They're looking at one network and seeing 2, or looking at 2 and seeing 1. Crown Intelligence isn't looking at all. They filed the purist patrols as local militia activity and moved on. Local militia activity, the same category as the Asheville attack. The same category as everything they don't want to investigate south of the Ridgeway. The riders return. Torvin hears them before I do. His hand moves. Flat. Stay down. I press closer to the stone. Davin is still against the east wall. He hasn't moved in 40 minutes. Good discipline. The hoofbeats pass above us. South this time, heading back down the road. We wait another 20 minutes. Torvin listening, his head tilted, his breathing controlled, reading the sounds I can't hear. Clear, he says. We climb out. My legs are stiff from 2 hours against cold stone. Torvin moves like he's been walking, not crouching. No stiffness. 14 months of hiding in ground did that to him. That was close, Davin says. That was standard, Torvin says. The close ones don't give you 2 minutes of warning. 2 minutes, that's how much time your hearing bought us. About that, on open ground I can hear riders at half a mile. In the trees, less. The birch dampens sound. If you hadn't heard them, we'd have walked straight into the patrol. Yes. And my forgeries wouldn't have helped. Your forgeries work at checkpoints, Torvin says. Purist patrols don't run checkpoints. They run down anyone who looks wrong and ask questions after. So my entire skill set was useless for the last 2 hours. Your skill set kept us past the checkpoint 3 days ago. My skill set kept us out of a patrol today. Different dangers, different tools. That's a generous way to put it. It's an accurate way. Generous would be pretending you could have talked your way out of 6 armed riders on a road with no cover. I've talked my way out of worse. In a city with exits, with crowds to vanish into, this isn't a city, Sullen. He's right, I hate that he's right. We keep moving, Torvin says. They won't loop again for 3 days, but there may be other patrols. We walk, faster now. The open meadow is coming, and I want to be across it before dusk. The patrols run fixed routes, I ask. Fixed routes, rotating schedules, 3 to 4 day intervals on the main road, shorter intervals near settlements. They avoid the drownfields, too dangerous for horses. So once we hit the marshland, we're past them. Past the purists, the network patrols are different, on foot, smaller units, harder to hear. You're full of good news. I'm full of accurate news. Good and accurate aren't the same thing. Evening camp is in a hollow between 2 ridges, natural windbreak. Torvin built the fire small and smokeless. Davin set up the watch rotation without being asked. The dried meat is still terrible. I eat it anyway. You did well today, I tell Draven. In the ravine, 2 hours without a sound. I was terrified. Good, terrified people who stay quiet are more useful than brave people who fidget. Is that a 7th directorate lesson? That's a staying alive lesson. The 7th teaches you a lot of things. Staying alive is the one that sticks. What else sticks? Trust your training when your instincts panic. Read the room before you open your mouth. And never eat the dried meat if there's any alternative. Draven laughs, quietly. He's learning to do everything quietly. Can I ask you something? Draven says. I look up, he's across the fire from me. The light catches the angles of his face. His eyes are amber in the firelight. You can ask. The 7th directorate, how long were you in? 6 years, recruited at 19. I was good at languages and better at lying. They liked that combination. What made you go rogue? I filed a report about the Harrogate Network's supply lines. Specific. Names, locations, quantities. I outlined the threat and recommended immediate intervention. The report was received, stamped, and filed. 4 months later, 212 people died at Harrogate. Your report could have prevented it. My report would have prevented it if anyone had read past the summary page. That's why you carry the names. I carry the names because nobody else does. Crown Intelligence counts Harrogate as a regional incident. Regional incident, 212 people. 62 at the Asheville. 62 and 40 at the Gravelhorn, and 38 at the Stonewell. More names every season, and the files keep getting stamped and buried. You sound like you're settling a debt. I'm not settling anything. A debt is about getting even. I'm remembering. That's all it is. What happens when you run out of names to remember? I won't, that's the point. Every name I carry is a reason to keep walking. Even when the walking gets harder. Especially then. Draven is quiet for a moment. The fire crackles. Draven is on first watch at the ridge. You changed my bandage this morning, he says. Your wound needed changing. That's not a conversation topic. Your heartbeat was different. I go still. What do you mean? This morning, when you were wrapping the bandage, your heartbeat was slow and easy. Yesterday, doing the same thing, it ran quicker. Today you were calmer. I'd done it before. Repetition breeds steadiness. That's one explanation. What's the other? Yesterday was the first time you touched me. Today was the second. Your body was calmer because the contact wasn't new. I don't answer for 3 full seconds. 3 seconds is a long time when someone is listening to your heartbeat. You notice that? I notice everything. It's what I do. Does it bother you, hearing everyone's heartbeat all the time? It used to when I was young. My mother said I'd grow into it like she grew into the cold. She was wrong about that. I didn't grow into it. I learned to filter. Most heartbeats are background noise, yours isn't. Why not? Because yours changes. Most people's heartbeats are predictable. Yours shifts every time you decide whether to tell the truth. The fire pops, a log settles, I hold very still. Every time. Every time, your pulse dips when you commit to a lie. It climbs when you're about to say something true and then decide not to. Right now it's climbing, which means you're deciding. Deciding what? Whether to lie about the fact that you're deciding. I almost laugh. It's not funny. It's the most dangerous thing anyone has ever said to me. He can hear every evasion, every careful redirect, every half-truth I've been building since the day I agreed to this mission. That's inconvenient, I say. For you. For both of us. If I can't lie to you, this partnership gets a lot more complicated. Or a lot simpler. Nothing about this is simple, Draven. No, but the complicated parts are getting more interesting. His eyes hold mine across the fire, amber in the firelight and steady. He's not threatening me. He's not accusing me. He's telling me what he knows the same way he told me about the ravine. Here is the ground, here is what I see, now you decide how to walk through it. I hold his gaze, my heartbeat is quick, he knows. Good night, Draven. Good night, Selin, sleep well. I won't, he knows that too.
The hollow between the 2 ridges holds warmth after the sun drops, a natural pocket. The wind passes over the top and the fire heat stays low against the ground. I read the land before I trust it. The grass here grows one direction. The old ash under my boots is somebody else's fire, cold for a season. Good camp. Davin is laying out his bedroll. His movements have gotten quieter over the past 5 days, still audible but quieter. The boy is learning to place his weight instead of drop it. I don't tell him. Praise makes people self-conscious. Tomorrow's route, he says. What should I expect? The road widens past the second ridge. More traffic. We'll see merchants, laborers, maybe Crown patrols. Crown or Purist? Both. Thornhaven is Crown administered. The Purists operate outside the walls. Inside, it's mixed. Crown garrison, civilian population, traders. So we need covers. We have covers, Selin says from across the fire. She's sitting with her pack open, sorting supplies. Tess and Corin, merchant and guide. Davin is the apprentice, same identities as the checkpoint. Will those hold in a city? They'll hold if we behave like the people we're pretending to be. Merchants don't draw attention. They ask about prices and complain about road conditions. That's our script. What about you? Davin asks. Tess the merchant. What does she do in Thornhaven? She visits a trader contact, she buys supplies, she asks about the southern routes, and while she's asking about trade routes, she's actually meeting with an archivist who has records I need. The archivist, I say, tell me about them. Retired Crown intelligence, kept copies of reports that were supposed to be destroyed, the kind of person who believes records matter more than the people who want them buried. Name. Dalton Marsh, he runs a bookshop in the merchant quarter. Used to be a senior analyst before he decided the filing system was more important than the chain of command. You trust him? I trust that he wants the records to survive more than he wants to stay comfortable. That's a reliable motivation. You track a thing by what it needs, not what it swears. I understand that kind of trust. How long do we need in Thornhaven? 1 day, 2 at most. I need to meet Marsh, access his records, and copy what I can. The cipher from your dead drop might match something in his files. And if it doesn't? Then we keep moving south with what we have, but Marsh has been collecting intelligence from the southern corridor for 15 years. If anyone has context for the cipher, it's him. 2 days is a long time to sit in a city with Crown patrols. 2 days is nothing if the records give us what we need. The alternative is walking into the Drownfields blind. We're not blind, I have the trail. You have a trail that led to a cipher you can't read. I might be able to read it. Marsh might have the key. 2 days. 2 days, if it takes longer, we leave without the records. Agreed. What does the bookshop look like? I ask. I want to know the approach. The meeting is Selin's work. The ground around it is mine, and I want the exits before I want the man. Corner building in the merchant quarter, 2 entrances. Front door faces the main street, back door opens onto an alley that connects to the canal district. Marsh keeps the front as a real bookshop. Customers come and go, will look like buyers. Windows. 3 on the ground floor, 2 above. He lives upstairs. The records are in a basement vault that you'd never find without knowing it's there. How do you know it's there? Because I put 3 of the reports in it myself before I went rogue. Marsh was my insurance policy. Every report Crown Intelligence buried, I copied and sent to him. So the archivist isn't just a contact, he's your archive. He's the only person outside this team who has proof that the reports existed. If Crown Intelligence erases the original files, Marsh's copies are the last evidence. That makes him a target. That makes him careful. He survived 15 years of keeping secrets that powerful people want destroyed. He knows how to stay invisible. Nobody's invisible. He's the closest thing I've found. What about getting inside the walls? Davin asks. Thornhaven has a gate garrison. The gates are open during market hours, Selin says. Merchants come and go freely. The garrison checks for weapons on orcs and half-bloods. Everyone else walks through. Weapons on orcs, so Torvin gets searched. Torvin gets searched. I'll carry his blade in my pack under the forged trade goods. They don't search human merchants. I don't carry a blade unless someone hands it to me. Never have. My father trained my hands first because a weapon can be taken and a hand cannot. But Corin carries a blade, so Corin's blade rides in Selin's pack and I'll play the man who owns it. You leave the sign the watcher expects to find. You've done this before. I've moved intelligence assets through Crown-administered cities 6 times, Thornhaven twice. The garrison is looking for orc raiders and rebel scouts. They're looking for obvious threats. They're not looking for a merchant and her guide walking through the market gate with a pack full of dried goods and a blade wrapped in cloth. What if they look harder than usual? Then I talk, that's what I do. I talk until the person listening forgets what they were looking for. And if talking doesn't work, then we run, that's what Torvin does. I'd rather not run through a city I don't know. Then I'll make sure talking works. Davin stretches out on his bedroll. 2 days in a city with walls and a roof. I won't complain about that. Don't get comfortable, I tell him. Cities are more dangerous than the road, more eyes, more ears, more people who might recognize an orc who shouldn't be this far south. You've been in human cities before. Twice, both times ended with running. Encouraging. Honest. What went wrong? The first time a merchant recognized me from a clan trade delegation. I'd shaved, changed clothes, walked differently. He still recognized me. Orcs don't blend into human crowds like humans blend into each other. And the second time, a child pointed at me in a market and said, "Big green man," loudly. The garrison was 3 stalls away. Davin winces, so the plan is to stay invisible in a city where you physically cannot be invisible. The plan is to stay unremarkable. Invisible is impossible. Unremarkable is achievable if Selen's covers hold. I stand near 7 feet in a crowd built for people a head shorter. There's no hiding the size. There's only giving the eye nothing to snag on. A bored guide who wants his pay and a roof, nothing worth remembering. They'll hold, Selen says. Then we'll be fine. Sleep, Davin. You have the dawn watch. Good night. Good night. His heartbeat slows within 10 minutes, down and down until it settles into the deep rhythm of real sleep. Asleep, good, he needs it. A boy who sleeps clean has stopped bracing against the dark. He's starting to trust the 2 of us to hold the watch. Selen doesn't sleep. She sits by the dying fire and sorts her pack for the 3rd time tonight. The same items in the same order. Maps, ration packs, the medical kit, the small leather case that holds her forged documents. She's not sorting. She's thinking with her hands. I've seen it in men before a fight. The body needs a job so the mind can wander somewhere it won't say out loud. She hums 3 notes, low, middle, high, repeating. She does it when she thinks I'm not listening. She's done it every night since the 2nd day on the road. I don't tell her I hear it. Some things you flush too early and they're gone for good. The hum is different from everything else about her. Her voice is controlled. Her breathing is measured. Her heartbeat holds its trained pace, metronomic. The rhythm she has built herself into like a house built around its own foundation. Everything about Selen is a performance of calm over whatever lives underneath. The hum isn't a performance. 3 notes, no words, no pattern that belongs to a song I recognize. It's something she does without choosing to. A person shifts their weight before they walk, breathes deeper before they speak. Unconscious like that, the one window in the house she forgot to shutter. You should sleep, I say. I will. That's the same thing you said an hour ago. An hour ago I meant it, now I mean it more. Meaning something more doesn't make it happen faster. Nothing makes sleep happen faster except exhaustion, and I'm not there yet. You've been awake for 18 hours. I've been awake for 18 hours on a day that included a purist patrol and 2 hours in a ravine. My mind isn't done processing. What's left to process? She looks at me across the fire. The embers catch the green in her eyes, gray-green. They shift depending on the light. I've stopped pretending I don't watch for it. You told me you can hear my heartbeat every time I lie. I did. I've been thinking about what that means. And it means you've been listening to me lie for 5 days and you haven't sent me back. You haven't lied about anything that risks the trail. How do you know if you can hear that I'm lying but you can't hear what the lie is about? How do you know it doesn't risk the trail? Because the lies that shift your heartbeat the most are the personal ones. The mission lies barely move you, clean, rehearsed, practiced. The personal ones jump, then drop when you decide to suppress them, and the suppressing costs more. Your body works harder to hide the things that matter to you. None of it is magic. I lay in tall grass as a boy, learning what a deer's ear does a breath before it bolts. People are only louder deer, practice worn into the bone. That's a lot of information from a heartbeat. You're very good at lying, just not good enough to lie to someone who hears what your body does when you try. The corner of her mouth lifts. The smile doesn't quite arrive, but its shape is there for a moment. the whole set of her eases, like a wire under tension given back one turn. Most people I've worked with never noticed. Most people you've worked with don't hear heartbeats. Fair point. Does it bother you, knowing I'm lying? It bothers me less than it did 5 days ago. 5 days ago I didn't know what the lies were protecting. Now I have the shape of it. You're hiding something that matters to you, and it costs you more to hide from me than it would from anyone else. Because you hear it. Because I hear it, and because you know I hear it, that changes what it costs you. What do you do with the information, the lies you hear? I hold on to them, I watch for the pattern, I wait. Wait for what? For the lies to stop, or for the reason behind them to become clear enough that the lies make sense. And if the reason never becomes clear, then I keep tracking. I'm patient. You're not patient, you're persistent. My mother used to say the same thing. Smart woman. She was. The fire crackles, an ember pops and lands near Selen's boot. She brushes it away without looking down. She heard it land. She always hears more than she lets on. Can I ask you something, she says. You can ask. The ravine today, when you put yourself between me and the opening, were you thinking about the patrol finding us or about the patrol finding me? Both. That's not an answer. It's a complete answer. The patrol finding us means 3 people in danger. The patrol finding you means I lose the cipher, the map, and the only person who can decode the intelligence I've been collecting for 14 months. So it was practical. The practical part was the ravine. The position was something else. Something else. I don't have a clean word for it, so I give her the true one instead. I don't leave people exposed. It's how I was raised. My father put himself between the clan and whatever came from the dark. I'm his son. That's a lot of weight to carry. It's lighter than the alternative. She's quiet for a moment. Her heartbeat is slow and level, thinking, processing, which sounds different from lying or deflecting. No catch in it, no held breath, just the steady work of a person moving something heavy from one shelf to another inside herself. You hum, I say. Her heartbeat jumps. What? 3 notes, low, middle, high. You do it when you're sorting your pack. You do it when you think nobody's listening. I don't hum. Your heartbeat says otherwise. She stares at me, the fire between us, her pulse settling back down. She didn't know she was doing it. I watch her believe me before she wants to. How long have you known? Since the second night on the road. And you're telling me now because you told me you've been thinking about what my hearing means. It's fair to show you another piece of it. Another piece. How many pieces are there? Several. You check exits when you enter a space. 3 seconds, left to right, then back to the entry point. You touch the scar on your left palm when you're making a decision. You favor your right side when you sleep. I could go further, I don't. The rest I keep for myself. I've started choosing which parts of her never become a report. You've been cataloging me. I've been reading the trail, that's what I do. I'm not a trail. Everyone is a trail, patterns, markers, direction. The difference is whether the person reading knows what they're looking at. And you know what you're looking at. I'm starting to. She lets out a breath, her heartbeat drops, she's deciding something. The hum, is it a song you recognize? No, 3 notes, no words, no melody I can place, it's yours. I didn't know I did it. I know, that's why I'm telling you. You wanted to know what my hearing means. It means I hear the things you don't choose to show. The hum is one of them. That's a strange kind of honesty. You're a strange kind of liar. She almost laughs, the sound catches in her throat and comes out as something between a breath and a cough. Her heartbeat is quiet and steady. She's not afraid, she's recalibrating. I hear what the near laugh cost her, and I hear that she let it out anyway. She chose to. Good night, Torvin. Good night. She lies down, I watch the fire and listen. Her breathing changes in stages. First the conscious breathing, measured, controlled, every inhale deliberate. Then the transition where the control slips and her body takes over. Slower, deeper, the muscles in her shoulders release. Her hands, which grip the edge of her blanket when she first lies down, loosen. The 3-note hum, barely audible. She does it as she falls asleep too. 3 notes, the same 3 notes she hums when she's thinking. I listen. I told her what I've been watching, the exits, the scar, how she sleeps. I said the words out loud and her heartbeat stayed steady. She didn't flinch. She took it in and adjusted. That matters more than I expected it to. Most people, when you tell them you've been reading their habits, get afraid or angry or both. She got quiet and then she adjusted, like a person checking a map when the road shifts under them. My thumb finds the pine bark token in my pocket, worn smooth. Home wood, a long way from home. I don't decide to reach for it. My hand does it on its own, same as her hum. I've been reading her since the first day, her heartbeat, her scent, and her breathing. The mission read, is she dangerous? Is she lying? What is she hiding? But something changed somewhere between the ravine and this fire. The three-note hum isn't a threat indicator. The burn scar isn't a clue. These are things I know about a person, not marks on a report, and that means I'm not tracking an intelligence asset anymore. I'm tracking Selin. Wanting a person is a choice you make with your eyes open, and I've kept mine open the whole way. No one handed this to me. I watched her for 5 days, and somewhere in there the watching turned into something with her name on it. I'd rather it were honest than easy. Her breathing evens out, sleep, real sleep, slow and deep, the hum fades. She hums when she thinks I'm not listening. 3 notes, repeating. It's the only honest thing she does without knowing it. I keep watch until Davin wakes. The fire burns to coals. The wind moves over the ridges. The stars turn above us. My eyes hold the low light better than a human's, and I use them quietly, giving nothing back to the dark. She sleeps, I listen.
I'm not sleeping. I've been lying here for 40 minutes with my eyes closed and my breathing at the rate that fools most people into thinking I'm asleep. 12 breaths per minute. Pulse held at the edge of rest, not quite crossing into it. The performance of unconsciousness. I've been doing it since training. With 3 years of field work, I can fake sleep so well that handlers have had full conversations over my body without realizing I was listening. Sleep was always the easy part, because sleep was never really sleep. It was work with my eyes closed. Torvin isn't most people. He knows I'm awake. He's known for at least 30 minutes because my heartbeat hasn't dropped the extra 2 beats that real sleep produces. He hasn't said anything. He's sitting by the fire with his back to the ridge, watching the dark, and he knows I'm lying here performing a thing he can hear through. That's the part I can't get comfortable with. Every mark I've ever worked, I own the information gap. With him, it runs the wrong way. I give up. I sit up. The fire is low. Davin is asleep 10 feet away, his breathing deep and steady, the sleep of a man who trusts the watch. Torvin doesn't turn his head when I move, but his shoulders shift slightly, acknowledging. Can't sleep, I say. I know. How long have you known? Since you lay down. That's embarrassing. Your resting heartbeat when you're actually asleep runs slower than this. You've been holding it just above that for 40 minutes. The difference is consistent. So I can't even pretend to sleep around you. You can pretend, I'll hear the difference. I pull my blanket around my shoulders and move closer to the fire. The hollow holds the heat well. The wind moves over the ridges above us and the flames barely flicker. Good defensive ground. One approach. He chose it. Of course he chose it. You told me things tonight, I say. I did. The hum, the exits, the scar, how I sleep. Yes. I've been lying here since you said it, trying to figure out why. You could have asked 40 minutes ago. I was pretending to sleep. It would have ruined the performance. The performance was already ruined. I know, that's the problem. I pull my knees up and rest my chin on them. You gave away your advantage. A tracker who tells the target what he's reading loses the element of surprise. You know that. I do. So why? What's the tactical gain? There isn't one. Everything has a tactical gain. People don't share information without a reason. Nobody hands you a truth for free. They hand it over because it costs you more to hold than it costs them to give. You're applying intelligence, logic to something that isn't an operation. Everything is an operation. That's the first thing they teach you. Then your training is wrong about some things. I almost laugh. My training is wrong about a lot of things, but it's kept me alive for 6 years. Has it? I'm sitting here, I'd call that alive. You're sitting here performing 12 breaths per minute and holding your pulse 2 beats above the sleep threshold. You're alive, but you haven't slept in 5 days without faking it first. That lands harder than I expect. It goes in under the guard, clean, like a good question does. How do you know I haven't slept? Because your body takes 11 minutes to transition from controlled breathing to actual sleep. Every night. The first 6 minutes are performance. The next 5 are the fight between control and exhaustion. Exhaustion wins around minute 11. You've been doing it since the first camp. That's very detailed. I don't have much to do on watch. Listening is the job. And cataloging me is a hobby. I say it light, but it isn't light. Cataloging is my word. It's what I do to rooms and doors and strangers. Being the room sits strange in my chest. It was, now it's something else. I look at him, he's staring at the fire. The amber in his eyes catches the light and holds it. I wait for him to explain what something else means, but he doesn't. He just sits there, steady as the ridge behind him. An interrogator would let the silence do the work, wait me out. He isn't doing that. He simply has nothing more to say. No angle in it. You could have given me half the answer, I say. About the hum, the exits, I wouldn't have known the difference. Your heartbeat would have known, and I would have heard it adjust when you sensed something was missing. I let that sit. He's right. My body would have caught the gap even if my mind didn't. My body has never been a good liar. My mouth is. My hands are. The pulse under all of it tells the truth, and until 5 days ago, nobody could hear it. That's an unsettling amount of faith in my unconscious mind. Your unconscious mind is the most honest part of you. Your conscious mind is impressive, but it's always working. Your body tells the truth when your mouth won't. You make it sound like I'm two people. Everyone is two people. Most people can hide the second one. You can't, not from me. I want to propose something, I say. Go ahead. One truth each. Meaning. Real truths, things we haven't told anyone else. No follow-up questions, no analysis, no storing it for later. We say the thing and then we stop. Why? Because you hear everything I don't choose to show. My heartbeat, my breathing, the hum I didn't know I was doing. You've been reading me for 5 days and I've been trying to control what you see. It's exhausting and it's failing. And I don't say the rest, which is that the failing is what scares me. I have always had another layer under the layer someone stripped. With him, I keep reaching for the next one and finding nothing there. You want to stop trying to control what I hear. I want to choose what I give you instead of having it taken. Nothing's been taken. My hum was taken. I didn't know I was doing it. You listened for 4 nights and then you told me, that's not theft, but it's not consent either. It's surveillance. I've done more surveillance than anyone should. I've never once been on the inside of that window looking out. I was on watch. Listening is what watch means. You were listening to me specifically. You were the one making the sound. Fair, I almost smile. But here's the thing, you know things about me that I didn't decide to share. My heartbeat patterns, my sleeping habits, the scar, the exits. You named them all. That's a lot of information I didn't volunteer. I gave the information back. I told you what I see. You did, and that's why I'm proposing this. You gave back what you took. Now I want to give you something I choose, something real that isn't a heartbeat you overheard or a hum I didn't know about, something I hand over on purpose. So this is about control. This is about choosing. If you're going to hear the truth anyway, I'd rather pick which truth I hand over than have you pull it out of my pulse at 3 in the morning. I don't pull things from your pulse, I hear what's there. Same result, different method. It's not the same. To the person being read, it feels the same. I would know. I've stood over enough people who never knew a stranger had already read them down to the marrow. He considers that. His jaw tightens once, then releases. He's not offended. He's processing. I can tell because his breathing doesn't change. Torvin processes like water finding a path downhill. Steady, inevitable, no rush. I've spent my career reading the flicker that comes before a decision. He doesn't have one. Just the shift from not decided to decided with nothing showing in between. One truth each. One truth each. Then we stop. No follow-up questions means no follow-up questions. You don't get to track the ripple in my heartbeat after I say it. I'll hear the ripple whether I track it or not. Then you hear it and you let it go. You don't chase it. You don't bring it up tomorrow on the road. You don't reference it when we're arguing about roots or covers. You don't file it as leverage or evidence or anything that looks like intelligence work. It's a gift, not a deposit. I hear the words as they leave me. Deposit. Leverage. Evidence. Even offering the opposite of a trade, I reach for the language of the ledger. It's the only one I've ever had for what one person owes another. A gift. A voluntary disclosure with no strings attached. Is that a concept you're familiar with? My people call it a trust offering. You give something valuable to prove you don't need to keep it. Then you understand. I understand, one truth each, no follow-up, no leverage. Agreed. Agreed. I go first. All right. I take a breath. My heart rate is climbing. I can feel it, running past where training holds it, past where training has any authority at all. He can hear every beat. I know he can hear every beat, but there's nothing I can do about it. This is the opposite of every operation I've ever run. Every cover, every forged identity, every careful performance of a person who doesn't exist. On an op, fear is a tool. You point it, you spend it. This isn't pointed anywhere. It's running loose in me, and my body is panicking because my body knows what my training forgot. Real things are dangerous. I dream about doors, I say. The words come out steady. My voice is better trained than my pulse. That's the last thing I have, and part of me is screaming that this is how you die. Every night since Harrogate, locked doors, filing cabinets, office doors, the front entrance of the intelligence building where I submitted my report. In the dream, I know the combinations. Every lock, every code, every sequence. I have the right numbers. My hands won't move. He doesn't speak. I stand in front of the door. I know how to open it, but my fingers are frozen. Every night, the same dream. The combinations are right there, and I can't move my hands to enter them. He's listening. I can feel it. The attention is physical, like standing in front of a window and sensing the draft before you see it open. I've been the object of attention my whole adult life. Suspicion, desire, the flat interest of men deciding whether to trust me. None of it felt like this. He isn't waiting for me to slip. 2 years, every night, I wake up with my hands curled into fists and the numbers running through my head. The real numbers, the actual codes, they're still right, I just can't use them. Silence, the fire shifts, a log settles. The building in the dream, I say. It's real. 6th floor, East Wing, Crown Intelligence Central Archive. Room 614. That's where I filed the Harrogate report. That's the door my hands won't open. I have never said the room number out loud. Not once. It's the kind of detail I'd kill to keep out of a Mark's hands, and I've just laid it on the ground between us like it weighs nothing. He doesn't speak, he doesn't shift. He listens like ground takes rain, no resistance in it. That's my truth, I say. He nods, once. Your turn. He doesn't answer immediately. He looks at the fire, then at the dark beyond the ridges, then back at me. I watch him decide to spend something. I brace for it without meaning to, because I know what it costs. I just paid it. I stopped dreaming after the Asheville, he says. 14 months, when I sleep there's nothing there. Black, empty, no images, no sounds, no visits from the dead. Your mother, your father. Nobody. 14 months. Since the night after the attack, I went asleep in the forest 3 miles from the fires. I could still smell the smoke. I expected the dreams to be terrible. They were nothing. Nothing has been worse. Your mother said dreams are the forest talking. She said the ancestors speak through sleep, that every dream is a conversation. When I was young and had nightmares, she'd say, listen harder, they're trying to tell you something important. She believed the dead still talk. They've been silent for 14 months. His voice is flat, his fact voice. Coordinates, distances, patrol patterns. Except this isn't a fact about the road. This is a fact about the inside of his head, and he hands it to me like he'd say 6 miles to the ridge, because that's the only register he has for saying anything. I've delivered devastation in the voice you'd use to order tea. Flatness isn't the absence of the wound. It's the tourniquet. That's my truth, he says. I nod. The fire is barely coals now. The dark is closer. Thank you, I say. That sounds like a follow-up. It's not a question, it's acknowledgement, different category. You're very good at finding categories. I'm very good at a lot of things. Sleeping isn't one of them. The corner of his mouth shifts. It's the closest thing to a smile I've seen from him, brief, gone before it settles. Was that a smile? No. It looked like a smile. It was a muscular reaction to an unexpected statement. That's a very complicated way to say smile. Good night, Selin. We already said good night. You can't say it twice in one conversation. I just did. No follow-up questions, that's the deal. I don't ask what it feels like to sleep without dreams. I don't ask if his mother's voice was the last one he heard before the silence started. I don't ask if the silence scares him, if he's gotten used to it, or if 14 months of empty black feels like grief or relief. The questions line up in me like they always do, ranked, the ones most likely to open him first. I've built whole nights of conversation around less. I let them go. I don't ask because we agreed, because the questions are too heavy, and because his heartbeat shifted when he said, nobody. I don't need orc hearing to know what that shift costs. I've spent 6 years learning to hear the catch under a steady word. His was there. I heard it, and I did the one thing my training never taught me. I let it stand. The fire burns low. The wind crosses over the hollow. Draven breathes in the steady rhythm of someone who has never had to fake sleep in his life. Good night, Selin. Torvin. Yes. Tomorrow, Thornhaven. When we're inside the walls playing Tess and Corin, you'll still hear everything. I will. Will you still know what's real and what's the cover? I've known the difference since the first day. Every time, even when the cover is good. Especially when the cover is good. The better the lie, the harder your body works to hold it. Good lies are louder than bad ones. That's deeply inconvenient. It's more than inconvenient. The whole art is to make the good lie quiet, to let it sit as easy as the truth. If effort is what he hears, then my best work is my loudest. I've built my survival on the opposite being true. For you, it's useful for me. Good, because inside the walls, the cover has to be perfect. I need you to trust the performance even when my heartbeat says something else. I trust the performance. I also trust what the heartbeat says. Those might contradict each other. They have been contradicting each other for 5 days. I've managed so far. So far isn't the same as always. Nothing is always, sleep Selin. Good night. Good night. I lie down. The blanket is warm from the fire. I close my eyes and wait for the familiar performance to start. 12 breaths, the controlled lock of my own pulse, the cover of sleep over a mind that won't stop running. Something in my chest is different. Looser, like a knot that's been pulled tight for 2 years just released half a turn. The tension is still there, but the shape has changed. Less sharp, more like a bruise than a blade. I gave away a real thing and the world didn't end. He didn't analyze it. He didn't file it for later use. He traded back, equal weight, my dream about doors that won't open, his silence where the forest used to speak. I keep waiting for the cost to come. Somewhere in me a clerk is still standing at the ledger, pen up, waiting to write down what this will demand of me later. The page stays blank. He asked for nothing. It's not the same. His loss is larger, deeper, more permanent. Mine is about failure. His is about absence. They don't match and I don't need them to match. That wasn't the point. The point was the exchange. One real thing for one real thing. No leverage, no advantage. Just truth sitting between two people who have been lying to everyone, including themselves, for longer than they can afford. My training says this is how assets get compromised. You give a truth, they give a truth, the truths build a bridge and the bridge becomes a path, and the path leads somewhere you can't control. Chapter 3 of the Field Manual, Emotional Rapport as Operational Vulnerability. The manual was right about the mechanism and wrong about everything that matters. It called the bridge a weakness. It never said what it feels like to stand on one and not be alone. My training can go to hell tonight. I don't hum. For the first time in 5 days, the 3 notes don't come. There's nothing running underneath that needs a lullaby to cover it. I fall asleep with my hands open, the numbers quiet, and something in my chest that feels like the space after a locked door finally opens. It's terrifying.
She slept without the hum. I listened for it through the last 2 hours of my watch. The 3 notes that come every night, low, middle, high, the unconscious melody she carries without knowing. They didn't come. She fell asleep after our exchange and her breathing dropped straight into the slow rhythm of real sleep without the usual long fight between control and surrender. She just slept, open hands, no hum. I hold on to that. It's a small thing. In this work, small things are most of what you get to keep. Dawn comes gray and cold. The ridges block the first light until the sun clears the eastern peak, and then the hollow fills with warmth all at once. Davin wakes at the scheduled time, stretches, and starts breaking camp without being told. Good. The boy learns fast, and he learns by watching, which is the only way worth learning. Thornhaven today, he says. By midday if we keep pace. The road's wider past the second ridge. You said that last night. More traffic, more eyes. Stay close, don't stare at anyone, don't speak unless spoken to. I know how to walk through a city. You know how to walk through a city as yourself. Today you're an apprentice named Brennan who doesn't have opinions. Brennan, right, what kind of apprentice? Trade apprentice, Selin says from behind us. She's packed and ready. Her hair is tied back and she's wearing the merchant coat she pulled from her supplies 3 days ago. Different posture. Shoulders relaxed, chin slightly lifted, the walk of someone who owns things and expects to own more. Tess, the cover slides on like a second skin. You carry the packs and you say, yes, ma'am, when I talk to you. Yes, ma'am. That was almost convincing. Work on the almost. What do I call you? Davin asks her. Tess Aldworth, textile merchant from Keswick. And Torvin. Corin, hired protection, doesn't talk much, which shouldn't be a stretch. I talk when there's something worth saying. Exactly, inside the walls, there's nothing worth saying. You watch, I negotiate. Davin carries things and looks bored. I can look bored. You can look bored as Brennan, keep the name straight. If someone asks where you're from, keep the answer short. Keswick, 2 years apprentice to you, learning the textile trade. And how do you feel about it? I'd rather be anywhere else, but my family sent me. Say it like you mean it. My family sent me, and I'd rather be literally anywhere else. Good, nobody questions someone who's slightly miserable about their job. That's the kind of detail that sells a cover. The road widens past the second ridge. Cart tracks deepen, cut into the clay from a winter of hauling, dried now into hard ruts that catch the boot. I read them out of habit. 2 ox carts through since the last rain. A rider, unshod horse, moving fast and alone. The prints tell me who came this way and when the same as they always do. I can't turn it off. I stopped wanting to a long time ago. We pass a merchant wagon heading north, 2 laborers with empty packs, a family with a donkey loaded down with root vegetables. The father nods at me and looks quick at the ground, the way humans do around my size. Normal traffic. Nobody looks twice at a human merchant, her orc guide, and a young apprentice walking south. Torvin, Selin says, falling into step beside me. She's quieter this morning, steadier. Her heartbeat has been at the real number since she woke up. Not held, not performed, just running. 2 beats slower than the cover and the whole weight of last night in the gap. When we meet Marsh, I'll do the talking. You watch the exits in the street. If anything looks wrong, we leave through the back door to the canal district. What counts as wrong? Crown patrol inside the shop. Anyone who looks at us longer than 3 seconds. Anyone who follows us from the gate. Marsh sending a signal I don't recognize. What signals do you recognize? He puts a green cloth on the front display if it's safe. Red means compromised. No cloth means he's not there or he's been taken. And if it's red? Then we walk past like customers who changed their minds, and we don't stop walking until we're outside the walls. How well do you know Marsh? Well enough. He was my handler's contact before Renner took over the directorate. Marsh retired from field work 12 years ago and opened the bookshop as a cover that became real. He likes books more than people. Most archivists do. You trust him? I trust that he has no reason to betray me. Marsh hates the directorate more than I do. They forced him into early retirement. He keeps records because records are power, and power is the only thing that keeps a retired spy alive. He sounds like a man with enemies. He sounds like a man who's made sure his enemies can't afford to touch him. Those are different things. What about the cipher? If Marsh is compromised, we lose the only person who might decode it. If Marsh is compromised, the cipher is the least of our problems. It means Crown Intelligence found him, which means they found his records, which means 15 years of buried reports are either destroyed or in the hands of the people who buried them. The people who buried your Harrogate report. She glances at me, quick. Yes, the same chain of command. When did you file the report? 17 months ago, late spring. The number lands in my chest like a stone dropped into still water. 17 months ago, late spring, I stopped walking. Torvin. I work the dates backward. It's a thing I do without deciding to, the same as reading the ruts. 17 months ago, late spring. The Asheville attack was 13 months ago, late summer. The gap opens in front of me before I want it to. 4 months. She filed her report 4 months before the Asheville burned. What's wrong, she asks. The Asheville was attacked 13 months ago. I know. You filed the Harrogate report 17 months ago. Yes. 4 months before, if your report had been acted on, if the handler had sent it up the chain instead of burying it, the investigation would have started in early summer, 3 months before the Asheville operation. She stopped walking. Draven has stopped behind us. The road is empty in both directions. The morning sun hits the ridgeline and the valley below fills with light. Somewhere down the slope, a bird works through the same 4 notes over and over, patient, uninterested in any of it. If they'd investigated the Harrogate connections, they would have found the supply chain, she says. Her voice is flat, professional, her not feeling something voice. The supply chain led to the network. The network planned the Asheville operation. If the report had been acted on in the first week, the investigation could have intercepted the planning before the attack was launched. Neither of us says the number again. It's sitting on the road between us, and it doesn't need saying twice. I smell smoke. The road is clean, no fires for miles. The smoke is in my head, the smell of the Asheville morning, pine resin, thatch, and something underneath that I learned later was burning hair. The smell that won't leave. It comes on its own schedule and it doesn't ask. I've smelled clean forest for 13 months, and my body keeps handing me that morning anyway, whole, every time a number lines up wrong. The ground under my feet is solid, brown dirt, scattered stones, cart tracks. The sun is warm, Selen's breathing is controlled, Draven is standing still, the present is here, the smoke is memory, I know the difference. Knowing the difference is most of what keeps a man walking. I make myself find 5 things that are real. The rut under my heel, the pine token in my pocket, worn smooth on one edge from my thumb, the bird, her heartbeat, the road going down. You didn't bury the report, I say. No, your handler buried it. Yes. You filed it through proper channels, you followed the process, you put the intelligence where it was supposed to go. And then I went home and waited for someone to act on it, and nobody did, and 4 months later your clan burned. You did your job. My job was to protect people. The report was supposed to protect people. The report would have protected people if the person above you had done his job. You can't carry both failures, yours and his. I can carry whatever I choose to carry. You can, but you're carrying the wrong weight. A tracker learns the difference between the pack you need and the pack that slows you down. This guilt is slowing you down. Since when do you give advice about failings? Since the person I'm walking with started smelling like copper and fever. I smell like copper. Guilt changes the body. It sits in the blood, the sweat, and the breath. I've smelled it on soldiers who blame themselves for orders they didn't give, on mothers who think they should have been faster, on myself after the Asheville when I spent 3 weeks wondering if I could have reached the settlement in time. Could you have? No, it doesn't add up to a chance. 12 miles, a full sprint, and the fires were already burning when the warning reached me. I couldn't have made it, but guilt doesn't care what's possible. It only cares about the question. I know the shape of the 3 weeks I spent inside that question. I ran the route in my head at night. I ran it faster each time, shaved a minute here, took a slope I'd never take with a real pack, until the version in my head arrived while there was still something to save. Then I'd wake up and the real distance would still be 12 miles and the real me would still have been too far. You can't win an argument with a road. I stopped having it out loud. I never stopped having it. She's quiet for a moment. The copper scent eases just slightly. You're blaming yourself for a decision someone else made. If I'd gone around Renner, if I'd sent the report directly to the War Council, if I'd leaked it to the press, if I'd done anything other than follow the process and trust the system to work. You trusted the system. I trusted the system, but 200 people died at Harrogate, 62 people died at the Asheville, and the person who buried my report is still sitting in an office in the capital with a promotion and a pension. Vain soot. She looks at me, her heartbeat jumps. Where did you hear that name? The task force briefing, your file mentioned a handler. The name was redacted, but the operational history pointed to Soot, Senior Intelligence, 7th Directorate Oversight. He had the authority to bury a field report and the motivation to protect a network he was monitoring for political leverage. You figured that out from a redacted file. I figured it out from 14 months of tracking. I've seen this name in more than one place. I don't know what it means yet, whether that's collaboration or coincidence or something worse, but the name keeps turning up at the edges of the same supply decisions that moved resources toward the Shadow King's operations. It's a thread worth following. Her heartbeat is quick, high, the highest I've heard from her. She's not lying, she's processing something she didn't expect me to know. How many connections? 3 that I've found: trade authorizations, garrison transfers, supply route approvals, small decisions. Each one could be routine. Together they make a pattern. I don't have enough to call it evidence. Not yet. You think Soot is part of the network? I think Soot made decisions that helped the network. Whether that's collaboration, incompetence, or corruption, I don't know. But the trail doesn't lie. The decisions are there. 3 supply chain connections. How far back? The earliest is 6 years old, a garrison transfer that moved a patrol away from a river crossing 3 days before a weapons shipment came through. The most recent is 8 months ago, a supply route approval that created a corridor through the Northern Pass. The Northern Pass, that's the same route the Shadow King's people used to move stolen grain after the Thornfield raid. I know the approval has Soot's signature. You've been sitting on this for months. I've been building a case. 1 signature is coincidence, 2 is a pattern, 3 is evidence. I wanted the full picture before I brought it to anyone. And you're bringing it to me. You're the one walking beside me. You're the one whose clan burned because a handler decided a report was worth less than his career. If anyone has the right to see the trail, it's you. She exhales, her heartbeat drops, adjusting again, taking the new piece and fitting it into whatever map she carries in her head. The archivist, she says, Marsh, he has records that could prove the connection. If Soot's authorization signatures appear on the same supply chain documents that link to the Shadow King's operations, that's evidence, real evidence, paper trail. Is that why you put reports in Marsh's vault before you went rogue? That's exactly why. I knew Soot buried the Harrogate report. I suspected he was protecting something larger. I started copying every report that crossed my desk with his signature and sending them to Marsh. How many reports? 47. 47 reports connecting a Crown intelligence handler to a network that burned 3 orc clans. 47 reports that individually look like routine administrative decisions. Together they show a pattern. Resource movements, garrison reassignments, and intelligence downgrades, all signed by the same person, all benefiting the same operations. Thornhaven isn't just about the cipher. Thornhaven is about the cipher and the paper trail. The cipher tells us where the Shadow King is. The paper trail tells us who helped him get there. If Marsh still has the records. He has them. Marsh doesn't destroy records, he buries them deeper. And if Crown Intelligence got there first, then we'll know the moment we see the shop. Green cloth safe, red cloth walk, no cloth run. You said walk before, now it's run. I said walk when I was briefing Davin. I'm telling you the truth now. No cloth means Marsh is gone, and if Marsh is gone, the people who took him know about the vault in us. Then we go in clean and we go in fast. And we don't stay longer than we need to. Get the cipher decoded, get the Soot records, get out. We stand on the road. The valley below opens toward Thornhaven. I can see the walls from here. Gray stone watchtowers and the morning smoke rising from 100 chimneys. Ordinary smoke, cook fires and forges, nothing burning that shouldn't be. My body still marks it. It always marks it now. A living city. People inside those walls going about their day, unaware that 2 people on the road above them are carrying evidence of the rot that runs through the institution that protects them. I don't blame you, I say. You should. The trail doesn't punish the person who found the tracks, it punishes the person who covered them. You found the tracks, Soot covered them. The trail knows the difference, and so do I. That's generous. It's accurate. I'm not generous, I'm precise. You're precise and generous, those aren't opposites. In my experience, they usually are. Then your experience is about to change. She says it without looking at me. Her heartbeat holds where it is, steady. She means it the same as everything she says when she's not performing for someone, the real version, the one underneath the covers, the codes, and the nightly fight to fall asleep. Torvin. Yes. When this is done, when we find the Shadow King, Soot, and the whole rotten chain, what happens to you? I go home. To the Asheville. To what's left of it, the ones who were away when the fire came, in temporary shelters, waiting for someone to tell them the people who burned their homes are gone. I know the shelters. Canvas and borrowed timber, a headcount that comes up short every roll, children who ask for the wrong door because the door they mean isn't standing anymore. I go back when I can, I never stay long. There's a look people give the one who wasn't there and lived, and I've learned to carry it, but I haven't learned to sit in it. That's why you're here, for them. That's why I'm here. Davin clears his throat behind us. The road's getting busier. Should we keep moving? Yes, Selin says. The merchant posture returns. Shoulders back, chin up. Tess, we have a bookshop to visit. We walk toward Thornhaven. The road slopes downward. More travelers, more carts. The city grows larger with every step. She filed the report. Someone else buried it. For months later, my clan burned. It's a simple line to draw, and simple is what makes it hard to put down. It changes everything about why we're walking this road together. This isn't a mission anymore. This is personal. Her guilt and my grief are the same wound from different angles. The same rot, the same chain of failures, the same name on the documents that let my people burn. We're going to find the Shadow King, and we're going to find the man who made it possible.
The walls of Thornhaven are taller than I remember. Gray stone, 20 feet high, river-washed smooth on the southern face where spring floods hit every year. 2 watchtowers flanking the bridge gate. Crown pennants on both. 4 guards visible, 2 at the checkpoint, 2 on the wall walk. Standard garrison rotation. The morning shift is usually friendlier than the afternoon. We timed it right. Change of plan, I say, falling into step beside Torvin. We're 100 yards from the gate. Close enough to see the guards, far enough that they can't hear us. At the gate, you're not hired protection. You're my trading partner. Why? Because a textile merchant with an orc bodyguard raises questions. Why does she need protection? What's she carrying that's worth guarding? A textile merchant with an orc trading partner raises different questions. Easier ones. What kind of questions? How did they meet? How long have they been working together? The kind of questions people answer with a shrug and say, 3 years, and the guard waves them through. 3 years. 3 years? We met at a trade meet in Keswick. You supply raw materials from the southern territories. Wool, leather, some dyed goods. I handle the northern distribution. We split the profits. And Davin, my apprentice. Your presence makes him nervous because he's young and he's never worked with an orc before. That part won't even require acting. What does a trading partner do that hired protection doesn't? Walks beside me instead of behind me, talks to me like an equal, touches me. He looks at me, touches you. At the checkpoint, hand on my shoulder, arm around my waist, something that says we're together without saying it out loud. When guards see a couple, they see boredom. But when guards see a merchant with a bodyguard, they see something worth searching. I can put a hand on your shoulder. Good, don't make it look like you're practicing. I don't practice. Then it should be convincing, and Torvin. Yes. When your hand is on my shoulder, my heartbeat is going to do something. Don't react to it. Don't shift. Don't look at me. I know how to hold still. I'm not questioning your ability to hold still. I'm telling you that whatever you hear from my pulse at the checkpoint is the cover talking, not me. The cover. Right, just the cover. All right. You don't believe me. I believe you believe that. We should keep moving. The bridge is stone, wide enough for 2 carts, a covered passage with oil lamps burning even in daylight. Our footsteps echo. Davin falls in behind us with the packs. He looks bored. He's a fast learner. The checkpoint is a wooden desk across the bridge mouth. 1 guard seated, 1 standing. The standing guard has a pike and the look of someone who's been on shift since dawn and wants his lunch. The seated guard has a registry book. Names and business, the seated one says. Tess Aldworth, textile trade, northbound return from the southern territories. I put the papers on the desk. Forged 3 weeks ago with ink I mixed myself. The seal is Crown Registry. It should hold. The guard looks at the papers, then at Torvin, then back at me. And him. Corin, my partner. I say it like something I've said 1,000 times. Like a name that's been in my life so long I don't think about it anymore. Bored, familiar, true. Torvin's hand lands on my shoulder. It's warm. His palm covers the space between my neck and the joint of my arm, heavy without pressing. Like it belongs there, like it's been there before. My pulse jumps, 1 hard kick I feel in my throat. I can't stop it. And I know he feels it too because his thumb shifts once against my collarbone as he acknowledges the jump without looking at me. Trading partner, the guard says. 3 years, Torvin says, his voice is flat. Board perfect. Papers for him. I hand over the second set. The guard reads them, looks at Torvin again. You carrying weapons? No, Torvin says. Open the pack. Davin steps forward with the smaller pack. The guard riffles through it. Trade samples, cloth rolls, a writing kit, nothing worth stopping. The blade is in my pack, wrapped in a textile sample, buried under 3 layers of merchant goods. They don't search the merchant. They search the orc. How long are you staying? 2 days. We have business in the merchant quarter. Market hours end at sunset. After dark, stay off the main streets unless you're heading to an inn. Understood. He stamps the papers and waves us through. The hand stays on my shoulder for 3 more steps past the checkpoint. Then it lifts. The absence is worse than the wait. Thornhaven opens around us. Half-timbered buildings lean over narrow streets, upper stories jutting out until they almost touch across the gap. The river cuts through the center of the merchant quarter, spanned by 3 bridges, all covered, all lit with oil lamps. Cobblestones under our feet, slick from morning rain. The smell of bread, coal smoke, horses, river mud. 3 exits from the main street. The south bridge leads to the canal district. The east gate opens toward the docks. The market square connects to 4 alleys, 2 wide enough for a cart, 2 barely wide enough for a person. I map them without thinking. Hands first, eyes second, exits third. Crown Patrol, 4 soldiers walking the market perimeter in a loose square. They pass every 8 minutes. I time it twice to be sure. Merchant Quarter is 2 streets east, I say. The bookshop is on the corner of Milliner's Row and Threadneedle Lane. You've been here before. Twice, both times on assignment. The first time I moved an asset out through the canal district. The second time I copied records from a trade office on the waterfront. And nobody recognized you. I was 3 different people. Nobody recognizes someone who was never there. 3 people in the same city, different covers each time. Different hair, different clothes, different walk. The first one was a records clerk. The second was a merchant's wife. The third is Tess, and Tess is my best work. What makes Tess better? Tess has a history. I built her over 6 months. She has credit at 2 banks, a rented storage unit in the warehouse district, and a reputation for paying on time. Tess is real enough that if you asked around the merchant quarter, people would nod and say, yes, she comes through twice a year. That's thorough. That's survival. A cover that can't hold up to casual conversation is a cover that gets you killed. We turn onto Milliner's Row. Shops on both sides, cloth merchants, tailors, and a cobbler with boots hanging in the window. The bookshop is at the corner. Dark wood front, leaded glass windows, a sign that reads Marsh and Associates in gold lettering. And on the front display, draped over a stack of leather-bound volumes, a green cloth. The relief hits my chest like cold water. I don't let it show. I keep walking. Green, Torvin says beside me. I see it. You relaxed. I didn't relax. Your shoulder dropped half an inch and your breathing changed. My breathing is fine. Your breathing is fine now. 3 seconds ago it was held. You were bracing for red. I was bracing for any outcome. That's preparation, not anxiety. There's a word for the relief you get when you were prepared for the worst, and it didn't happen. There are several words, none of them apply. Your shoulder says otherwise. My shoulder is not a reliable narrator. It's the most reliable narrator I've met. I almost smile. We pass the shop, circle the block, come back. I go in first, browse for 3 minutes. If I come out, it's clear. If I don't come out in 5 minutes, take Davin and go. I'm not leaving without you. That's not the plan. The plan changed when you told me about the 47 reports, the 4 months, and the name on the documents. I'm not leaving without you. You're very stubborn for someone who claims to be precise. Precision and stubbornness aren't opposites. You keep saying things aren't opposites. I'm starting to think that's your philosophy. It's not philosophy, it's accuracy. Fine, if I don't come out in 5 minutes, come in through the back door. Milliner's Row Alley, second entrance. The lock is a standard pin tumbler. You won't need to pick it. Knock twice, pause, knock once. Better. We circle the block. Nobody follows. I enter alone. The shop smells like old paper, binding glue, and something underneath that might be pipe tobacco. Shelves floor to ceiling. Books in stacks on every surface. a reading table with 2 chairs. Behind the counter, a man in his 60s with wire spectacles, ink-stained fingers, and eyes that read me like I read a room. Fast, complete, missing nothing. Looking for anything specific, he asks. I'm looking for a copy of Aldworth's Trade Compendium, 3rd edition, if you have it. 3rd edition is rare, I might have one in the back. Who recommended me? A friend who collects rare bindings. She said you were the best in the quarter. She has good taste, give me a moment. He disappears into the back room. When he returns, he's carrying a book and his eyes have changed. Sharper, the shopkeeper is gone, the archivist is here. Whisper, he says quietly. Marsh. You look different from the last time, thinner, harder. 5 months on the road will do that. The task force is active. I heard the chatter 3 weeks ago. Crown Intelligence is looking for you. I know, I'm working with them now. His eyebrows lift, voluntarily. The word, voluntarily, is doing a lot of work in that sentence. Who's outside? My partner, an orc tracker named Torvin, and an escort named Davin. You brought an orc tracker into my shop. Not yet, he's outside, and he's the reason I'm here. His trail and my intelligence lead to the same place. The Shadow King. And the man who helped him. I have a cipher that needs decoding and 47 reports in your vault that need pulling. The soot files. You remember. I remember everything that comes through my door. That's the job. He looks at me over his spectacles. The cipher will take time. I need tools from the back room and the decryption tables are buried in the vault. Come back tomorrow morning. Early, before the market opens. How early? Dawn, I'll have the tables set up and we can start. The reports. Safe, nobody's touched the vault in 8 months. I check the seals weekly. Thank you, Marsh. Don't thank me, you put dangerous things in my keeping. The least I can do is keep them. He sets the book down. How much trouble are you in, Whisper? Enough that Crown Intelligence sent a task force to find me, and then offered me a deal instead of a sell. That's more trouble than most people survive. I'm not most people. No, you're not, that's why I kept the files. He pauses. There's an inn 2 blocks east, the Copper Kettle, clean, quiet. The owner doesn't ask questions and doesn't talk to Crown patrols. I know it. Stay off the main streets after dark. The patrol doubled last month. Something has them nervous. Do you know what? Rumors. A supply chain disruption in the Southern Territories. Garrison commanders talking about shadow operations they can't trace. The kind of chatter that makes bureaucrats double the patrols and triple the paperwork. The Shadow King's network. I don't use names I can't verify, but the pattern matches what you brought me 2 years ago. Wider now, deeper. I signal Torvin and Davin. They enter through the front like customers browsing. Torvin's eyes sweep the shop in 3 seconds flat. Exits, windows, Marsh, me, satisfied. We leave separately. Torvin and Davin first, browsing 2 more shops on the row. I follow 3 minutes later with a book I actually purchased. Fieldcraft. Never leave a surveillance shop empty-handed. The Copper Kettle is where Marsh said it would be. Stone front, wooden shutters, a painted sign with a kettle that's more brown than copper. Inside, a common room with a fire, 4 tables, the smell of stew and bread. The owner is a woman in her 50s who looks at our papers, looks at Torvin, looks at me, and says nothing. 2 rooms, I say. 1 room, market week, everything else is taken. You're sure there's nothing else? A storage room and attic. 1 room, take it or try the docks. The dockside inns have lice and questions. 1 room. 1 bed, 1 chair, a washstand, 12 silver for 2 nights. We'll take it. The room is on the 2nd floor. 1 window facing the alley, 1 bed, 1 chair, a washstand. Davin drops the packs. 1 bed, he says. I can count. I'm just saying, 1 bed, 3 people. The chair folds flat, you take that. What about the bed? Torvin takes the bed. He's the tallest and he hasn't slept in 18 hours. I don't need the bed, Torvin says. You need sleep, you were on watch last night. I've gone longer. I know you've gone longer. That's not a recommendation, take the bed. Is that an order? It's a strongly worded suggestion from someone Who needs you functional tomorrow when we're decoding a cipher in a city with double patrols? And you. I don't sleep much, you know that. I know that, that's exactly the problem. The words land. The same words I said to him 3 nights ago when he told me he could hear through my performance of sleep. Turned back on me. His face doesn't change. I'll take the chair, I say. The chair is for Draven. Then I'll take the floor. There are 2 blankets and 1 bed. The bed fits 2 people if neither of them takes up too much space. Are you suggesting we share the bed? I'm stating a logistical fact. The bed is wide enough. The floor is stone. The chair folds flat for 1 person, not 2. Logistical. Yes. That's a very precise word for what you're describing. I'm a precise person, you've said that. Draven has buried himself in his pack and is pretending very hard to look for something. His ears are red. Fine, I say. Logistical. 2 blankets, 1 bed, nobody touches anybody. And if you track my heartbeat while I'm sleeping, I will put your blade somewhere anatomically inconvenient. I won't track your heartbeat. You'll hear it anyway. I'll hear it and I'll let it go. That's the deal. We made it 3 nights ago. We made it under different circumstances. The deal doesn't change with the circumstances. That's what makes it a deal. And if I hum, then you hum. You won't hold on to it. I'll hear it, I won't keep it. Hearing and holding aren't the same. That's a very thin line. Most of the lines that matter are thin ones. He's right, I hate that he's right. The window shows the alley below, lamplight from the street. The patrol passes at the end of the block. 8 minutes, consistent. Tomorrow, Dawn Marsh the cipher, the 47 reports, soot. Tonight, the cover couple sleeps in 1 bed and pretends the performance stopped at the gate. It didn't.
She didn't hum. I lay awake listening, 6 inches between us. She fell asleep in 4 minutes, pulse slow. She didn't hum. I let the room teach me its small sounds, her breath going slower. Tracking is only noticing what's there and refusing to look away, and I've spent my life not looking away. Some nights she hums low in her chest, a thread of a tune she'd deny under oath. Tonight, nothing, just breath and the warmth of her back a hand's width from mine, and the discipline it took not to close the gap. I slept eventually, 3 hours, maybe 4. When I wake, the room is still dark and she's already sitting up, lacing her boots by the light from the window. Her hair is loose. It falls forward while she works, and she doesn't push it back, and I make myself look at the door instead. Don't say anything about the heartbeat, she says without turning around. I wasn't going to. You were thinking about it. I was thinking about the cipher. Marsh wants us at dawn. You were thinking about the cipher and the heartbeat. I can multitask, so can you. Your boots are on the wrong feet. She looks down, they're not. She looks back at me and something almost happens at the corner of her mouth. Almost. I've learned to hunt that almost. It's the truest thing she gives away. Get dressed, she says. We have work to do. How did you sleep? I slept fine. Why? You fell asleep in 4 minutes. You counted. I heard. You promised not to keep track. I'm not keeping track. I'm noticing that 4 minutes is a long way from 11. 11. Your usual transition time from controlled breathing to real sleep. 11 minutes every night since the road. And last night. 4. She's quiet for a moment. Her fingers pause on the bootlaces. The bed was warm, she says. That's all. I let her have it. Stop smiling. I'm not smiling. Your voice is smiling. I can hear it. I don't argue. She's right, and the not arguing is its own kind of admission. We're 2 people fluent in the same silence. Draven wakes when I stand. How long were you awake? He asks. Long enough, Selin says. Patrols passed 3 times. The interval is consistent. Did anyone sleep? Everyone slept, I say. We're leaving in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Draven says. I haven't even found my other boot. It's under the chair, Selin says, where you kicked it at midnight when you were pretending not to snore. I don't snore. You snore like a man twice your size. It's almost impressive. At least I didn't talk in my sleep. Nobody talked in their sleep, I say. Move. The streets are empty before dawn. This is the hour I trust most. No crowd to read, just cold stone in the shape of things where they should be. The patrol passes on Milliner's Row. 4 soldiers, faster than last night. 6 minutes, Selin says. It was 8 yesterday. Something changed overnight. Marsh was right about the garrison being nervous. Or someone tipped them. Nobody tipped them, we were clean at the gate. This is general readiness, not targeted. You're sure? 80%, the patrol formation is standard sweep, not search. They're watching everything, not looking for anyone specific. And the other 20%. The other 20% is why we're walking on the shadow side of the street. I keep to it without being told twice. Shadow reads a body less honestly than light does. Marsh opens the back door at our knock, 2-1 pattern. He looks at Selin, then at me, then at the street behind us. Patrols changed timing, he says. We noticed, Selin says. Come in, the tables are set up. Decryption tables spread across the work table, the 47 files stacked in a leather folder. Selin sits down and starts running patterns before Marsh finishes explaining the key structure. Whatever fear she carries, it doesn't reach her fingers. She always worked this fast, I ask Marsh. Faster than anyone I trained, and I trained 11. The key structure looks like a modified Renner grid, Selin says without looking up. Marsh, when was the last time the 7th Directorate updated their cipher protocols? 2 years ago, after the Harrogate leak. After my leak, they changed the structure because of me. And now you're breaking the new structure. Irony is the only reliable currency in intelligence work. I watch the street through the front window. It's a job and it's an excuse. Torvin, Marsh says quietly beside me. 2 cups of something that smells like burned grain. I take one. She trusts you, he says. She trusts my tracking. No, she trusts you. I've known Whisper for 5 years. She doesn't bring people to my door. She doesn't share vault access. She doesn't sleep 6 inches from someone she doesn't trust. How do you know the distance? Because she told me about the in arrangements when she walked in this morning, and she told me like it was logistics, and the only person who calls that kind of thing logistics is a person who's trying very hard not to call it something else. You're observant for a bookseller. I'm observant for a retired spy who wants to stay alive. How much trouble follows you? The kind that shifts patrol schedules. That's what I thought. He sips the burned grain drink. Whatever you did, her shoulders are different, lower. She used to carry them near her ears. I didn't do anything. You're doing something right now. You're watching the street so she doesn't have to. That's the first time in 5 years someone else has watched a door for her. I look at Selin, he's right. Her shoulders are below the guard position, below the performance position, something else, something I don't have a word for. The cipher is a 3-layer substitution, Selin says without looking up. First layer is standard Crown intelligence, second layer is modified, third layer is something I've never seen before. Marsh, do you have the Southern dialect tables? Bottom shelf, red binding. The third layer uses Southern Orc trade nomenclature, not military, commercial. Whoever built this cipher wanted someone who speaks both Crown intelligence and Orc trade language. That narrows the builder to fewer than 20 people, Marsh says. Fewer than 10, and at least 4 of them are dead. She looks at me. Can you read Southern Orc trade notation? I grew up speaking it. Then I need you here, not at the window. I sit across from her. She pushes a page toward me. Rows of symbols, some familiar, Orc trade marks, clan signatures, route designations I learned before I could read common. My mother's handmade marks like these on wax and hide, and seeing them here puts an old ache behind my ribs I don't let show. These 3, I say, pointing, supply route markers. The first is a river crossing designation, the second is a mountain pass, the third is a seasonal camp. Seasonal camp where? Southern Ashlands, near the Salt Flats. My clan used it for summer trade meets. Her pulse shifts, quick recognition. The base isn't in the mountains, she says. It's in the lowlands, near the Salt Flats. How sure? 70%. I need the next 3 pages decoded to confirm. This mark here, I say, turning the page. It's a clan boundary. Whoever wrote this knows which territories overlap in the dry season. That's specific knowledge. Very specific. You'd need a guide or an Orc trader who'd been through the region. Or a pathfinder. But my people wouldn't sell that knowledge, which means someone took it. Marsh leans over the table. The fourth page, look at the authorization sequence. Soot's signature again, Selin says, and a second one I don't recognize. I do, Marsh says. That's Harwick, Garrison Commander, Southern District. He retired 3 years ago, officially. Unofficially. Unofficially, he moved to a farmstead 12 miles from the Salt Flats and stopped answering correspondence. 12 miles from a Shadow King operational base. If your 70% holds, yes. The rest of the pages fill in the shape of it. Route markers for 3 dry season water sources, all within a day's walk of the flats. I know 2 of them by taste from kneeling at that water as a boy. Requisition orders for timber and stone and provisions, routed through civilian contractors to hide the construction in commercial paperwork. And a clan territory mark drawn by an outsider copying what he saw, the notation close enough to read and wrong enough to give him away. Not temporary camps. Permanent operation infrastructure. It's what I do, Marsh says, looking at the contractor routing. It's what we all did when we were active. By the time the market bells ring, we have a partial location and a name on every authorization page. Selin ties the decoded pages into the leather folder with the 47 files. Her pulse is easy. Every page, she says quietly, every single authorization. You expected that. Expecting it and seeing it are different things. This is enough evidence to end his career if we get it to the right people. And if there are no right people, then we become the right people. She tightens the cord on the folder. Marsh, the partial location, Salt Flats, Southern Ashlands, how far? 3 weeks on foot from here, 2 if you know the shortcuts. Torvin knows the shortcuts. I know the land, I say. The shortcuts have probably changed. Land moves. Only a fool trusts a memory of ground over the ground itself. I'll read it fresh when we get there. Then we'll adjust, she stands, Marsh the vault. Sealed, nobody touches it. We leave through the back, separate routes to the inn. Be careful, Marsh says. The patrols have eyes I don't recognize. New faces in the garrison. New faces meaning what? Meaning someone brought in people from outside the regular rotation. That's unusual for a market week. Purists, I ask. Or Crown Intelligence Field agents, or both. The lines blur in cities like this. Don't thank me, Marsh says as we reach the door. Bring the whole thing down. Threadneedle Lane, morning light. A man at a fish stall on the corner has been looking at Selin for 5 seconds. 3 seconds is curiosity, 5 is recognition. His hand drops to his belt, reaching for something in his coat. He knows her face. Selin sees it the same moment I do. Her pulse jumps, her stride doesn't change, and her voice comes out flat and even. Walk. She means run. How many? I ask without turning my head. 1 behind fish stall and 1 ahead, doorway on the left. Purist. Or Crown Patrol in plain clothes. Either way, they know my face. Davin falls in behind us. What's happening? He asks. Don't look back, Selin says. Keep your hands visible. Walk like we're browsing. We're not browsing. No, we're not. The fish stall man follows. A second figure steps from a doorway ahead. I mark the ground while she marks the men. 2 exits at the bridge, a low wall, a stall I could put between us and a blade if it came to that. Canal District, Selin says. Split at the bridge. Davin, stay with me. Torvin, take the east alley. I'm not leaving you. You're drawing the bigger one away from me. That's not leaving, that's being useful. 2 alleys, the fish stall man closing, 20 yards. I step between Selin and the younger man. It puts my back to her, and that costs me more than the blade will. Turning away from her runs against every trained thing in me. I do it anyway. Go, I say, bridge, I'll meet you at the inn. You don't have a blade. I don't need one, go, I never carry one. A blade decides for you before you've finished thinking. If you're not at the inn in 10 minutes, I'm coming back. Make it 15. 10, she moves, Davin with her. I fill the alley. My size is good for one thing at a time. Now it's good for this. Move, he says, short blade, purest grip, too tight. Scared men swing early. You don't want to do this, I say. Step aside, greenskin. That word doesn't bother me. What bothers me is that you're standing between me and somewhere I need to be. He comes fast. I read the shoulder before the arm, and I shift left, catch his wrist, redirect into the wall. He swings again. The blade catches my forearm, shallow, a line of cold that goes warm. A barrel against the wall, I swing it into his legs. He goes down. My hand finds his throat. Who sent you? Go to hell. Who sent you? You think this changes anything? She's burned. Every agent in the city knows her face by tomorrow. How many agents in this city? Enough, he spits. She's done. Whisper is done. That name, where did you hear it? The bounty went out 3 days ago. Everybody heard it. Who posted the bounty? You think they signed their names, crown channels, official channels. She's not a rogue anymore, she's a target. Behind me, the fish stall man rounds the corner, stops. I don't turn, I hear him. One man's weight, unsure, holding at the mouth of the alley. Run, I tell him. He runs. I let the younger one up. He follows his partner. I file his face instead. I'll know it again. My forearm is bleeding, shallow. I walk toward the covered bridge. The blood runs to my wrist and I let it. Slowing to tend it now would cost more than the cut. Selin is in the bridge shadow. Davin behind her, knuckles split. You're bleeding, she says. Shallow. Let me see. At the inn, we need to move. Let me see, Torvin. The patrol is 4 minutes out. Then I have 4 minutes. Give me your arm. She takes my arm, pushes back the sleeve, blood on her hands, my blood, her pulse fast and rising. She's not trying to control it. This once, the noticing undoes me instead of helping. She looks at me like ground looks when you've been falling, like something solid. The distance closes, no sign I could have read to see it coming. For once in my life, I didn't watch it happen. Her mouth on mine, juniper, copper, and the burned grain drink from Marsh's shop. The kiss is not gentle. Her hand grips my uncut forearm hard enough to feel bone. My hand finds the back of her neck, her hair loose between my fingers. I've carried my restraint like a full pack for weeks, and here in a bridge shadow with a patrol 4 minutes out, I set it down. Her heartbeat racing, the leather folder digs into my ribs, and I don't care. We pull apart, patrol boots on the next street, getting louder. We need to move, she says, her voice is rough. Yes, the inn collect the packs. We may need to leave the city today. The patrol schedule changed. They'll tighten the gates by noon. Then we leave before noon. She pulls her hand back from my arm, the absence again, worse this time. The cold that comes back is louder than the warmth ever was. Torvin. Yes, we're not going to talk about this. No, it was adrenaline. It was adrenaline. And proximity and nothing else. I don't answer that one. Her pulse is fast and she's lying, and we both know I can hear it, and she didn't even try to control it. If she wanted me to believe it, she'd have slowed it down. She slowed it down for hardened liars twice her size. She left it fast on purpose and left me to hear it. Good, she says. We walk back to the copper kettle, Davin between us. Nobody touches anybody. The not touching is loud. I could cross it in one step and I don't, because she needs the space more than I need the closing of it. Your arm needs stitching, Davin says. It needs cleaning, that's different. The agents, Selin says, the younger one said something to you. He said you're burned. Every agent in the city will know your face by tomorrow, and he used a name, Whisper. Her stride falters half a step. I catalog it the same as any other tell, and I hate that I do, because it means she's afraid and there's nothing in the street I can fight for her. He used that name. He said the bounty went out 3 days ago, Crown Channels. That's not a street-level name, that's intelligence community. Someone inside Crown Operations leaked my real designation. Soot or someone working for him. 3 days ago we were still on the road. Someone anticipated we'd come here. Which means they know about Marsh. Which means we warn Marsh or we leave him to burn. Her voice is flat, professional. The flatter she goes, the more it costs her, and I wish I couldn't read that. Davin, when we reach the inn, pack everything, nothing left behind. How long do we have? Davin asks. Hours, maybe less. Then we leave today. The gates will be watched. The canal district has a water gate, low clearance, barge traffic only. Marsh mentioned it 2 years ago. You remember a water gate from 2 years ago. I remember every exit I've ever been told about. That's not a skill, that's survival. I understand that better than she thinks. My memory works the same, only it's water and passes instead of doors. Two people who learned the same lesson in different country. Davin clears his throat. Are we going to talk about what happened back there, at the bridge? No, Selin and I say at the same time. Davin raises his hands, just asking. The copper kettle, the room. She wraps my forearm with a strip from a spare shirt, ties the knot. Her hands are careful now, slower than they were on the cipher, and she keeps her eyes on the cloth like it's the only thing in the room. Being tended is a strange country to me. I've dressed my own wounds most of my life. I hold still and let her have this. We pack, she says, Watergate before the market closes. Agreed. And Torvin. Yes, it was adrenaline. Her pulse says otherwise. I don't tell her that. She already knows I heard it. Letting her have the last word on a lie we both see through is the closest thing to gentleness I can offer her. She tastes like fear, truth, and the first honest thing between us that neither of us controlled.
Marsh catches us at the back door. Wait, he's holding a folded paper, ink still wet. Rendell, Canal District, number 14, Coppersmith Row. Marsh, we don't have time for another stop. You have time for this one. Rendell has what I don't. 30 years of records. Crown Intelligence operations, field reports, personnel files going back to before your career started. We need to be through the Watergate before noon. And you will be. The Watergate is 2 streets past his building. You stop, you get what you need, you leave, one route. What kind of records? Torvin asks behind me. The kind that can end careers or start wars. Rendell is the best records keeper I've ever trained, former clerk in the Southern Directorate. He retired the same way I retired. Meaning he didn't. Meaning he stopped getting paid and kept doing the work. 30 years, no funding, no support, no institutional protection. Just one stubborn old orc with a filing system. An orc archivist, Torvin says. Something shifts in his voice. Tell him I sent you, use the word archive. He'll know what it means. How do we know he's clean? Because he's been doing this longer than you've been alive, whisper, and he's still breathing. That's credential enough. Don't call me that, not anymore. Old habits, go, and don't come back to the shop. Whatever happens next, this is the last time we meet. Marsh, be careful. I'm always careful, that's how I got old, go. Thank you for all of it. Don't thank me, bring the whole thing down. The streets are filling. Market day crowds push between the patrols, women with baskets, merchants shouting prices, children running between the stalls. Good for cover, bad for spotting tails. Canal District, I say. Stay close, market crowd, tourist pace. Your arm, Torvin says. My arm is fine. I meant you keep touching your arm, where the bandage is. He means his arm, the bandage I wrapped at the inn. I'm not touching my own arm. I'm touching the ghost of his skin under the cloth, the knot I tied, his pulse sitting steady under my fingers while I worked. I stop touching my arm. Noted, I say. Tourist pace, I repeat. Davin, how are the hands? Functional, Davin says. His knuckles are swollen, the skin split across 2 fingers. I can hold a blade. Good, you won't need to. You said that before the bridge. And you handled it. I handled one man, Torvin handled the other. And we're all still walking, stay on my left. Why always the left? Because your right hand is the one that works, and I want it on the open side if something comes at us. Stop asking tactical questions and walk. The Canal District smells like low tide and lamp oil, narrower streets, buildings leaning together overhead. My eyes go to the ways out, the water gate at the end of the row, a footbridge, 2 alleys that dead end at the water. Number 14, stone front, wooden door, iron lock replaced recently. Shutters closed, I say, but there's lamplight through the slats, someone's home. Or someone wants us to think so, Torvin says. Optimistic. I knock, pause, knock twice. The door opens, an orc, 70 at least, white hair pulled back, ink stains on both hands up to the wrists, wire spectacles on his forehead. Quickly, he says before I even speak, I can smell the trouble on you. Marsh sent us, I say, archive. He looks at me, at Torvin, at Davin, back to me. How many followed you? None, we came through the market crowd. You're certain? Nobody holds a tail through a market crowd without matching pace at the turns. Nobody matched. Your whisper. That name isn't safe to use. No name is safe in this city, hasn't been for months. He steps back. Come in, close it behind you. The room behind him is a library. Floor to ceiling, every wall. Shelves built into the stone, papers filed in leather cases, boxes stacked and labeled in handwriting so small I'd need a magnifying glass. Sit down, Rendell says. How much time do you have? 15 minutes, maybe 20. Then we don't waste any. Show me what Marsh gave you. I lay the cipher pages on his table. He reads for 40 seconds. His hands go still. Where did you get these? He asks. Marsh's vault. Torvin decoded the orc trade layers. You found the supply lines, he says. Torvin decoded the orc trade layers. The base is near the salt flats, southern ashlands. Permanent infrastructure, Torvin adds from the window. Positioned between the curtains, watching the street. Watching so I don't have to, I pretend not to notice. I know it's permanent, Rendell says, because I found the man who built it. He pulls a leather case from the shelf behind him, opens it, a file thick as my fist. The top page is a charcoal portrait, a human man with sharp features and close-cropped gray hair. Who is he? I ask. Aldous Creech, Director of Southern Operations, Crown Intelligence, declared dead in a border raid 12 years ago. Declared dead. Declared, not confirmed, his body was never recovered. Because he isn't dead. Because he ordered the raid himself. The attack was real, people died, but Creech walked out the other side with a new name and a clean slate. And then he moved south. He's been running the network your agency calls the Shadow King for the last decade, from inside Crown Intelligence. With Crown Intelligence resources, using Crown Intelligence personnel. The network isn't external. The network was never external. It grew from the inside, like rot in a beam. You don't see it until the floor gives way. How long have you known? Suspected for 8 years, proven for 2. The problem is who you tell when the people you'd tell are the ones running the operation. That's why you never came forward. That's why I'm still alive. Coming forward and staying alive are mutually exclusive in this particular case. He finds another page, slides it toward me. Do you recognize that signature? Soot's handwriting. I've been staring at it all morning across 47 authorization pages. Soot didn't bury my report, I say. No. He forwarded it. To Creech, directly. The Harrogate report told Creech exactly how close Crown Intelligence was getting to his operations. The suppression wasn't bureaucratic failure. It was operational security. Yes. The routing slip is on the table. Classified internal. The header reads HARROWGAT Incident Assessment. Below it, Soot's signature. Below that, a forwarding address, not a Crown Intelligence office, a private courier service in the Southern District. My hands are flat on the table. I keep them flat. He delivered it, I say, my report, to the man who used it to plan the next attack. Harrogate, the lower quarter, the Market District, every family in the West Row, because the system you trusted was designed to fail. The system wasn't designed to fail, it was designed to kill. Failure would almost be kinder. Yes, Rendell says, it would. The next target, the cipher mentioned expanded operations. It's not a village this time. The infrastructure at the Salt Flats is a staging area. Creech is building capacity for a city-scale operation. Which city? I don't have that, but Harwick does. Harwick answers to Creech. Torvin asks from the window. Has for 15 years. The entire Southern Command structure is compromised. How much of your records cover the handler networks? I ask. Everything, personnel lists, 3 operational sites beyond the Salt Flats, 2 active, 1 under construction, handler code names, operational budgets. Give me the code names. Soot, confirmed, you already have him. The second handler is codename Wraith. Identity unknown. Even I haven't been able to crack that one in 8 years. Wraith, have you narrowed the candidates? Crown Intelligence, senior level access to field operations. That describes 40 people, maybe 50. 2 handlers running the entire intelligence side of the network. 2 that I can confirm, there may be more. The secondary records are more detailed. They're in the floor vault under the boot leather on stone. Wrong rhythm, wrong speed. It's the sound of a lock turning when you're on the wrong side of the door. Company, Torvin says, his voice goes flat. 6, fast, 2 from the west, 4 from the canal side. How far? 30 seconds, maybe less. Rendell the Creech file, grab it now. The floor vault, I need the secondary. There's no time for the vault, the file, grab the file. 30 years of work is in that vault. And you'll be dead in 30 seconds if you don't move. The door explodes inward. 3 through the front, short blades and a crossbow. The back entrance crashes at the same moment. Coordinated breach, I say. They're professionals. Torvin, I shout. He's already moving, between the front door and the table. His injured arm tucked, his good hand swinging the chair into the first man through the breach. Down, I shout at Rendell. The crossbow fires. Rendell is reaching for the file on the table. The bolt takes him in the chest. He looks down at it like a man who's misread a page. Then his knees give and he sits back in his chair, and the confusion fades into nothing. Mid-sentence, he was telling me where the secondary records were, under the floor, under the something. Sell in, Davin's voice, back entrance. Knife out, fighting the second operative through the door. His split knuckles are bleeding again. The second wave carries oil flasks. They smash against the shelves and the flames catch instantly. They're burning it, Davin shouts, all of it. I know, 30 years turning to light and heat and nothing. I grab the Creech portrait, the routing slip, the handler network page still on the table, 3 pages out of 30 years. The shelves are burning, I read in the smoke. Aldous Creech, Director Southern Operations, declared dead, border raid 12 years, 3 operational sites, Salt Flats Primary, Harwick Garrison Secondary, 3rd location redacted. 2 active handlers, Soot confirmed, Wraith unknown. Harrogate forwarding order dated 4 months before the attack. The heat reaches my fingers, the paper curls, the ink bleeds. I let the pages fall. Window, I say, Torvin, break it. He breaks it with his elbow, glass and frame. Canal side is clear, Torvin says. Go. Davin through first. The archivist. He's dead, go. We can't just leave him. He's dead, Davin. The bolt hit his heart. Go through the window or burn with the records. Davin goes through, then Torvin, his injured arm leaving blood on the frame. I go last. I look back once. Rendell in his chair. The bolt. The fire climbing the shelves behind him like something alive. Through the window, the canal running. The gate, I say, 200 yards. Behind us, Torvin asks. They're not following, they got what they came for. You're sure? 6 operatives, coordinated breach incendiary equipment. That's an erasure team, not a capture team. They came for the records, not for us. Small comfort. It's the only comfort I have right now. Take it or leave it. The water gate, stone arch barge clearance only, a rusted grate unlocked since the budget cuts. Marsh knew. Torvin pulls the grate, the metal screams. Quietly would have been nice, I say. Quietly wasn't an option. The rust is older than Davin. Through, under the arch, ankle-deep water, out the other side where the canal meets the river and the city walls end. Davin leans against the wall, he's shaking. The archivist, he says, they just killed him. Yes. He was helping us, he was telling us everything. And now he's dead, and the records are burning. How did they know? We were inside for 12 minutes. That's the question. What do you mean, that's the question? How did 6 people with crossbows and fire show up 12 minutes after we walked in? Davin. Answer me. I'm thinking about it, give me a minute to think about it. He stops talking, he's still shaking. Selin, Torvin says, low, he's watching me, he knows what I'm thinking. 4 people knew we were going to Rendell. Marsh, Torvin, Davin, me. Marsh sent us. His 30-year friendship with Rendell argues against betrayal. His hatred of the directorate argues against it. Torvin, my pulse doesn't shift at the thought. No, the answer has been no since before the bridge. Davin, young, scared, split knuckles from fighting at the bridge, shaking against a canal wall. But someone told them. They could have followed us from Marsh's shop, Torvin says. The agents from this morning, if one circled back. Possible. But you don't think so. I think a coordinated breach with incendiaries takes more than 40 minutes to plan. That team was staged. They knew about Rendell before we walked through his door. Marsh could have been watched weeks ago. Also possible. But not what you think. What I think is that someone sent a signal after we entered. 12 minutes is too fast for a cold mobilize and too slow for a surveillance team that was already watching the building. Nobody left the room. Nobody left the room that I saw. You think someone got word out without leaving. I think there are ways to signal without walking through a door. A light in a window, a pattern on the shutters, a dropped object in the canal. You're describing tradecraft. I'm describing what I'd do if I needed to send a message from inside a room without anyone noticing. Torvin is quiet for 3 steps. We move, I say, south along the towpath, distance between us and the gate before the smoke brings patrols. How far tonight? Davin asks. As far as we can walk. And the question you're not asking out loud. I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. You're looking at me like I'm a locked door you're trying to read. I'm looking at everyone the same way, Davin. No, you're not. You haven't looked at Torvin like that once. Davin, I'm not the one who told them. I fought at the bridge this morning. I took a knife at the back door 10 minutes ago. What else do I have to do to prove I'm not the enemy? Walk, that's what you have to do right now. Walk and let me think. He walks, shoulders tight, hands shaking. Torvin falls in beside me. He's right, he says quietly. You're not looking at everyone the same. I'm not looking at you differently. I know, that's what worries me. Why? Because you should be. You should be looking at everyone the same, including me. The fact that you're not means something changed between us that's overriding your training. A lot of things changed today. Yes, they did. We walk, the towpath south, Thornhaven shrinking behind us. Smoke and lamplight and a dead man in a burning room. I have what I memorized, Aldous Creech, 3 operational sites, 2 handlers, Soot and Wraith, the Harrogate forwarding order, the Salt Flats base is real, the next target is a city. 1 fragment of 30 years, burning in my head. The archivist is dead, the records are burning, and someone on this team told them we were coming.
We walk until the smoke thins. 3 hours south on the towpath, the canal narrowing as the city falls behind. My forearm pulses under the bandage. Selen's knot holds. She ties knots like she builds covers, tight, precise, nothing wasted. The ground under my boots tells me where we are without my eyes. Packed towpath clay for the first mile, then the give of old flood silt, then this willet root soil that springs back soft. I read it without meaning to, out of habit older than the war. My father taught me the earth talks before people do. It never lied to me once. Davin hasn't spoken since the water gate. His knuckles are bleeding again, the splits reopened from the back door fight. He walks with his hands curled against his chest like he's carrying something breakable. Here, I say, a stand of willows off the path, ground soft but not muddy, wind from the west, which means our scent carries east, away from the road. We stop. It's not dark yet, Selen says. It will be in an hour, and we need water and rest before we lose the light. How far did we come? 6 miles, maybe 7. The canal bends south-southwest here. We're past the farmland belt. Is that far enough? From the kill team, yes, they weren't a pursuit unit. They came for the records, not for us. And if there's a second team? Then we'll hear them before they hear us. The willows break the sight lines but not the sound. I'll know. She looks at the trees, at the ground, at the canal. She's reading the position like I read it, but through different eyes. Mine see cover and wind and water access. Her see exits. Fine, she says, 1 hour, then we decide about the night. Davin, I say, sit down. I'm fine. You're bleeding through your bandage and you haven't eaten since yesterday. Sit down. I said I'm fine. And I said sit down, that's not a request. Since when do you give orders? Since the woman who gives orders is busy reading the tree line. Sit down, Davin. He sits, his hands are shaking, not from cold. Let me see the knuckles, Selen says. She crouches beside him, pulls his hand toward her. Professional, no warmth, but no cruelty either. 2 splits reopened, she says. The right hand is worse, can you flex? Yes, show me. He flexes, winces, the skin pulls and fresh blood wells. You need to keep these clean, she says. River water, then wrap them. Do you have a spare cloth? In my pack. Use it both hands and eat something. Are you going to tell me what happens next, or do I just keep walking until someone explains? We walk south 3 weeks to the salt flats. 3 weeks on foot. 2 if Torvin knows the shortcuts. I know the land, I say. The shortcuts have changed since I last walked them. Changed how? Darvin asks. Bridges wash out, trails grow over. The trade meets that kept the paths clear haven't happened in 2 years. So we're walking blind. We're walking with someone who knows where the paths used to be. That's better than blind. How much better? Better enough, eat, Darvin. Then we adjust, Selen says. We take what Torvin knows and we adapt, Darvin eat. He pulls bread from his pack, stale. He tears it without looking at it. His eyes are on Selen. You're still doing it, he says. Doing what? Looking at me like I'm a problem to solve. I look at everyone that way. It's not personal. It feels personal. Then you need to feel less and walk more. We have a long road. He chews, swallows, says nothing. I find the water's edge, fill the canteens. The canal water is clean enough this far from the city. I listen while I work. Birdsong, warblers, a thrush, no alarm calls, no horses on the road, no boot leather, nothing following us. The cold rises off the water and settles into the old ache in my hands. I dunk the canteens slow so they don't gulp air and give us away downwind. A tracker learns to make the water quiet the same year he learns to make his own breath quiet. I learned both before I was grown. Good for now, good. Randall. I keep coming back to his hands, ink-stained, both of them up to the wrists, white hair pulled back, wire spectacles pushed up on his forehead because he didn't need them for reading, only for distance. 70 years old, an orc who spent 30 years keeping records in a stone building with no funding, no protection, no institutional support, because someone had to remember. The crossbow bolt took him in the chest while he was reaching for a file. He was reaching for a document, not a weapon. His last act on Earth was trying to hand us the truth, and they killed him for it. I've seen this before. The Asheville elders kept the clan histories in carved bone and sung verse. 3 women and 2 men, the oldest 73. They died in the burning. They weren't fighting. They were in the library tent where the bone records were stored. The raiders went for the knowledge first. Torvin, Selen's voice, quiet, close. I'm all right. You went still. I was thinking about something. About him. About all of them, the ones who keep things, who remember, they always die first. He was 70 years old. He was 70 years old and he opened his door to strangers because Marsh asked him to, because the work mattered more than the risk. Yes, the Asheville elders were the same. They stayed in the library tent when the burning started. They could have run. They stayed to save the bone records. Did they save them? Some, I found fragments in the ash, 3 months after when I came back. You went back. I had to. Nobody else was going to sort the bones from the records. Torvin, I'm telling you because you should know. The people who keep the truth are always the first targets. Rendell knew that. He opened the door anyway. He did. 70 years old, ink on his hands. I know. I touch the pocket where the charred bark sits. I don't take it out. I just need to know it's there. A piece of burnt pine from a burnt world. I carried it out of the Asheville ruins because a man needs to carry something, and everything softer than pine had already burned. Rendell would have understood. He kept his own ruins, 30 years of records in a stone room, waiting for someone to ask the right questions. Are you going to be able to do this? Selen asks. Do what? Walk south for 3 weeks with a dead man in your head. I've been walking with dead people in my head for 14 months. One more doesn't change the pace. That's not what I asked. Yes, I can do this. I've done harder things. Name one. Walking through the Asheville ruins and not stopping. She's quiet for a moment, then fair. The mole question. I read heartbeats wrong once, and in the morning the Asheville was ash, so I don't trust the thing I'm best at, not with this. I work it like a trail instead. Evidence. Pattern. Who is where, doing what, when. A trail doesn't care what you want it to say, and this one keeps pointing at people I've slept beside. The timeline, I say to Selen. We're sitting by the water. Davin is 20 feet away, washing his hands in the canal. 12 minutes from when we walked in to when they breached, coordinated incendiary gear staged in advance. That's a team that knew we were going to Rendell, not just that Rendell existed. 4 people knew Marsh Yumi Davin, she says it flat, already having run it. Marsh sent us. He could have done it in his own shop, and he'd known Rendell for decades. Betraying Rendell means betraying himself. He's unlikely, and I'm not going to sit here and clear myself to you. I clear you, I say. You read burning pages with your hands. Your pulse was wrong for performance. Your breathing wrong for control. Nobody stages that. People stage all kinds of things, Torvin. Not that which leaves Davin and me. Do you think Davin did it? I don't know. His panic at the bridge was real, the kind that floods the whole chest, but panic doesn't rule out guilt. A man can be terrified of what he's done and still have done it. My gut says he's a scared kid in over his head. I look at the canal, at Davin's bent back. My gut also said the canal district was safe, and 6 crossbows proved me wrong. She looks at Davin. He's rapping his knuckles with the spare cloth, clumsy, one-handed. He fought at the back door, she says, took a knife for us. He did. And he confronted me about the suspicion, directly. A mole doesn't confront the person who suspects him. Unless confrontation is the performance, unless righteous anger is the best possible cover. You're thinking like me now. That should terrify both of us. It does. Good, terrified people are careful people. Is that something Marsh taught you? That's something the Asheville taught me. The careful ones live longest. And the reckless ones. The reckless ones get crossbow bolts in buildings that used to be libraries. Night. Davin takes first watch. I argued against it, but Selin said let him. Give him something to prove, she whispered. If he's clean, he needs to feel trusted. If he's not, I want him where I can watch him. So Davin sits at the edge of the willows with his knife across his knees, and Selin lies down 3 feet from me with her back to a tree, and I pretend to sleep. The temperature drops with the dark. I feel the wind swing round to the north, off the flats we can't see yet. 3 weeks of walking away. It carries the smell of the season turning. Wet leaf, cold stone, the first mineral edge of the salt still too faint for anyone but me. I file it and let it go. A tracker who chases every scent runs himself off a cliff. You take what the wind gives and you wait for the rest. Her breathing slows, controlled, still awake. He's watching the road, I say, low enough that Davin won't hear. I know. His heartbeat is steady, unhurried, he's calm. Calm or careful? Calm, the fear from this afternoon has settled. He's either clean or very good at this. How good would he have to be? Better than anyone I've met, better than you, and you're the best liar I've ever tracked. Thank you, I think. It wasn't a compliment. It never is with you. Quiet, the willows move, water against the bank, an owl somewhere east. What did you memorize, I ask, from the burning pages, tell me again. Aldous Creech, director of Southern Operations, Crown Intelligence, declared dead in a border raid 12 years ago. He ordered the raid himself. 3 operational sites, Salt Flats primary, Harwick Garrison secondary, 3rd location redacted. What else? 2 handlers, Soot confirmed, Wraith identity unknown, Crown Intelligence senior level field operations access, 40 to 50 candidates. The Harrogate order. Forwarding order dated 4 months before the attack, Soot's signature. The routing slip went to a private courier service, not a Crown Intelligence office. And the next target. A city, not a village. Rendell didn't know which one. You memorized all of that in how long? 8 seconds, maybe 10. The smoke was thick. 8 seconds. It's what I'm trained for, reading in bad conditions. It's the one thing I've always been good at. You're good at more than that. Don't. I meant the cipher work. No, you didn't. Quiet again, her breathing shifts, unguarded, the performance peeling back 1 layer at a time, and she knows I can hear it. She lets me hear it. That's the part I keep turning over in the dark. She could hold that line closed against me. She hasn't, not since the bridge. I'm going to repeat what you told me, I say. Aldous Creech, Director Southern Operations, did 12 years, staged border raid he ordered. Salt Flats primary, Harwick secondary, 3rd redacted. Soot confirmed, Wraith unknown. Harrogate forwarding order 4 months before. Next target is a city. Why? Because if something happens to you, someone needs to carry it. 2 copies are better than 1. Nothing is going to happen to me. You can't promise that. I can promise I'll be very annoyed if it does. Selin, I heard you 2 copies, you have it. She shifts closer, maybe deliberate, maybe not. She wants it to look accidental. The distance between us shrinks to something small and warm. Torvin, yes, thank you for the archive, for fighting with your arm like that. It's my job. It stopped being your job somewhere around the bridge. I don't answer. I could tell her she's right. I could tell her it stopped being a job the moment she pressed her fingers to my pulse and didn't let go a breath past when she needed to. I don't say any of it. Some things you keep in the pocket with the pine bark. You just need to know they're there. Her breath is warm against the cold air. Juniper and something else, something that is just her. The bandage on my forearm is her work, the knot she tied, her fingers pressed against my pulse while she worked. We should sleep, she says. We should. Davin's watch is 4 hours, then yours, then mine. I know the rotation. Stop listening to my heartbeat. I'm not listening to your heartbeat. You're always listening to my heartbeat. Your heartbeat is slowing, you're falling asleep. I'm not falling asleep. Slower now. Stop that. Slower still. She doesn't answer, her breathing deepens. Real sleep, not performance, slow and even, the rhythm of trust. I don't say it out loud, but that's the thing I was never trained for and never learned to guard against. A hunter can live his whole life without anyone sleeping easy beside him. I did, 14 months of it. This is new ground and I have no map for it. I stay awake, watching Davin at the perimeter, his knife across his knees, his fear quiet for now. Watching the road, watching the willows bend in the wind. Davin shifts at his post, the knife catches moonlight. Torvin, his voice is low. He's heard me breathing and knows I'm awake. I'm here. I didn't do it, whatever she thinks, whatever you think, I didn't signal anyone. I know what you told us. That's not the same as believing me. No, it's not. What would it take to believe me? Time and the salt flats. If we get there without another ambush, that's evidence. And if we don't, then we'll have bigger problems than trust. He turns back to the road. His heartbeat comes up slight, uneven. Fear, not deception. At least that's what it sounds like. But I sat under willows just like these once, sure I could read every heartbeat in the camp, and I read them all wrong, and in the morning the Asheville was ash. I don't trust my ears like I once did. I trust them enough to keep watch, not enough to sleep. 2 suspects, 3 if you include me. Selin sleeps 3 feet from me, and I know she's looked at the same faces and come to the same hard place. That's the cruelty of it. The one person on this road I'd stake my life on is the one person who'd tell me not to stake it on anyone. Someone told them we were coming, and until we know who, every plan we share with the group is a plan the enemy might already have. The smoke from Thornhaven is gone from the sky now. The stars are out. The road south stretches ahead of us like a question with no good answer. 3 weeks to the Salt Flats, 2 with shortcuts, and somewhere on this road, someone is lying about which side they're on. I touch the bark in my pocket one more time, burnt pine from a burnt world, Rendell's ink-stained hands reaching for a file he never held. The people who keep the truth always die first. I keep watch.
The way station is stone and silence. Torvin found it an hour before the rain. Half a mile off the road, tucked against a hillside. Stone walls, partial roof, a hearth that hasn't held fire in years. Shepherd's shelter. Abandoned when the trade routes shifted south. 1 door, 1 window, 2 ways out. My hands stop shaking once I've found them. Roof holds, Torvin says from inside. The back wall has a gap, but the stone is solid. We can block the draft with packs. How's the sight line from the door? Clear for 200 yards. Open ground, then tree line. Nobody approaches without me hearing. Good enough, Davin inside. Davin drops his pack in the alcove behind the hearth. The stone partition gives him a separate space. Small mercy. He's been walking 5 feet behind us all day, saying nothing, his wrapped knuckles held against his chest. Should I take first watch? He asks. No, sleep. You look like you haven't slept in 2 days. I haven't slept in 2 days. Then this is your chance, take it. Selin. What? Are you going to keep looking at me like that? Like what? Like you're reading a document you don't trust. I look at everyone like that. Go to sleep, Davin. You don't look at him like that. He tilts his head toward Torvin. You look at him like he's a door you've already decided to walk through. Davin. I'm just saying what I see. What you see is exhaustion playing tricks on your judgment. Sleep. Fine, but I see it. He goes, the alcove swallows him. Within 10 minutes his breathing evens, the deep rhythm of genuine exhaustion. His heartbeat drops with it. He's out. Torvin bars the door. The wood is old, but the iron bracket is sound. He tests it twice. It'll hold, he says. Against what? Against anything short of a battering ram. And nobody's bringing a battering ram down a shepherd's track in the rain. You'd be surprised what people bring to places they shouldn't. Speaking from experience. Speaking from 3 years of watching doors fail. How many doors have you watched fail? Enough to find the exits before I look at the people. That's a sad way to enter a room. It's kept me alive. Those two things aren't contradictory. No, they're not. He crosses to the window gap, looks out. The light is fading, gray on gray, the hills dissolving into cloud. How far are we from the road? I ask. Half a mile, maybe more. The track forks twice before it reaches the main route. Anyone following would have to guess right both times. And if they guess right, then I hear them on the gravel 200 yards out, and we go through the back wall gap. The hillside behind us is loose scree and bracken, hard to follow in the dark. You've already planned the exit. I planned the exit before I found the door. That's what I do. I know, it's why I let you pick the shelters. You let me. I trust your ground sense more than my map reading. Don't make me say it twice. I wouldn't dream of it. The rain starts, heavy, drumming on the stone roof, filling the gaps in the wall with the sound of water on rock. The temperature drops. My fingers are cold. I sit by the hearth and pull my knees to my chest. Fire, I ask. Too risky, smoke visible for miles in rain like this. I know, I was hoping you'd argue. I don't argue about smoke signals. You argue about everything else. Only with you. Why only with me? Because you argue back, most people don't. Most people haven't spent 3 years in intelligence work learning that the wrong answer kills people. And the right answer. The right answer kills different people. That's the part they don't tell you in training. Who trained you? Marsh, and before him, a woman named Kedra who ran the Southern Cipher desk. She's dead now. How? The same way everyone in this line of work dies. She trusted the wrong person at the wrong time. Is that why you don't trust anyone? I trust you. That should tell you how desperate I've become. Or how smart. Those aren't the same thing. Sometimes they are. What happens when we reach the salt flats? We're sitting against the wall, shoulder to shoulder because the cold is real and body heat is practical. That's the reason, body heat. We find the base, I say. Confirm the location, document the infrastructure, get the intelligence out. Get it out how? I'm working on that. You don't have a plan. I have the beginning of a plan. The middle and end are still forming. That's not reassuring. It wasn't meant to be. What happens if we get there and there's nothing, if the intelligence is wrong? Your intelligence isn't wrong. It could be, I read burning pages in smoke. I could have missed a word, transposed a number, remembered the wrong name. Did you? I don't think so. You don't think so? I've replayed it 40 times since the archive. Every word, every line. The routing slip, the dates, the signatures, it holds. But memory is a liar, Torvin. It tells you what you want to hear. And what do you want to hear? That the last 2 years weren't for nothing. That Harrogate has an answer. That every name on my list has a face attached to the order that killed them. Then we walk until you find out. And if the answer is worse than the question, then we deal with worse. I've dealt with worse. When I walked through the Asheville ruins and found bone fragments in the library ash. When I buried what was left of 5 elders in ground too frozen to dig properly. Worse is familiar. That's not comforting either. I'm not a comforting person. No, you're not, but you're an honest one. How do you know? Because you read burning pages in an 8-second window and memorized the details that matter. If anyone's intelligence is accurate, it's yours. That's a lot of trust to put in 8 seconds. I've put trust in less. When I decided to follow a spy I'd known for 2 weeks into a city full of people trying to kill her. That was a professional decision. Was it? Yes, you needed my cipher skills and my contacts. The partnership was operational. It was operational at the beginning. And now I'm sitting in the dark with my shoulder against yours, because the cold is real and body heat is practical. That's what I said. I know, I was quoting you. Don't quote me. I don't like hearing my own excuses in someone else's voice. Quiet, rain, his shoulder is warm, the rest of me is cold. I don't have to think about which one I want to be closer to. What happens after, he asks. After what? After the salt flats, after we find the base, after the intelligence gets out, what do you do? I don't know. You don't know. I've been running toward this for 2 years. Harrogate, the report, the names, the proof. I don't have a plan for after because I never thought I'd get this far. You never thought you'd live this long. I didn't say that. You didn't have to, I can hear it. Stop listening to things I don't say. I can't help it, you're very loud when you're quiet. That doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. The things you don't say are louder than the things you do. And what am I not saying right now? That you're scared, that the mission is the only thing holding you together, that if we succeed, you have no idea who you are without it. That's a lot of assumptions. Name one that's wrong. I don't answer, because he's right. Because the spy who reads everyone has been read, and the reading is accurate, and that should terrify me. It doesn't terrify me, that's what terrifies me. What about you, I ask? 14 months of tracking, what comes after for you? I don't know either. You don't have a clan to go back to. No. You don't have a home. No. So what keeps you walking? The next trail, the next sign, the next piece of evidence that says the man who destroyed my clan is real and findable and killable. And after you find him, I stop. Stop what? Moving, walking, running, I stop. And then what? I don't know, I've never been still long enough to find out. Stillness scares you. Stillness is where the grief lives. As long as I'm moving, I can outrun it. Can you? No, but I can pretend. We're both pretending then. Seems that way. The rain is louder. The cold is deeper. His shoulder is the warmest thing in the room and I am pressed against it, and this is still body heat, this is still practical. Torvin. Yes. I'm not pretending right now. I touch the bandage on his arm. I tell myself I'm checking the wound. The wrapping, making sure the knot held, that the healing is clean, that the shallow cut from the alley hasn't gone septic. Medical assessment. Practical. My fingers stay longer than a medical assessment requires. His hand covers mine. Warm, rough from 14 months of trail work and rope and stone. His thumb finds the burned scar on my palm and traces the ridge of it, and I realize nobody has ever touched that scar on purpose before. People flinch from it. Look away. He traces it like he's reading a map. What is this? He asks. A code book. I burned it over a candle flame when they came for me. The wax melted faster than the paper. You held it in the fire. I held it until the codes were ash. The skin was secondary. The skin is never secondary. It was that night. He turns my hand over, traces the scar again. His pulse is steady. Mine is not. Selin. I know. We don't have to do anything. I know that too. I'm telling you because I want you to choose. Whatever happens, I need it to be your choice. Not adrenaline, not proximity, not because the room is cold and I'm warm. You think I don't know the difference. I think you're very good at convincing yourself there's no difference. And you. I know the difference. I've known since the bridge. The bridge was adrenaline. The bridge was the first honest thing either of us did. You really believe that? I believe it because it's true. Everything before was operational. The bridge was the first time I touched you because I wanted to, not because the mission required it. And what does the mission require now? The mission requires us to survive. Everything else is a choice. A choice. Your choice, that's what I said. A few inches of air between us. The same inches from the towpath. The same inches from the inn. Inches I've been holding like a held breath for days. I stop holding. His mouth is warm. different from the bridge. The bridge was collision, all teeth and desperation, and the taste of blood from his cut arm. This is slower. His hand on the back of my neck, my hair between his fingers, and I remember this from before, and it's different because I'm choosing it, not crashing into it. He tilts his head as he comes in, a small angle so the tusks clear my cheek, and I feel the blunt curve of one graze my jaw when he shifts. He starts to pull back from it. I don't let him. I put my thumb to the ivory, flat against the smooth of it, the thing every other person I've ever known would flinch from, and I hold it there so he understands I'm not flinching. His breath stops in his chest. Then it comes out slow, and he lets me keep my thumb where it is, and he kisses me anyway. "Tell me to stop," he says against my mouth. "No. Selin." I said no, don't stop. His hands find the hem of my shirt. Cold air on my ribs, then his palms, warm and wide, and the cold disappears. I pull at his shirt. He helps. The bandage on his arm is white against his green skin in the dark. I'm careful around it. He notices. "It doesn't hurt," he says. "You're lying." "Only a little." "Shut up and lie down." He lies back on the bedroll. I'm above him. His amber eyes catching the faint light from the window, rain on the roof, Davin's breathing slow and even in the alcove. The stone floor under the bedroll is cold. His body is warm. The contrast makes everything sharper. I trace the tattoo on his left forearm. Asheville clan mark, partially obscured by burn scar. "Does it hurt?" I ask. "The scar, not the bandage." "It hasn't hurt in years." "But you remember when it did." "Every day, the same way you remember your hand." His scars match mine. Different fires, different nights, the same cost. "You're staring," he says. "I'm reading." "Reading what?" "You, all of you. I want to know what this looks like before I close my eyes." "Why before?" "Because I've spent 2 years memorizing things that burn. I want to memorize something that doesn't." His hand finds my face, thumb across my cheekbone. His heart is going fast under my palm, and he's not hiding it. He's not trying to be calm. A man who reads pulses for a living, letting me read his, and he doesn't slow it down. I lower myself against him, skin to skin. His chest rises against mine. My own heart is slamming, and I don't control it. I let it race. I let him hear it. The spy who controls everything lets the one thing she can't control be heard. "Your heart is fast," he says. "I know." "Are you scared?" "Yes." "Of me?" "Of this, of what it means if I don't stop." "What does it mean?" "It means I chose, and I can't unchoose. And the last time I chose someone, the last time I trusted a structure I was part of, Harrogate happened. Because the system I trusted was a lie." "I'm not a system." "No, you're worse, you're a person. And people are the thing I'm worst at trusting." "Then don't trust me, just stay." I stay. His mouth on my throat, my breath catching. His hands learn me like they learn ground, what the surface tells and what lies underneath. I grip his shoulders and my fingers dig in, and he makes a sound low in his chest that I've never heard from anyone, a sound that is only his. He rolls us. His weight comes down and then it doesn't, held above me on his forearms, and I feel the exact place he stops. Half his weight and no more. His arms take the rest. I can see the effort of it in the cord standing out along his forearm, the scarred one, the muscle doing work so that I get the press of him without the crush. I don't want him careful. I want real. I want the weight of another person on me so I know I'm here, I'm alive, I chose this and I'm still breathing. "You can put more down," I tell him. "I won't break." "Not yet." His voice is low against my jaw. "You're smaller than you think you are. I know exactly how much of me you can take. I'll give you the rest when your body asks for it." "Selin," my name in his mouth like something he's tasting for the first time. "Don't be careful." "I'm always careful." "Not tonight. Tonight I need you to be honest." "I'm always honest." "Then prove it." His hands move down, past my ribs, past the dip of my waist, fingers hooking into the waistband of my trousers. He pauses there, asking. "Yes," I say. "Stop asking, yes." He pulls the fabric down and the cold hits my legs, and then his hands are there, wide and warm, palms spanning my thighs easily. The size of him registers in a way it hasn't before. His hand covers my entire hip. His fingers reach from the front of my thigh to the back. The scale of him should be intimidating, and instead it makes me feel held in a way no one's ever managed. I work his trousers down. He lifts his hips to help, and the movement presses us together, and my breath stutters out of me in a rush. "Still good?" he asks. I will stop answering that question when you stop asking it. I'll stop asking when your hands stop shaking. My hands are shaking because I want this, not because I don't. I believe you. Good, because I'm done explaining myself to you. I'm done explaining myself to anyone. Then stop explaining and show me. I'm trying, you keep interrupting. You like when I interrupt. I like when you're honest. The interrupting is a side effect. His mouth finds my collarbone, works down. He keeps his jaw angled so the tusks stay clear of my skin, careful the way he is careful with everything, and then there is nothing careful left in either of us, only the two of us on the bedroll in the dark and the enormous, deliberate fact of him, and the choice I keep making with my whole body. He is more than I am built to take all at once, and he gives me time, and I take all of him anyway. When it finally breaks, it takes us both, his sound rough and real against my neck, and we breathe together for 3 heartbeats, 4, 5. Then stillness. His weight settles, heavy enough to hold me to the earth. I should feel trapped. I feel anchored. His chest rising and falling against mine, slowing. The chill of the way stations settling back around us. His lips pressed to my temple, not kissing, just resting there. Torvin. Yes. I wasn't performing. I know. I need you to know that. Every sound, every word, every single thing I just did. None of it was a cover. I know, Selin, I can hear your heartbeat. It sounds the same as mine. What does yours sound like? Terrified, certain, both at the same time. That's a contradiction. The best things are. You're going to be insufferably wise about this, aren't you? Someone in this bedroll has to be. And you've decided it's you. My grandmother said wisdom belongs to whoever's lying on the bottom. Your grandmother did not say that. She might have, she said a lot of things, I don't remember all of them. You remember every single one, and we both know it. Fine, I remember every single one, but she would have said it if she'd met you. Would she have liked me? She would have called you dangerous, that was her highest compliment. Dangerous, I'll take that. She would have said you have a spy's eyes and a farmer's hands. She was very specific about hands. What do farmer's hands mean? It means you know how to grow things. She valued people who could grow things. Most of Asheville was stone and pine and stubbornness. Sounds like someone I know. I'm not stubborn. You just argued with me in the middle of a way station while lying on a bedroll after doing what we just did. You're the most stubborn person alive. Second most, you came back from 14 months in the wild, that's worse. That's not stubbornness, that's purpose. Same thing, different name. I press my face against his chest, his heartbeat under my ear, steady now, slowing. His arm is heavy across my back and he has not moved it, and the weight of it is the last thing I am aware of, and I let it stay. Torvin. Yes. If we die on the road to the salt flats, I want you to know this was real. We're not going to die on the road to the salt flats. You can't promise that. No, but I can promise I'll be very angry if we do. That's not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. Go to sleep, Selin. You're telling me to sleep. Someone has to watch the door. You're going to watch the door. I'm going to watch the door. All night. All night. Why? Because you're behind it, and that's enough reason. I close my eyes, his hand in my hair, the rain on the roof. The door barred and watched by a man who watches everything and chose to watch this. I sleep. I wake and he's watching the door. He's sitting by the barred entrance with his back against the wall and his injured arm across his knee. Awake, alert, the rain has slowed to a thin drizzle, pale light through the window gap, almost dawn. I'm under the bedroll. My clothes are folded beside me. He folded my clothes. The spy in me notices what that means. A man who folds your clothes after taking them off is a man who thought about the morning, a man who planned the aftermath, a man who cares about the version of you that wakes up. How long did I sleep? I ask. 3 hours. That's a long time. You needed it. Did anything happen? Rain, an owl, Davin turned over once. Nothing. And you've been watching the door this whole time. Someone should. Torvin. Yes. You didn't sleep. No. Why? Because you were sleeping and I wanted the door watched. For you. I sit up, the cold air hits my shoulders, I pull the bedroll higher. The last time someone watched a door for me was never, I say. Marsh said it was 5 years. Marsh was being generous, it's been longer. Then it's been too long. Yes, it has. Does it change things, for you, between us? Everything changed at the bridge. This just made it harder to pretend otherwise. Are you going to pretend? I'm going to walk south and find a man named Creech and make sure what he built burns to the ground. And I'm going to do it with you next to me. If that's pretending, I'm very bad at it. You're terrible at pretending. It's one of your better qualities. I have better qualities. A few, I'm still making the list. I look at him across the room, the line of his back, the tilt of his head, listening to the road, to the rain, to Davin's breathing in the alcove. His amber eyes catch the thin light. Torvin. Yes. I slept without dreaming, first time in 2 years. Good. That's all you're going to say, good. What else is there to say? Most people would say something reassuring, something about how everything will be fine. Everything won't be fine. We have 3 weeks of road ahead and a mole in our team and a network that knows our faces. Nothing about this is fine. You could have lied. I could have. Would you have believed me? No. Then what would be the point? The point would be kindness. People lie to be kind all the time. I don't lie to be kind. I don't lie at all, which you already know because you've been reading my heartbeat since the first week. I haven't been reading your heartbeat. Selin. I've been listening to it, that's different. What's the difference? Reading is professional. Listening is personal. I stopped reading you a long time ago. When? When I realized I didn't need to, you say what you mean. Every time, it's infuriating. You find honesty infuriating. I find it disorienting. I'm used to liars. Honest people make me nervous. Good, nervous people pay attention. But I slept without dreaming. But you slept without dreaming. That's enough for tonight. For tonight. For tonight. I get dressed. He watches the door, not me, giving me the privacy I didn't ask for, the privacy I'm not sure I need anymore. What do we tell Davin? I ask. Nothing, he'll figure it out or he won't. He already sees it, he said so last night. Then there's nothing to tell. If he's the mole, this gives him leverage, against both of us. If he's the mole, he already has leverage. He knows our route, our timeline, and every piece of intelligence you shared with the group. What we did last night doesn't change the threat profile. Since when do you think in threat profiles? Since I started traveling with a spy, you're a terrible influence. The worst. The absolute worst. Torvin. Yes. Thank you. For what? The door. He looks at me then, amber eyes steady, the man who can find anything, the man who watched a door all night because I was sleeping behind it. Always, he says. I believe him, the spy who believes nothing believes him. The rain stops, dawn comes, the road south is waiting.
She laces her boots with the same precision she uses on cipher keys. Left over right, pull tight, tuck the ends. I've watched her do it every morning for 2 weeks. This morning my chest aches watching it. The same motion, the same woman, everything different. I know the ache, it sits low under the ribs where a body keeps the things it can't say out loud. I've learned not to name it. Naming makes it bigger. How's the arm? She asks without looking up. Stiff, the bandage held. I'll rewrap it when we stop tonight. The wound needs air, but not until we're somewhere clean. The road won't give us clean for a while. Then the bandage stays. Can you carry your pack? I've been carrying my pack for 14 months with worse than a forearm cut. That wasn't what I asked. Yes, I can carry my pack. She finishes the boots, stands, rolls her shoulders once, shrugs her pack on, and is the spy again. The woman from last night, the one who said my name like it was the most honest thing she'd spoken in 2 years, is put away behind professional distance. I understand this. I do the same thing with grief. You put it somewhere that doesn't interfere with walking. You fold it small and keep your feet moving. Most days that's enough. Davin emerges from the alcove. His eyes find Selin, then me, then the bedroll on the floor between us. He says nothing, but I can see him putting it together, loud as speech. "Morning," he says. "Morning, how's the hand?" "Sore, flexes better than yesterday." "Good, we're moving in 10 minutes, eat something." "Where are we heading?" "South," Selin says, "same as yesterday, same as tomorrow." "How far today?" "As far as the light gives us," I say. "There's a river crossing 2 days ahead if the old trade path still holds. We'll follow the ridgeline until then." "And if the trade path doesn't hold?" "Then we find another way across. That's what I do." Davin nods, chews his bread, watches us. I unbar the door. The morning air is cold and clean, washed by last night's rain. It smells of wet stone and bracken. There's no smoke in it. That's the first thing I check every morning. Old habit, bad habit, looking for smoke on a clear day and remembering there is nothing left to burn. The ground outside is soft, no prints except ours from yesterday, no broken twigs on the track, no scent of smoke or horse or leather. Nobody came in the night. "Clear," I say. "You're sure?" The rain would have held prints in this soil for hours. Nothing heavier than a fox has walked this track since we arrived. "Good enough, Davin. Fill the canteens at the stream before we go." "There's a stream." 40 yards west," I say. "You'll hear it before you see it. Follow the moss line." Davin goes. His footsteps are lighter than yesterday. The fear is still there, but it's settled into something manageable. Selin watches him leave, then looks at me. "You didn't sleep," she says. "I slept enough." "You didn't sleep at all. I can see it in your face." "My face is fine." "Your face looks like you've been awake for 20 hours thinking about something that scares you." "I've been awake for 20 hours watching a door, that's all." "Is there a difference?" "Yes, watching a door is useful. Thinking about things that scare me is not." "What scares you?" "Right now, the 2-day crossing if the bridge at Harrow Ford has washed out. The trade paths I haven't walked in 3 years. Whether Davin's hands will hold up for 3 weeks of road." "Those aren't what scare you." "Those are what I'm choosing to be scared of. The other things can wait." "Can they?" "They'll have to. We have 17 miles to cover before dark." She looks at me for 2 seconds longer than the conversation requires. Then she turns toward the track. "Let's move." We step onto the track. The ground is soft from last night's rain, giving way under our boots. Davin falls in behind Selin. I take the rear. "Torvin," Selin says over her shoulder. "What's the wind telling you?" "West-southwest, rain by tonight. We should look for shelter before dark." "Another way station." "Unlikely, but there are rock overhangs along this ridge. The limestone cuts deep where the water runs. I'll find something." "I know you will." We walk. The ridgeline runs south-southwest, a spine of limestone and bracken that gives us height over the surrounding country. I read the ground as we go. It's the closest thing I have to prayer and the one place my mind goes quiet. Old boot prints months old, filled with leaf mulch, a deer trail crossing hours fresh, a snail track drying silver on a flat stone, thrush singing in the hawthorn, no alarm, which means no predators upwind, no people. Selin walks 5 paces ahead, professional distance. The spy's operating gap, close enough to communicate, far enough to run. Her pack shifts when she steps over a root. The strap catches on her shoulder, pulls her shirt across her back. I know what that back looks like without the shirt. I know the line of her spine. I know the sound she makes when someone traces it. I look at the ground. That's where I put my eyes when I can't put them where they want to go. Read the trail. A fox crossed here last night, heading east. Vole bones in the scat. "Torvin." "Yes." You went quiet. "I'm reading the ground." "You've been reading the ground for 20 minutes without saying a word. That's not normal for you." "How would you know what's normal for me?" "Because for 2 weeks you've called out every track, every bird, every wind change. You narrate the landscape like you're teaching someone to listen, and for the last 20 minutes nothing." "There's nothing to report." "There's always something to report. You told me about vole bones yesterday." "Fine, a fox crossed here last night, heading east, vole bones in the scat." "Thank you." "You're welcome. Are we going to talk about it?" "About what?" About the fact that you haven't looked at me once since we left the way station. I've looked at you. You've looked at my pack, my boots, the back of my head. You haven't looked at my face. I'm watching the rear. That's my position in the formation. You're avoiding my eyes, and we both know it. I don't answer because she's right, because looking at her face means seeing the woman from last night, and the woman from last night is the most dangerous thing on this road, more dangerous than the mole, more dangerous than pursuit, more dangerous than the 3 weeks ahead. A tracker holds his eyes on the thing he's hunting, because the second you look away is the second you lose it. And now the thing I want most is walking 5 paces ahead, and I've turned my eyes to the dirt like a coward. I can't make myself stop. Torvin, I heard you. Then answer me. I'm not avoiding your eyes. I'm trying to keep my eyes on the things that will keep us alive. And my face won't keep us alive. Your face makes me forget what I'm supposed to be watching for, and forgetting gets people killed. Silence 5 paces of it, 10. That's the most honest thing you've said all morning, she says. I'm an honest person, you said so yourself. I did, it's still infuriating. Midday we stop in a hollow where the ridgeline dips, sheltered from the wind. A spring seeps from the limestone, cold and clean. Davin drops his pack and stretches his hands. The wrapping is holding. The splits look better than yesterday, the skin closing over the raw edges. How far have we come, he asks. 8 miles, maybe 9. The ridge runs straight here. And the river crossing. Tomorrow afternoon, if we keep this pace, Harrow Ford, there used to be a bridge. Used to be. I haven't been this way in 3 years. Bridges rot, floods take them. The river runs fast through the gorge there. And if the bridge is gone, then we ford. It'll be waist deep this time of year, cold but crossable. I can't swim. You won't need to swim. You'll need to hold the rope and keep your feet. What rope? The rope I'll string across before we go. That's how fording works. You anchor one side, swim the line across, anchor the other, and everyone holds on. You'll swim it. I'll swim it. The cold doesn't bother me like it bothers you. The cold bothers everyone. The cold bothers humans more than orcs. Our blood runs warmer. Is that true? Ask the spy. She's the one who takes pulses. Selin looks up from her map. It's true. His resting temperature is 2 degrees higher than yours. I checked. When did you check? Davin asks. When I bandaged his arm. Standard field assessment. You take everyone's temperature when you bandage them. I take everyone's pulse. The temperature was incidental. 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 Davin looks between us, the same look from this morning, the working it out look, the thing he's figured out that nobody has confirmed. You two are different today, he says. Different how? Selin asks. I don't know, quieter, like something shifted overnight. The rain shifted, the temperature dropped, people are quieter when they're cold. It's not the cold. It's the cold, Davin, eat your lunch. Can I ask you something? You just did, Selin says. Are we safe out here on this ridge? Are we being followed? Torvin. No pursuit, I say. The ground behind us is clean. No boot prints, no horse sign, no broken branches. The birds are calm. If someone were tracking us, the thrushes would have gone quiet a mile back. You can tell from the birds. Birds tell you everything. An alarm call means a predator. Silence means something worse. Right now they're singing, which means the only things moving through this landscape are us, a fox, and a family of rabbits in the bracken to the east. How do you know about the rabbits? Their runs are fresh, the droppings are less than a day old, 3 adults, at least 2 juveniles. You read rabbit droppings. I read everything, it's what I was trained for. The Asheville trained you. The Asheville trained every Pathfinder from the age of 6. Track before you walk, read before you speak, know the ground beneath your feet better than you know your own name. I say it flat like something recited into me so many times it went smooth and lost its edges. But the words reach back to a morning I don't visit if I can help it. My grandmother's palm on the back of my neck, tilting my head toward a print in the mud. Look, not with your eyes, with your whole self. That clearing is ash now. And you were the best. I was the first Pathfinder. That means I was the one they sent when the trail went cold. What happens when you can't find the trail? The trail never goes cold, it goes quiet cold means dead, quiet means waiting, you just have to be patient enough to hear it speak again. Davin considers this, you sound like a teacher. I sound like my grandmother, she was the one who trained me. Is she gone? She's gone, they're all gone. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, be useful, how are your hands? Better, the right one closes into a full fist now. Good, you'll need both hands at the river crossing. He eats, but his eyes keep moving between us, and the look on his face is not suspicion. It's something closer to understanding. The scared kid from Thornhaven is watching two people he depends on and seeing something that wasn't there yesterday. I hand Sel in the canteen, our fingers brush, her pulse jumps in the space of a touch. She pulls her hand back, casual, professional. I heard the jump, she knows I heard it. The afternoon. I touch the charred bark in my pocket, burnt pine from the Asheville ruins. I've carried it for 14 months, a piece of the world that burned, a reminder of what happens when you love something enough to build a life around it. The edges have gone smooth. 14 months of my thumb finding it in the dark have worn the char down. It used to blacken my fingers. Now it leaves only a faint gray, and I rub it off without thinking, and then I want it back. That's the thing nobody tells you about carrying a piece of the dead. You touch it so often it stops being sharp, and you start to lose the shape of it. The Asheville was home, the elders were family. The trails were mine, every ridge and hollow and deer path committed to memory like Selin commits cipher keys. I loved it like you love a place that made you, completely, without question, without the thought that it could end. It ended. Everyone I loved was in that clearing, everyone I'd built my life around. The first pathfinder who couldn't find his way back in time. 3 weeks too late, 3 weeks of ranging while the fire came. I don't let myself walk through it. I've learned where the edges are, but the body keeps its own record. There's a tightness at the base of my skull, and on mornings like this it pulls tight as a snare wire. It won't loosen, it never does. And now there's someone else, someone whose heartbeat I know at rest and at speed, someone whose breathing I listened to as she fell asleep, someone whose name in my mouth feels like a cleared path, a direction, a reason to walk that has nothing to do with vengeance. You're doing it again, Selin says. Doing what? Going quiet, touching your pocket. The bark. I know what's in your pocket. What are you thinking about? The Asheville. And what it costs to love something. She walks beside me now, the 5-pace gap closed sometime in the last mile, shoulder to shoulder, her stride matching mine. Is that what scares you, she asks, the cost? The cost is always the same. You give yourself to something, it burns, you carry the ashes. And you think this will burn. Everything I've loved has burned. That's not pessimism, that's a pattern. Patterns break. Patterns break when the conditions change. The conditions haven't changed. We're walking toward a man who destroys the things people care about. The closer we get, the more we have to lose. We had things to lose before last night. We had the mission to lose, now we have each other. Is that worse? It's different. Losing a mission is a failure. Losing a person is a wound that doesn't close. You're speaking from experience. I'm speaking from the Asheville, from 14 months of carrying a piece of burnt wood because I can't carry the people it represents. She doesn't answer right away. We walk, the ridge narrows. The wind picks up from the west, carrying the smell of rain. I read it without meaning to. It tells me the weather's honest, the country's empty, and the only warm thing on this ridge besides me is walking close enough to feel. None of that is what my chest reaches for. Torvin. Yes. The Asheville burned because you were gone, because you couldn't protect them. Yes. I'm not the Asheville, I don't need protecting. I've survived 2 years of this without you. I know. And I'm standing right next to you. I'm not 3 weeks away, I'm right here. I know that too. Then stop carrying the ashes for a fire that hasn't happened yet. I don't know how to do that. I know, neither do I, but we could try being bad at it together. I look at her then, full face, past the pack and the boots in the professional distance. Her face, the sharp jaw, the dark eyes that read everything. The mouth that said my name in the dark like it was the truest word she had. Together, I say. Together, now tell me about the river crossing. Harrow Ford, limestone gorge, about 40 feet across. The water runs fast, but there's a gravel bar on the south side where the current breaks. If the bridge is gone, we rope across at the bar. And if the current is too strong for the rope? Then we walk upstream until we find a wider stretch. The gorge opens up about a mile north of the ford. Slower water, deeper, but crossable if we keep our footing on the riverbed stones. You remember all of this from 3 years ago. I remember every trail I've ever walked. It's the one useful thing about me. It's not the only useful thing about you. Name another one then. You watch doors all night without being asked. The trail goes south, she goes south. For the first time in 14 months, I'm not sure which one I'm following.
The ridgeline drops and the world goes white. It happens in stages. First, the tree line dissolves, the pines smearing into gray shapes that could be anything. Then the landmarks vanish. The cairns Torvin pointed out yesterday, the limestone outcrops, the deer paths cutting east. Then the ground ahead. 20 feet of visibility becomes 10, becomes 5, becomes the length of my own arm. Stop, Torvin says. I stop. My boots are in mud I didn't see coming. 2 inches of cold water over what felt like solid ground 3 steps ago. What is this? The drowned fields, tidal marshland. The fog sits in the lowlands when the temperature drops overnight. It'll burn off by midday if we're lucky. And if we're not lucky, then it sits until tomorrow. The marsh holds the cold. Fog needs cold. How far does it extend? 3 miles to the river, maybe 4. There's an old causeway through the middle, built when the trade road was still maintained. Iron posts every 50 yards. Can you see the posts? No, but I can hear them. You can hear iron posts. They hum, low frequency, below what you'd hear, but the vibration carries through the ground. My grandmother called it the causeway song. I look at the fog. It's not mist. Mist has texture, layers, places where the light breaks through. This is a wall. A white wall that starts at chest height and goes up forever and goes forward forever and gives me nothing. How do you navigate this? I ask. By ear, by feel. The causeway stones are harder than the marsh mud. You can tell the difference through your boots if you know what you're feeling for. I don't know what I'm feeling for. I know, that's why you're going to walk behind me. Behind you. Close behind me, arm's length. If you step off the causeway, the mud takes you to the knee. If you go deeper than that, it takes you to the hip, and pulling out makes noise that carries for a mile. What's a mile away that would hear it? Nothing, probably, but I don't like probably in a place I can't see. Davin appears from the fog behind us. His face is white, and not from the cold. I can't see anything, he says. That's the point of fog, I say. How do we get through? Torvin knows the way. Stay close. How close? Close enough to touch the person in front of you. If you lose contact, stop moving and call out. Don't try to find us on your own. The marsh looks flat, but the channels shift with the tide. The tide comes in here. The river backs up when the tide pushes inland, Torvin says. The whole marsh floods twice a day. We have 6 hours before the next one. 6 hours to cross 3 miles. 6 hours to cross 3 miles on a causeway I'm finding by sound through fog I can't see past. Yes, 6 hours. Then we should go, I say, now. Torvin leads, I follow. Davin follows me. The ground changes every 10 steps. Stone, mud, stone, water, stone. Torvin's boots find the causeway with a certainty I can't match. My boots find the edge, the slip, the place where solid becomes liquid. Left foot forward, Torvin says. Feel for the edge of the stone, it drops off on the right. I feel it. Good, now straight, 4 steps. The next stone is lower, watch your ankle. How can you tell it's lower? The sound changes. Water runs over a low stone. A high stone is dry underneath. You're reading water sounds in fog. I've been reading water sounds since I was 6. My grandmother would blindfold us and walk us through the streams near the Asheville. If you stepped in the water, you started over. Blindfolded. She said eyes lie, ground doesn't. Your grandmother sounds terrifying. She was 5 feet tall, and she could track a hawk by the shadow it left on the grass. Terrifying is accurate. I step where he steps. My body wants to reach forward, grab the back of his pack, anchor myself to something solid. My training says don't. Never let someone else control your movement. Never give up your own balance for someone else's direction. My training was written for cities. alleys and rooftops, and doorways where the ground stays where you put it, not for marshland where the earth breathes. There's a channel ahead, Torvin says. 18 inches of water. The bottom is gravel, not mud. Walk through it, don't try to jump. Jumping lands you off the stones. How wide? 6 feet, I'll go first. Count to 3, then follow my line exactly. He walks forward, I hear the splash. 1, 2, 3, I step in. The water is cold enough to make my teeth clench. Ankle deep, then calf deep, then ankle again as the gravel rises on the far side. Davin, I call back. Channel ahead, 6 feet. Gravel bottom. Count to 3 after you hear me clear it, then walk straight through. How deep? Mid-calf, it's cold. Don't stop in the middle. I hear him splash through. A small sound of misery, then his boots on stone again. Still here, he says. Good, keep up. The first iron post appears out of the fog like a finger pointing at nothing. Torvin touches it, wraps his hand around the rusted metal, tilts his head. This is the old number 12 post. We're a quarter mile in. A quarter mile. We've been walking for 40 minutes. The fog slows everything. You can't walk fast when you can't see. Can you hear the next one? Southeast, about 50 yards. The hum is steady, which means the ground between here and there is solid. When the posts go quiet, the ground is flooded. The posts tell you about the ground. The vibration travels through solid material. Mud dampens it. Water kills it. If the next post isn't humming, we find another route. What other route? We can't see anything. There are always other routes. The causeway isn't a single line. It branches where the old trade roads forked. I just need to hear which branch is singing. I put my hand on the post. Cold iron under my palm. I feel nothing. No vibration. No hum. Nothing but metal and rust and the fog pressing in from every direction. I can't feel it, I say. You won't. The frequency is too low for human hearing. You'd need to press your ear to the iron, and even then you'd only feel the pressure, not hear the note. So I'm trusting your ears over my eyes. Your eyes are giving you nothing right now. My ears are giving you the path. It's not a hard choice. It's the hardest choice I've ever made. He looks at me. Through the fog his face is closer than I realized, 2 feet away. Why? Because I'm trained to never depend on someone else's senses. My handlers spent 2 years teaching me to trust only what I can verify myself. Maps I've drawn, routes I've walked, exits I've marked with my own eyes. Everything else is unreliable. And I'm unreliable. You're the most reliable person I've met in 2 years. That's the problem. Reliable means I stop checking for myself. Reliable means I lean on something that can be taken away. I'm not going anywhere. Everyone goes somewhere eventually. That's what the job taught me. Your job taught you wrong things. My job taught me true things. True and wrong aren't always different. He holds out his hand. Take it, he says. Why? Because the next section has no posts for 200 yards. The causeway narrows to 3 feet. If you drift left, you're in the channel. If you drift right, you're in the mud. I need to feel where you are. I look at his hand. Wide palm, calloused fingers. The bandage on his forearm just visible at the edge of his sleeve. I take it. His hand closes around mine. Warm, solid. The 2 degrees of extra heat that make his skin feel like the only warm thing in this fog. Ready, he says. No. Good, honest answers are better than brave ones in a marsh. Is that your grandmother again? That one's mine. We walk. His hand guides my direction. When he squeezes, I step left. When he pulls, I slow down. A language built in minutes that works better than anything I could map. I am holding a man's hand in fog so thick I can't see my own feet, trusting his ears over my eyes, and I cannot remember the last time I felt this terrified. The marsh can't touch this fear. The mud and the channels and the tide coming in 6 hours are problems with solutions. His hand feeling like the safest place I've ever been, and I know what happens to safe places. Davin, I say over my shoulder, put your hand on my pack, don't let go. I won't. If you feel me stop, you stop. If you feel me turn, you turn. Don't think about it, just follow. Like a chain. Like a chain, Torvin hears the path. I follow him, you follow me. nobody breaks the chain. What if the chain breaks? Then whoever broke it stops moving and calls out. We come back. Nobody walks alone in this. Nobody walks alone, Draven repeats, like he's memorizing it. We walk for an hour, maybe longer. Time dissolves in the fog like the landmarks did. The causeway narrows, widens, narrows again. Torvin's hand adjusts. Squeeze, pull, release, squeeze. A code I'm learning with my body instead of my mind. Rest, Torvin says. He finds a wide stone. We sit, 3 people on a slab of limestone in the middle of nothing. Draven's breathing is ragged. Mine is controlled because I'm making it controlled. My legs are shaking from the cold and the tension of walking blind. How far? I ask. Halfway, maybe a little more. The posts are getting closer together, which means we're near the river approach. How long until the tide? 4 hours, plenty of time. Plenty if nothing goes wrong. Nothing's going wrong. The fog is starting to thin at the top. See, the light's brighter than an hour ago. I look up, he's right. The ceiling of white is less solid. A hint of gray, a suggestion that the sun exists somewhere above this. When we reach the river, what then? Draven asks. Harrow Ford, we camp on the south bank. Cross in the morning when I can see the current. And the bridge. If it's there, we use it. If it's not, we rope across. Either way, we're on the other side by noon tomorrow. And after that? South, the salt flats, 2.5 weeks if the weather holds. The weather won't hold, I say. No, Torvin agrees. It won't, but we'll walk it anyway. The fog thins as the ground rises. We climb from the marsh onto a rocky shelf where the water can't reach. The air clears in stages. First I can see 10 feet, then 20, then the full slope of the bank leading up from the drownfields. I let go of Torvin's hand. The ground is solid, and solid ground means my own feet, my own angles, my own exits. He lets go at the same moment. We both feel the shift, marsh to stone, dependency to capability. There, Torvin says, pointing. Through the thinning fog, the dark line of the river gorge, trees on both banks. The sound of water running fast over rock. Harrow Ford. Harrow Ford, we'll camp up on that shelf. Dry ground, wind break from the gorge wall, clear sight lines in 3 directions. Not the 4th. The 4th is the river. Nobody's coming from that direction unless they can walk on water. You'd be surprised what the Wraith's people can do. I would, that's why I listen while I sleep. We make camp, Draven gathers wood. Torvin builds the fire in a hollow where the light won't carry. I check our supplies, count what's left, work out how far it stretches. 18 days of food if we ration, I say. 14 if we eat properly. We eat properly. I'll supplement with what I find. The riverbank will have watercress, wild garlic, maybe fish if we have time in the morning. You can fish. I can do everything badly or a few things well. Fishing is one of the few things. What are the other few things? Tracking, fire building, reading ground that wants to kill you. That last one saved us today. That last one is the only reason we're sitting here, instead of waist deep, in mud waiting for the tide. Add fishing to the list, I say. What list? The list of useful things about you. It's getting long. How long? Longer than I expected when I met you. He looks at me across the fire. The fog is behind us now. The fire is small but warm. Draven is already asleep, his back against a rock, his breathing even. How's your hand? Torvin asks. My hand is fine. You were gripping hard in the marsh, the last hour especially. I was gripping hard because the ground was trying to eat my boots. That tends to produce a firm grip. It wasn't the ground. It was the ground. Your pulse was steady the whole time, even and slow. The grip got harder when the pulse stayed calm. You weren't afraid of falling, you were afraid of something else. You were reading my pulse through my hand. I can't help it. The arteries in the wrist are close to the surface. When someone holds your hand for an hour, you learn things you didn't ask to know. What did you learn? That you're calm in danger and terrified of trust. That the fog didn't scare you, but my hand did. That you held on tighter every time you wanted to let go. I don't answer. Because he's right. Because the drownfield stripped me down to something I don't have a map for, and what's left is a woman who held a man's hand through fog and felt safer than she's felt in 2 years, and that safety is the most dangerous thing she's carrying. Tomorrow, I say, the river. Tomorrow, the river. Get some sleep, Torvin. After you. That's not how this works. You stayed up all last night. And the night before that. And the night before that. I'll sleep when we're across the river and the ground is solid on both sides. The ground was solid tonight. You could sleep. The ground is solid. You're here. Those are two different kinds of safe, and only one of them lets me close my eyes. I don't ask which one, I already know. I check the campsite perimeter while Davin sleeps. Old habit. Mark the ways out, check the approaches, verify nothing's moved since we arrived, the gorge wall behind us. The riverbank south, the track back north. The rock notch is what stops me. 20 yards up the northern track, where a limestone outcrop splits the path, a chalk mark. 2 lines crossed, then a third angled down. The courier notation for missed contact, route changed, do not proceed to waypoint. The 7th Directorate used this code before I went rogue. Marsh used it before that. Someone left this in the last 48 hours. The chalk is still bright, not yet weathered by rain. The crossed lines mean Portsmouth waypoint is gone. Portsmouth is 40 miles south-southwest. The next scheduled waypoint on the route I filed with Gara before leaving Thornhaven. Someone in the network knows we're heading south. Knows our route specifically, not just our direction. I stand on the track and look at the mark and think through what it means. It doesn't tell me who. It tells me someone on this road is watching, close enough to leave a warning, and close enough to know I'd look for one here. That's either an ally who can't surface directly, or it's a trap to redirect us off the causeways toward open country. Either way, Portsmouth is off the table. We find another waypoint, or we go dark entirely. I photograph the mark in my memory. Both angles, the exact chalk thickness, the pressure of the stroke. Then I walk back to the fire. Torvin. Yes. Change of route, tomorrow. He doesn't ask why. He reads my face and gets everything he needs from it. I'll check the alternate approaches at first light, he says. The south bank of the Ashmore runs parallel to the main road for 6 miles. Harder going, but it keeps us off the expected track. That works. Good night, Torvin. Good night, Selin. The fire crackles. The river runs. The fog sits behind us in the lowlands like a white sea we cross together, and the distance between us is the length of a hand I can still feel holding mine.
The bridge is gone. I've been listening to the river since we camped. The current tells you things if you know how to hear it, depth by the pitch of the water over stone, speed by the rhythm, obstacles by how the sound breaks and reforms. Nobody taught me that as a lesson. It seeped in over years of sleeping beside water. This river runs fast through the gorge. Limestone walls on both sides, 40 feet across, the water dark and green where it pools behind the rocks. The pilings are still there, 4 of them rotted to stumps, barely visible above the waterline. The bridge they held is scattered downstream in pieces. I read the pieces without meaning to. That's the trade in me, always running whether I ask it to or not. The river took it slow, board by board. How long ago? Selin asks. 2 winters at least. The rot is deep. The last flood season took it. And our alternative? Rope ford, the gravel bar is still there, south side. The current breaks over it, which gives us a crossing point. I swim the line across, anchor both sides, and you and Davin hold the rope and walk. Walk through 40 feet of river. Walk through 40 feet of river that's waist deep on the bar, and moving fast enough to knock you down if you let go. And if we let go? Don't let go. That's not a plan. That is the plan. Hold the rope, keep your feet, don't let go. The rest is just water. She looks at the river. I watch her read it like she reads a room. Exits, hazards, whatever can turn on you. The water gives her less than a room does. There are no doors in a river. She doesn't like that. She likes a problem she can take apart, and the river won't be taken apart. It only agrees to be crossed. Your arm, she says. My arm is fine. Your arm has a wound that's been healing for 4 days. Swimming a cold river in a fast current isn't rest. I'm not looking for rest, I'm looking for the other bank. Can the wound take it? The wound will take what I give it. The cold will help, keeps the swelling down. That's not how medicine works. That's how orcs work, the cold sharpens us. My grandmother used to break the ice on the river and swim before dawn. She said the cold teaches your body what it's made of. Your grandmother sounds like she was trying to kill herself. She was trying to make herself harder to kill. There's a difference. Davin is sitting on a rock, staring at the water. His face is the color of the limestone. Davin, I say, can you hold a rope for 40 feet? I can hold a rope. Both hands, don't try to walk fast. Feel for the stones under your feet. The gravel shifts, but it holds weight. If your foot slips, stop moving and let the rope take your weight until you find the bottom again. What if I can't find the bottom? The bar is 3 feet deep in the middle. You'll find the bottom. Your feet will be cold and the current will push, but the rope is the answer to every question the river asks. You make it sound simple. It is simple. The river is doing what rivers do. We're doing what people do. We hold on. I strip to my trousers and wrap the rope around my chest. The end is knotted to a pine on the north bank, thick enough to hold all 3 of us in the current's pull. I test the knot with my full weight, then test it again. A knot you trusted yesterday is not a knot you trust today. I check it twice, always. How cold is it? Selin asks. Cold enough to matter, not cold enough to stop me. How long to swim across? 2 minutes, maybe 3. The current will push me downstream. I'll angle for the gravel bar and let the water do half the work. And if the current pushes you past the bar? Then I swim harder. I'm a strong swimmer, Selin. I've been in rivers since before I could read. Before you could read. Orcs learn water before words. Words can wait, rivers don't. Is everything your grandmother taught you designed to terrify me? Everything my grandmother taught me is designed to keep people alive. The terror is a side effect. What about the crossing upstream, the one you mentioned yesterday, a mile north? Wider, deeper, slower current, but the bottom is soft. Mud, not gravel. You sink in mud. Gravel holds your feet. So this is the better option. This is the faster option. The better option is a bridge that doesn't exist anymore. How many river crossings have you done? More than I can count. Every season has different water. The same river in spring is a different animal than the same river in autumn. You have to read it fresh every time. And this one, what does this one say? This one says it's fast, it's cold, and it doesn't care about us. That's what rivers always say. The trick is not caring back. I walk to the edge. The water curls over the rocks, green and fast. I can see the gravel bar, a pale stripe across the bottom where the stones pile against the gorge's curve. 3 feet deep there, maybe 4 in the middle where the current digs. I mark the line the water wants to carry me before I ever touch it. A body in this current goes where the river says, so I plan around the river's plan. Torvin. Yes, be careful. I'm always careful. You're never careful, you're good. Those aren't the same thing. Close enough. I step in. The cold hits my ankles first, then my calves, then everything at once as I push off the bottom and the current takes me. The water is dark and fast and the limestone walls rise on both sides like the inside of a throat. My arm burns where the wound pulls against the motion. I ignore it. Pain is information. This pain says the wound is holding and the muscle works and the cold is doing what cold does to orc blood, sharpening everything. Read your own body like ground. The forearm gives at the edge of the cut and holds through the rest, good enough to swim on. I angle downstream. The current pushes south. The gravel bar is 30 feet ahead, a pale line under the green. I swim with the river, not against it. The river is stronger than me. The trick is to be smarter than it. 20 feet, my hands find the bottom, gravel rolling under my fingers. I plant my feet and stand, waist deep. The current pushes, but the bar holds. I haul the rope tight, find the pine on the south bank. Wrap, knot, test. The line hums between the trees, 3 feet above the water. It's set, I shout across the gorge. How deep? Waist on you, chest on Davin if he hits the middle. Current. Strong, hold with both hands, don't try to fight it. Let it push your legs downstream and keep your shoulders square to the rope. Who's first? You, then Davin. If he struggles, I can reach him from this side. Selin enters the water. I watch her like I watch everything, listening first, looking second. Her breathing stays steady. Her hands grip the rope high, knuckles tight. The water hits her hips and she adjusts, leaning into the current, reading the push like she reads wind direction. Fast learner. She's always been a fast learner. And I'm standing waist deep in cold water with my heart doing something it has no business doing on a crossing. Every foot she gains is a foot closer. Halfway across, the current deepens over the middle of the bar. The water rises to her ribs, her breathing changes, faster, shorter, but her hands don't slip and her feet keep finding the gravel. She comes out on my side dripping and shaking, cold, not fear. Her jaw is clenched to keep her teeth from chattering. The middle is deeper than you said. The middle is always deeper than I say. If I told you the truth about every river crossing, nobody would ever get in the water. That's a terrible policy. It's a policy that gets people across rivers. Honesty is for dry ground. I'll remember that. Please don't. I wrap my shirt around her shoulders. She doesn't argue, and that's how I know the cold got into her deep. The shaking slows. Her eyes go to Davin on the far bank. He's scared, she says. He should be. Scared people hold tighter. Davin, she calls, both hands on the rope. Don't look at the water. Look at the far bank. Look at us. I'm looking. Then move one hand forward, one hand holding. Slide, don't lift. He enters, the water hits his knees and he freezes. Stands in the current with both hands locked on the rope and his whole body rigid. Move, Davin, I say, loud enough to carry, calm enough to not add to the fear. If my voice shakes, his hands shake, so it doesn't. The water isn't getting warmer. Move. He moves, one hand then the other, slow. The current pushes his legs sideways and he gasps, but the rope holds and his hands hold the rope and his feet find the gravel one stone at a time. The water rises to his chest. He makes a sound I know well, the sound of someone who wants to stop and can't. His face is white, his arms shake. 10 feet, Selin shouts, 10 feet and you're done. I can't feel my legs. You don't need to feel them, you need to move them, one foot, then the other. He moves, the water drops, his waist, his knees, his ankles. He stumbles onto the south bank and sits down hard on the gravel and puts his head between his knees. I hate rivers, he says. Most people do, I say. You did it anyway. Did I have a choice? There's always a choice. You chose the hard one. That counts for something. My hands are bleeding. The rope took the skin off. Let me see. I take his hands. The palms are raw, red lines where the wet rope burned through the top layer. His fingers are still curled from the grip. Surface damage. It'll sting for 2 days. You'll be fine. Will I be able to hold a rope again if we have to cross another river? You won't want to. You'll do it anyway. That's what courage is. That doesn't feel like courage. It never does. Courage feels like wanting to throw up and doing the thing anyway. Then I'm the bravest person alive right now. Right now, yes, sit down, drink some water. The shaking stops in about 10 minutes. Selin crouches beside him and wraps his palms with strips from our medical kit. Her movements are quick, efficient, the same precision she uses for everything. You crossed a river, Davin, she says. Most people wouldn't have. Most people have the sense to use a bridge. The bridge is gone, you used what was available. That's what survivors do. I sit on the south bank, wet, cold. My arm throbs where the wound protests the swim. I let it. It tells me how far I pushed and no farther. You're quiet, Selin says. I'm thinking about rivers. You said that already. What specifically about rivers? My grandmother used to say, read the river for the people behind you. I never understood what she meant. I thought she meant read it for the clan, the Asheville, the people who depended on the Pathfinder to find safe crossings. And no, now I think she meant something simpler. Read it for the person behind you, the one holding the rope, the one trusting your judgment. You read this river for us. For 14 months, every river I read, every ridge I crossed, every print I tracked pointed toward the Shadow King. The purpose was always the hunt, finding the man who burned my clan. And this morning I read a river to get you and Davin across safely. I swam the rope so you could hold a line through cold water. I coached a scared kid through chest-deep current. The skills are the same. Same hands, same instincts, but the purpose is different. It didn't feel like less. Is that a problem? It's a door and I can't close it. Torvin, Selin says. She's sitting beside me, close. Her hair is still wet, curling at the edges where the water changed its shape. What are you thinking about? Rivers. What about rivers? How they always go one direction. You can't swim upstream. You can only choose where to cross. And we chose here. Best crossing I've ever made. Was it the right crossing? We're on the other side. That makes it the right crossing. She reaches over and checks my bandage. Her fingers are cold from the river. The touch is professional. Her hand lingering after is not. She's looking at me, and neither of us moves to fix it. The wound held, she says. I told you they would. You tell me a lot of things, most of them are true, some of them are optimistic. Optimistic is what gets people across rivers. Stop saying that, you sound like your grandmother. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. It was, though, you just don't know it yet. Tell me something about her that isn't about survival. I have to think survival is worn into every memory of her, but there's this. She made the best fish stew I've ever eaten, trout from the North Fork of the Ashburn River, wild onion from the bank, a pinch of salt she carried in a leather pouch around her neck. She cooked it in a helmet she'd taken from a dead soldier, said proper pots were for people who'd stopped running. Had she stopped running? She never stopped running, she just cooked while she ran. I think I would have liked her. She would have terrified you, but yes, you would have liked her. Davin is sleeping, the crossing took everything he had. He's curled on the gravel with his pack as a pillow, his breathing even, his face finally peaceful. He'll wake sore and proud and pretending he isn't. He did well, Selin says. He did better than I expected. You expect too little from him. Maybe he's stronger than he looks. Most people are, you just have to give them something worth holding on to. Is that what the rope was, something worth holding? The rope was a rope, what was worth holding was the idea that the other side existed. That's what gets people through hard things, knowing there's a far bank. And when there isn't a far bank, there's always a far bank, sometimes you just can't see it yet. You expect what the evidence gives you. He surprised me, I like being surprised. Do you? By the right things, Davin holding a rope, you holding my hand in the fog, the river giving us a good crossing. Those are the surprises that matter. You're listing the things that went right. That's what I do now. I used to list the things that went wrong. The tracks I missed, the trails that went cold, the 3 weeks I was ranging while my clan burned. Now I list the things that went right. When did that change? Yesterday in the fog, when she held my hand and trusted me to find the path. I hear myself and don't correct it. When you held my hand, she's close enough to hear it either way. She doesn't look at me, she looks at the river. The water runs south through the gorge, fast and green and indifferent to everything we carried across it. 2 weeks to the salt flats, she says. 2 weeks, maybe less if the weather holds. And after the salt flats. After the salt flats, we find the Shadow King's last base. We finish this. And then, I don't know, I've never thought past finish this. There was never a reason to. Is there a reason now? There's a person now that's different. She trusts me in the dark, in the fog, in the river, she trusts me. I don't know what to do with that except keep walking south and reading the ground for the things that could hurt her before they arrive. My hand finds the pine bark token in my trouser pocket, wet through and still whole. I hold it a moment, then I let it be and watch her watch the water. She's already on this side. That's the crossing that mattered.
The rain finds us 2 hours south of the river. It comes from the west, just like Torvin said it would, and it comes hard. The sky opens, and the road turns to mud in the time it takes to pull my hood up. There, Torvin says, pointing, a limestone overhang 30 yards off the track, set into the hillside where the rock cuts back. Deep enough for 3, wide enough for a fire if we build it right. That'll hold us. For how long? Until the rain stops. Could be tonight, could be tomorrow. We can't lose a day. We can't walk through a storm on a mud track in country we don't know either. The overhang is dry. There's deadwood under the ledge. We'll wait. I hate waiting. I know you're bad at it, come on. We make camp. Torvin builds the fire in the back of the overhang where the smoke draws up through a crack in the limestone. The heat fills the space in minutes. Davin sits against the wall, his wrapped hands in his lap, his eyes already closing. Davin, I say, eat something before you sleep. Not hungry. Eat anyway. The river took more out of you than you think. How do you know? Because you've been stumbling for the last mile and you didn't notice. That's what exhaustion looks like from the outside. He eats, half a biscuit, some dried meat, his eyes close before he finishes chewing. I take the food from his hand and set it beside him. He's asleep in under a minute. The kind of deep, heavy sleep that comes after the body has burned through everything it had. He's done, Torvin says. He's been done since the river, he just didn't want to admit it. Sound familiar? Don't start. You haven't slept properly in 3 days either. I've slept more than you. When was the last time you closed your eyes? I closed them when I blinked just now. That doesn't count. It counts for orcs, we can sleep in pieces. You can't sleep in pieces. Nobody can sleep in pieces. That's not how sleep works. My grandmother could sleep standing up in a rainstorm and wake up knowing which direction the wind had shifted. Your grandmother was apparently not human. She was orc, that's the point. Sit down, Torvin, eat, you're swaying. I'm not swaying. You're swaying, your balance shifts to the left when you're tired. I noticed it yesterday and I'm noticing it now. You track my balance shifts. I track everything about you, it's what I do. He sits, eats. The firelight catches the edges of his face, the strong jaw, the amber eyes that sweep even when he's tired, the scar tissue where the tattoo on his forearm meets the burn. He's been beautiful this whole time, I realize. I just wasn't in a position to notice. What? He says. Nothing, eat your food. You're looking at me. I'm looking at the fire, you're in the way. I can move. Don't move. The rain drums on the rock above us. Steady, heavy, the kind that settles in for hours. Davin's breathing is deep and even. The fire pops. The world outside the overhang is gray water and mud and nothing. 2 weeks, I say. Less if the weather clears. And if it doesn't clear. Then 2 weeks, maybe 18 days. The salt flats are harder in rain. The ground turns to clay. Every step is twice the effort. What's at the salt flats? The last known position. The forwarding address in the intelligence you memorized. Grayspire is past the flats, on the volcanic shelf. You've been there. I passed through it 3 years ago. Small then, mining town, sulfur and tin, but the Shadow King likes places nobody watches. What kind of defenses? 3 years ago, a garrison of maybe 50, watchtowers on the northern approach. The southern pass was unguarded because nobody comes from the south across the salt flats. Nobody except us. Which is exactly the advantage. They won't expect an approach from the flats because the flats kill most people who try to cross them. Most people don't have a tracker who reads ground by vibration. Most people don't have a spy who memorizes intelligence from a burning safe house either. We're an unusual combination. Unusual is one word for it. What word would you use? Effective, we're effective, that's what matters. And the base? Underground, most likely. The volcanic shelf has tunnels. Old mining works, lava tubes, natural caves. You could hide an army if you knew the layout. Do you know the layout? I know pieces, enough to get us in. Getting out is the harder question. Getting out is always the harder question. Is that a professional observation? It's a personal one. Every job I've run, the exit was harder than the entry. Harrogate, I went in through the front door and came out through a window with my hand on fire. Thornhaven, I walked in as a merchant and ran out as a fugitive. The pattern is consistent. And this time I have a tracker who knows the tunnels and a kid who can hold a rope through a river. The exit plan will come together when I can see the layout. You always have a plan. I always have 3 plans. The first one never works. The second one mostly works. The third one is the one I actually use. What's plan 3 for Grayspire? I don't know yet. Plan 3 always writes itself at the last minute. That's what makes it plan 3. Is it, in your experience? In my experience, the exits matter more than the entrances. Any fool can walk through a front door. The trick is knowing which window opens when the door locks behind you. And you always know which window. I always know which window. I've been finding the way out of rooms since I was 18. That's a long time to be looking for the door. It's a long time to need them. He's watching me across the fire. The exhaustion is there, pulling at the edges of his face, but his eyes are clear. They're always clear. Even when the rest of him is breaking down, his eyes stay sharp. You should sleep, I say. So should you. I will after you. We've been through this before. And you lost that argument last time too. Close your eyes. If I close my eyes, I'll listen. That's worse than watching. Listening fills in details eyes don't give you. What details? Your breathing pattern, how it changes when you're thinking hard, your heartbeat, how it speeds up when you're about to make a decision. You can hear my heartbeat from there. I can hear your heartbeat from across a room. It's one of the things I can't unhear. What decision am I about to make? I don't know, but your pulse just climbed and your jaw tightened. Maybe I'm cold. You're not cold. The fire's got the air warm and you've stopped shivering. Maybe I'm thinking. About what? About the last time we were alone in the dark. About how different it was. About how the way station smelled like rain and fear, and you smelled like wood smoke and something underneath that I still can't name. Pine sap, it's in the bark I carry. It's in your skin, the bark is just the excuse. What else are you thinking about? About what happens when two people who are very good at lying to themselves stop lying. What happens? Something terrifying, something real. I don't cross to him, he crosses to me. He gets up without a word and comes around the fire, and the space he takes up rearranges the room the same as it always does, and he lowers himself behind me instead of beside me, so my back is against his chest and the fire is in front of us both. His arm comes across my collarbone. Not holding. Just there, weighting me down, and I let it. I am cold. I didn't notice until his heat is at my spine. The rain got into my collar 2 hours ago and never fully left, a chill sitting under my shoulder blades, and the size of him behind me pushes it out by degrees. You're cold, he says. The words come up through his chest, and I feel them against my back before I hear them, a low travel of sound under the skin. A little. You've been cold since the ford, you didn't say. I don't say when I'm cold, I fix it or I don't mention it. You could fix it by telling me. His mouth is at the shell of my ear when he says it, and the sound of his voice this close is not a thing I hear so much as a thing that moves through me. I put my hand flat against his forearm where it crosses me. My left hand. The scarred palm to the scarred skin of him, the burn to the burn, and I leave it there because I want to feel the words in him the next time he speaks. Say something else, I tell him. What? Anything, I want to feel it. He goes quiet for a beat, reading the request, and then his voice drops lower still on purpose, and what he says is not important. Something about the rain, about the salt flats, about how the clay drinks a day and gives nothing back. It doesn't matter. The gravel of it travels down his arm and into my palm and settles somewhere below my ribs, and my eyes close, and for once I am not running the exits or timing anyone's breath or holding a single thing in my own hands. I am letting him hold it. That is the part I have never done, not with anyone. Selin. Yes. We don't have to. I know we don't have to. I want to. I know, I want to hear you say it. I want this. I want you. I'm choosing this with my eyes open and my exit routes already mapped, and every professional instinct I have telling me this is the worst idea I've ever had. How many exit routes? 3, the track south, the track north, and the gap in the rocks behind us. And you're still here. I'm still here. He kisses me, slow, the kind of kiss that takes its time because there's no emergency driving it. His mouth is warm and he tastes like the dried herbs from dinner and something underneath that's just him, the note I've been chasing since the way station. Wait, I say. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, I want to look at you first. You've been looking at me for 3 weeks. I've been watching you for 3 weeks, that's different. Watching is professional, looking is personal. And which one is this? This is the personal one, hold still. The firelight moves across him, the amber eyes, the scar at his temple from whatever happened before I knew him. His jaw, soft now, not braced against anything. What do you see? He asks. Someone who's been awake for 3 nights and still manages to look like that. Like what? Like the most solid thing in any room you walk into. Like gravity organized itself around you and forgot to tell the rest of us. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Don't get used to it, I'm not good at nice. You're better at it than you think. I pull his shirt up. He lifts his arms and lets me take it. The firelight finds the tattoo on his forearm, the Asheville clan marks that wrap from wrist to elbow, the burn scar where the design is interrupted. I trace it with my finger. Does it hurt? I ask. The scar doesn't hurt, the memory does. I know about that. I know you do. He takes my hand, opens it, my left palm. The burn scar there, the one I never talk about, the one from the night I went rogue and held a code book in a candle flame until the codes were ash, because what was in my head was worth more than the skin on my hand. Tell me, he says. 5 months ago, the night I ran, I had a code book nobody could be allowed to recover, and no time to destroy it anyway but the slow one. So I held it in the flame and let it take my hand with it. You burned it down to nothing with your own hand. I burned it down to nothing. Every code, every route, every name that could have hanged the people who trusted me. The skin was the cheapest thing I gave up that night. And this, his thumb traces the scar, the ridged tissue that runs from the base of my thumb to the center of my palm. This is what you paid. This is what I paid. Does it hurt? When the cold gets in, when I grip something too hard, when someone touches it and I remember. I'm touching it. I know. Do you want me to stop? No. He lifts my palm to his mouth, presses his lips to the scar. The warmth of his breath on the ridged skin is the most intimate thing I've felt in 2 years, more intimate than the way station, more intimate than his hand in the fog, because this is the part of me I hide, the map of what the job cost, and he's not looking away from it. I pull him down. Tell me something true, I say. I've been thinking about this since the fog, since you held my hand and your pulse never once jumped. My pulse jumped. It didn't, steady as still water, even when the ground dropped away under your feet. I was controlling it. It's a spy trick. You slow your breathing and your heart follows. I know, that's what made it honest. You were controlling everything except the grip. The grip got tighter every minute. Your body was telling me things your pulse wouldn't. My body is a traitor. Your body is the honest part. The rest of you is the performance. Is that what you want, the honest part? I want all of it. The performance and the person underneath it. The spy who watches the doors and the woman who's shaking right now. I'm not shaking. You're shaking, and so am I. We go slow. His weight settles over me and it's warm and heavy and present, all the things the way station was, but without the urgency. Your shirt, I say. Already gone. Mine too. I noticed. His chest against mine. The warmth of his skin, the green like forest shadow in the firelight, the muscle that shifts when he moves. My hands find the planes of his back, the groove of his spine. I pull him closer and feel the solid width of him pressing me into the bedroll and the rock beneath it. You're bigger than I remember, I say. You saw me 3 days ago. Seeing and feeling are different. I'm a spy. I should know that. What does feeling tell you? That you could break me in half and you won't. I won't. I know, that's why I'm not afraid. His mouth finds my collarbone. Down, the hollow of my throat where my pulse hammers against his lips, the flat of my sternum. He takes his time, thorough and unhurried, and I let the rain carry whatever sound it wants because I am done being careful with this. What happens in the limestone shelter is slow and deliberate and entirely chosen, no hiding left in either of us, the two of us facing each other in the firelight until there is nothing between us but the truth of it. When it crests, it takes us both, and I feel it move through him, the sound he makes low and broken against my hair. We breathe together, his weight heavy on me, grounding. I don't pull away. For the first time, I don't pull away. Selin. Emma. Are you awake? I'm always awake, professional hazard. How long was I out? You weren't out, you closed your eyes for about 4 minutes. That felt longer. 4 minutes, I timed it. Your breathing changed at minute 2 and your hand went slack at minute 3. You watched my breathing while I was falling asleep. I notice everything, you know this about me. I do know this about you, I know other things too now. Such as the way you go still when you stop being careful, the set of your spine when you're not guarding it, the fact that your left hand is stronger than your right. My left hand is not stronger than my right. It gripped harder, I have the evidence. That's because the scar tissue is on the left. The nerves are different. I grip harder to compensate. Or because the left hand is where you hold the things that matter, and the right hand is where you hold the things that are useful. That's the most romantic thing an orc tracker has ever said about hand mechanics. It's the only thing an orc tracker has ever said about hand mechanics. We're not known for our poetry. You're doing fine. The rain has settled into something softer, a murmur instead of a drum. The fire has burned down to coals that give more heat than light. His chest under my cheek rises and falls with the rhythm of someone who's finally given in to exhaustion. You're falling asleep, I say. I'm not falling asleep. You're falling asleep. Your breathing has been slowing for 10 minutes. I'm resting my eyes. You're resting your everything. When was the last time you slept? The way station, 3 nights ago. 3 nights? You've been awake for 3 nights. 2.5, I dozed at the Drownfields camp. For how long? 20 minutes, maybe 30. That's not sleep. It was enough. It wasn't enough, you're shaking. That's not exhaustion, that's you. Flattering but wrong, sleep Torvin. If I sleep, who watches? I watch, that's what I do. I mark the exits and I watch doors and I keep track of everything that moves in a half-mile radius. I've been doing it since before you were tracking rabbits through bracken. You're younger than me. I'm more experienced at staying awake in the dark. I was trained for night watch. You were trained for dawn patrol. Different schedules. You'll wake me if something changes. I'll wake you if anything moves within earshot. I'll wake you if the rain shifts direction. I'll wake you if Davin rolls over too loudly. I'm very good at this. I know you are. Then close your eyes, I'll be right here. Promise. I don't make promises. Promises are contracts you can't enforce in the field. Then what do you call what just happened? I call it a choice. I chose you. I'm choosing to sit here while you sleep. I'm choosing to be the person watching the door. That sounds like a promise. Fine, it's a promise. Now sleep. One more thing. What? When we get to Greyspire, when the fighting starts, don't be the person who goes in first. That's my job. I go in first. I clock the ways out and I find the route. Find the route from behind me. Let me go first. You want to go first into a fortress. I want to go first into the place where the danger is. Because I can hear what's coming before you can see it. Because my senses work in the dark and yours work in the light. We're better in that order. We'll argue about this when we get there. We won't argue. I'll go first and you'll be angry and then you'll realize I was right. You're very confident about a thing that hasn't happened yet. I'm confident about you, that's the same thing. Sleep Torvin. I'm sleeping. You're talking. I'm sleep-talking, it's an orc tradition. It's not an orc tradition. You don't know that, you've never met another orc. Go to sleep. He sleeps. For the first time in 3 nights, his breathing goes low and slow and honest. The sound of a body healing instead of just enduring. His hand is still on mine. The scarred palm against his calloused fingers, I don't move it. I watch the rain, my eyes go to the exits. 3. The track south, the track north, the gap in the rocks. The same 3 I named before we touched. The difference is that now I don't want any of them. He traces the burn scar on my palm in his sleep. A small movement, barely conscious. His thumb following the ridge of tissue like he follows a trail, by feel, by instinct, by the knowledge that the path is there even when you can't see it. I don't pull away.
The rain stops before dawn. I hear it happen, the rhythm changes first, the steady drum on limestone slowing, thinning, breaking in individual drops, then the silence fills in where the water was. The fire is down to embers, red under a skin of gray ash. The overhang holds the warmth like a cupped hand. Outside, water finds the low places and goes still. Selin is asleep beside me, her head on my shoulder, her breathing even, her scarred palm open on my chest. She slept 4 hours, I know because I listened to her breathe the whole time. Slow and steady when she's deep under, slower than she'd ever let herself go awake. There's a trust in that she wouldn't name if I asked, so I don't. I hold still and let her have it, the one place she puts her guard down against my ribs. The rain stopped, she says. I thought you were asleep. I sleep light, you know this. Your breathing changed, it sped up a minute ago, you woke slow. You listened to my breathing while I sleep. I can't help it, the rhythm is there. I hear it the same as I hear water or wind. Is that supposed to be romantic? It's supposed to be honest. You asked for honest. I did ask for honest. How long have I been asleep? 4 hours, maybe a little more. And you? I dozed. How long? Long enough. Torvin, how long? An hour, maybe two. I kept waking up. Because of the rain. Because I wasn't ready to stop listening to you. That's more truth than she asked for. I watch it land, her jaw eases. The stone was noisy too. Wet limestone doesn't hold still. Your ears need to learn to rest. They rested fine. You were steady all night. Steady is easy to lie next to. She's quiet at that. Her hand spreads a little wider on my chest, then stops. She sits up. Her palm leaves my chest, and I feel the absence of it, a cool patch where the warmth was. She looks at me in the gray dawn light. Her hair is loose from sleep, her eyes sharp already, and she's the best thing I've looked at all day. Don't, she says. Don't what? Don't look at me like that. We have to walk today. I can walk and look at the same time. You can't. You'll trip on something, and I'll have to explain to Davin why the tracker fell over his own feet. I've never tripped in my life. There's always a first time. Get up, pack, we're burning daylight. She touches my forearm where the bandage was. The wound is closed now. A ridge of new skin, pink against the green. Her fingers trace it once, quick, professional, then not professional. Then her hand drops and she looks at where it was instead of at me. How does it feel? She asks. Healed, tight when I extend. It'll loosen in a week. Good, I need you at full extension. For the salt flats. For everything. Davin is already awake. He's sitting at the edge of the overhang with his pack ready, his wrapped hands resting on his knees. He doesn't look at us. He hasn't looked at us since last night. His ears are red. Morning, Davin, I say. Morning. Rain stopped. It did, ready to move. I've been ready for an hour. I was waiting for you two to stop whispering. We weren't whispering. You were whispering. I could hear every word, and I was trying very hard not to. What did you hear? Heartbeats and breathing and other things I'm going to forget on purpose. Can we go now? We can go. 2 days south, the green thins. The first day out of the overhang, the trees are still full. Birch and oak and hawthorn in the hedgerows, dripping the last of the rain, the ground clay heavy but alive with worms and beetles and the small sounds of things that grow. I walk in it like a man through his own kitchen, knowing where everything is without looking. Green ground that answers back. Selin walks close on my left, her sleeve brushing mine on the narrow stretches, and she doesn't move away when it does. She used to. 2 weeks ago she'd have put a full stride between us and called it caution. Now she lets the road pinch us together and pretends she hasn't noticed. I notice. The second day the ground stops answering. The bird calls spread out. The trees pull back from the road like they've been warned off it, birch to scrub, pine to just scrub, and the grass goes green to yellow to gone. The clay dries and cracks, and the cracks run south toward where we're going, as if the ground itself is pointing. Torvin, Selin says, you're listening. I'm always listening. You're listening harder, your head keeps turning. The birds are thinning. 2 miles back there were finches every 20 yards. Now there's one starling on a dead branch and it won't sing. What does that mean? It means the land is dying ahead of us. Birds read ground better than I do. They go before the food goes. If the birds are gone, the insects are gone. If the insects are gone, the plants are finished. They just don't know it yet. The ashlands. The edge of them will hit the basalt by noon. How far to Greyspire from the basalt? 8 days, maybe 10, depends on the ground. What kind of ground? The kind that doesn't want you walking on it. Lava flows, cooling cracks, sulfur vents. Nothing grows, nothing dies because nothing lives to die. It's the quietest place I've ever been. You've been there before. Once 3 years ago, I crossed the northern edge tracking a caravan. I lasted 2 days before I turned back. Why did you turn back? Because my senses stopped working. The sulfur kills smell. The silence kills hearing. The flat basalt gives my feet nothing to read. I was blind and deaf and numb, and I couldn't track a wagon on an open road. And this time I know what's coming. That's the only advantage I've got. I can prepare for the nothing instead of walking into it. How do you prepare for nothing? You take everything with you before it goes. The last bird call, the last green thing, the last smell that isn't sulfur. I glance at her. The last time somebody looked at me in the light, you carry it in so you've got something to hold when the world empties out. She hears what's under the words, she doesn't call it out. Her knuckles find the back of my hand a moment and let go. That sounds like grief, she says. It sounds exactly like grief, that's probably why I know it. The basalt starts at noon. The change is sharp, one step is packed earth with dead grass gone to straw. The next is black stone, porous and rough, warm under my boots, the heat coming up slow like a banked fire with a floor between. Feel that, I say. The ground is warm, Selin says. Volcanic, the heat comes up from below and the rock keeps it. In 3 hours it'll be hot enough to feel through the soles. How hot? Uncomfortable, not dangerous if we keep moving. Davin, check your boots. If the sole's thin, we wrap them tonight. My boots are fine, Davin says. Check them anyway, the basalt eats leather. The pores work like a file, 2 days and a thin sole is paper. The sulfur hits next. It comes in a wave and it comes for me first. A full breath before the others get it, thick yellow reek, copper and rot together, and my sinuses slam shut. Every scent trail I've been reading since the river is just gone. No forest, no clay, no Selin's warmth beside me that I can find by nose in the dark. Only this, one note held, drowning everything under it. Cover your face, I say. I pull the cloth from my pack, wet it from the waterskin, tie it over my nose and mouth. Selin and Davin do the same. The wet cloth cuts the worst of it and gives nothing back. How long does this last? Davin asks through his. Until we're past the flats, 8 to 10 days. I have to breathe through this for 10 days. You get used to it, by day 3 you won't notice. That's because by day 3 my nose will be dead. Your nose will adapt, mine won't. I smell things most people can't. The sulfur is louder for me, not quieter. Louder. That's the word for it. Smell has volume. A clean forest is quiet. A city market is loud. This is a scream that doesn't stop. It gets in behind your eyes. Selin looks at me. Through the wet cloth her eyes are working over me, careful, like she's reading a locked door before she picks it. She's not asking about the sulfur. She's asking whether it's costing me more than I'm saying. It is. I let her see enough to keep her honest and no more. So you can't track here, she says. Not by scent. I read the ground through my feet instead. Something heavy moves within a mile, I'll know it before it knows us. Something light, we won't know until it's close. Keep your eyes open. In dead ground, anything that moves is either us or a problem. That's comforting. It's true, comfort isn't the job. Getting you into the gray spare tunnels alive is, and getting you out, that part's always harder. The silence is the worst of it. It settles over us like weight across the shoulders. No wind in branches because there are no branches. No water over stone because there's no water. No bird call, no insect drone, no dry rasp of grass. The basalt takes our footsteps and gives nothing back. Even our voices come up short, eaten by the flat black ground before they can carry. My grandmother never trained me for this. She trained me for forest and river and mountain, for ground that speaks when you set your weight on it. She'd cup my ear against a tree trunk and say, "Now what's it telling you?" And there was always an answer. She never once put me down on stone that had nothing to say. The ashlands don't answer, they don't even listen. A tracker out here is just a big man walking, and I feel the shrinking of it in my chest. It leaves room for other things to get loud, the thing I'm walking toward, the years behind it. Your left foot's favoring, Selin says. You're watching my feet. I watch everything about you. You told me that was a professional habit. It works both ways. There's a worn spot on the inner sole. The basalt's pressing through. It's nothing. We'll rewrap it tonight. You rewrapped my hand in the drown fields. We take turns now. My handlers would be horrified. They trained me to work alone. How's that working out? Badly. I keep ending up with an orc tracker and a scared teenager. My solo career is a failure. I think your solo career ended at the way station. I think it ended before that. I just didn't know it yet. Davin walks behind us, silent. The cloth over his face makes him look smaller, younger. His eyes above the fabric are wide and moving, checking the flats, checking the empty south. Davin, I say, talk to us. About what? Anything. The silence gets inside your head if you let it. It's already inside my head. I keep hearing things that aren't there. Like what? Footsteps behind us. Every time I turn around there's nothing. That's the basalt. The stone throws the shudder of our own steps backward, and the echo comes at you from the wrong side. Your ear puts it behind you. Your gut says someone's following. So nobody's following us. Nobody's following us. 3 of us out here, 3 separate weights in the stone. A 4th would break the pattern and I'd feel it. The only steps on this ground are ours. You said that about the drownfields too. And I was right about the drownfields. I'm right about this. Davin doesn't answer. He keeps glancing back anyway. I don't push him. A boy who checks his corners lives longer than one who trusts a stranger's ears. What about water? Selin asks. I haven't seen a stream since morning. There won't be any. The basalt doesn't hold surface water. It drains straight through the pores into channels underground. So where do we get water? I brought 3 extra skins from the river. That's 6 days if we ration hard, and the flats sweat at night. The rock cools faster than the air and moisture beads up in the low spots. We collect it before dawn. And if it doesn't bead up? It will. The shelf has cold seams where the underground channels run close to the surface. The rock goes damp there. Reading cold out of dead stone is one thing this place hasn't taken from me. I can think of better uses for you than a divining rod. On dead ground, the divining rod comes first. I let a beat go by. The better uses keep. I mean to collect once you're out of those tunnels. That a promise? It's a plan. I like plans better than promises. Plans you can work toward. Greyspire shows itself at dusk. I see it first, a smudge on the southern horizon, dark against the orange sky where the sun is dropping behind the volcanic shelf. It could be cloud, it could be smoke, but the shape is wrong for both. Too solid for cloud, too still for smoke. My chest goes tight and cold at once. There, I say. Selin stops, Davin stops behind her. They both look where I'm pointing. I don't see anything, Selin says. Dark smudge just over the shelf line, southern horizon. That could be anything. It's not anything, it's a settlement on a volcanic ridge. The shape is built, square edges. Nothing in nature makes square edges. How far? 8 days, maybe 7 if the ground stays flat. Can they see us? From there, no, we're dark shapes on dark ground, but the closer we get, the less the flats give. There's no cover on basalt. By day 5, we travel at night. Night travel on volcanic ground we can't see. Night travel on volcanic ground I can feel underfoot. My feet read the stone, yours follow mine, same as before. We've done this before. In the drownfields, in fog, this is harder. The basalt's full of cooling cracks that'll take an ankle if you drop a foot wrong. I'll go slower, you stay close and match me. We'll walk however slow we need to. Thank you for not arguing. I argue about things that matter. Your read on ground doesn't need my opinion. The smudge sits on the horizon and won't move. 8 days, maybe 7. The place where everything I've been chasing for 14 months finally lives. Where the man who burned my clan out of the world took the ruins of a dead mining town and built himself a house on top of them. The burn scar on my forearm aches. It's ached since the basalt started, since the ground warmed under my feet. The old skin remembers heat while the rest of me tries not to. I reach into my inner pocket and find the charred pine bark still there. My thumb finds the worn edge without my telling it to. What's that? Davin asks. Pine bark from the Asheville compound. From before the fire. From after charred, I picked it out of the ashes on my way through. Why do you carry it? So I don't forget what I'm walking toward and what I'm walking away from. What are you walking away from? I look at Selin. She's watching the horizon, the cloth pulled down off her face, her profile sharp against the orange sky. She feels me look. She doesn't turn. She lets me have the side of her face, and I know she heard the question and is waiting on the answer with the same held breath as the boy. Everything that happened before the basalt, I say. It's the only way I can say it in front of Davin. Selin's mouth moves at one corner, not a smile. The place a smile starts before she stops it. The ashlands take the sound down flat. The silence closes back over us, heavier than before. Davin pulls his cloth up. Selin pulls hers up. I leave mine down. The sulfur's louder than talk anyway, and I want to hear the last thing I said hang in the dead air one more breath before this ground swallows it too. 8 days to the end of everything. Or the start of it.
Something is wrong with Davin. I've been watching him for 2 days. The spy watches everyone, always, as easy as breathing. But this is different. This is the kind of watching that comes with a cold spot in my stomach. He's quieter. He stopped asking questions 3 days ago. He doesn't eat unless I put food in his hand. He won't meet my eyes and he won't meet Torvin's, and when we stop to rest he sits apart, his wrapped hands in his lap, his face turned away. He's scared, Torvin says, low so Davin can't hear. The Ashlands are eating him. It's more than scared. Scared looks different. Scared is twitchy, watchful, jumping at shadows. This is something else. What else? I don't know yet, but he volunteered to scout the gully ahead. Davin has never volunteered for anything. Maybe he's growing up. Maybe, or maybe he's trying to get ahead of us for a reason I haven't figured out. You think he's compromised? I think something changed 2 days ago and I didn't catch what it was. I should have caught it. I'm trained to catch it. You're also trained to see threats where there aren't any. And you're trained to trust ground that holds. What if the ground shifts? Then we adjust. Let him scout. I'll feel the basalt. If anything moves out there, the vibration will tell me before his eyes do. Your feet against his eyes, I don't love those odds. My feet have been right every time so far. So far, those are the 2 most dangerous words in my profession. What would you do? Call him back, interrogate him. I'd ask him why he volunteered. I'd watch his eyes when he answered. I'd listen for the pause. The pause. Everyone who's hiding something pauses in the same place. Right before the lie, the truth comes fast because it's already there. The lie takes half a second to build. And if he pauses, then we have a problem I should have seen 3 days ago. You can't see everything, Selin. I'm paid to see everything. Literally, that's the job description. The spy who misses the tell is the spy who dies in a gully. We're not dying in a gully. Promise me that. I promise you that. Good, hold that promise. I'm going to need it. The gully opens ahead of us. Black basalt walls on both sides, 15 feet high, the passage between them wide enough for 2 abreast. The ground is flat. The walls are rough. There's no cover inside and no cover above. Davin went through here, I ask. 20 minutes ago. He said the passage is clear for a 1/4 mile, opens onto a flat shelf on the other side. And you believe him? I have no reason not to. I have a feeling. Your feelings are usually right, but we can't go around. The gully is the only passage through this ridge for 2 miles in either direction. What do your feet say? The basalt is quiet, no vibration, nothing moving. How far can you feel? Half a mile on flat basalt, less in the gully. The walls break up the transmission. So the gully is a blind spot. A narrow one, a 1/4 mile. A 1/4 mile is a long time to be blind. Then walk fast. We enter the gully, Torvin first. I follow. The walls close over us and the sky narrows to a strip of stars. The air is warmer here where the basalt holds the day's heat. The sulfur is thick in the closed space. I pace it off, 40 steps, 60, 80. The passage curves left. The walls are higher now, 20 feet. The stars shrink. Torvin stops. What? I whisper. Vibration, faint, multiple sources above us. The world breaks apart. They come from above and both sides. 4 of them, maybe 5. The volcanic rock gives them footholds, and the gully gives them angles, and the first blade comes down where I was standing half a second before Torvin hits me sideways. I roll, the basalt tears my sleeve. I'm up knife in hand, the training flooding back like water through a broken dam. Close quarters, confined space, no room for wide swings, short cuts. Elbows, the heel of the palm to the throat of the first one who reaches me. He goes down choking. I spin. The second one is bigger, armored, a short sword in one hand. He swings. I duck under it and drive the knife into the gap between his arm and his chest plate. He screams, falls. I hear Torvin fighting behind me. The sound of it is different from the way station. Heavier, the grunt of impact, the wet sound of a blade finding flesh. The wrong wet sound, the wrong grunt. Torvin. He's down, on one knee, his hand pressed to his right side. Blood between his fingers, dark in the starlight, spreading fast. The blade is on the ground beside him. The man who held it is staggering back, one arm hanging wrong. 2 left, they see Torvin down and they hesitate. Wounded tracker, wounded spy. Their nerve wavers the moment the strongest one falls. I throw the knife. It takes the closer one in the shoulder. He drops his weapon and runs. The other follows. Their footsteps echo off the gully walls, and then the basalt swallows the sound, and there's nothing but my breathing and Torvin's breathing and the blood. Torvin, I'm here. How bad? Bad enough, the blade went between the ribs, right side. Let me see. Finish the fight first, make sure they're gone. They're gone, the two I dropped aren't getting up and the other two are running. Let me see. I pull his hand away. The wound is a dark line between the 4th and 5th rib, right side. The blood is steady, not pumping. That means it missed the artery. But the breathing is wrong. Short, shallow, a whistle on the exhale that shouldn't be there. Your lung, I say. Grazed, maybe nicked. I can still breathe. You can barely breathe. Stop talking. I can't stop talking. If I stop talking, I'll think about how much this hurts. How much does it hurt? Enough to know it's serious and not enough to kill me. That's the range I work in. Can you stand? I can try, give me a minute. You don't have a minute. Those two who ran will report back. If there's a garrison nearby, we have maybe an hour before reinforcements. Then help me up in an hour. I'm helping you up now. Lean on me. We need to get out of this gully and find defensible ground. Defensible ground on a volcanic flat? You're an optimist. I'm a realist who's seen worse. I've patched agents in alleys with less than this. You're breathing, you're talking, you're conscious. That puts you ahead of 3 other people I've stitched together. That's a terrible compliment. It's not a compliment, it's a prognosis. Now be quiet and let me look at the wound again. You said stop talking, now you said be quiet, pick one. They're the same thing. They're different. Stop talking means permanently. Be quiet means for now. I prefer for now. Fine, be quiet for now. Davin. He's standing at the mouth of the gully. Still. Frozen, his hands at his sides. His face is white and his whole body is shaking, and he looks like a boy who has just watched the world cave in around him. Davin, I say, my voice is ice, the spy's voice. The one that comes when everything is burning and the job is the only thing keeping me upright. What did you do? I'm sorry. What did you do? They have my sister. The words hang in the sulfur air. I watch them land like you watch a blade land, where it hits, how deep, what it cuts. Say that again. They have my sister. They've had her 4 months, since before I was ever assigned to this mission, before I ever met you. They took her and told me if I didn't feed them information, they'd kill her. You're the leak. I'm the leak, the forwarded messages, the trail that was too easy to follow, the intelligence that always seemed one step behind. That was me, all of it. You led us into an ambush. I didn't know they'd use blades. They said they'd capture you. They said nobody would get hurt. Somebody got hurt, Davin. Somebody got a blade between his ribs because of you. I know that. I saw it happen and I couldn't move. I just stood there and watched. They told me to bring you through the gully. They said they'd let her go if I delivered you. I believed them because I had to believe them, because the alternative was admitting my sister is already dead. How old is she? 14. Her name is Sierra. She's 14, and she's been locked in a room somewhere for 4 months, and every night they let me hear her voice through a speaking tube, so I know she's still alive. Every night, when you and Torvin were sleeping, that's why I sat apart. That's why I stopped eating. Because every night I heard my sister's voice asking me to come get her, and every morning I walked further away. Is she alive now? I heard her last night. She was crying. She asked me when I was coming. What did you tell her? I told her soon. I've been telling her soon for months. I don't know what soon means anymore. Davin, look at me. He looks. His eyes are red and swollen and terrified, and underneath all of it is something I recognize because I've seen it in my own mirror. The face of someone who has done an unforgivable thing for an understandable reason. I don't know if I can fix this, I say, but I'm not going to kill you. Why not? Your training says too. My training says a lot of things. My training didn't account for a 22-year-old with a hostage sister. My training is incomplete. He's crying, 22 years old, on his knees on black basalt, crying, his wrapped hands and fists against his thighs. My training says, eliminate the compromised asset. He's a liability. He fed intelligence to the enemy. He led us into an ambush that put a blade in Torvin's ribs. The answer is supposed to be simple. My training is wrong. He's a boy with a hostage sister doing the only thing he could think of to keep someone alive. I've done worse for less. I went into a burning building for paper. He sold information for a person. The right and wrong of it is not as clean as my handlers would like it to be. Get over here, I say. Hold this cloth against his wound. Press hard. Don't stop pressing until I tell you. You're not going to kill me. I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to put you to work. You owe him a debt and you're going to start paying it with pressure on that wound. Move. He moves. His hands, shaking, press the cloth where I show him. The blood soaks through. I tear another strip. Harder, I say. I'm pressing as hard as I can. Press harder. If you stop pressing, he bleeds out. If he bleeds out, your sister doesn't matter because I'll find you wherever you go. Understand? I understand. Selin, Torvin's voice, weak. The whistle on the exhale is worse. Don't talk. Listen to me. Don't talk, save your breath. Your lung is compromised and every word costs you air. The mission. Shut up about the mission. The intelligence you memorized, the base layout, the approach routes. You have everything you need to finish this without me. I said shut up. Run, take the intelligence to the outpost at Salter's Bend, 3 days west. They'll have people who can act on it. The Shadow King's operation ends whether I'm standing or not. I'm not running. You're a spy. Running is what you do. You run toward the mission and away from everything else. That's what they trained you for. They trained me wrong. Selin. No. I put my hand on the wound, over the cloth, over Davin's shaking hands. I press down. The blood is warm. His breathing is a whistle and a rasp, and every exhale sounds like the last one. No, I say again. I'm not running. I'm not leaving. I'm not taking your intelligence to Salter's Bend while you bleed out on volcanic rock with a 22-year-old holding a cloth to your ribs. The mission is bigger than one person. The mission has always been bigger than one person. I've been the one who says that. One life against 1,000. One operative against an objective. I weighed it every time, and every time I chose the mission. And this time the weighing comes out wrong. It's always been wrong. I just didn't know it until right now. What changed? You changed it. You changed it in the fog when you held my hand. You changed it at the river when you swam the rope. You changed it last night when you traced my scar in your sleep. You tipped the scale and I can't tip it back. That's not rational. No, it's not. It's the most irrational thing I've ever done. I'm choosing you over the mission. I'm choosing one person over the objective. And I'm doing it with my hand on your wound and my eyes open and every exit route already mapped and the full knowledge that my handlers would have me court-martialed for this. They would. Let them. I'm done weighing it. I'm done being the person who runs. I'm staying. I'm pressing down. And you're going to keep breathing because I didn't cross a marsh and a river and a dead volcanic wasteland to watch you die in a gully. Selin, shut up and breathe. That's an order. You don't give me orders. I'm giving you this one. Breathe. Keep breathing. I didn't drag you across a continent to lose you in a ditch. It's a gully. It's a ditch and you're bleeding in it, and if you die here, I will never forgive you. Do you understand me? I will carry that anger for the rest of my life, and I will be impossible and bitter, and I will never hold anyone's hand in fog again. That would be a waste. It would be a waste, so breathe. His hand finds mine, on the wound, through the blood and the cloth and Davin's shaking fingers. His hand finds mine and holds. I press down. The blood soaks through the second strip. I watch it spread, track the seconds between Torvin's exhales, mark the pitch of the whistle and what it tells me, the same clocking I was trained to do on a threat. The training is still running. It never stops. It just stopped being the loudest thing in the room. My handlers would say, a compromised asset is a liability. Full stop. No exceptions. The rule is simple, and the rule is supposed to protect the mission, and the mission is supposed to protect the people. I have recited it to myself 100 times in 6 years, and every time it came out clean. Eliminate the liability. Preserve the objective. Move on. I didn't do that. I looked at a 22-year-old with red eyes and shaking hands and a sister in a prison room, and I put him somewhere the training has no name for. Not asset, not liability, something else. Draven, who did an unforgivable thing for a reason I understand. And I am not sorry for the choice. That's the part that sits like a splinter, not the choice itself, but how little I regret it. The spy who misses a tell is the spy who dies in a gully. The spy who makes this call is the spy who doesn't recognize herself afterward. I am not sure I want to recognize her, the one who would have pulled the knife. Torvin breathes, that's enough. I don't need him to say anything, and he doesn't. He's here, his hand over mine, his ribs doing the wrong thing on every exhale, and the fact of him is its own kind of answer to the question I haven't asked aloud.
Pain has a sound. I never knew that before. I've tracked wounded animals. I've heard the rasp of a deer with a punctured lung, the low groan of a bear caught in a snare. I learned those sounds and kept them, like anything the trail teaches you, useful later. This is different. This is the sound from inside, a whistle on every exhale that I can't stop hearing, a wet catch at the bottom of each breath where the air meets something it shouldn't. My own ribs conducting vibration to my spine, and my spine sending it up to my ears as a high, thin note that means the blade went deeper than I told her. Stop moving. Selen's voice close, her hands on my shoulder, pressing me flat against stone. Where are we? Basalt Hollow, 50 yards from the gully. I couldn't carry you further. You carried me. Draven carried you, I navigated. Stop moving. How long? 20 minutes, maybe 30. You passed out after the gully. I didn't pass out, I closed my eyes. You closed your eyes and went limp and stopped responding to your name. That's passing out. In my profession, we call it conserving energy. In my profession, we call it a liability. Hold still. I'm looking at the wound. Her fingers find the cut. I feel them through the blood and the torn cloth and the raw edge of the opening where the blade went in. She's steady, precise. The spy's hands, trained for lockpicks and cipher keys, working on flesh instead. But there's a tremor, small, the kind you'd only feel if your whole world had narrowed to the 5 points where her fingertips press your skin. I feel it. How bad? I ask. I've seen worse. That's what I told you. And I didn't believe you either. The bleeding has slowed. The cut is clean. The rib deflected the blade, which is why you still have a lung. Both lungs. Both lungs, the right one is bruised, maybe nicked at the surface. The whistle is air leaking into the chest cavity, not out of the lung itself. You know this how? I stitched a man in Redport whose lung was punctured through. The sound was different, deeper. Yours is higher, surface damage. Surface damage that hurts like the blade is still in there. That's the rib. Ribs hurt more than the soft tissue. You'll feel it every time you breathe for weeks. Wonderful. I'm going to stitch it. Draven, hold the cloth higher. I need light. The needle is worse than the blade. The blade was fast, a hot line that I felt after the fact, like a burn a second after the flame. The needle is slow. Each puncture is a point of fire that stays, that builds, that connects to the last one in a chain of small agonies. Talk to me, Selen says. Tell me something. What do you want me to hear? Anything. Your voice tells me you're conscious. If you stop talking, I worry. You're stitching my ribs and you want me to make conversation. I'm stitching your ribs and I want proof that your brain is getting enough air. Talk. The basalt here is older than the gully rock, denser. The grain is tighter. It was the first flow, laid down before the volcanic shelf cooled. How can you tell? The color newer basalt is rough and porous. This is smooth, almost glass. You're reading rocks while I sew you shut. I'm reading rocks because if I think about the needle, I'll move and you'll stitch me crooked. I don't stitch crooked. I've done this 4 times and every line was straight. 4 times. Who were the other 3? People who talked less than you. Hold still. 2 more. The stitching or the questions? Both. Hold still. The needle goes through. I breathe and the whistle comes and the pain is a bright white line that connects my ribs to my spine to my jaw. I close my eyes. Torvin, I'm here. I'm not passing out. I'm conserving energy. You're doing it again. I'll stop if you stop stabbing me. 1 more, last one. Hold. The final stitch, I feel it pull tight. The wound closes around the thread and the bleeding stops and the pain settles from sharp to heavy. Heavy I can carry. Sharp was the problem. Done, she says, don't move for an hour. We don't have an hour, the ambush runners will report back. We have the time I say we have. Draven, wet another cloth, press it along the stitch line, light pressure. Yes, Draven says, his voice is small. 22 years old and the weight of everything he's done sitting on his shoulders like a physical load. Draven, I say. Don't, please don't. I'm not going to say what you think I'm going to say. What are you going to say? The pressure needs to go along the ribs, not across. Along, follow the bone. Along the bone, right. Lighter than that, you're pushing air out of the chest cavity. Lighter. Sorry. Don't apologize, just adjust. I drift. The pain takes me under like deep water takes a stone, slow and steady and patient. The surface gets further away 1 inch at a time. The sounds change. Selen's voice goes from sharp to soft to an echo of itself, bouncing off the basalt hollow and coming back as fragments. My name, she says, my name. Different from her order's voice, different from the spy cadence, clipped and professional, the one that sorts people into useful or not. The performance she wears like armor is gone. The practiced warmth that makes sources talk and guards look the wrong way is gone. This is her voice with everything stripped out of it. The training, the covers, the years of learning to make her throat produce exactly the sound that will get her what she needs. This is the voice underneath all of that, raw, scared, the voice of a woman who put her hand on a wound and said no to everything she was trained to be. Torvin, stay with me, do you hear me? Stay. I hear her, the words come through the fog like vibrations through basalt. I can't answer, but I can hear. Your breathing is steady, the stitch is holding. The bleeding stopped 20 minutes ago. You're going to be fine, do you hear me? You're going to be fine because I am not going to let you die on volcanic rock in the middle of nowhere. She's angry, that's the sound underneath the fear. Anger, the spy who never gets angry is furious. I didn't cross a marsh and a river and a dead wasteland for this. I didn't choose you over the mission so you could close your eyes and drift off to somewhere I can't follow. That's not how this works. You don't get to leave. I want to tell her I'm not leaving. I want to tell her I can hear every word and that her voice is the clearest thing in the fog. But the surface is far and the water is warm and my body wants to rest more than my mind wants to speak. I never told you, she says, quieter now, the anger draining into something softer. I never said it properly. I said it in code and I said it in gestures and I said it by holding your hand in fog and tracing your scar while you slept. But I never said the actual words because the spy doesn't say the actual words. The spy implies. The spy lets you infer. The spy keeps the deniability because deniability is safety. A pause, her hand on my chest, over the bandage, over the wound. The pressure of her palm is the warmest thing in the ashlands. I'm done with deniability. I'm done with safe. You tipped the scale and I let you tip it, and now I'm sitting on basalt with my hand on your ribs and I'm saying your name without any cover and I need you to hear it. I need you to come back. The grief is here. It's been here the whole time. 14 months of walking beside me with the patience of weather, waiting for the moment I stopped moving long enough to notice it. This is the moment. The wound pins me to the stone and the stillness I've been running from has finally caught me. Torvin, Selen's voice again, closer now. Your color is better, the bleeding has stopped, I need you to drink something. Water at my lips, I swallow. It tastes like sulfur and blood and the inside of a canteen that hasn't been cleaned in days. More. Small sips, if you vomit, you'll tear the stitches. I'm not going to vomit. You don't get to decide that, your body decides that, small sips. I drink, the water sits heavy in my stomach and stays there. Good, she says, again in 10 minutes. Selen, what? My grandmother used to say something about grief. Tell me. She said grief is not the enemy. She said grief is the ground telling you where something grew. That's beautiful. I never understood it. I thought she meant you had to dig it up, examine it, lay it out and sort through it like a ruined campsite looking for what's salvageable. What does it mean? It means the ashville grew here. I press my hand flat against my chest over the bandage over the wound. In this space, the same space where the blade went in, my brother's laugh is in here. My mother's fire, 12 children in a clearing, all of it. Torvin. I've been running from it 14 months. Every trail, every track, every sign I followed was another step away from the thing I was carrying the whole time. You don't have to tell me this right now. I do, because lying on this stone with your stitches in my ribs is the first time I've been still long enough to feel it properly. And it doesn't swallow me. I thought it would. I thought if I stopped moving, the grief would be bigger than I was, but it's not. It's exactly my size. It fits because it was always inside me. What are you saying? I'm saying I can carry it, the dead and the living, the asheville in my chest and your voice in my ears, the pine bark in my pocket and your hand on my wound, both I don't have to choose. You don't have to choose. You chose me in the gully. The spy who always chose the mission said no to everything she was trained for. If you can do that, I can do this. Do what? Choose to live. I don't choose it for the Asheville dead or for vengeance or because the trail demands it. I choose it for you, for the woman whose real voice sounds like something I want to hear again tomorrow. She's quiet. Her hand finds mine on my chest. Her fingers press against the bandage, against my hand, against the place where grief lives and doesn't kill me. You heard me, she says, everything I said. Every word. The part about deniability. Especially that part. I can't take it back. I'm not asking you to take it back. I'm asking you to say it again when I'm fully conscious and can remember the exact words. You want me to repeat the most vulnerable thing I've ever said. I want to hear it when I'm not bleeding. I want to hear it when I can answer properly. What would you say properly? I'd say the same thing I'm saying now, that I choose to stay, that you're the reason I choose it, that the tracker who ran from grief for 14 months just stopped running because a spy with a tremor in her hands said his name like it mattered more than the mission. It does matter more than the mission. I know that's the part I finally understand. I choose to stay. I open my eyes. She's there, her face is close. The tear tracks on her cheeks are dry, which means she's been crying longer than she'd admit. Her eyes are red. Her jaw is set in that way she has when she's decided something and the world can catch up or get out of the way. Hey, I say. Hey, her voice cracks, she clears it. How do you feel? Like someone put a blade between my ribs, and then someone else sewed it shut with a needle the size of a fence post. The needle was standard field issue. The needle was enormous, and you enjoyed using it. I did not enjoy stitching you. I hated every second. Your hands were steady. My hands are always steady, that's the training. Your hands were trembling, I felt it. You were delirious. I felt your hand shake against my ribs every time the needle went in. You were terrified. I was focused. You were terrified and you stitched me anyway. That's braver than anything I've done on a trail. Don't compliment me right now, I'm still angry at you. For getting stabbed. For telling me to run, for trying to send me away, for acting like you're expendable. I wasn't acting like I'm expendable. I was acting like the mission is larger than one person. The mission is not larger than you. I already made that decision. We're not relitigating it. I heard you. While I was out, I heard everything. The anger, the fear, the part about deniability. Her face changes, the armor comes up halfway and then stops, falls back. She can't get it fully up anymore. How much did you hear? All of it. Your voice was the clearest thing, clearer than the pain. I said things I wouldn't normally say. You said things the spy wouldn't normally say. I think you said exactly what you meant. I did, I meant all of it. I know I'm here because you meant it. I decided to stay because your voice was the thing worth staying for. That's not rational. You said the same thing in the gully, I agree. It's not rational. It's the most irrational decision I've ever made, and I'm making it with my eyes open and my ribs on fire, and the full knowledge that I should be dead in that gully. You should not be dead in that gully. The blade said otherwise. The blade missed, my stitching held. You're alive because I'm very good at my job. I'm alive because you chose me. Everything after that is logistics. She looks at me, the tear tracks, the red eyes, the jaw, the woman underneath the spy, visible now in a way I've never seen before. No cover, no performance, just Selin, scared and angry and alive, and holding my hand on a basalt hollow in the dead center of nowhere. Can you sit up? She asks. I can try. Don't try, either sit up or don't. I need to know if you can move. Help me. Her arm behind my shoulders. The pain flares and the whistle comes and I breathe through it like my grandmother taught me to breathe through cold water. Steady, counted, each exhale a release instead of a fight. I sit up, the world tilts, steadies, the basalt hollow comes into focus. Small, low ceiling. Davin in the corner with his knees up, his face against his arms, his shoulders still. Davin, I say, you all right? He lifts his head, his eyes are swollen. You're asking me if I'm all right. I'm asking everyone, general survey. You have a hole in your ribs. I have a stitched hole in my ribs. Selen's work, it's holding. You should hate me. I don't have room for hate right now. I'm using all available space for breathing. Ask me again in a week. In a week you might have a different answer. In a week I'll have a healed rib and a better perspective. For now, drink water, eat something, and be ready to move when Selen says we move. He stares at me, 22 and still half a kid, his sister in a room somewhere, the weight of what he did and what was done to him sitting on him like stone. Drink water, I say again. That's the only order I'm giving. He drinks, the canteen shakes in his hands. How's the sister, I ask. Sierra, you said. Sierra, she's 14. They let her talk to me through the speaking tube once a day. That's how I know she's alive. Once a day, what time? Evening after dark, they give her 30 seconds. What does she say? She says she's fine. She says not to worry. She says the food is all right and the room has a window. Does she sound fine? She sounds like a 14-year-old girl who's trying not to cry. She sounds like she's reading from a script they gave her. She sounds like Sierra. We'll get her back, I say. He stares at me. You can't promise that. I'm not promising, I'm telling you what's going to happen. Selen is the best intelligence officer I've ever worked with. If Sierra is inside Gracepair, Selen will find a way. You don't know that. I know her, that's enough. Selen doesn't say anything to that, her hand on mine, on the basalt, her fingers threading through mine and holding, the same hand that pressed the wound closed, the same hand that held the needle, the same hand that shook with every stitch while her voice stayed perfectly calm. I hold back. The ashlands are quiet, the sulfur is thick. My ribs are on fire and my lung whistles with every breath, and the grief is inside me where it's always been, exactly my size, something I can carry instead of something I have to outrun. She chose me, I chose to stay. The rest is just walking.
Davin sleeps like the dead. I watch him from across the hollow, his back against the basalt, his chin on his chest, his hands loose in his lap. 22 years old and he sleeps like a boy who's cried everything out. I should feel something about that. Anger, maybe. Sympathy. I let it sit unopened and turn back to Torvin. Let me see the stitches. You looked at them 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago you were lying down. Now you're sitting up. Different angle, different tension on the wound. Let me see. You're going to look at my stitches every 20 minutes for the rest of this trip. I'm going to look at my stitches every 20 minutes. They're my work. I'm protective of my work. Protective is one word for it. Thorough is another. Lift your shirt. He lifts his shirt. The bandage is dark but not fresh dark. Old blood, dried. The stitches underneath are holding. 5 neat lines of thread pulling the edges together, the skin swollen but not infected. My work. My hands did this. How's the breathing? The whistle is quieter. Quieter or gone. He takes a slow breath. I listen. There it is. High and thin on the exhale, but softer than before. The air leak is sealing. Quieter, I say. Can you stand? If you help me. Can you walk? Slowly, short distances. Don't ask me to run. I'm not going to ask you to run. I'm going to ask you to move when I say move and stop when I say stop. You're giving orders again. Someone has to. You have a hole in your ribs. A stitched hole, your work, it's holding. It's holding because I'm good at my job and because you haven't done anything stupid in the last hour. Keep that streak going. What happens next? He asks. I sit back on my heels. The basalt is cold through my trousers. The sulfur is thick enough to taste. Grayspire is 8 days southeast. We can't approach as we planned. The ambush survivors will have reported. They'll reinforce the western approach, tighten patrols, double the gate watch. So we don't come from the west. We don't come from any direction they expect. I need to remap the approach. The caldera has multiple entry points. The original intelligence said the northern rim is unguarded because the sulfur vents make it impassable. Impassable for who? For soldiers in heavy armor carrying supply loads. 2 people traveling light with cloth over their mouths might manage it. 2 people, one of whom has a punctured rib. Surface damage, you said so yourself. I said your stitching was straight. I didn't say I could climb a volcanic rim. You can, you'll hate it, but you can. You're very confident about my body's capabilities. I've been studying your body's capabilities for weeks. I know exactly what you can do. That sounds like something the spy would say. The spy is making an operational assessment. The woman agrees with the assessment. Which one is talking right now? I look at him, the amber eyes, the weathered green skin, the bandage around his ribs, my thread holding his body together. He watches me like he's tracking something he can't quite name. I don't know, I say. I think they might be the same person now. Good. Is it? The spy plans better. The woman fights harder. Together, you might actually get us through a sulfur vent. Together, we might actually get killed in a sulfur vent. I've been almost killed twice this week. The novelty is wearing off. Don't joke about that. I'm not joking. I'm telling you what 2 near-death experiences teach you about risk. What do they teach you? That the sulfur isn't the risk, the fortress isn't the risk, the soldiers aren't the risk. Then what is? Silence. The risk is not saying the thing that matters while your mouth still works. Your mouth works fine. You haven't stopped talking since you woke up. My mouth works fine for operational briefings and wound assessments and basalt geology. It works less well for the other thing. What other thing? The thing I said while you were unconscious, the thing you heard. You said you chose to stay. You said my voice was the reason. I said more than that. The part about the grief fitting inside me, the part about carrying the dead and the living, the part about my grandmother's saying. I said all of those things because I thought you couldn't hear me. I thought I was talking to basalt. You were talking to me. I was talking to you. And now I have to be the man who said those things, in daylight, while conscious, while you're looking at me with that expression. What expression? The one where you're not performing. I'm always performing. You're not performing right now. I can tell because your jaw isn't set, and your hands aren't moving, and you're looking at me like you did in the rain shelter before the first time. How am I looking at you? Like I'm the only thing in the room. You're the only thing in the room. Davin's asleep. The basalt doesn't count. You know what I mean. I do, and the risk isn't the sulfur or the fortress or the soldiers. The risk was always the same. The risk is not saying the thing that matters while you have the chance to say it. You already said it on the basalt, with my hand on your ribs. I said I chose to stay. I said your voice was the reason. I stopped short of the rest. What's the thing you haven't said? He looks at me, steady, the tracker's gaze that sees everything and reveals nothing, except now it reveals everything. His guard is down and it's not coming back up, and he's looking at me like dry ground looks at the first rain after a drought. Come here, I say. I'm right here. Closer, I need you closer. If I move closer, I'll pull the stitches. Then stay exactly where you are, I'll come to you. Sell in my ribs. I know about your ribs, I'll be careful of your ribs, I'll be careful of nothing else. I move. The basalt hollow is small enough that closing the distance takes seconds. I'm in front of him, my knees on either side of his legs, my hands on his shoulders. Careful of the right side. Careful of the bandage and the thread and the swollen skin underneath. Selin. Don't talk, not yet. My hands find his face. The jaw. The rough skin where he hasn't shaved in days. The amber eyes up close, flecked with gold I've never seen before because I've never been this close in daylight without a mission running underneath. I'm going to do something, I say, and it's going to hurt your ribs, and I don't care. I don't care either. Good, then shut up. I kiss him like I'm proving something. That he's solid, that his mouth is warm, that his breath comes back after each exhale even with the whistle threading under it. I hold his jaw and the bone is real under my fingers and the stubble scratches my palms and the heat of him comes up off his skin like something banked, like a stove left burning low, and that heat is the thing I need. 30 hours ago he was cold. 30 hours ago he was bleeding out on gully stone with my hand pressed to the hole in him and his eyes shut, and his skin going gray and cool under my palm, and I thought the last sound I would ever get from him was my name said wrong. He is warm now. I have to feel how warm. He kisses back. His left hand comes up to my waist. The right arm stays down, dead still, because lifting it drags on the stitches. I feel the restraint in him, half his body pinned by the wound while the other half reaches for me, and I put my mouth harder against his so he knows I felt it and I'm not going anywhere near that side. "Your ribs," I say against his mouth. I know where my ribs are. I put the stitches in. I know exactly where the thread is. If you tear them, I'll have to redo the whole line. "Then be careful." I'm done being careful. His hand tightens on my waist. I feel the pull of it, his fingers pressing into the fabric and the muscle underneath. The left hand, the one that works. He uses it like it has to do the work of both, and it does. I push his shirt up, slowly, over the bandage, which I leave alone. Over the skin above it, the weathered green gone brown at the ridges, and I stop and let my hand read what's there because I have never done this in the light before. His chest is a record of things that tried to kill him and didn't. A pale seam under the collarbone, a burl of old scar low on the ribs on the good side. 15 years of trail and fire written into him, and now my line of 5 stitches, the newest thing on his whole body, the thing I put there. I set 2 fingers flat below the bandage and feel his heart going, fast and hard and alive, and something in my chest breaks loose that I have been holding down since the gully. "Selin," his voice is rough, the whistle underneath it. "I'm here." "I know you're here. I'm saying your name because I want to say your name. Because you said mine when you thought I couldn't hear, and I want you to know what it sounds like from this side." I pull back enough to see his face. The amber eyes are darker, focused. The tracker's gaze turned inward for once, looking at something he can see without scanning the horizon. "Say it again," I tell him. "Selin." "Again." "Selin," softer. His hand slides from my waist to the small of my back, the pressure steady and certain and warm. "That's what I heard," I say, "in the gully, when everything went wrong. Your voice saying my name like it was the only word you had left." "It was." I kiss him again. Fiercer. My fingers in his hair, the short coarse strands that catch against my knuckles. His mouth opens, and I taste sulfur and water and blood, and underneath all of it, him. The taste I've been learning since the first time in the rain shelter, the one that doesn't belong to any cover or any mission. His hand pulls me closer. I go, my hips against his, my weight settled carefully to the left to avoid the wound. He makes a sound. Low. The kind of sound that starts in the chest and doesn't make it past the throat. "Tell me if it hurts," I say. "Everything hurts. I don't want you to stop." "I'm not going to stop." "Good, then stop asking." I pull my shirt over my head. The air in the hollow is cold and his heat is not, and I want the difference of it against my skin. "You're looking at me," I say. "I'm allowed, you're on top of me. For a reason, you can't take my weight tonight, not with that side. I know why you're up there." His good hand slides up my ribs, slow, reading. It doesn't stop me looking. "And what does the tracker see?" "That you're not scared of me right now. You were the first time, a little. I felt it in your hands, it's gone. It's gone because I already watched the worst thing happen to you, and you're still breathing. There's nothing left in you to be scared of." His breath shifts under my palm. I lean down, careful of the bandage, and set my mouth to the good side of his chest where the pulse comes up hard, and then I take the rest of it slow, doing the work his stitched ribs can't, setting every pace myself while he lets me. He is more than my body wants to believe even now, and I take him anyway, careful and certain and unwilling to lose a single piece of him tonight. When it finally goes through us both, it takes his voice with it, my name broken into its 2 syllables like he's forgotten the rest of language. "Torvin." "Selin." "Stay." "I'm staying, I already told you, I'm staying." The stitches held. I check them twice. The thread is intact, the edges of the wound still closed, the swelling no worse. His breathing is faster, but the whistle hasn't worsened. If anything, it's softer. The exertion loosened something in his chest that the stillness had tightened. And then my hands won't stop shaking. It comes up out of nowhere, or out of everywhere, out of 30 hours held down. I've eased off him and lowered myself to his good side, and I mean to lie still, and my hands are shaking against his chest, both of them, the same hands that put the stitches in without a tremor. I press them flat to make them stop, and they don't. My breath goes ragged, and it isn't from the exertion. My eyes are wet, and I don't remember deciding to cry. "Hey," his good arm comes around me. I've got you, stay there. I'm fine. You're shaking. I know I'm shaking, I can feel it. I don't need you to narrate it. Then I won't narrate it, I'll just hold on to you until it stops. I put my face against his throat where the pulse is and I let it come. Not loud, I don't do loud. Just the shudder working through me, quiet, and his arm heavy across my back, and his heart going strong and warm under my ear, proof, over and over, that it's still going. 30 hours ago, I had my hand in a hole in him, and I thought I was going to have to keep going without him, and I did not once let myself feel it, because feeling it would have gotten us both killed. I feel it now. He lets me. He doesn't tell me it's all right, and he doesn't tell me to stop. He just breathes and lets me count his heartbeats against my cheek until the shaking wears itself out. You're checking your work, he says. I always check my work. How's the craftsmanship? Excellent as expected, thread intact, edges closed, swelling stable. You sound like a field medic. I sound like a woman who spent 30 minutes sewing your ribs shut and would prefer not to repeat the experience. Not even the experience that came after. The stitching, Torvin, I'd prefer not to repeat the stitching. The other part though. The other part I'd happily do again if your lung wasn't whistling. My lung is barely whistling, listen. He takes a deep breath. The whistle is there but faint, almost a hum. That's not barely, I say, that's still there. It's quieter than before. It's quieter because you're lying down. When you stand up, it'll be louder. When you climb a volcanic rim, it'll be much louder. You're already planning the rim approach. I'm always planning something, you know this about me. I know this about the spy, what's Selin planning? Selin is planning to lie here for another 10 minutes and not think about sulfur vents or fortress approaches or the fact that Grace Pear knows we're coming. 10 minutes, that's generous. That's the maximum I can offer before the operational part of my brain takes over. Enjoy it. I am enjoying it. I'm enjoying the part where you're not scanning for the way out. How do you know I'm not scanning for the way out? Because your eyes are closed, you can't map what you can't see. There are 2 exits, the hollow entrance and a crack in the back wall that leads to a narrow passage heading south. I had them the moment we walked in, eyes shut. Of course you did. But I'm choosing not to care about them right now. That's the difference. His hand is still on my hip. I haven't moved. I'm not ready to move. The hollow is small and the sulfur is thick and his body underneath mine is warm in a way the Ashlands have no right to be. Selin. What? Say something. I just said several things. Say something real, something the spy wouldn't say. I look at him. The amber eyes are steady again, the tracker's gaze reassembled, but it's different now. Warmer. There's a clearing in it that wasn't there before. I have never said anyone's name and meant only the name, I say. Every time I say someone's name, there's something underneath it. An angle, a read, a calculation about what they're worth to me and how I can use that. It's how the spy works. Every word is operational. And now, Torvin, I say it, his name, just the name. The sound of it fills the hollow and doesn't need anything else. That's it, that's all of it. There's nothing underneath. No code, no cover, no angle, no exit, just you. That's the thing I haven't said, he says. What you just said, that's what I've been trying to say since the basalt. You said you chose to stay. I did, but what I meant was what you just said. That your name is the only word I need and there's nothing underneath it. Are you always this articulate after being stitched and seduced? I've never been stitched and kissed better before. This is entirely new territory. Uncharted ground, the tracker hates uncharted ground. The tracker is learning to like it. The tracker is discovering that uncharted ground is where the interesting things grow. That sounds like something your grandmother would say. She would have liked you. She liked people who were smarter than her. Was she smart? She was the smartest person in the Asheville compound. She read ground like you read people. She would have seen through every one of your covers in about 10 seconds. I would have enjoyed meeting her. She would have enjoyed watching you try to lie to her. She collected liars like other people collect flowers, appreciated the craft. I leaned down and kissed the corner of his mouth. The stubble, the warmth, the whistle on his exhale that I put there by choosing a gully fight over retreat. We should sleep, I say. A few hours, then we move. Where? North, the sulfur vents. It's the only approach they won't guard. Because it might kill us. Because it might kill soldiers in heavy armor. We're not soldiers in heavy armor. We're a spy and a tracker with nothing left to lose. I have something to lose, he says. I'm looking at her. That's the most romantic thing you've said. I'll do better when my lung stops whistling. I'll hold you to that. Selin. What? The sulfur vents, the northern rim, how bad is it going to be? Bad, the vents release toxic gas in bursts. We'll need cloth soaked in water over our mouths. We'll need to time the gusts and move between them. The footing will be loose scree on a steep incline. And you think we can do it? I think we don't have another option. The western approach is guarded. The eastern approach is a sheer cliff. The southern approach goes through the main gate. The northern rim is suicide, which is why they don't guard it. So we commit suicide. We commit to looking like suicide, then we don't die, that's the plan. That's the worst plan you've ever had. It's the only plan I have, unless you can track a path that isn't there. I might be able to. The volcanic shelf will have old lava channels, tunnels. If any of them connect to the caldera interior, we could bypass the rim entirely. You're talking about going underground. I'm talking about going where they aren't looking. Underground, the sulfur is worse, but the footing is stable, and nobody posts guards inside a lava tube. How do you know about lava tubes? The Asheville territory bordered volcanic ground. My grandmother's ranging maps showed 17 tube systems within a day's walk of the compound. I explored 9 of them before I was 12. You explored volcanic tunnels as a child. Orcs explore volcanic tunnels as children. Humans apparently do not. Humans do not. Humans have a reasonable fear of being underground in toxic gas. Then I'll go first, you follow. We go together, or we don't go. Together then, like everything else. Like everything else, I agree. Selin. You keep saying my name. I keep saying it because it still sounds different, clean, like a word I just learned. You learned my name weeks ago. I learned the letters weeks ago. I'm just now learning what they mean. His arm around me, the left one. I settle against his left side, my head below his jaw, my hand on his chest where the heartbeat is steady and strong. You're still here, he says. Where else would I be? Anywhere? You could be anywhere. Every door in the world is open to you, and you're lying on basalt with a half-dead orc. 3/4 alive. I upgraded your status an hour ago. That's generous. That's accurate. Your lung sounds better, your color's improving, and you just survived me at my most stubborn, which takes more than most men have. Most men aren't orcs. Most orcs aren't you. Selin. Torvin. His name in my mouth with no lie in it. The first honest word I've said in 6 years. I close my eyes, and for the first time in my life, I don't count the exits.
The ground changes 3 miles from the caldera. Boot prints, 6 sets, fresh, moving in formation, patrol route. They walk the same path every circuit because the basalt is too rough to vary, and the wear shows, a smooth channel in the rock where boots have ground down the grain over months. I crouch, my ribs pull when I bend, a dull hook under the stitches, and I let the pain sit where it is. The channel tells me more than the prints do. My grandmother taught me to trust the wear before the fresh mark. The fresh mark is 1 man on 1 morning. The wear is the truth of all of them. How many patrols? Selin asks. 6 soldiers per group. This path has been used daily for at least 60 days. The wear is too deep for less. Rotation. Based on the depth variation, they walk this route twice per day, morning and evening. The morning prints are sharper because the basalt contracts overnight and cracks under cold boots. The evening prints are softer, expanded stone. You can tell the time of day from boot prints. I can tell the time of day, the weight of the soldier, and the confidence of the stride. These are bored soldiers, routine patrol. They're not looking for threats. They will be now, the ambush runners reported back. They reported from the west, we're approaching from the north. The patrols on this side haven't changed their pattern yet. Give it 2 days and they will. Then we have 2 days. Less, we need to reach the tube entrance before the next morning patrol. If the northern patrols are still routine, the morning circuit passes the northern face around dawn. How far? The caldera rim is 4 miles. The northern face is 2 miles beyond that. We can make it by dark if we keep this pace. Your ribs. My ribs are doing what ribs do. They'll hold. If the whistle gets worse, we stop. If the whistle gets worse, we slow down. We don't stop. Stopping means the morning patrol catches us on open basalt with no cover. Fine, we slow down, but I'm listening. You're always listening. That's the training. That's the woman. The training would listen for threats. You're listening for my breathing. Both, I'm listening for both. I don't answer that. There's nothing to answer. She chose me in the gully, knife already drawn on the man who'd have finished me, and she keeps choosing me every hour. She walks a slower pace so my ribs can hold. No pull in the blood made that happen, just a woman who decided. That's heavier than any pull would be, and she makes the choice again with every step. The sulfur is worse here. The taste sits on the back of my tongue like a coin. The headache started an hour ago, a slow pressure behind my eyes that builds with every breath. Selin has tied a damp cloth over her nose and mouth. I've done the same, but the cloth doesn't help the taste. It only helps the particulate. I've smelled sulfur before. On the high vents the ashville ran. This is thicker. The mountain is closer to its own fire. My eyes are burning, Davin says. Squint, the sulfur gets into the membranes and swells them. Protect them or you lose vision until we're clear of the source. And how long is that? A week at the least, longer if the operation runs long. Torvin, Selin's voice, warning. He asked, I prefer accurate timelines to comfortable ones. So does he, whether he knows it or not. I really don't, Davin says. You really do. The comfortable timeline is what got your sister taken. Someone told you things would be fine and they weren't. He's quiet after that. Maybe it landed too hard, but comfort would land worse. The boy has been fed comfort for months by the gray-haired man at the relay, and every kind word cost his sister a little more air. The sulfur settles around us like fog. My wound aches differently here. The air gets into the stitches, a thin burn along the thread that doesn't stop. Davin carries himself wrong for the ground, weight on his heels. In the dark, he'll be the one who slips. Selin's hands have a tremor she stopped trying to hide. The headache is hers too. I see it in how she squints against light that isn't bright, in the small pause before she answers, like she's setting each word down carefully so it won't jar the pressure behind her eyes. How far to the caldera, she asks. 3 miles to the rim. We'll see it before we reach it. What will it look like? If my grandmother's maps were accurate, the caldera is a collapsed volcanic cone. The walls are steep on 3 sides and gradual on the south. Gracepair was built into the eastern wall where the stone is densest. The lava tubes run through the northern face where the stone is oldest and most fractured. And you explored tubes like these as a child. Different tubes, same geology, the formations repeat. Once you understand how lava moves through cooling stone, you understand every tube system in the region. What should we expect inside? Low ceilings, smooth floors where the lava flowed, side chambers where gas pockets formed and collapsed. The air will be worse than the surface because the sulfur concentrates underground. We'll need fresh cloth for every 100 yards. Water. Condensation on the walls if we're lucky. Dry stone if we're not. We carry everything we need. How long inside the tubes? Depends on the collapse. If the tube runs clean to the caldera interior, maybe 4 hours. If it's partially blocked, we dig through or find a parallel channel. Could be a day. A day underground in concentrated sulfur. I've done it before. As a child playing. As a child training, the Asheville didn't play underground. We mapped. We learned the stone. Reading a tube is the same as reading a trail. Once you know the stone means to tell you something. And you always assume it does. The ground doesn't waste words. That's the one thing out here I still trust. Don't say the rest of it, that I was 11 the first time a tube came down on me, 3 days pinned in the dark with the roof a hand's width off my face, that the way out wasn't the way in. I found a soft seam in the wall and dug at it with my hands until it gave onto a parallel channel. 2 days of it, my fingers raw to the bone. When I broke into open air, my grandmother was sitting on the rim watching the sun come up over the ridge, on the 4th morning, like she'd known which hour I'd surface. If the tube ahead blocks, I know how a wall gives. I know it in my hands. The caldera appears at the ridge. I stop walking. Selin stops beside me, Davin a step behind. The scale is wrong. Everything about it is too large. The volcanic cone collapsed inward centuries ago, leaving a crater half a mile wide with walls that rise 300 feet on the eastern side and slope to nothing on the south. Steam rises from vents along the floor. The sulfur haze makes the far wall shimmer. I've spent 14 months reading small things, a bent stem, a cold ember. My eye keeps trying to shrink the crater down to something I can hold, and it won't. The pine bark token is in my palm before I know I've reached for it, and I press the rough edge into the pad until the thing in front of me steadies. And Greyspire. That's a fortress, Selin says. Built into a volcano, yes. I was expecting something smaller. Based on what? Based on the word outpost, which is what the intelligence called it. That is not an outpost. That is a garrison built into the side of a volcano. How many? The original report said 50. Looking at the size of those walls, I'd say at least 100, maybe more. The guard towers. 4 on the rim, 2 on the eastern wall. The gate faces south, which confirms the original intelligence. The northern face has no towers. Because the northern face is the tube system. Because nobody builds towers on a wall that the mountain already guards. Except the mountain isn't guarding it, it's offering a door. If the tube connects. It connects, the geology says it connects. The question is whether it's passable. How do we find out? We find the entrance. I'll go in first 100 yards, check the air, the floor, the ceiling. If it's clear, we all go. You're not going alone. Selin, you have a hole in your ribs and 1 functional arm. If the ceiling collapses, you can't dig yourself out. If the ceiling collapses, 2 people trapped is worse than 1. If the ceiling collapses and you're alone, nobody knows, nobody comes, you just stay there. Then we go together. Agreed, side by side. Davin stays at the entrance, marks our entry time. If we're not back in 6 hours, he goes to Salter's Bend with everything we know. Davin, can you do that? Selin asks. 6 hours, Salter's Bend, I can do that. You write down everything, every detail about Greyspire. The numbers, the layout, the patrols, the tube location. If we don't come back, that information reaches the Crown. It reaches the Crown, I promise. Before we go in, Selin says, Davin, what do you know about the interior? He shifts, the weight of the question settling on him. I watch his hands. A man lies with his mouth and tells the truth with his hands, and Davin's go flat on his knees still. He's not deciding what to say, he's dreading it. I never went inside the fortress proper. They gave me a speaking tube at a relay point, half a mile south, a stone hut with a slot in the wall. Who gave you the tube? A man, human, older, gray hair, short. He never gave a name. He said if I sent messages on schedule, Sira would stay in her room with a window. If I missed a schedule, the window would close. How often? Every 3 days, I'd leave a message in the slot, what direction we were traveling, how many in the group, what Selin was looking for. Did you ever see anyone else at the relay? Once a second man, younger, he wore armor, dark iron, no markings. He didn't talk to me. He took the message and left. Which direction did he go? Southeast, toward the southern gate. So the relay connects to the main entrance. That confirms the traffic flow. Selin, I say, the relay point, half a mile south, that's outside the patrol circuit. It would have to be. Davin couldn't reach it if patrols were watching. Which means there's a blind spot, half a mile south of the caldera the patrols don't cover. Or they cover it on a different schedule. Davin, what time did you make the drops? After midnight, the man said the gap in patrols was between midnight and 2. A 2-hour window, that's deliberate. Someone inside the fortress arranged that gap. Someone with enough authority to adjust patrol schedules, I say. Which means someone senior. This isn't a low-level operation. The Shadow King has people in command positions here. Or is here himself. Or is here himself, she repeats. Her voice doesn't change, but her hands do. The tremor stops. The spy's hands go still when the stakes are highest. Davin, I say, the speaking tube, when Sira talks to you, what does she hear in the background? What do you mean? Sounds behind her voice, echoes, footsteps, water, machinery, anything. He closes his eyes, remembering. This is the part that matters, and I keep my voice level so he doesn't feel me leaning on it. Sound carries the shape of a place. Sira is mapping it for us without knowing it. Dripping like water on stone, and a hum, low, steady. like a forge or a furnace running underneath. Underground, I say. She's underground. The dripping is condensation. The hum is volcanic venting through tunnels. She's in the tube system, Selin asks. She's somewhere connected to it. If the fortress extends into the caldera wall, the lower levels would be carved from the same stone the tubes run through. The water dripping and the hum are signatures of underground volcanic architecture. Then the tubes don't just get us inside the caldera, they might get us to Sira. They might if the passages connect. One way to find out. One way, good, then we wait for dark. We settle behind a basalt ridge on the northern slope to wait. The rock is warm underneath from the volcanic heat that rises through the ground. Selin sits with her back against the ridge, her knees up, her hands resting on the map she's drawn in the dust between her feet. Patrol routes, guard towers, the tube entrance, the relay point Davin described. The spy's mind turning information into architecture. Davin sleeps again. The boy sleeps like a wounded animal. Sudden, total, the body shutting down to rebuild what the mind has broken. I've slept like that. Nobody watched over me then. I watch over him now. Night falls over the caldera like a lid closing. The guard towers light up, 4 torches on the rim, 2 on the wall. The patrol circuit continues below, 6 soldiers morning and evening, but now I see the night patrol too. 3 soldiers, slower circuit, carrying a lantern that makes them visible from 2 miles. The night patrol is smaller, Selin says. 3 moving clockwise around the southern rim. They don't come north. Because the north is the tube system. Because the north is unstable ground, sulfur vents, and no cover. Nobody attacks from the north. Nobody's sane. We've established that sanity isn't our primary qualification. She almost laughs. The sound is short, bitten off, eaten by the sulfur haze, but it's real. The spy doesn't laugh, Selin does. The tube entrance, I say, 200 yards down the northern slope. I can see the basalt overhang from here. The opening will be underneath. Size. From the shadow, maybe 4 feet wide and 3 high, we'll crouch. For 4 hours. For as long as it takes, crouch low enough, long enough, and the body stops fighting the ground, starts trusting it. You would find the comfortable angle on a rock floor. Are you ready? I've been ready since the gully. Everything after that was just walking. That's what I said. I know I was listening. Torvin, she says, quieter now, the operational voice gone. What? If the tubes don't connect, if we get inside and there's no path to the fortress, what then? Then we back out and try the rim. And if the rim doesn't work, then we find another way. There's always another way. The ground always offers a path if you know how to read it. You sound very certain for a man with a hole in his ribs. The hole in my ribs is the reason I'm certain. I should have died in that gully. I didn't. If the ground wanted me dead, it had its chance. It let me stay. That means there's more trail ahead. I don't say the rest, that the ground let me stay because she wouldn't. That's not logic, that's faith. For a tracker, they're the same thing. The ground doesn't lie. It tells you what's true and you follow it or you don't. And what is the ground telling you right now? That the tube entrance is 200 yards down the slope, that the basalt is stable, that there's a draft coming from the opening, which means airflow, which means the tube goes somewhere. Somewhere isn't a plan. Somewhere is the beginning of a plan. The plan fills in as we walk. The spy in me hates everything about that sentence. The spy in you planned the mission that got us here. The woman in you chose me in the gully. Let the tracker do this part. I'll get us inside. You figure out what we do when we're there. Division of labor. Complementary skills, like you said. She's quiet for a moment. The torches flicker on Gracepair's walls. The night patrol makes its slow circuit below. Let's go, I say. Together. Together. We move down the northern slope toward the tube entrance. The basalt is loose underfoot, shifting with each step, the scree whispering against itself like sand. I set each foot before I trust it, and behind me Selin puts her feet where mine have been. She learned that in a night. The caldera opens below us, vast and dark and breathing sulfur into the night air. The tube entrance waits at the bottom, a dark mouth in the rock face, 4 feet wide and 3 high, the draft from inside carrying the smell of deep stone and old heat. The draft is steady on my face. Steady means it goes somewhere. For the first time in 14 months, I'm walking toward something instead of away from everything. The stone has its own plan. I'm ready to read it.
The tube spits us out into the caldera, like the mountain, swallowing in reverse. Stay low, Torvin says. The basalt shelf runs 30 yards before it drops. We're above the fortress floor. I can see the eastern wall from here. That's the point. This is where the tube system meets the caldera interior. The rock above us is fractured enough to hide in, but solid enough to hold. We stay here until you've seen what you need to see. How long do we have? 4 hours before we need to start back. The tube took 90 minutes. We need 90 to return, plus margin for the morning patrol. 4 hours, that's enough. For what? For me to read this fortress like you read a trail. He looks at me. The sulfur haze makes his face ghostly, his eyes darker than usual. The wound is pulling at him. I see it in how he holds his left side in his careful breathing. But his hands are steady on the rock and his focus hasn't wavered since we entered the tube. Then read it, he says. I'll watch the ground. Division of labor. Complementary skills. The caldera is a bowl of steam and stone. From the observation shelf, I can see the full layout. Greyspire isn't one building. It's a compound, main fortress carved into the eastern wall, barracks extending south along the caldera floor, supply depot near the southern gate, and a separate structure I didn't expect. A low stone building with no windows set into the northern wall below us, close to the tube system, close to where Sira's sounds came from. Torvin, the windowless building, northern wall. I see it, built into the same stone as the tubes. The architecture matches. Whoever built it knew the tunnel system was there. That's where she is. That's where someone is. The lack of windows means containment. Could be storage, could be prisoners. Could be both. Could be both. I start mapping. The spy's mind does what it was trained to do. Turn disorder into architecture, turn movement into meaning, turn a fortress full of soldiers into an organizational chart written in boot leather and supply crates. Guard rotations first. 6 soldiers per patrol, confirming Torvin's count from outside. But inside the caldera, the pattern is different. The external patrols are routine, bored. The internal patrols are tight, disciplined. They check doors. They report at stations. Someone trained these soldiers, and recently. The internal patrols are different from the external ones, I say. Different how? Tighter, more disciplined. The external patrols walk the same route every day. The internal ones vary. Different paths each circuit. Someone is running counter-surveillance drills. Someone who knows intelligence work. Someone who knows my intelligence work. Counter-surveillance variation is a Crown intelligence technique. It's not standard military doctrine. The network reaches into Crown intelligence. The network was built by Crown intelligence, or by someone who trained there. Supply lines next. The southern gate opens twice daily for supply carts. I read the crates by their markings. Provincial stamps from 6 different regions. Grain from the North Mark, iron from Kettleford, timber from the Western Reach, salt from Dunwall, cloth from Thornhaven, and one set of crates with no provincial markings at all, just a cipher I recognize because I used it for 3 years. Those crates, I say, the unmarked ones. What about them? Crown intelligence cipher. Supply code for classified material. Someone inside the intelligence service is shipping directly to Greyspire. How high up? That cipher is division level. Only section chiefs and above have access. Someone at the top of Crown intelligence is feeding the Shadow King. How many section chiefs are there? 7, each one runs a geographic division. Northmark, Kettleford, Western Reach, Dunwall, the capital, Thornhaven, and border operations. Which division shipped these crates? I can't tell from here. The cipher marks are uniform across divisions, but the routing codes would tell me. If I can get close enough to read the manifest attached to those crates, I can trace it back to the specific section chief. One person at the top of Crown intelligence, feeding supplies to the Shadow King. At least one, could be more, could be the whole division. Torvin is quiet for a moment, the weight of that settling on both of us. How many people know about this mission? He asks. Besides us, Gara, my handler, and whatever chain of command approved the assignment. And if the chain of command is compromised, then nobody is coming to help us, and nobody back home knows the intelligence service has been turned. The message has to get out. Whatever it takes. The Shadow King. I've been staring at the eastern wall for an hour when I see him. A lit room on the second level. The window is narrow, cut into the volcanic rock, but the lamp inside throws enough light to see clearly from our shelf. A desk, papers stacked in columns, a man sitting behind them writing. Torvin. I see him. That's the second level, the room with the narrow window. The man at the desk. That's him, that's Aldous Creech. He's not what I expected. After 14 months of hunting, after Harrogate, after Thornhaven, after every burned village and dead contact and coded warning that led us here, I expected something. A presence. A weight. The kind of man who fills a room with dread just by standing in it. He's thin, gray-haired, working with the quiet focus of someone reviewing accounts. He picks up one paper, reads it, sets it on a different stack, picks up another. His handwriting is small and precise. I can tell from his hand, tight letters, no wasted motion. Not a warlord, a clerk. His desk is laid out like an accountant's, incoming on the left, outgoing on the right, a third stack in the center that's neither, the one he hasn't decided about yet. His pen hand never stops, but his shoulders are collapsed forward, the posture of a man who's been in that chair so long his spine has learned its shape. The lamp sits to his left, so he writes with his right, and he's done it by lamplight long enough to know where every shadow falls. Nothing about him says he built this. Everything about him says he keeps it running. He looks like a clerk, Torvin says. He looks like a logistics officer. Is that worse? That's worse. A monster you can fight. A clerk you have to outthink. He's not running this network through fear or charisma. He's running it through systems. Supply chains, communication protocols, organizational structure. He built a machine and the machine runs itself. Even if he dies. Even if he dies. That's the point. Kill him and the network survives. The section chiefs keep shipping supplies. The patrol schedules keep running. The compromised intelligence officers keep reporting. The machine doesn't need the man anymore. Then what stops it? Exposure. You can't run a shadow network in daylight. If the intelligence reaches the right people, every node in the network becomes visible. The supply chains get traced. The cipher codes get changed. The compromised officers get identified. The intelligence has to get out. It does, and I think I know how. The supply manifests. I've been watching the logistics flow for 2 hours. Every supply cart that enters through the southern gate carries a manifest, a paper list of contents, destinations, and routing codes. The manifests travel with the supplies inward, but copies travel outward too. Back along the supply chain to provincial depots, waypoints, distribution centers. The paper trail that feeds Greyspire also connects it to every node in the network. The manifests, I say, they travel outward. Back along the supply chain. Back to every depot and waypoint in the network, including Gara's waypoint in Salter's Bend. You want to encode the intelligence into a supply manifest. I want to encode everything we've seen into the routing codes. Garrison size, guard rotations, command structure. The Crown intelligence compromise, all of it buried in the logistics data. It will travel through the Shadow King's own network to Gara. His system carries the message that destroys his system. Can you do that? I can do that. The Crown intelligence cipher I recognized, I know the encoding structure. I can reverse engineer it. Build a secondary layer into the routing codes that looks like standard logistics data to anyone reading the manifest, but decodes into intelligence when Gara applies the right key. Does Gara have the right key? Gara has every key I've ever used. We agreed on a fallback protocol before I left for this assignment. If she receives encoded data in any Crown cipher, she checks it against our personal key first. How do you access the manifests? The supply depot, southern wall. The manifests are prepared there before the carts leave. I need 10 minutes with the outbound stack. I encode the intelligence into the next outbound manifest, and it travels with tomorrow morning's supply cart. The supply depot will have guards. Guards who are watching for soldiers, not for a woman who spent 3 years writing supply manifests for Crown intelligence. You wrote supply manifests. I wrote supply manifests. I filed reports. I encoded intelligence into shipping documents, diplomatic correspondence, trade agreements, and once into a recipe for lamb stew that traveled from Thornhaven to the capital in a cookbook. A cookbook. The best intelligence work is invisible. Nobody questions a supply manifest. Nobody reads the routing codes. The data hides in the ordinary. When? Tomorrow, before dawn, the supply carts prepare at the depot starting an hour before sunrise. The manifests are written the night before and left on the preparation table. I go in during the gap between the night watch ending and the morning preparation starting, 20 minutes. I go with you. You wait at the tube entrance. If I'm not back in 30 minutes, you take Draven and go. We discussed this already. We go together. This is different. The tube was exploration. This is infiltration. One person is invisible. Two are a pattern. Selin. Torvin, I was invisible for 6 years. I walked through Crown Intelligence headquarters with forged documents and nobody looked twice. I can walk through a supply depot. He's quiet. The argument happening behind his eyes, where the tracker's caution fights the partner's trust. 20 minutes, he says. 20 minutes. And if something goes wrong? If something goes wrong, I improvise. That's what 6 years of cover identities taught me. When the plan fails, become someone the plan didn't account for. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be reassuring. It's meant to be accurate. He almost smiles. The expression that lives in the lines around his eyes, the one the orc controls because smiling pulls at muscles near his wound. But I see it. The trust that doesn't need reassurance. The spy's final play, he says. Not the final play, the only play. They're not the same. A final play means there were other options and I picked the last one. This is the only move that works. Supply manifests are the only documents that travel outward from Gracepair through the full network. Everything else stays internal. Letters go to Creech. Reports go to Creech. Intelligence goes to Creech. But supply manifests go everywhere because every depot needs to know what's coming and when. His logistics are his weakness. His logistics are his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. The same system that makes his network invisible makes it vulnerable to someone who understands how the paperwork flows. And I understand how the paperwork flows. Because you wrote it. Because I wrote it for 3 years, every supply manifest, every routing code, every cipher key. I built the system he's using, or one very much like it. The spies only play. We don't get a second chance at this. The manifest goes out tomorrow or the supply schedule changes and we lose the window. Then we don't lose the window. Not a chance. I map the supply depot approach while Torvin watches the patrol circuits below us. The caldera's internal layout is clear now, every guard position fixed in memory, every timing noted, the whole chain of command drawn out in my head. Aldous Creech hasn't moved from his desk. 3 hours of paperwork. The machine operator maintaining his machine. Selin, Torvin says, the windowless building. What about it? Movement. Someone just entered through a door on the eastern side, carrying something. Food. A tray covered and a lantern. Someone is being fed in a windowless building at 3 in the morning. Someone who needs a lantern because there's no natural light. Sierra. Maybe, or another prisoner, or a worker on a night shift. At 3 in the morning, with a covered tray, that's a meal delivery, not a shift change. You're right, the tray is wrong for anything else. A worker would go to a kitchen. This is someone who can't leave the building. How many people are in there? I've seen one door open in 3 hours. One meal delivery. If there were multiple prisoners, there'd be multiple deliveries. One person, underground, no windows, being fed at 3 in the morning. It fits what Draven described. The speaking tube, the dripping, the hum. The building connects to the tube system. If the passages run like I think they do, there's a parallel channel from our tube that reaches the northern wall. Close to that building. You're saying we could reach her. I'm saying the geology offers a path. Whether we take it depends on the mission. The mission is the intelligence. Sierra is the reason Draven is sitting at the tube entrance right now. Can we do both? The intelligence goes first. Once the manifest is encoded and on the outbound cart, the mission is complete. After that, everything we do is bonus. Bonus. That's the operational word. The intelligence is the priority. Sira is the objective we pursue if and only if the primary mission succeeds. The spy is talking. The spy is always talking. The woman agrees with her this time. He nods. The ground beneath us is warm with volcanic heat. The sulfur haze drifts across the caldera floor like low fog. Below us, Grace Pear sleeps like a machine sleeps. The gears still turning, the system still running. The man at the desk still writing his small, precise letters that mean death for villages and cities and anyone who gets close enough to read them. He's not a monster. He's a man at a desk. And that's worse than anything I imagined, because monsters can be killed but systems have to be dismantled, and dismantling takes intelligence, patience, and someone willing to walk into the machine and rearrange the parts. I've been rearranging parts my whole career. One more time. Let's get back to the tube, I say. We have a long night ahead. And a short morning. The shortest morning of my life, 20 minutes to change the war. You sound certain. I am certain. This is what I was built for. Everything else was survival. This is the mission. Then let's go change the war. We move back toward the tube entrance. The caldera breathes behind us, steam and sulfur, and the quiet hum of a machine that doesn't know it's about to carry its own destruction through its own supply lines. The spy's final play, the tracker's steady hand, and a supply manifest that will travel farther than any weapon.
She walks into the dark and I let her go. 20 minutes, she said, 20 minutes. I mark her time in breaths, not seconds, like I would on a trail. 300 breaths, give or take, is 20 minutes. I'm at breath 47 when I hear the first wrong sound. What was that? Davin whispers. He's behind me in the tube, pressed against the wall. Voices, the supply depot. She's in there. I know she's in there. What do we do? We wait, she said. 20 minutes, it's been 3. The voices sound like they're getting closer. They're getting closer because the morning preparation crew is arriving. She said the window was before the crew started. The crew is early. The crew is early. I watch from the tube mouth. The caldera floor is still dark, but the eastern sky is graying. The supply depot is 200 yards south, a long stone building with an open front facing the southern gate. I can see the lanterns inside, 2 of them now. There were none when Selin went in. Someone lit lanterns, Davin says. 2 people, workers, they're setting up the preparation table. She's in there with them. She's somewhere in there. The manifests are on the table. If the workers are at the table, she can't reach them. Then she's trapped. She's not trapped, she's waiting. The spy waits. How long? As long as it takes, or until I give her a reason to move. What does that mean? It means I need to move those workers away from the table. How? I look at the northern slope above us, the basalt scree that shifted under our feet when we descended. Loose rock on a steep incline, one good push and it becomes a rockfall. A rockfall on the northern face would sound like a cave collapse. Every soldier in the caldera would look north. Every worker would step outside to see. Davin, stay here, count to 60 after I leave. If you hear rocks falling, that's me. If you hear nothing, I failed and you go. Go where? Salter's Bend, same plan. The information reaches the crown. What about Selin? Selin can survive anything. That's not faith, that's observation. What if the rockfall doesn't work? Then I find something else. Loose stone, a sulfur vent, a shadow in the wrong place. The caldera is full of things that make noise. I just need to point the noise in the right direction. You're going to get yourself killed. I'm going to move some rocks. The getting killed part is optional. Torvin. Davin, she walked into a fortress alone because she's the only one who can read the manifests. I'm going to push rocks down a hill because I'm the only one who can read the ground. We each do what we're built for. What am I built for? Waiting, counting, keeping the exit open. That's not less important. That's the part that means we all go home. The northern slope is 50 yards from the tube mouth. My ribs protest every step. The whistle is back, thin and steady. The scree field starts where the slope steepens, loose basalt chunks. Below them, the slope drops 40 feet to the caldera floor. A rockfall from here would echo off every wall in the crater. I find the right spot, a shelf of loose stone balanced on a lip of solid basalt. I brace my good shoulder against the rock and push. Nothing moves, I push harder, my ribs scream, the shelf shifts, a crack, then the sound of 1,000 stones finding gravity at the same time. Shouts from the fortress, lanterns moving, the internal patrol running north. I move back toward the tube, the ribs are fire, but the caldera is looking the other way. She appears at the tube mouth 11 minutes later. I hear her before I see her, the careful footsteps, the controlled breathing, the sound of someone who just did the most dangerous thing of her life and is walking away from it like she does this every morning. "It's done," she says. "The manifest." Encoded, every routing code rewritten. Garrison size, guard rotations, command structure, Crown intelligence compromise, Creech's identity, the supply chain map, all of it, buried in the logistics data. The workers. They ran outside when the rocks fell. I had the table to myself for 8 minutes. That's more than I needed. "Did anyone see you?" One worker came back early. I was already at the door. He saw a woman in a supply depot holding a clipboard. Do you know what he did? "What?" He nodded and went back to his work. A woman with a clipboard in a supply depot is invisible. She belongs there. Nobody questions the paperwork. 6 years of cover identities. 6 years of being the most boring person in any room. It finally paid off. The outbound cart. Leaves at sunrise, the manifest travels with it. By tomorrow night, it's at the first waypoint. By next week, it reaches Gara. And Gara decodes it. Gara decodes it. She checks every manifest against our personal key, its protocol. She'll find the intelligence layer within an hour of receiving it. Then it's done. The primary mission is done. Primary. 0. The parallel channel, I found it coming back from the scree field. 30 yards east of our tube, there's a branching passage. It runs along the northern wall toward the windowless building. How close does it get? Close enough to hear dripping through the stone. The water Davin described, its condensation on the tube walls, dripping into a lower chamber. You want to go now? We have maybe 40 minutes before the morning patrol resets and the caldera returns to normal. If we're going to reach Sira, it's now. Torvin, your ribs. My ribs have been doing this all night. They'll do it for 40 more minutes. If we get caught in the parallel channel, there's nowhere to run. If we don't go, Sira stays in a windowless room underground. I promised Davin. You promised Davin you'd try. I promised Davin I'd do everything I could. This is everything I can. She looks at me. The lamp on the caldera wall casts her face in half-light. The spy weighing risks. The woman who chose me in a gully weighing something else entirely. Together, she says. Together. The parallel channel is tight, 3 feet wide, 2.5 high. We crouch and move. The condensation drips from the ceiling in a steady rhythm that Davin heard through a speaking tube and thought was rain. The hum is louder here, volcanic venting through deep fissures, the sound resonating through stone like a heartbeat the mountain forgot to stop. There, Selin whispers, light ahead. A crack in the stone wall, through it a room, stone floor, a cot, a bucket, a tray with the remains of a meal. A girl sitting on the cot with her knees drawn up in a blanket around her shoulders, dark hair, thin, the speaking tube mounted on the wall beside her, a brass fitting in the stone. Sayro, can she hear us? I whisper. If I speak through the crack, yes. Selin moves to the wall, Sira. The girl's head snaps up, eyes wide, terrified. Sira, my name is Selin. Your brother Davin sent us. Davin, the voice is small, cracked from disuse. Davin is here. He's outside at the entrance to the mountain. We're going to get you out. You can't, the door is locked. There's a guard outside. He checks every hour. When did he last check? Just now he brought the meal. Then we have 50 minutes. How many guards total? 1 at the door, 1 at the end of the corridor. They rotate every 6 hours. Is there anyone else in the building? There was another prisoner, a woman. They moved her 2 weeks ago. I don't know where. I hold on to it. A second prisoner, a woman, moved out of Gracepair 2 weeks ago. Nobody knows where. Harkin's office will need that. Are you hurt? I'm thin, I'm tired. I haven't seen sunlight in 4 months, but I can move. Good, because we're going to need you to move fast. I've been waiting 4 months to move fast. Torvin, Selin says. I'm already examining the crack. The stone around it is old, fractured by centuries of thermal expansion and contraction. The same geology that created the tube system weakened this wall. One section, about 2 feet wide, is more cracked than stone. I can widen this, the stone is ready to give. Quietly, as quiet as stone allows. I work with my left hand, pulling loose chunks free, setting them down silently. The wall crumbles in sections. The thermal fractures have done most of the work already. Within 10 minutes, the crack is wide enough for a thin girl to slide through. Sarah, Selen says, come to the opening, can you fit? She fits barely, she's smaller than I expected, 14 years old and she looks 12. The months underground have thinned her. She comes through the crack shaking, her hands gripping Selen's arms. Your brother is waiting, I say, can you walk? I can walk, I can run, I've been sitting for 4 months, I can do anything that isn't sitting. Good, because we need to move fast, the tube is low and dark, stay between us, follow Selen's light. Where does the tube go? Out of the mountain to the northern slope, your brother is there. Is he all right? He's all right, he's scared and sorry and he's been carrying guilt that would break most people, but he's all right. It wasn't his fault, they told him they'd hurt me if he didn't do what they asked. He told us. He cried through the speaking tube. The last time we talked, he cried and said he was sorry, and I told him it wasn't his fault and he kept saying sorry. You can tell him again in 90 minutes, Selen says. Face to face, let's go. We move through the parallel channel with Sira between us. She doesn't complain about the low ceiling or the sulfur or the condensation dripping on her head. She moves with the quiet determination of someone who decided months ago that if a door ever opened, she would walk through it without looking back. Davin is at the tube entrance. He sees Sira and the sound he makes is not a word. Davin, she says. Sira. I'm here, I'm okay. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Stop, I told you to stop saying that, it wasn't your fault. We need to move, Selen says, gentle but firm. The reunion happens outside. She's so thin, Davin whispers to me as we enter the tube. She'll eat when we're clear, right now she needs to walk. Can she make it 90 minutes in this? She survived 4 months in a windowless room. She can make 90 minutes in a tube. I can hear you, Sira says from ahead of us. And yes, I can make it. I can make anything that has an exit. I go first after that, reading the tube floor by the dim light of the lantern Selen carries. My ribs are past pain now, somewhere in the territory where the body stops reporting and just endures. We emerge into the pre-dawn gray of the northern slope, the caldera behind us, the sulfur haze below, the sky opening above. We did it, Selen says. The intelligence is in the network. Sira is out, and we're alive. All 4 of us. I look at her, the haze softens everything. The exhaustion on her face, the sulfur burns around her eyes, the steady, unshaking hands of the spy who just walked into a fortress and rewrote its supply chain in 8 minutes. How long until the manifest reaches Gora, I ask. The supply cart leaves at sunrise, first waypoint by tomorrow night, Gara's waypoint within a week. She checks every incoming manifest against our fallback key. She'll find the intelligence layer within an hour of receiving it. And then Gara sends word to the council. The cipher codes get changed. The compromised officers get identified. Every node in the Shadow King's network becomes visible. Will they move on Greyspire? With what I encoded, they'll have enough to justify a full military operation. Garrison size, command structure, supply routes, guard rotations, everything a general needs to plan an assault. How long? Weeks, maybe a month. The council moves slowly, but they'll move. The intelligence is too damning to ignore. And Creech? Creech will know something is wrong when the supply chain shifts. He'll have days, maybe less. The machine starts breaking the moment the nodes become visible. The man at the desk. The man at the desk who won't have a desk much longer. And us. We survived the trip back, that's all that's left. That's enough. She almost smiles, the expression she makes when the spy approves and the woman agrees, the rarest thing in her face. Torvin, Selen says, quieter now, stepping close enough that only I can hear. What? Your ribs, how bad? Worse than yesterday, better than the gully. That's not an answer. It's the most honest answer I have. The whistle is louder, the pain is steady, but the wound isn't bleeding and the stitches held through everything I just did to that scree field. You pushed a wall of rock with broken ribs. I pushed a wall of rock with cracked ribs, not the same. How's it not? Broken ribs puncture lungs, cracked ribs just hurt. You say just hurt like pain is a minor inconvenience. For an orc, pain is a minor inconvenience. My grandmother used to say pain is the ground telling you you're still standing on it. Your grandmother had something to say about pain too. My grandmother had something to say about everything. I've mentioned this. I like her more every time. She would have liked you. She appreciated people who could be someone else and still remember who they were. Is that what I do? That's exactly what you do. You were 6 people in 6 years and you never lost the one underneath. That might be the kindest thing anyone has ever said to me. It's not kind, it's just accurate. For you, those were never 2 things. Let's go, I say. We have a long walk ahead. Together. We turn south toward the Ashlands, 4 people, 1 wounded, 1 freed, 1 carrying guilt he's beginning to set down, 1 carrying intelligence that will travel farther than any army. The ground tells me the trail is clear for 2 miles. After that, I'll read the next section. That's how trails work. You read what's in front of you and trust the ground to keep offering a path. The ground has its own plan. For the first time in 14 months, I trust it. Day 12. The ash here is gray-white where the volcanic soil has dried in the sun. No vegetation. No color except the black of basalt formations rising from the plain like broken teeth, and the pale yellow crust around the hot springs that we skirt every half-mile. I set the morning pace slower than yesterday. My ribs dictate it, not the pain. Pain is just information. It's the whistle back in the cold morning air, and it won't steady until my body warms. I keep my breaths even and shallow. I know my own body. Breathe like this for 6 hours, and I can cover 14 miles before the whistle worsens. Selin walks 3 paces ahead. She takes point every morning without being asked, reads the horizon, checks the bearing. This morning she pauses at the edge of a sulfur vent field. The crust is yellow, dry, thin over boiling water, and the color is wrong. She has learned the color. Around, she asks. East edge, the basalt shelf runs clean. We take the long way. Sira follows without comment. She has been following without comment for 12 days. What I notice about her, she watches the ground like I do, not because anyone taught her to, but because 4 months underground gave her patience, and patience applied to walking means you look where you step. Davin carries her pack in his. He hasn't said anything about it. Every morning he picks both up without being asked. Midday camp at a basalt ridge. How far? Selin asks. 7 miles, we're past the halfway mark. She makes a sound that means understood, not happy about it. I've learned her sounds by now. This one sits between resignation and determination, which is how she crosses most things. I unpack the food, 6 days left at current portions, 7 if we stretch it. I don't say this aloud. Selin already knows. I heard her working the stores out in the dark 2 nights ago. Sira eats everything given to her with the focused attention of someone who intends never to leave food on a plate again. You're doing the thing again, Selin says. Stars, I say it before I think. She blinks, it's noon. I map them at night, 47 in the northern quarter, 17 in the low eastern sky. I've been doing it every night since Grace Pair. A pause, habit, reference points, position, and bearing. She looks at her hands, flat on her knees, the burn scar catching the pale midday light. I've been doing it too, she says. Water sources, vent fields, miles, things I could put in a report. There's nobody to report to. I know, quietly, that's the part I can't stop noticing. I understand the skills run past the edge of purpose and keep going because they don't know how to stop. 14 months of reading the ground with a mission at the end of the trail. The mission is done. I'm still reading. Stars are navigation, I say. Springs are water. Vent fields are danger. The habit isn't useless. I'm watching them because it's what I do, not because it means anything. That's what it means to be made for something. You do it past the point where it matters because stopping is what you haven't learned yet. She looks at me, the sharp eyes, the dry consideration. Is that supposed to be comforting? It's supposed to be true. With you, those keep turning out to be the same word. My ribs ache less as the afternoon warms. The whistle goes quiet by mid-afternoon. I breathe full breaths and the ground comes up clear. Ash, basalt, the thin dried sulfur crust that means we're south of the main vent fields. 2 more days, maybe 3. Selin falls back beside me. You're breathing better, she says. The elevation dropped, less sulfur. Tomorrow the land rises toward Salter's Bend, clean air off the hills. And Davin and Sira. I look at them ahead of us, walking side by side. Sira says something. Davin laughs, the sound small, surprised, like he forgot he knew how. They'll be all right. The sun drops toward the ash flats. The black rock formations cast long shadows east, and the sky above opens into the kind of blue that only exists at altitude and in clean air and nowhere near a volcano. Sira stops walking for a moment and tips her head back and looks at it. She doesn't say anything, she just looks. I steady my breaths, 12 in, 12 out. The wound settles. The ground is solid underfoot, the ash packed hard by wind and time. The walk is through air that doesn't burn, and the sky is blue, and the woman 3 paces behind me is watching for stars she can't see yet. That's enough for today.
The ashlands take 3 weeks to cross. I won't describe them. The sulfur, the headaches, Torvin's breathing on day 5, the whistle dropping from a steady note to something intermittent, which scared me more than the steady version because intermittent meant the tissue was shifting. Sira walking without complaint, day after day, her thin legs covering ground like someone who had decided that forward motion was the only acceptable direction. Davin carrying her pack and his and never mentioning the weight. I won't describe them because the ashlands are behind us now, and I am done looking back. Salter's Bend is a crossroads town at the edge of the sulfur country. Gyra's people are here. A woman named Hester with a dry voice and careful eyes who takes one look at Sira and Davin and says, I have a room with 2 beds and a window that faces east. You'll see the sunrise. Sira cries, the first time I've seen her cry since the rescue. Davin holds her and doesn't cry because he's spent his tears already, somewhere in the ashlands when he thought nobody was watching. Davin, I say, Hester will arrange passage south. You'll be in the capital within 2 weeks. What about you? We're going north. To the highlands. To a waypoint, Gyra's network. Will I see you again? You'll see us again. When the intelligence reaches the council, everything changes. The network becomes visible, the war shifts, and when it does, the people who made it happen will be called back. What do I tell them, the people in the capital, about what happened? Tell them the truth. The Shadow King's network reaches into Crown intelligence. The fortress at Greyspire is a full garrison with 100 soldiers. The supply chain runs through 6 provinces. Tell them everything you saw and everything we told you. They'll ask how I know. Tell them a woman named Selin sent you. Tell them to check with Gyra at Salter's Bend. The intelligence service knows my name even if they pretend they don't. And if the intelligence service is compromised, then go to the council directly. Ask for Harkin. He's clean. His wife Sorcha would burn down the capital before she let anyone corrupt that man. You know Harkin's. I know of Harkin. Everyone in intelligence knows of Harkin. He's the one door in the capital that the Shadow King hasn't been able to open. Thank you, he says, for Sira, for everything. You kept the exit open. You earned this. He nods. Sira pulls away from him long enough to look at me with those dark eyes that spent 4 months underground and somehow still hold light. Thank you, she says. Thank your brother. He's the one who walked into a volcano for you. He walked into a volcano because you showed him the door. I don't have an answer for that. The girl is 14, and she speaks like someone who has been listening through stone walls for months, hearing everything, understanding more than anyone expected. Go, I say, eat something, sleep in a bed, see the sunrise. She goes. We cross the drownfields on the 4th day north. The fog is the same fog. The causeways are the same causeways. Torvin finds them by sound, same as he did going south. The causeway song, the iron posts, the method for walking blind through a place that wants to swallow you whole. What's different is the quiet. Going south, the fog was tense, intimate, every step negotiated. Going north, we walk through it like something we've already survived. He knows the way, I follow him. The whistle in his breathing is barely audible in the damp air, and he moves like a man who intends to arrive, and he does. We come out on the north bank, and the fog releases us into gray morning light, and nobody says anything because there's nothing to say. He knows the way. We get through. That's enough. The waypoint is 2 days north of Salter's Bend. A stone building in a valley between two ridges, hidden from the road by a stand of birch trees. Gura's network maintains it. Dry walls, a hearth, a table, a bed, a supply cache with food and water and clean cloth for bandages. Torvin drops his pack by the door and sits on the edge of the bed. The act of sitting is slow, careful, like everything he does now. The ribs have healed enough that the whistle is gone, but the stitches are still tender and sudden movements pull. When did we last sleep in a bed? He asks. Thornhaven, 3 months ago. 3 months, it feels longer. It was longer. The first bed in Thornhaven was the inn. That was before everything. Before the ambush, before Davin, before the gully. Before a lot of things. Before this. Before this. Do you miss it? Miss what? The mission, the purpose, the reason to wake up and read the ground and keep moving. I have a reason to wake up. She's building a fire. I'm asking seriously. I'm answering seriously. The mission gave me something to follow. You give me something to stay for. Staying is harder than following. It's also better. Since when? Since the gully, since you said my name and I decided the trail ended there. Everything after that was just the body catching up to what the heart already knew. The tracker's heart. The tracker's heart knows things before the tracker's mind does. It reads the ground faster than the head because it doesn't stop to verify. She was right about that. She was right about most things. I'm starting to think that's hereditary. Hereditary wisdom, is that an orc thing? It's an Asheville thing. We pass down sayings like other families pass down land or titles. My grandmother's words are my inheritance. Every time I quote her, I'm spending a piece of it. You've been spending a lot lately. I've had reason to. The sayings are meant to be used, not stored. She would have hated me keeping them quiet. Then keep spending. I intend to. I have enough to last a lifetime. I build the fire. The motions are automatic. Kindling, tinder, the careful arrangement that Torvin taught me on the second night of the mission, when I built a fire that smoked so badly he had to rebuild it from scratch. Your fires have gotten better, he says. Your teaching has gotten better. My teaching was always fine. Your listening improved. My listening was always fine. Your patience improved. I'm an orc, we're born patient. You're an orc, you're born stubborn. Patience is what you call it when the stubbornness works out. He laughs. The sound is short, quiet, pulled from somewhere deep in his chest where the laughter lives next to the grief and the love and the steady, slow beat of a heart that chose to keep going. I've heard him laugh maybe 4 times in 14 months. Each one was a door opening. The fire settles. The room warms. I sit at the table with a cup of water from the cache in my hands resting flat on the wood, and I realize I don't know what to do. The mission is over. The intelligence is deployed. Sira is safe. Davin is safe. The war is someone else's problem now, at least until the council calls us back. There is no next step, no trail to follow, no cover to maintain, no identity to become. I'm just Selin, sitting in a stone room with a fire and a man, and I don't know what to do with my hands. You're staring at the table, Torvin says. I'm thinking. About what? About the fact that I don't have anything to think about. For the first time in 6 years, there's nothing to plan, nothing to analyze, nothing to decode or encode or memorize or forget. Is that good or terrifying? Both, mostly terrifying. Why terrifying? Because I don't know who I am when I'm not working. I've been someone else for 6 years. Before that, I was training to be someone else. I've never just been myself in a room with nothing to do. You're yourself right now. I'm myself right now, and I don't know what she does when she sits still. She drinks water. She builds fires that don't smoke anymore. She sits at a table and tells me she's terrified, which is braver than anything she did in that supply depot. Walking into a fortress wasn't brave. Walking into a fortress was skilled. Telling me you're scared is brave. Those aren't the same thing. You and your differences. I'm a tracker. Differences are how I read the world. A fox print and a dog print look the same to most people. The difference is in the weight distribution. The fox carries itself differently because it's always ready to run. Are you comparing me to a fox? I'm comparing you to someone who's always been ready to run. and I'm asking you what happens when you stop. I don't know, I've never stopped. You stopped walking 3 days ago. You stopped running from the mission 2 weeks ago. You stopped performing a month ago. The question isn't whether you can stop, you already have. The question is what you do now. I sit at a table and stare at my hands. That's a start. It doesn't feel like a start, it feels like an ending. Endings are starts. Every trail I've ever followed ended somewhere, and every ending was the beginning of the next trail. That's either wise or circular. With my grandmother's influence, it's probably both. I look at him. He's leaning against the wall behind the bed, his legs stretched out, his left hand resting on his knee. The wound is a ridge under his shirt. The orc who found me in the gully when I was broken, who carried me out when I couldn't walk, who reads the ground like I read people. Who stopped running from grief because I gave him a reason to stand still. Torvin. Yes. What do you want after this? When the council comes calling and the war shifts and everything changes, what do you want? I want a stone house in the highlands, near the sacred grove where the new shoots are growing. I want to build something that stays instead of following things that leave. That's specific. I've been thinking about it for 3 weeks. The Ashlands gave me a lot of time to think. Tell me more. A stone house with a hearth and a table, and a door that faces east so I can see the sunrise, and enough land to grow something, I don't know what yet, something that comes back every year without being asked. You want to be a farmer. I want to be someone who stays in one place long enough to see something grow. 14 months on the trail taught me that motion is easy. Growth requires stillness. Sira wanted a sunrise too. Everyone who's been underground wants a sunrise. It's the first thing you reach for when the dark lets go. You sound like you know. I spent 3 days underground in a tube system when I was 11. My grandmother found me on the 4th morning, sitting at the entrance, watching the sun come up. She didn't ask what happened inside. She just sat next to me and watched the sunrise too. What happened inside? A collapse, small one, blocked the passage I was mapping. I found a parallel channel and dug through a soft section of wall with my hands. It took 2 days. You were 11. I was Asheville. We started young. The tubes were our classroom. The mountain teaches patience to anyone willing to sit still long enough to listen. And you listened. I listened, and then I dug. Listening and digging are the 2 things I'm best at. You're also good at pushing rock walls down hillsides. That's just digging in reverse. And in this stone house, who lives there? You know who lives there. I want to hear you say it. You, if you want to. If you can stop running long enough to live in a house with a door that faces east, and an orc who reads the ground, and a fire that doesn't smoke. The fire doesn't smoke. Your fires don't smoke anymore. I told you, you learned. I look at my hands on the table. The spy's hands. The hands that encoded intelligence into a supply manifest, that held a knife in Thornhaven, that shook with sulfur tremors on the caldera rim, that touched his face in a gully and chose him. Torvin. Yes. I want to stop running. Then stop. I want to stop performing, stop calculating, stop being 6 people and just be one. Then be one. I want the stone house and the hearth and the door that faces east and the orc. The orc is already yours. He has been since the gully, probably before that. Probably since the customs house, when you walked to the map without asking permission and said something sharp about the ridgeline, and I thought, she reads people like I read the ground. That's either going to save us or destroy us. It did both. And I'd choose it again. Every part, the gully, the wound, the sulfur, the 3 weeks of walking with cracked ribs and a whistle in my breathing, every single mile. I know, I just needed to say it without a cover. How does it feel? Terrifying and simple, and like the first honest sentence I've said in 6 years that wasn't in a gully or after someone almost died. Progress. Progress. That's how you know it's real. Your grandmother said that. No, I said that. My grandmother would have said something about the ground settling after a storm. I'm saying something simpler. The terrifying things are the real things, everything else is performance. When did you figure that out? In the gully, When you said my name and I couldn't feel my legs and I thought, if I die here, the last real thing I heard was her voice. That was terrifying, and it was the most real moment of my life. You thought you were dying. I thought I was dying, and my only regret was that I hadn't said enough true things to you. The pain in my ribs was nothing. The thought of leaving without telling you what you meant to me was everything. You told me in the hollow, when you were drifting. I told you while I was half-conscious and couldn't control what came out. That doesn't count. It counts more because you couldn't control it. The things we say when we can't perform are the truest things we have. The spy would disagree. The spy is retired, the woman is talking. The woman is talking, and the woman says the terrifying things are the real things. Then I'm about to say something very real. Yes. Then this is the most real thing I've ever said. He reaches across the bed and takes my hand, the left hand, the one that does everything now. The one that pulled me out of the gully, that widened a wall for a 14-year-old girl, that pushed a mountain to give me 8 minutes in a supply depot. I hold it, the fire crackles, the room is warm. The door faces east, and in the morning there will be a sunrise. For the first time in 6 years, I'm not performing. I'm not calculating. I'm not becoming someone else. I'm just here, in a stone room, with a fire and a man and the terrifying, wonderful, simple truth that I said what I wanted and meant it.
The sunrise comes through the east-facing door like she asked for it by name. I've been awake for an hour, I don't know why. The trail doesn't need me. The ground isn't calling. There's no patrol to time, no boot print to read, no scree field to push down a hillside. There is only a stone room and a fire burned to embers and a woman sleeping beside me with her hand on my chest, her fingers resting over the place where the stitches are healing. She sleeps differently now. In Thornhaven, she slept with one hand near a weapon. On the trail, she slept facing the entrance. In the hollow after the gully, she slept with the exits mapped even behind closed eyes. Here, she sleeps on her side with her face against my shoulder, and her hand doesn't reach for anything except me. You're staring, she says, eyes still closed. You're awake. I've been awake since you started breathing differently. Your breathing changes when you're watching me. It gets slower. The spy never stops reading people. The woman notices when the man she loves changes his breathing. That's a different thing entirely. When did you start calling it that? Calling what? Love. I don't know, somewhere between the gully and the caldera, somewhere between you almost dying and me walking into a fortress. It stopped being something I analyzed and started being something I just knew. Like reading a trail. Like reading a trail, you look at the ground and you know which way the animal went. You don't have to think about it, you just see it. My grandmother would have said love is the ground telling you where to plant your feet. Did she actually say that? She might have, she said a lot of things. Some of them I might be inventing at this point. You're inventing grandmother wisdom. I'm extending grandmother wisdom. She laid the foundation, I'm building on it. That's either beautiful or dishonest. For an Asheville orc, those aren't always different things. She sounds like someone I would have argued with. You would have argued with her and she would have won. She always won, not because she was louder, but because she was patient. She'd let you make your whole argument, all the points, all the evidence, and then she'd say one sentence that made the whole thing collapse. What kind of sentence? The kind that starts with yes, but. She'd agree with everything you said and then add the one thing you missed, the thing that changed the shape of the argument. I do that. I know you do, that's why she would have liked you. She would have said, this one thinks like water, finds every crack in the stone. Water wears stone down. Water also carves rivers, depends on the stone, depends on the water. She opens her eyes, the morning light catches them. Gray-green, the color of river stones in shallow water. I know every color her eyes have gone in 14 months. Gray in firelight, green in forest shade, dark as slate when she's angry, light as moss when she's honest. This morning, they're the lightest I've seen them. The sunrise, she says. Through the east-facing door. You planned this. I didn't plan the sunrise, I planned the door. Same thing. The door faces east because the morning light warms the stone for the rest of the day. It's practical. It's romantic. It's both. The best practical decisions are the romantic ones. Did she? That one she actually said. She built her house with the door facing the sacred grove because she said the first thing you see in the morning should be something growing. I like that. I like you. That's not grandmother wisdom. That's just me. You're better at this than you think. Better at what? Saying things. When I met you, you spoke in patrol reports, distance, elevation, threat assessment. Now you say things like, I like you and mean it, and it sounds like the truest thing in the room. It is the truest thing in the room. See, that's what I mean. The tracker learned to speak. The tracker always spoke, he just didn't have anyone worth speaking to. That's either the sweetest thing you've said or the saddest. Both, like most things worth saying. Tell me about the stone house, she says. We're sitting up now, the fire rebuilt, the water heated, the morning settling around us like something that isn't going anywhere. What do you want to know? Everything. Where, how big, what color the stone is, what grows outside. I want to see it like you see it. The Asheville Highlands, east of the old compound where the ridge drops into the valley. The stone there is gray with white veining, local basalt mixed with quartz. It holds heat well. You can build walls 2 feet thick and they stay warm through winter. How many rooms? 3, a main room with the hearth and the table, a sleeping room facing east, a workroom where you can spread maps or documents or whatever the retired spy does when she's not being 6 people. The retired spy reads. The retired spy writes reports that nobody asked for because old habits die the slowest deaths. You'll write reports for nobody. I'll write reports for myself, analysis of the weather, intelligence assessment of the local bird population, threat evaluation of the weeds in the garden. You're going to spy on the garden. Someone has to. Gardens are full of infiltrators, rabbits, beetles, whatever grows where it isn't supposed to. My grandmother grew a garden. She said the weeds were just plants that hadn't been told where they belonged yet. That's generous to the weeds. She was generous to everything that was trying to grow. She said growth is growth. You don't get to choose what shape it takes. Then the workroom has a desk and a window facing north for the light. What grows outside? The sacred grove is half a mile east, new shoots from the old trees. In 5 years they'll be tall enough to shade the house in summer. Between the house and the grove there's meadow, good soil. Something will grow there if we plant it. What will we plant? I don't know yet. Something that comes back every year, something stubborn. Like an orc. Like an orc, or like a spy who won't stay retired. I'll stay retired. I'm done with covers and ciphers and supply manifests. You encoded an entire intelligence operation into a supply manifest 3 weeks ago. That's not the work of someone who's done. That was the last one, the farewell performance, the spy's curtain call. And if the council asks again? Then the council asks the woman who lives in a stone house with an orc, and she decides whether to answer. She's not the spy anymore, she's just someone who used to be. You could consult, teach the next generation of operatives how to encode intelligence into supply manifests and lamb stew recipes. I probably will eventually. Gara will ask. Gara always asks, and I'll say no 3 times and yes on the 4th because she knows my patterns better than anyone alive. Better than me. Differently than you read me through my body. She reads me through my decisions. You know when I'm lying because my breathing changes. She knows when I'm lying because my operational choices shift. 2 different kinds of knowing. 2 different kinds of trust, both earned, both real. Can you do that? Just stop. Can you stop tracking? I'm sitting still right now. You're sitting still and reading the light on the wall to tell what time it is. You read how the fire burns to know how long the wood has left. You noticed the bird outside the door 3 minutes ago and named it by its call without looking. A finch, 2 notes descending. See, the tracking doesn't stop, it just changes what it's for. And what is it for now? It's for this, reading the room instead of the trail, reading the person instead of the ground. I can do that. You're already doing it. She touches the stitches first. Do they hurt? Less every day. Can I? You can do anything you want. Her fingers trace the ridge where the wound closed. The thread is dissolving. The skin beneath is pink, new, tender in a way that has nothing to do with pain. I feel her fingertips like I feel the ground through my boots, every pressure point, every change in temperature, every shift in weight. You're reading me, she says. I'm always reading you. What does the ground say? The ground says you're warm. The ground says your pulse is faster than your breathing, which means your body decided something before your mind caught up. The ground says your hand is steady, which means the spy approved whatever the woman is about to do. The spy and the woman are the same person now. I know, I just like saying it. She kisses the place where the wound begins, below my ribs on the left side where the blade went in and the world changed. Her lips are warm against the new skin. I feel it like a trail marker. This is where something ended and something else began. Selin, yes, I want you to know something. What? Every time you touched me before, I was keeping track. The first time your hand brushed mine at the map table in the customs house. The time you grabbed my arm in Thornhaven when the alley was too dark. The time you held my face in the gully and said my name. I kept every one, the tracker's memory. I couldn't help it. How many? 47 deliberate touches before the first time we were together. I counted. You kept track of my touches. I kept track of everything about you. How you smell when you're lying, how your voice drops when you're honest, how your left hand moves before your right when you're nervous. 47 touches, and every single one went into the same place in my memory, where I keep the sound of water and the smell of pine and solid ground under my feet. The important things. The things that tell me I'm alive, the things that tell me where I am. She pulls the shirt over her head. The collarbone scar catches the morning light. The freckles on her shoulders that she doesn't know about, the ones I've never told her about because some things are mine to notice and hers to discover. I sit up, the stitches pull, and I don't care. My left hand finds her waist. The right arm can't lift without pulling, so the left hand does everything. It has been doing everything for weeks. It knows the shape of her like it knows the shape of a trail, by repetition, by attention, by the kind of memory that lives in muscle instead of mind. Slowly, she says. Slowly. And we are slow, the opposite of the gully where need was frantic and the wound was fresh. The opposite of Thornhaven, where the first time was stolen from a night that belonged to the mission. The opposite of the hollow, where fierce meant alive and claiming meant surviving. This is none of those things. This is morning light and warm stone and nowhere to be. What do you want? I ask her, my grandmother's question, the one she asked every morning. What does the day need from you? You, all of you, no mission underneath. There's no mission, there hasn't been one since we got here. I know, I'm still getting used to it. Her hands go to my waistband, I let her work. The stitches pull when I shift, but the pain is background now. A dull insistence I set aside the same as I'd set aside wind direction or a change in temperature. Important but not urgent. Lift up, she says, and I do, and she pulls the rest away. You're staring, I tell her. I'm looking deliberately like you taught me. I didn't teach you that. You taught me everything about deliberate attention. You just didn't know you were teaching. She pulls her own clothes off. The collarbone scar catches the morning light. I know that scar like I know the contour lines on a ridge map. I traced it with my mouth in the gully, in the hollow, in the rain shelter. I could find it in the dark. Come here, she says. I ease over her. The bed is narrow and it was not built for what I am, so I hold my weight up on the left arm and lower the rest of me by degrees. It is how you set a foot down on scree you don't trust yet. The strain settles into the forearm and the shoulder and I let it. My hand goes flat on the mattress beside her head. Her hair splays across my knuckles like dark water. The right arm I keep tucked, useless, because lifting it pulls the stitches and I need the good arm for this. Your ribs, she says. My ribs are fine. Your ribs are healing, not healed. That's for the physician to worry about. I'm here. Her legs open and I lower myself between them, and where the skin of her meets the skin of me, the whole length of my spine goes tight and stays that way. She's warm. She's always warm, this woman who spent 6 years in cold rooms reading cold documents, and the heat coming off her against my chest and my belly reads truer than any signal I've ever tracked. Slowly, she says. I'm always slow, trackers don't rush. You rushed in the gully. The gully was different. The gully was I might die tomorrow, slow. And this is I'm building you a house, slow. She laughs, the sound changes the angle of her body against mine, and I feel it everywhere. I reach down between us, my hand spans her hip and my fingers reach nearly to the small of her back, and I feel exactly how much of her there is under my palm and how little it takes to hold her. My grandmother said gentleness is the strongest thing an orc can learn. She was right about most things. She was right about this. Ready? I ask. Yes, I've been ready. I know your pulse told me 10 minutes ago. My pulse is not your tracking data. Everything about you is my tracking data. So I bring her the whole of myself in the daylight, slow because I have to be, and she opens around me by inches the way she always does, the sharp inhale first and then the long settling exhale, taking all of me because she chooses to. I bring her palm to my forearm, her burn scar to my Asheville mark, and we watch each other the entire time, no dark to hide in and nothing left either of us wants to hide. When it takes me, I stay deep and still while it works through me and she takes all of it, my whole body locked around the place where we are joined. I put my face in her neck. The sound I make is low and out of my chest, and it is her name, the only word left in a vocabulary the tracker spent 40 years building. Selin, Torvin, stay. I'm staying, I already told you, I'm building a house. Then build it with me. I will, that's what the stone means. Stone stays where you put it. Stone is the most permanent thing I know. The morning stretches, the fire crackles. The finch outside the door sings its 2 descending notes, and I listen with full attention, with the knowledge that this sound in this moment will never happen exactly this way again, and that is what makes it worth remembering. Afterward, the light has moved from the door to the far wall. The room is warm. She lies against me with her head on my good shoulder, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on my arm, the burn scar on my forearm, the tattoo beneath it, the Asheville mark that she pressed her own burn scar against in the rain shelter, palm to forearm, her burn against my Asheville. Tell me about the sacred grove, she says. What do you want to know? What it looks like now, you said new shoots. When the Asheville compound burned, the sacred grove burned with it. The oldest trees were hundreds of years old. They're gone, but the roots survived underground and new shoots started growing within a year. By now they're waist-high, thin, pale bark, but alive. How long until they're real trees? A decade, maybe 2. Trees don't rush. And you're willing to wait that long. I waited 14 months to say I love you. A decade for trees is nothing. You didn't wait 14 months. You said it in the hollow when you were half conscious. That doesn't count. That was the wound talking. The wound was telling the truth. The wound was telling the truth faster than I was ready to. Knowing a thing and choosing to say it out loud aren't the same. The spy understands that difference. The orc understands it too. I just needed time to catch up to what my hands already knew. And you want to live next to them while they grow. I want to watch something grow that isn't trying to survive. The new shoots don't know the old trees burned. They just grow because that's what roots do. They push upward because the ground tells them to. That's what you're doing. That's what I'm doing, pushing upward, because the ground told me to. The ground or me. Same thing, you are the ground I stand on now. Everything I read starts with you. That's either the most romantic thing you've ever said or the strangest. For a tracker, romantic and strange are the same territory. Your grandmother. Me, I'm allowed to have my own wisdom now. I'm old enough. You're not old. I'm old enough to know that the next trail I follow will be from the bedroom to the hearth and back, and that's enough. That's more than enough. That's everything. 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 When did you know, she asks, that first morning at the customs house, what did you actually see? I heard you before I saw you, your heartbeat, slow, controlled, the rhythm of someone who has trained herself to keep calm when calm is a lie. I was in the doorway and you were already a problem. You diagnosed me before you walked in. I hear the room before I enter it. The young one's heartbeat was easy, open. Yours had layers. I stepped through the door and your eyes found mine the same instant mine found you. You'd already mapped the room. You were already deciding what to let me see. I was working. I know that's what I saw. A woman who looked at a stranger and immediately decided how much of herself to show him. I've tracked prey across 4 provinces. I've never had to track something that was simultaneously tracking me back. You didn't forget to breathe. You're too controlled for that. I didn't breathe for the first 2 minutes. The tracker's discipline held. What it held over, I couldn't name until later. Davin told me he watched your face when you walked in. He said you went very still. Davin talks too much. Davin noticed something true. The tracker went still. You don't go still. The tracker went still because he walked into a room where something didn't fit the pattern, and patterns that don't fit are the things worth following. You didn't fit anything I'd learned in 14 months. I was just a woman in a stone room. You were a woman in a stone room who moved to the map table without asking permission and said 3 sharp things in a row while keeping her heartbeat slow and level. That was not just a woman. That was a locked room, and I have never been able to leave a locked room alone. The day passes in the stone room. We eat from the supply cache. We rebuild the fire. We talk about the things that people talk about when the war is over and the mission is done, and the only question left is what kind of life to build on the other side. When do we leave? She asks. Tomorrow or the day after or never. The waypoint is stocked for a week. A week of this. A week of this, then the highlands, then the stone house, then the rest of whatever comes. Whatever comes. The council will call, the war will shift, Gara's intelligence will change the map, but those things happen whether we're moving or still. We can answer from the highlands as easily as from the road. Can we? I'm done being on the road, Selin. I've been on the road for 14 months. Before that, the ranging. Before that, the training. I've been moving my entire life because standing still meant feeling the things I was running from. I'm done running. The feelings caught up. They weren't as bad as I thought. What were they? Grief, loss, the weight of everyone I couldn't save. And underneath all of that, the terrifying possibility that I might be happy again. That was the worst one, the grief I could carry. The happiness scared me because I thought I didn't deserve it. And now I think deserving isn't the point. Happiness isn't something you earn like a rank or a title. It's something you build like a house, stone by stone, day by day, with someone who knows that the foundation matters more than the roof. The foundation. Trust, honesty, the willingness to stay when staying is harder than leaving. I'll stay. I know. How do you know? Because you said it without a cover, and the terrifying things are the real things. She smiles, the full one, the one that uses her whole face and reaches her eyes and makes the gray-green go light as moss. I've seen that smile maybe 3 times. Each time it was a door I walked through and never wanted to close. Torvin. Yes. I love you without a cover, without a cipher, without a fallback protocol or an exit strategy or a contingency plan. Just that, I love you. I love you without a trail, without a destination, without the ground telling me where to go next. Just this room and this fire and this woman and the stone house we're going to build. She says my name, no lie in her mouth. No cover, no code, no performance, just my name, and I am still.
The letter arrives on a Tuesday. I know it's Tuesday because Torvin has started naming the days. The tracker who measured time in boot prints and sun angles now says things like, Tuesday is a good day for mortar, and Wednesdays the light hits the north wall wrong. He's inventing a domestic calendar based on stone and weather and how the wind shifts in the valley. It's the most absurd and beautiful thing I've ever watched a person do. The courier is one of Gara's. A young woman with a runner's build and careful eyes who finds the half-built stone house by following trail markers Torvin left along the ridge. She hands me the sealed packet without a word, accepts a cup of water, and disappears back down the valley before I've broken the wax. Gara, Torvin asks. He's mixing mortar. His hands are gray with it. Gara. What does she say? I open the packet. 3 pages. Gara's handwriting is small, precise, the letters of someone who learned to write in the intelligence service and never unlearned the economy. She says the manifest worked. The supply manifest you encoded. The supply manifest I encoded with the entire intelligence product from Grayspear, the one I hid inside grain shipment records and quarterly expenditure reports. She decoded it, sent it to the council through 3 separate channels. And Crown Intelligence has identified 4 compromised section chiefs. The supply chain the Shadow King built through 6 provinces is mapped. 3 safe houses have been raided. The garrison at Grayspear is under surveillance. Aldous Creech, still at Grayspear, still untouchable. But his network is bleeding. Every contact we identified, every route we mapped, every name Syrah overheard through stone walls for 4 months. It's all in the council's hands now. That changes things. That changes the entire war. How much of it? All of it. For 6 years, the Shadow King operated in the dark. Every intelligence operation against him was blind. Agents sent into territory they couldn't map, looking for networks they couldn't see. Gara lost 3 operatives in the first 2 years because they were hunting shadows. And now they're hunting something real. Something with names and routes and supply chains that can be cut. That changes everything. That's the difference between hunting in the dark and hunting with a map. Torvin sets down the mortar trowel. He crosses the half-built room to where I'm standing with Gara's letter, and he reads over my shoulder. His chin rests on the top of my head. The weight of it is warm and steady and real. She mentions Davin, he says. She does. Davin testified before Harkin's committee, everything he saw in the fortress. The prison levels, the guard rotations, the supply deliveries, the second prisoner who was moved out 2 weeks before the extraction. What about the other one, the prisoner they moved? Still unaccounted for, but Davin's testimony gives them a starting point. And Sira? Recovering. Gara says she's eating well, sleeping through the night. She started drawing again. Davin says the drawings are all of the sunrise through an east-facing window. She remembers. She remembers everything. 14 years old and she remembers everything. That's either a gift or a curse, and I'm not qualified to say which. Torvin's arms come around me from behind. Mortar dust on my sleeves. I don't mind. The spy who would have noticed the dust and cleaned it immediately is retired. The woman who replaced her likes the weight of his arms and doesn't care about the mess. You did this, he says. We did this, both of us. You encoded the intelligence. You planned the extraction. You knew exactly where to hide the product so it would travel through the Shadow King's own supply chain to Gara's people. And you kept me alive long enough to do it. The tracker who reads the ground, the man who carried Davin through the ashlands, the orc who took a blade below the ribs and still walked 6 miles to the caldera. Then I'll take half the credit. You'll take half, and now it's someone else's war. The second letter comes 3 days later. This one isn't from Gara. It's from Harkin himself, addressed to the operative known as Selin, in handwriting that's bold and direct and carries the unmistakable authority of a man who has been fighting the Shadow King from inside the council for a decade. Torvin is laying stone when I read it. The east wall is almost finished. Gray basalt with white veining, the quartz catching the afternoon light like something alive. Harkin wants a debrief, I say. In person. By letter, he's not stupid enough to ask me to travel to the capital. He knows the network is compromised, and anyone connected to the Grace Pair intelligence is a target. What does he want to know? Everything I didn't put in the manifest. The things that don't encode into supply chain numbers. How Creech's soldiers moved, the morale in the fortress, the second prisoner. How the guards changed shifts when they thought nobody was watching. Are you going to tell him? I'm going to write him a report. The retired spy's last intelligence assessment. Every detail I remember, organized like the service taught me, with annotations and confidence levels and source reliability ratings. That sounds like a lot of writing. I told you, the retired spy writes reports nobody asked for, except this time someone asked. And after the report, I'm done. The report is the last door I close. Everything I know on paper in Harkin's hands. He's clean. Gara confirmed it. Sorcha would burn down the capital before she let anyone compromise him. You said that before, about Sorcha. It bears repeating. Sorcha is the most formidable woman in the capital. She was there at the start of this, before any of us knew what the Shadow King was building, and she has been fighting the corruption in Crown intelligence since before I was recruited. You admire her. I respect her. That's a different thing. Admiration is for people you want to be. Respect is for people you're glad exist. Sorcha is someone I'm glad exists. She holds Harkin steady, and Harkin holds the council steady, and the council is the only thing standing between Aldous Creech and the crown. That's a lot of weight on one marriage. That's a lot of weight on 2 people who chose each other and kept choosing. Sound familiar? Vaguely. And Harkin is the reason I'm writing the report at all. If anyone else had asked, I would have said no. But Harkin has earned the right to ask, and the intelligence is safer in his hands than in anyone else's. Then write the report. I will, tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Because today the mortar needs mixing and the east wall needs finishing, and I'm not ready to be the spy again, even on paper. Tomorrow the spy can sit at the table and remember Grayspire. Today the woman wants to lay stone. The woman lays terrible stone. The woman lays improving stone. The woman laid 3 straight courses yesterday. 2.5 straight courses, the third one curves. The third one has character. The third one has a lean. Character and lean are the same thing in stonework. They are absolutely not the same thing in stonework. My grandmother would have said you should listen to the man who's been laying stone for 30 years. She'd have said that and then done it her own way. That's true, she would have. He hands me the trowel. His fingers are warm under the mortar dust. The spy on paper is fine, he says. The spy on paper doesn't have to leave the stone house. The spy on paper still has to think like a spy. And I'd rather think like a woman standing in a half-built house with a man who's teaching her to lay stone. I'm a terrible teacher. You're a patient teacher, that's a different animal. Patience is just stubbornness that's been polished. Now you sound like her. I'll take it. The gathering happens on a warm afternoon 3 weeks after the first letter. Sorcha and Harkin ride in from the East Road, which means they took the coastal route to avoid the mountain passes where the Shadow King's scouts have been spotted. Sorcha rides like someone who has been on a horse for 5 days and is annoyed about it but too proud to complain. Harkin rides like someone who has been watching his wife be annoyed for 5 days and finds it privately entertaining. The operative, Sorcha says, dismounting. She's taller than I expected, red hair going silver at the temples. A face that has been described to me by 3 different intelligence assets as the last thing you want to see if you've been lying to her husband. Commander Sorcha, I say. Sorcha, if we're going to be allies, we'll be on first-name terms. I ran out of patience for titles the day I traded a command for an inn. Selin, I know who you are. Gara has told me everything. The manifest was the best piece of intelligence we've received in 6 years. It cost 4 months underground, and a girl who will carry the scars for the rest of her life. All good intelligence costs something. The question is whether the price was worth what we bought. Was it? 3 safe houses raided, 4 section chiefs identified, a supply chain mapped across 6 provinces, the Shadow King's network exposed from the inside for the first time since he started building it. Sorcha looks at me like Gara does, with the measuring gaze of someone who has spent decades evaluating operatives. Yes, it was worth it. Then I'm glad. Are you? I'm glad the intelligence reached the right hands. I'm glad Sira is recovering. I'm glad Davin found his way to your door. I'm less glad about the 4 months of planning and the raid on a fortress and the fact that my partner took a blade below the ribs. Your partner? Sorcha looks past me to where Torvin is standing by the unfinished west wall, mortar trowel in one hand, watching us with the quiet attention of a man who reads people like he reads trails. The tracker. The tracker. Gara mentioned him. She said he reads the ground like you read people. That he's loyal in a way that has nothing to do with duty and everything to do with choice. Gara talks too much. Gara talks exactly the right amount. She said you were in love and trying not to be, and that the trying stopped somewhere in the mountains. The trying stopped in a gully, on a specific Wednesday, but that's a long story. I like long stories. I married a man who buries the dead and remembers every name. Long stories are all we have. Harkin approaches. He is what I expected from the intelligence files. 7 feet of slate-gray skin and quiet authority, gold eyes that miss nothing, the broken tusk I've read about in 3 different intelligence briefs. The kind of orc who makes you believe decent people can still walk out of a war this long and this dirty with their spine intact. Miss Selin, he says. Harkin. The manifest was extraordinary. The encoding alone would have earned you a commendation if the service weren't compromised to the point where commendations are meaningless. I don't need a commendation, I need Aldous Creech in a cell. That will take time. The network is exposed, not dismantled. We've identified the nodes, but the king himself is still at Greyspire, and Greyspire is a fortress with 100 soldiers who are loyal to him personally, not to the crown. I know, I was inside those walls. And that's why your debrief is invaluable. The report you sent is the most detailed intelligence assessment anyone's put in front of the council in a decade. They're acting on it. How? Carefully, the compromised section chiefs have been identified but not arrested. We're watching them, letting them operate under surveillance to map the connections we haven't seen yet. Your intelligence opened the door. Now we're walking through it slowly. That's smart. That's Sorcha's idea. She said, don't arrest the moles, watch the moles. The moles will show you the holes. Your wife is terrifying. My wife is practical. Not the same thing, though I admit the line is thin. Other letters come in the weeks that follow, from people I've met and people I never will. A militia organizing in the northern reaches. A shipping route quietly rerouted around the Narrows, every adaptation costing the enemy time and gold. A stranger who heard what happened at Gracepair and wanted someone to know it mattered. Gaira writes twice, once with intelligence and once with a recipe for the comfrey poultice she swears by for cracked ribs. Not all of them visit, but their words thread through the weeks like stitches, holding a larger story together. I read each letter at the table in the main room. The table Torvin built from a single slab of ash wood, sanded smooth, the grain running lengthwise like a river frozen in amber. I spread the letters out, and I see what Gaira sees, what Harkin sees, what Sorcha sees when she talks about the long game. A network of people who chose to fight, who found love in the middle of the fighting, and who are still standing. A whole war's worth of people who made the choice I made. To stay, to build, to love someone despite the war, not after it. You're doing the face, Torvin says. He's standing in the doorway with sawdust on his forearms. What face? The face you do when you're reading intelligence and finding patterns. Your eyes narrow, your mouth does the thing. My mouth doesn't do a thing. Your mouth does a thing, the left corner pulls in. It means you've found a connection the source didn't intend. You've been reading my face. For 14 months, I've got the whole map of it by now. What connection did I find? I don't know, that's why I'm asking. The connection is, all of these people are still fighting. Sorcha and Harkin, Gaira and the rangers who shelter the displaced, Davin and the sister he crossed the ashlands to reach. Everyone who has been part of this war, everyone who found someone and held on, they're all still here. They didn't walk away. Neither did you. I walked away from the service. I didn't walk away from the war. Is there a difference? The difference is, the service told me what to fight. Now I choose what to fight for. And what do you choose? This, the stone house, the letters, the network of people who are doing the same thing we're doing, building something while the world burns, because the building is the point. The east wall is finished. The west wall is halfway. The hearth is laid but not yet mortared. The sleeping room faces east, as Torvin planned it, so the first thing I see every morning is the sunrise coming through the frame where the window will eventually be. I watch him work. His hands move over the stone the same as they move over the ground. With full attention, with the patience of someone who understands the material, has its own logic, and the builder's job is to listen to it. You're mixing the mortar too wet, I say. You've been laying stone for 3 weeks. I've been laying stone for 30 years. And in 3 weeks I've learned that wet mortar slips, dry mortar holds. Dry mortar cracks, wet mortar settles. The right mortar is in between, and you learn the in-between through your hands, not through your head. The spy learns everything through her head. The woman is learning through her hands. The woman is doing fine. I am doing fine. The mortar is terrible and the stone is crooked, and the wall I built yesterday has a visible lean that Torvin hasn't mentioned, because he's the kind of man who lets you find your own mistakes. But the wall is standing. The mortar is holding. And every stone I lay is a decision to stay. Torvin. Yes. Tell me about the sacred grove. You've heard about the sacred grove. Tell me again. The sacred grove was the heart of the Asheville compound. The oldest trees were 400 years old, ash and pine and oak, planted by the first families, tended by every generation. When the compound burned, the grove burned with it. Everything above ground died. But the roots survived. The roots survived, underground where the fire couldn't reach. And within a year, new shoots pushed through the ash, thin and pale and fragile but alive, growing because that's what roots do. How tall are they now? Waist high, maybe taller. I haven't been to the grove in 2 weeks. They grow fast once they start. The pine shoots especially. Pine wants to grow. Give it ash soil and rain and it pushes like it's angry at the ground. I like that image. It's the Asheville way of saying determined. A plant that doesn't push hard enough doesn't deserve the soil. That's how they say it up here. That's brutal. That's honest, about soil and about people. Will they be real trees? In a decade, maybe less. The root systems are old and deep, and they know how to feed new growth. The new trees won't look like the old ones. They'll be shaped by the fire, by the ash in the soil, by the fact that they had to start over. But they'll be strong. Like an orc. Like anyone who lost something and decided to grow anyway. I look at the half-built walls, the gray basalt with white veining, the quartz that catches light, the east-facing door that Torvin hung last week, the frame plumb and true, because the door was the first thing he built and the last thing he would compromise. I want to see them, I say. The trees. The new trees. I want to walk to the grove and see what's growing. Now, the mortar can wait. The wall can wait. I want to see something that survived a fire and decided to keep going. He gives me the bark on the way back from the grove. We've been walking the ridge trail, the one that runs from the stone house east toward the sacred grove. The new shoots are taller than I expected. Chest-high in places, the pale bark flushed with green where the sun hits it. Pine shoots and ash saplings, and something Torvin says is oak, but looks like a weed that hasn't been told where it belongs. My grandmother's line, he says when I say that. I'm keeping it. She'd have wanted you to. The trail curves through a stretch of burned ground where the old trees stood. Charred stumps, black and weathered, the bark peeled away in sheets by years of rain and frost. Between the stumps, the new growth. Green pushing through black, life insisting on itself. Torvin stops at one of the stumps. His hand goes to his inner pocket. He reaches in and draws out a piece of bark, charred and curled, the size of his palm. Pine bark, darkened by fire, the edges crumbling where the heat went deepest. He's been carrying it the whole time. Here, he says, he holds it out. What is it? A piece of the sacred grove, from the old trees, the ones that burned. Why are you giving me this? Because this is what I have to give. I don't have land or titles or gold. I have a grandmother's sayings and a tracker's memory and a piece of bark from the place where everything I loved burned down. And I'm giving it to you because you're the reason I'm standing in the new growth instead of the ashes. I take the bark. It weighs nothing. It smells like fire and rain and the slow decay of something that was once alive and is now becoming soil for something new. Torvin, don't say it's too much. It's a piece of bark, it's nothing. It's not nothing, it's your past. It's my past given freely because you're my future. That's what gifts are, the past handed forward. Did she? She might have. I might be inventing again. You're extending. I'm extending. I put the bark in the pocket of my coat. The left pocket, the one where I used to keep the cipher key that decoded Gara's messages. The key is gone. Burned with the last cover, the last identity, the last version of myself that existed before this one. In its place, a piece of charred pine bark from a sacred grove that burned and is growing back. The spy would have analyzed the symbolism. The woman just puts it in her pocket and feels the weight of it against her thigh and thinks, this is enough. This is more than enough. This is everything. The letter from Davin arrives on a Thursday. Torvin has started calling Thursdays foundation days because that's when the ground is driest and the mortar sets fastest. I've stopped questioning the domestic calendar. I've started adding to it. Mondays are letter days. Wednesdays are grove days. Fridays are the days I sit at the Ashwood table and write the intelligence report for Harkin, page by careful page, every detail I remember from Grace Pair and the Ashlands and the 4 months of planning that preceded them. Davin writes in a hand that's improved since Salter's Bend. Cleaner letters. Straighter lines. Someone has been teaching him, or he's been teaching himself, which is more likely because Davin is the kind of person who sees a gap in his own capabilities and fills it before anyone tells him to. Dear Selin, the letter begins, not Dear Miss Selin, not Dear Operative. Dear Selin, the boy who walked into a fortress for his sister addresses me by my first name, and it feels like exactly the right kind of trust. Sierra is better, he writes. She eats 3 meals a day. She sleeps through the night most nights. She started drawing again. The drawings are mostly of the sunrise, how it looked through the east-facing window at Hester's house. She draws it over and over, different colors, different angles, the same window. Hester says it's how she proves to herself that the light comes back. I'm working with Harkin's office. They have me reviewing maps and guard rotations from my memory of Gracepair. I drew the entire fortress from memory, every corridor, every gate, every prison level. Harkin said it was the most detailed layout of the fortress anyone has produced. I told him I drew it because I walked every inch of it looking for my sister. The work is strange. I went into Gracepair to find one person, and now I'm helping the council find everyone. Every guard I remember, every supply route I noticed, every conversation I overheard. It feels like the fortress is still inside me, and I'm turning it inside out, room by room, until there's nothing left. Sierra asks about you. She asks about the orc. She calls him the one who carried me, and I think she means it literally and also in every other way. Tell him she remembers. Tell him she's drawing sunrises because of the window he built with the door facing east. Thank you for everything. The boy who walked into a volcano found his sister, and now he's finding his way. I fold the letter. I put it with the others in the drawer of the ashwood table. The drawer is filling up. Letters from Gara, from Harkin, from Sorcha, from Davin, from names I know and names I'm learning. A drawer full of proof that the intelligence mattered, that the mission mattered, that the 4 months of planning and the raid and the escape and the 21 days across the Ashlands weren't just a story someone told themselves to justify the cost. Davin, I tell Torvin. How is he? Working, drawing the fortress from memory, turning it inside out. Good. The boy deserves to turn something inside out. He walked into that fortress with nothing but a dead mother's grief and a living sister's need. Harkin says Davin's maps are better than anything the intelligence service produced in 3 years. Because Davin wasn't mapping as an operative, he was mapping as a brother, different eyes. Better eyes. Always better. Love makes better maps than duty. Your grandmother. Me, I'm allowed. He says Sierra is drawing sunrises. Because of the east-facing window. Because of the east-facing window. Torvin is quiet for a moment. He does this, goes still in a way that would look like nothing to someone who doesn't know him, but I know him, and the stillness is the sound of a man letting something matter. The door faces east, he says finally. I know. The stone house door faces east. I know. My grandmother's reason, that a morning should open on something alive. But I also built it that way because of Sierra. Because if a girl who spent 4 months underground can find something to draw in a sunrise, then the least I can do is make sure we see one every morning. You didn't tell me that. Some things are mine to know and yours to discover. You said that about my freckles. I say it about a lot of things. The tracker keeps some things quiet, not because they're secret, but because the finding is part of the gift. Evening. The east-facing door frames the sky in shades I don't have words for. The sun is behind us, past the western ridge, so this isn't sunset. It's the reflected light, the western sky throwing its colors off the clouds and the ridge and the new shoots of the sacred grove until the whole valley glows with something that isn't gold and isn't amber and isn't anything the color charts in the intelligence service would have a name for. Torvin sits on the stone step he laid yesterday. The step is slightly crooked. He hasn't mentioned it. I haven't mentioned it. We're both waiting to see which one of us breaks first. The step is crooked, I say. The step is settling. The step is crooked, and you know it and you're too stubborn to fix it. I'm not stubborn, I'm patient. The mortar needs time. The mortar has had time. The step is crooked. The step will straighten as the mortar dries. Stone finds its own level. You said that about the west wall, and the west wall is still leaning. The west wall is leaning because you mixed the mortar too wet on Tuesday. I mixed the mortar exactly like you showed me. I showed you the right consistency. You added water. I added half a cup. Half a cup is the difference between a wall and a suggestion. A suggestion. A suggestion of a wall that is thinking about being a wall but hasn't committed. Your wall metaphors need work. My wall metaphors are fine. My apprentice's mortar needs work. That's either true or something you're inventing, to avoid admitting the step is crooked. It's true, my grandmother said stone knows where it belongs. You lay it and wait, and the ground tells it where to settle. She said that about stone. She said that about everything. Stone, people, love. The ground holds everything, and you just have to trust it long enough for the holding to work. And you trust it. I'm sitting on a crooked step in front of a half-built house, watching the light change over a sacred grove that burned and grew back. Yes, I trust it. His hand finds mine, like it always does, without looking, without reaching, as if his hand knows where mine is the same as his feet know where the ground is. The tracker's instinct, the lover's certainty. The two things that are the same thing now, because the man who reads the ground reads me, and the reading has become the same as the staying. Selin. Yes. This is the part I was afraid of. What part? The part where nothing is wrong. The part where the mission is over, and the letters are written, and the stone house is half-built, and the sacred grove is growing, and there's nothing to do except sit on a crooked step and watch the light change. This is the part I was afraid of because this is the part where happiness lives, and happiness was the thing I couldn't track. And now I think happiness doesn't need tracking, it needs building, stone by stone, day by day, with someone who knows that the crooked step will settle. It will. It will, everything does eventually. The sacred grove is growing. I can see the new shoots from here, dark against the fading sky, taller than they were last week, reaching for something they can't see but know is there. Roots reach for water. A tracker reaches for the ground. A spy reaches for the truth, even after she stopped being a spy and started being something simpler and harder and more real. I reach into my pocket. The charred pine bark is there, warm from my body heat, the edges soft from weeks of carrying. I turn it over in my fingers like I used to turn the cipher key, a habit, a comfort, a small reminder of what I carry and why. The cipher key decoded messages. The bark decodes nothing. It's just a piece of the past, burned and weathered and given freely by a man who decided his past was a gift worth giving. I lean against his shoulder. The good shoulder, the one without the healing wound. The stone step is warm from the day's sun. The air smells like pine and mortar dust and the faint, clean scent of new growth from the grove. Torvin. Yes. I'm home. I know. Not the stone house, not the highlands, not the valley or the grove or the east-facing door. You're the home, the place I stopped running. The spy stopped running. The woman stopped running. The spy never ran. The spy relocated. The spy executed strategic withdrawals and tactical redeployments and position changes dictated by operational necessity. And the woman ran. From Harrogate to Thornhaven to the mountains, to a fortress to a caldera to the ashlands, to a waypoint. The woman ran because standing still meant being one person, and being one person meant being known, and being known meant being vulnerable. And now the woman is sitting on a crooked step with a piece of burned bark in her pocket and a man who counts her freckles and names the days of the week after building materials. And the woman is not running. The woman is home. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't need to. The tracker who reads the ground is reading me, and the reading says, she means it. No cover, no code, no performance. The terrifying things are the real things, and this is the most terrifying and the most real. The light fades, the grove darkens. The new shoots become silhouettes against the sky, reaching upward, growing like everything grows when the roots survive. Slowly, stubbornly, toward something that looks a lot like morning. The stone house is half-built. The mortar is setting. The step is crooked and will settle. The door faces east because the first thing you see in the morning should be something growing, and the sacred grove is growing, and we are growing, and home is not a place. Home is the person you stop running for. Home is the choice you make when every other choice has been stripped away, and the only thing left is the truth. I chose this, I choose this. Present tense. Every day. Stone by stone. The woman who was 6 people for 6 years is one person now, sitting on a crooked step in the Asheville Highlands, watching the light change over a grove that burned and came back. And that one person is home. If Selin and Torvin got their hooks under your ribs, If you crossed 800 miles of dead country with a spy who lies for a living and the orc who hears the truth in her heartbeat, thank you for walking all the way to Grayspire with them. Would you leave a review? Even a sentence or two helps other readers find these books, and every single one means the world to me. https://www.amazon.com/stores/Luna Draven/author/B0FSID6KQ5. Start at the beginning. Soulbound to the Orc, Book 0 of Stone and Storm is free. A merchant guard who braids flowers into her hair, a disgraced orc scout, one blood moon night, and the ancient ritual that takes the blood of enemies turned allies and a word spoken out loud. https://dlbookfunnel.com/gffit8ou8u. Browse the whole series on Amazon. https://www.amazon.com/stores/Luna Draven/author/B0FSID6KQ5. The Shadow King is still at Grayspire. His network is bleeding, his name is finally known, but the man himself is untouched, and the war he built is only starting to come apart. The Stone and Storm world keeps growing, new clans, new coasts, new hearths, the same promise, a love worth bleeding for and brave enough to name. Sign up for the newsletter to be first in line for what comes next. http://www.dreamcrestpublishing.com. Vale was the Crown's sharpest tactical mind until she found 3 traitors in her own command and cut them down with the only weapon in reach, and the officers who should have backed her called it murder. 2 years in a stone cell later, a conditional pardon drops her at a failing border war camp under an orc war chief who does the one thing no one has done since the tribunal took everything. He hands her a map and asks what she'd do instead. Thornbound to the Orc, Stone and Storm, Book 8, here's the first chapter. The shackles come off at the gate, and my wrists are 3 pounds lighter. I roll them once. Left, right, the raw skin underneath, 2 crescents of abraded flesh where the iron sat for 6 days of transport, not infected, just raw, nothing I can't ignore. The guard who removes them doesn't look at me. He handles the iron like it's the valuable thing, and I'm the container it shipped in. Fair enough. I weigh maybe 120 pounds after 2 years of prison rations, and the Crown spent good steel on those restraints. Name, the clerk at the processing table says. He's got a ledger open and a pen that's already low on ink. Vale. The pen stops just for a beat. Half a second, maybe less, but I catch it. He knows the name. Crime of conviction. Treason. Another stop. Longer this time. He writes it like he's carving it into the page. Behind me, the escort shifts his weight. Ahead, through the open gate, the camp sprawls in shades of mud and gray canvas. Pardon number 47/9. Conditional service attachment, Grayspire Assault Force. He writes, stamps, doesn't wish me luck. Through the gate, the sound hits first. 2 years of stone walls, and the loudest thing was the dinner bell and the occasional scream 3 cells over. Now it's 400 soldiers, and the hammering of a forge and someone shouting orders across a training yard, and the wet slap of boots in mud, and a dozen conversations I can't separate. My ears ache with it. A pressure behind them, like surfacing too fast from deep water. I keep walking. The escort is 2 steps behind me, close enough to grab. The sky is the worst part. Not the noise, not the smell of unwashed soldiers and cook fires and something animal I can't place. The sky, I'd forgotten how much of it there is. In the cell, the window was 11 inches wide and 14 inches tall. I measured it, measured everything. The sky fit inside a rectangle, and that was manageable. This is not manageable. This is horizon to horizon, gray and heavy with the promise of rain, and my chest pulls tight in a way I refuse to call panic. Look at the ground. Right, that's better. That's the old habit taking over. The camp is laid out on a gentle north-facing slope. Command tents at the highest point. Good for watching, bad for drainage. Soldier billets in rough rows down the middle ground. Supply depot to the east, partially covered. Forge and armory to the west. Training ground south, where the slope flattens. Mixed force. An orc soldier steps out of a supply tent, and I nearly walk into a chest that starts at my eye level. He sidesteps without looking down. Used to navigating a camp built for people half his width. The tent flaps are too short, paths too narrow at the choke points. Someone designed this camp for a human garrison and then crammed a mixed force into it. Undermanned, too, the gaps between billets, the empty stakes where tents should be. This position was built to hold 600. They have 400, maybe fewer. And there, on the northern horizon where the slope drops toward the Blightlands, the thorn wall. I stop walking. It's a living fortification. 30 feet high in places, a dense weave of thorn-bearing growth that looks like someone crossbred a briar patch with a siege wall. The thorns are the length of my forearm. In the sections closest to camp, the growth is dense, dark green, impenetrable. But further east, the wall thins, daylight through it. Gaps where the growth has gone brown and brittle, sections that sag inward like a fortress wall losing its mortar. Eastern sector, failing badly, near half the wall gone brittle there. If something comes through the Blightlands, it's coming through there. Move, the escort says. I move. The command tent sits at the crest of the slope, and the entrance flap is 8 feet tall. Orc scale, whatever's inside, I'll be looking up at it. A mineral scent hits me when I duck through the flap. Warm stone and iron filings and wood smoke, layered over something earthier I've never smelled before. One more thing I can't name. The list keeps growing. The interior is dim after the gray daylight. Map table, ground level, not raised. Orc-scale furniture pushed to the walls. A weapons rack with a warhammer that has to weigh 80 pounds. Campaign chests. A lantern burning low. He's standing at the map table with his back to the entrance, and the tent gets smaller. The tent hasn't shrunk. It's generous, 20 by 20, maybe larger. But the man standing in it fills more of it than any one body should. 7 feet and then some. Shoulders that would have to turn sideways through a standard doorway. Dark green-gray skin over a frame my eye can't help sizing up like it sizes up everything. Where the weight sits, how he'd move, how hard he'd hit. 340 pounds, near enough. The chair beside him wouldn't hold him a heartbeat. He turns. Brown eyes so dark they look black. A face that's all flat planes and heavy bone. Wide jaw, heavy brow, blunt features. 2 lower tusks, the left one notched deep, like someone hit it with a mace and left a permanent groove. Where's the door? 12 feet to the tent flap. He's between me and it. Vale, gravel-horned. His voice is a physical thing. Low enough that I feel it in my sternum before I process the words. Gravel-horn. A mark on a map he's already drawn. He knows who I am, what I did, how many of his people died because of plans I put on paper. And he's standing 4 feet away with that notched tusk and those black-brown eyes, and he isn't angry. That's worse. Anger I can work with. Anger runs in grooves I know. This is something colder and more patient, and I've never met its like. Sir, I don't salute. I'm not an officer. I'm a pardoned convict on a leash, and we both know it. He studies me for a long moment. I hold still and let him, because that's what I do when someone's deciding whether I'm a threat or a tool. You're smaller than your file suggests. My file was written before 2 years of prison rations. A flex of muscle along his heavy jaw. Amusement or irritation. I can't tell. I've spent my life reading human faces, and his don't answer the same, and not knowing is going to be a problem. Your file says you planned the Gravelhorn offensive. He moves to the map table, not toward me. Around me, giving me a wide berth that might be courtesy or might be the same instinct that makes you step around an unexploded charge. Your file says you're the best tactical mind the Crown's produced in 30 years. My file says a lot of things. It also says you killed 3 men with a bread knife. That's not in my official file. No, he looks at me. That one I got from the prison warden, directly. He lets that sit for a beat. The tactical assessment, that's Crown intelligence. The bread knife, that tells you what someone's actually made of. He points at the map. It's spread across the ground-level table, and I have to step forward to see it, closer to him. The mineral and iron scent gets stronger. His body radiates heat like a forge that's been banked for the night, 2 feet away and still reaching me. What do you see? The map is the Thornwall sector. Camp position, terrain features, the Thornwall perimeter marked in green with notations I can't read. Orc script, angular and dense. Blightlands to the north, shaded in gray. Supply lines marked in blue. Scout routes in red. I don't want to answer. Answering means showing him what I can do, and what I can do got 40 people killed last time. I mark the exits without meaning to. Door, tent flap, the gap where the canvas doesn't quite meet the support post on the left. But my mind's already moving. It has no off switch for this. It never did. That's the whole problem. Your eastern perimeter is failing. I saw it walking in. Near half the wall's gone, maybe more. You've tried to cover it by doubling foot patrols in that sector. I point. These markers. But foot patrols only buy time, they don't fix it. If anything comes through the Blightlands with force, that section fails in under an hour. Silence, his breathing is steady, slow, like a siege engine at rest. What else? Your supply depot is exposed. Eastern approach to the camp comes straight past it. If the thorn wall fails there, the first thing they hit is your food and materiel. You'd lose the ability to sustain a defensive position before you lose a single soldier. More silence. He's watching me with those near black eyes, and I've just done the thing I told myself I wouldn't do. I've been useful. Your officers didn't flag this. I don't know what your officers flagged. I'm telling you what I saw in a 10-minute walk from the gate. His weight shifts, a slow settling, deliberate. This time I'm almost sure it's not amusement. The eastern rot. He taps the map with one massive finger. The gesture precise despite hands the size of dinner plates. How would you reinforce it? Test, an obvious one. I should refuse. I'm an observer, not an advisor, and every recommendation I make is another plan that could kill people. But the habit doesn't care what I should do. Relocate the supply depot first. Move it southwest, behind the secondary ridge. That buys you time if the perimeter fails. The enemy hits empty ground instead of your food stores. Then double the thorn growth cultivation in the eastern gaps if you have anyone who can work the thorn wall. If not, physical fortification. Earthworks, stakes, anything to slow an approach. We have 2 thornweavers, both exhausted. Then earthworks, cheaper, faster, less elegant, but the thorn wall's been failing for how long? 3 months, accelerating. Then elegance isn't the priority, survival is. He watches me for a long moment. The lantern throws shadows across those heavy features, and I can see the notch in his left tusk more clearly now. Deep, deliberate. Someone tried to take his face off and mostly failed. You think like a siege engineer. I think like someone who's watched fortifications fail. You start tomorrow, dawn, War Council meets in this tent. He straightens, all 7+ feet of him. The tent feels like a box. You observe, you do not speak unless I ask you to speak. You do not leave camp, you eat with enlisted, you report to me. Understood. Your tent is on the eastern edge. Soldier Breck will show you. He's already turning back to the map table. Dismissal. Then, over his shoulder, your record says you killed 3 men with a bread knife. I don't keep bread knives in my camp. Every read I try to take on him slides off like water off oiled leather. Understood, sir. I duck back through the oversized flap, and the gray sky slams into me again, wide and relentless. The escort has been replaced by a stocky human soldier with a jaw like a brick and arms that suggest he's been lifting supply crates since he could walk. Breck, he says, an identification. He starts walking without waiting to see if I follow. I follow, I always follow, that's the leash. Eastern edge of camp, he says over his shoulder, near the thorn wall. How close to the thorn wall? Close enough to hear it grow at night, if it's still growing. He glances back at me, quick, assessing, a soldier sizing up a stranger he's been told to babysit. You're the strategist. A fact with weight behind it, same way Drock said Gravelhorn. I'm the convict, I say, the strategy comes second. He grunts, could mean anything. We walk the rest in silence, which is fine. Silence I know how to occupy. The tent is 8 paces by 10. I pace it out before I sit down because I pace out everything. The cell was 8 paces by 6, 4 extra strides of freedom. I should feel something about that. I go looking for the feeling like you'd check a supply cache and come up mostly empty, some leftover jangle from the meeting. My heart still running quick, slowing now. A faint shake in my hands that could be hunger or nerves. No way to tell them apart. I sit on the cot. It's harder than my prison bunk but wider. The footlocker is empty. I'm empty. No belongings, no weapons, no rank, no letters, no past that isn't a criminal record and a tactical file. The meeting plays over on its own. His voice, how the tent seemed to close in around him, the notched tusk and the near-black eyes and the patience that was colder than anger. The word Gravelhorn said like a line on a map and not an accusation. And the map, the eastern wall failing, the supply depot wide open. Things his trained officers should have caught and somehow didn't, and I spotted them in a 10-minute walk because I can't stop doing the thing that killed 40 people. I can't read him. Every human officer I ever worked with, 3 conversations, and I knew which way they'd jump. Their tells, their weaknesses, where to push. I could name their orders before they gave them. That's why the Crown wanted me. That's why Gravelhorn happened. Because I was very, very good at understanding people who thought like I did, and I never once asked whether the thinking was right. Drock doesn't think like I do. He's something I've never met, and that empty space where a reed should be is something. It's something. I haven't felt something in 2 years that wasn't hunger or cold, or the dull weight of waiting for a sentence to fall. Doesn't matter, set it down. I lie back on the cot. The canvas ceiling is close, 6 feet maybe. In the cell, the ceiling was 8 feet, and I knew every crack in the stone. I close my eyes and my mind runs. It always runs. The eastern approach. 3 ways in from the Blightlands to the camp. 2 of them funnel through the failing thorn wall and straight into the supply depot. Heavy losses, the whole camp starving inside a day. The 3rd swings wider, comes at the camp from the southeast where the ground is broken and the going is slow, but the thorn wall still holds, which means anyone attacking there would need siege engines or magic to break through. The first route is the one they'll use, fastest way in, weakest defense. Camp falls in 4 hours. The second, only if someone's feeding them the patrol routes. Camp falls in 6. The third, slow, obvious, easy to hold. They won't bother. And the version where I don't come back. It's there. It's always there. The one where the strategist puts herself at the most exposed point because someone has to hold it and her life is worth the least of anyone's on the field. I don't linger on it, it's just the plain truth, a debt that never comes clear. Tomorrow, dawn, War Council. I'll be looking up at him again. That's the part my brain keeps returning to, and I don't know why. I've looked up at a lot of people. Prison guards, tribunal judges, the warden, the transport escorts. Looking up is what convicted traitors do. But I've never looked up at someone and had no idea what I'd find looking back. That's the one thing I can't place. That's the piece that won't sit still. I keep my eyes closed and pace off the tent again in my head. 8 by 10, 8 by 10. Outside, someone hammers iron, and the sound carries through the canvas like a heartbeat that doesn't belong to me. Luna Draven writes orc romance for readers who want the fantasy and the feelings, big worlds, bigger warriors, and the soft, stubborn women who refuse to flinch from either. Her heroes are gentle where it counts and dangerous where it matters, and they always, always say the brave thing out loud in the end. Her heroines keep their hope like a blade, sharpened, carried, and never once apologized for. Join the newsletter and be first in line for every new release. http://www.dreamcrestpublishing.com